the advantage, you go for the cutoff. And then if your teammate is at the disadvantage, you try to beat up your teammate and then take their place and lead the way for them. And what a sick triple there from Zero.
All right. Look how many kills Renegade's able to get. He's already killed 3. Found's the last player alive. Renegade finds up 4th. There's another player his side, Rockets.
Double kill. Triple kill. Getting more and more.
One more punch. Chopping buttons.
20 or 30 on your points. At that point, there's no room for error. And we're starting to spot for FaZe is looking serious. Oh my God!
Yeah, baby! West, dude. He doesn't care. He wants blood. He wants blood, and he wants it now.
Make things interesting. And Frost gets 2 with the stick. But damage as a grenade gets spotted. But Boo Boo Doo with the killing spree. It's gonna be done.
There's formal for the killing spree. Hits the right for the top. Making a double kill. Will he get a trip here? Of course he does. It's a triple kill in the back of the tower.
In order to win game 1.
Oh!
Neller with the double kill. No scope once again.
At the Orlando Major so far, he's got a 2.13 KD.
That's double confidence.
Oh my God, he's already getting a double kill as well. If it's got 2 in, he's gonna kill it.
Penguin and Stellar on the Neons as well.
Snipe down left on his own. Snipe down somehow finds 1. Stellar trying to clean him up. And Snipe down somehow turns it around.
Oh my God, who else would you put out?
That was a triple kill for Snipe down.
And Formal who loses out, but it's not for long.
A killing frenzy for Trippy.
But unfortunately, Rhino goes down, and it means it's another 4-kill gap, making a 5-kill gap. Formal's on attack. And just like that, no, Formal almost gets himself an overkill. A patient play for Miko is rewarded. At least you got the shock out of Royal 2's hand. Unfortunately, you know the damage Lethal can do. Comes through, a wise back down. Oh my God! Lethal is back! Identifying the situation, see if Hamilton's nearby, realizing he does it for the next second. Oh my God!
Oh! Return it to the sender! He's the mailman!
Down with the flank, picks up 1, picks up 2, nice double kill, gets the stalker rifle looking for the triple! Oh! Perfect shots out of bound for the triple kill on Lethal.
49! Formal might be the man to do it for Optic! Formal and Trippy! And the wait is over! Your champions of the Halo Championship Series Orlando Major are Optic Gaming. How long have they waited for this moment? You get to see an embrace there from Trippy.
Closer to that World Championship. As a reminder, this is just the play-ins for the World Championships. They will begin tomorrow, but we have 8 teams competing to try and get 4 spots in the World Championships as Quad manages to get a triple. Space Station can't seem to get anywhere without being shut down. Every single time we switch to Quadiosa's POV, the man's picking up another triple kill. 47 to 44. Have and hold. Do whatever you can. Break through. Pray to whoever you need to if you are SSG right now, but there is going to be kills going in favor of Jaylings. They push in, and they will secure game number 5 and stop the reverse sweep.
And the Chiefs just struggling to find their footing as we are already on track for 1 potential flag cap here. As Neurotical's going to be bringing this right across the Hydro side of the map. He's got no encounters anywhere. No one's going to be looking to get him all up in his business, and that's going to be the first flag cap here for Complexity.
Hey, guess what? Another one coming.
Yeah, this is starting to look very, very dangerous for Chiefs, and a beautiful thrust from Neurotical. At this point, you don't really even need to leave his screen because of how he has been slain, but we got to show the second flag cap anyway, and there you have it. Another flag. A relay is going to start to happen here, and Chiefs just simply do not have a handle on this map whatsoever. Alley-oop, and he's going to catch it, and that's flag cap number 3. Oh my goodness, Tony, we're watching a slaughter.
Fnatic really putting the pieces together, applying the pain. Oh, body shot will find a home. Will take the shields away and fade away. No scope timing. Fnatic can almost taste the Halo World Championships. They'll be qualifying into pool play if they win this map.
And it's going to be Fnatic who qualify for the Halo World Championship.
A complexity. They, at this point now, cannot trade. They cannot give up a single kill. They have to win this outright, and they're down by 6. They're starting to get these frags. They're only down by 3. Their special's isolated. We got a 2-kill game, Walshy. What happened?
Ascend just got hungry. They wanted just to fish off themselves. They were the aggressors. They torched our garage. They didn't have a strong advantage and just fell one by one. This team I was giving so much credit to, saying that they had the lead, that they weren't gonna blow it, are all of a sudden find themselves in a tie game. 8 unanswered kills here for Complexity in the final moments of this game. 1 kill separating themselves from tying this game.
They're all outside. Respectful's actually going to be isolated inside a garage. They're going to go for the push here.
He's the anchor.
Yeah, he's the anchor. He's waiting for it, but Vetra's going to try and check the corner. Snipe Drone gets a kill on Monster, but here comes Vetra around the corner, and he gets the kill! He gets the kill! No, 45-48. Ironical has the target on there. There's going to be a big fight, but it's a huge trade there. A huge trade for Sika. Only 1 kill left remaining here as Vetra's going to climb around the corner, and Ascend are going to qualify for Halo World Championship pool play tomorrow.
But 3 dead for the Chiefs, and it's Jay Lings who have just taken the lead. And with 8 seconds remaining, nobody going to be on point for the Chiefs to stop this ball from scoring even more points. And it's Jay Lings that are going to be going to the World Championship.
They're going to push this one aggressive. They have to make the move. Vetra, he's going to go down. Tapping buttons, able to get 2, but Cycle contributes as well. Ball's going to be played in the middle of the map. That was actually a really smart call there to just ditch that over toward mid, and Cycle continues to be a pain.
Yeah, Cycle doing so much damage there, and look at that. Gets the nice pick, gets the damage on tapping buttons.
Give it to the boy!
Getting all those kills.
Vetra's doing everything that he can, and he's doing his job effectively here, just keeping himself alive. What a kill from Vetra. He's been a nuisance in the back of this base. Then SSG need to find a solution right now because Complexity are on the move. Vetra with another kill. He's going to bring that flag out. Looking to take out Drift, and he does so with a double kill. Vetra is on fire. What a playmaker. That is it. Complexity, congratulations. You punched in your final spot for the Halo World Championship. Playing for $1 million. The journey does not end here today.
Halo World Championship is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, Dolby, the Marines, Zowie, Trolley, and Rockstar.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 Halo World Championship in the home of Halo, Seattle, Washington. This is the final stop of the season and the race for first place is on. We're live from the Seattle Convention Center and this place is a true Halo celebration. These teams have put in so much time, preparation and sacrifice to get to this moment. And today's pool play matches will be more than ever before. It's going to be absolutely insane. Every single match, every single map will mean absolutely everything to these guys performing on that main stage. And to bring you all of the action today, I have 3 of the best in Halo broadcast. I have Clutch, Onset, and Bravo. Gents, this is it. This is the moment. It is day 1 of the final stop on our roadmap. Clutch, how are you feeling?
I can't be more excited to get this one kicked off. This is the reason when this game came out that everybody started to put in the work for. These guys on the stage have put in so much time, so much effort. The preparation, it all comes to this weekend, this moment for these guys to write their name in the history books.
It really does indeed. And I said it in my intro, right? So much effort has gone into this very moment. And all season long, our teams have been working hard, but this is where it matters most. The race is on, truly on set. How are you feeling about the winner potentially by Sunday?
I just feel lucky to be up here, to be honest. You know, lucky to be a part of such a magnificent occasion. And like you're saying, all these teams all year long have been working for this moment, right? But the work's done now. We're here in Seattle. It's the Halo World Championships, and now you turn up or you shut up.
That is very, very true. Bravo, you've been a part of so many different World Championships. You are finally at another one, the end of the season here for Halo Infinite. How are you feeling about this? How should people at home be feeling?
I mean, I feel great. There's something special in this room. I think everyone here already can feel it. I think we can feel it here on the desk. And
as the guy said, the whole year has not only led up to this, but we've not had a competitive field that's felt like this ever in Halo history, right? There are truly not only 4, you could say 6 teams that could really take this event, which is pretty special and rare to say at a World Championship.
It is indeed. And I've got to say, you know, our final major of the season, Orlando, was electric, to say the least. And it's got to be said, Optic Gaming were absolutely lights out all weekend long. And I got to say, about damn time as well, right? You know, converting that from online into LAN and making it happen. But can they do it again today? That's the big question. From what you saw last major, Clutch, what's the answer to that for you?
They're definitely the favorites coming into this week, and absolutely without a doubt, the consistency that they're playing with right now, the level that they're playing, other teams can raise their level to play at that, but not as consistent as Optic Gaming right now. They are the favorites, like I said. I'm excited to see, now that the pressure's kind of off them as far as can we do it, they know they can do it at this point. It's a matter of will they this weekend.
That is the big question, right? And I've got to say, after they won on the main stage, APG's comments, the fact that the first thing to come out of this guy's mouth was, we got a lot of work to do. We're not looking to stop here. It's what's next. It's the World Championships. What kind of mentality does it take for a player to be staying now on top of a huge win for them?
Championship mentality is what you got to be thinking if you want to come here and you want to pick up that trophy when all of the action is finished on Sunday night. But I always say, right, it's incredibly difficult to get to the top of any professional esports sport, whatever it might be. Once you've got there, though, staying there is even more difficult. Everyone is going to be gunning for Optic Gaming this event. They have still got something to prove here, but they have looked phenomenal.
They have indeed. They looked absolutely insane. And I think it's going to be a really difficult task for a lot of teams to slow this team down right now. The momentum is definitely there. And FaZe was seemingly the only team to really give them a good run in Orlando. Do you feel like they're going to be rivals heading into this one here, Rob?
I think they have to be. I think a lot of people that haven't looked at the stats that closely from Orlando, you might have missed that FaZe gave Optic 50% of their losses at that event, which is crazy. Very rarely are you able to say that as well. The fact that FaZe constituting 50% of Optic's losses, they went around 25-4 that entire event, and some specific focus game types they're going to be looking at. But I think FaZe certainly has their number, and I think, Mark, you and I have been talking about a lot about how maybe this is FaZe's perfect timing to strike, but there's so many teams, as we said, in the final running.
There is, and there's one other thing that we should take away from Orlando. Who was the one team that Optic didn't play on their way to the finals? That was Sentinels. And Sentinels, we know, have kind of been the team who have been able to knock Optic down a peg a couple of times throughout this season. So if those two teams match up across this tournament, that is going to be an incredible watch.
It certainly is going to be an incredible watch, especially with what we have on the line. $1 million is the biggest prize pool we've seen all season long. And that first place, $400,000, is absolutely insane. An incredible amount of money for our team who's going to be taking home the trophy, the pride, the placement, and of course that incredible cash money pricing as well. But money aside, we've spoken how amazing it is to get top 4. But as the final event and a world championship title, up for grabs, that's really where it lies, right? That first place is the only thing teams care about right now, Clutch.
Yeah, the money's great, don't get me wrong, like as a guy that wants to compete for that amount of prize pool, but it's all about getting a championship under your belt. It's all about leaving your name in stone for the history books. And there's not a lot of opportunities to do that, right? You got to take advantage of every single big moment in your career, because at the end of the day, we're talking about Lethal competing for a world championship, Sentinels going for their 3rd. We're talking about Cloud9. Those guys won a 2nd one over there. And then there's plenty of players that haven't had that opportunity, that want the chance to put themselves amongst the Hall of Fame of Halo.
Yeah.
They do indeed. And talking about opportunities, we have a lot of opportunities to check out a lot of cool things in this arena right now. We have tons of stuff happening, loads of different booths, but also our Halo Fest experience happening as well. Right at the back of this incredible event, we do have our community stage as well with so much on offer. Have you seen how incredible that schedule is?
It's wild. It is jam-packed. I am jealous because there's a lot on here that we're not going to even be able to check out. You've got live play dates. I mean, Steve Downs and Jen Taylor are in the building, folks. Voices of Master Chief and Cortana as well. Incredible to have them here. Yeah, and to be honest, when I saw the schedule, I was like, I'm going to have to commentate a lot, and I probably won't be able to see any of this.
Very true. We'll have to catch it on the rebroadcast. Cool. We've got Echidna hosting a panel with the women in Halo as well, which I'm really looking forward to. We've got a cosplay contest, so we're going to be seeing Chiefs around, Cortanas, I'm sure of it. Hopefully a couple of different things as well. I want to see the full Halo world on display as well here. But yeah, and live forging, which I can't wait for as well. So much to be watching out for here live. But if you are at home, Where can you watch? Well, friends, we have 4 different places for you guys to check out all of the action. 4 different streams. 2 are going to be casted. 2 will be just gameplay. But this is to ensure that you guys can tune into each of our streams to catch all of your favorite teams playing for the title this weekend. And it is going to be insane. So make sure you do have all of the tabs open. And if you do have your tabs open, then you already know what's coming your way. We have Twitch drops, folks, and my goodness me, do we have a lot of them. And this is where I usually go through all of them and tell you how amazing they are, but we literally have so many that I'd be here all day.
So much.
Yeah. Yes. So my advice to you is to ensure that every single day you're watching for 2 hours and you can pick up every single one of these as well. So absolutely gorgeous. I can already see things that I just want to be able to pick up right now. But we also do have co-streamers. There's even more Twitch drops available, and all of our co-streamers will be streaming alongside us, so make sure you tune in and support them, as well as Scump and Shotzi in the building, who are actually live here, and they will be live streaming backstage. They will be present in this arena, which is absolutely amazing. So we're kind of merging the COD world with the Halo world. But yeah, we have a lot of support here, Clutch.
I think the support it goes beyond just the Green Wall, who we know shows up to just about every event. I see mothers, fathers, I see families of everyone here. That's something special that every single one of these players want to take advantage of the opportunity to showcase what they do the best, all this hard work that they put in, the best players in the world. They're going to be recognized not only in front of their family, their friends, but the entire stage, like the entire audience. Every Halo fan is going to be watching this weekend, and it's going to be electric with just the moment that builds throughout the weekend.
It certainly will indeed. You may have also noticed that cheeky little weapon charm there. That's an exclusive in-person weapon charm. So if you are here in the arena, folks, I'm talking to you in the audience, you can get that weapon charm, including all of the Twitch drops that are available online as well. So don't worry for being here. You're not going home empty-handed. But we need to talk about what happened yesterday, because this actually isn't the first day of technical action. We had our play-ins yesterday, which actually did start filling up our pools. So I'm really excited to talk about what happened there, because we did have 4 teams qualify. We had Fnatic, J-Links, Complexity, and Ascend. I'm not surprised at the outcome of this here on set. I think it was a little bit interesting to see how the bracket played out, though. We saw a couple of close games here, and I think the first one I want to point out and get your thoughts on is Ascend versus Complexity. That was 1 kill away from being a 3-0, but very different story here.
Yeah, it nearly was a 3-2 to Complexity. It was a very interesting series. Ascend looked like they were kind of in the ascendancy, to use a terrible pun, but they were winning most of the games comfortably. The Slayers, though, right at the end, they were just like, it felt like they were trying to throw them away at one point. You didn't see a way that they could lose, but Complexity almost brought both of those games back. It was a wild series, a crazy series. Maybe the nerves starting to get to a few players on that stage, but Ascend did get that job done. So Ascend and J-Links from Europe will both be in pool play today.
They certainly will indeed. And Brav, only European and North American teams actually made it into pool play, and I'm a little bit surprised. I think if there is a surprise here, it's got to be Space Station for me. What do you make of that?
I mean, anyone who caught the series last night, that was our final series of the evening, and it was quite a way to end the play. And a lot of people, I think, Walshy and Golden Boy said it themselves, that easily could have been a 3-0 to Space Station. We could see that Latin American representation here if a few kills went differently at the end of the evening. So a bit of a heartbreaker there for the Space Station side and all of Latin America. I think, of course, we're going to look to see what they can do next season. But on the flip side of that, Complexity has a lot to be proud of. They bounced back in those game types. It was a 50-48 Game 2 Slayer. I think that's going to give them some momentum coming into today as well.
I certainly agree. I think it is flattering for Complexity, to say the least, there. And I think Ascend have things to work on and to push forward with confidence. Maybe a little bit of first, part tournament jitters. We'll see how they push through things, in the pools. And speaking of, let's check them out. Let's see exactly where all of our play-in bracket teams have actually pushed into. And I gotta say, there is particular pools here that are gonna be more difficult than others. And my goodness me, they're stacked, to say the least. But I gotta say, Pool D is looking pretty scary right about now for fans and viewers at home. Clutch, why?
I mean, you have Ascend versus Navi. That's a tale as old as time growing over in the European scene. You know, Ascend, they want an opportunity to prove that they are the best European representative. They're going to have an opportunity in Pool D to take down Navi, but they're going to be a scary opponent for any of these teams to play. Sentinels and eUnited need to bring their A game on Friday of pool play in the World Championships, and that's not something we have to say for every top seed.
D is for death. That's what I'm saying with Pool D. This is the one that you don't want to be in. And this is the one that Ascend had to land in, and it is going to be a bloodbath all day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if you needed to sum it up even more, throughout this season, all of these teams have taken maps off of each other. It isn't just a sweep for every single team that's been in here. This is going to be such a competitive pool. It's not like the rest of the majors that we've seen so far this year. Every team who's in these pools have had to fight and claw to be here. It's going to be wild.
Look at the rematch we get from Sentinels versus eUnited. eUnited was up 2-0 against them in Orlando. You know they feel like that series was theirs and they let it slip through their fingers. They get another shot at the Kings and at that opportunity at a 1-seed and pool here against Sentinels later today.
Well, we have plenty of opportunities when we're looking at our schedule for day one of your World Championships, by the way, people. Starting things off, we have FaZe Clan versus G2 Esports in Pool C. Pool D brings us eUnited versus Navi. At 3 p.m, we got G1 versus Team War, the team who really surprised everyone in Orlando. Can they do it again? 4:30, Optic versus Native Red. A big match there. We see the Green Wall for the first time. Cloud9 versus G1 this evening. And to finish things off, a big grudge match, a big rematch.
Yes.
Sentinels versus eUnited, and I'm pretty sure that one is going to be a banger. I've said it many times before, folks, but I really, truly mean it when I do say it. That one's going to be electric, and I'm excited to see how that one plays out this time around. I feel like it could be a little bit different. We'll have to see, which team are really ready on Friday and who's sleeping still. So we'll have to wait and see. But you may have noted first up, we have FaZe versus G2. And that one, honestly, I'm very interested in as well. I think this is a really good first game. And looking at both of these teams, I think they both have a lot to prove, but in different ways. I think a hot start could be what the Halo Doctor ordered to remedy both of them and what happened in Orlando. Looking at G2 first, though, I really feel like they have kind of been the stepping stone so far into that big fish pond of the HCS. But can they be more than that clutch?
It's been a disappointing year for these guys. You expect an upset to occur. Will it be at the World Championship? The pickup of Barcode is going to boost their potential immensely, right? His individual skill speaks for itself. There's a reason they felt like they needed to make a change before Orlando. They didn't get quite the practice that they wanted going into Orlando. I'm hoping that these past few weeks in between the two tournaments is going to give this G2 team some life. And if it does, this could be where they create the upset that we've been waiting for all year.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head there, but I think a big question out of that about the practice, and obviously needing that practice coming in today, is a little bit more practice enough against the top four?
Well, we're going to find out. I think it's everything you can do to prepare for this kind of series and this kind of tournament G2 have had to do, right? Maybe they haven't had as long as everyone else, but this is the first time this year we've seen two rosters from G2 the same tournament after tournament. So they haven't made a change. They've all stuck together. This is the lineup they're sticking with, and now they've got to work out those little things. Haven't had a huge amount of time, but this is the most time that we feel like G2 have had all year to actually get prepared for a tournament. So I think they're going to be a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, let's also not forget, right? I mean, this wasn't widely publicized, but some passport visa issues prior to Orlando for G2 meant that they didn't get the practice time that they wanted in. Now they've had 3 weeks of extra practice, and you got to think that gave them the opportunity. The question is, have they converted? Have they put in the hours? Will they show up differently here in Seattle?
That is definitely the big question, and they can actually put an answer to that one right here, right now. Let's talk about FaZe, though, on the other side, who are looking to make things awfully hard for our G2 team. I think the big question coming into this is about the superstar Renegade, right? Is he going to lead FaZe to a world victory this time around? And it all starts with game one on day one. I think it's so big. He was the C9 superstar. FaZe took him. Is it enough for this roster clutch?
I absolutely think it's enough. I'm looking at this team to win this tournament this weekend. They are stacked with talent. They have confidence now after Orlando. They figured out, hey, we can compete with the top four. And not only that, we might just be flat out better when we're playing our game. It starts with game one. I'm expecting this team to come out hot, make some statements, and watch out for FaZe Clan this weekend, because I think if they get hot, the way these players play off emotion and off of momentum, this could be the most dangerous team at this tournament.
They very well could be, but what are you expecting right now, match one from FaZe? Are we looking to see that fully functioning FaZe roster, or are they going to be leaving a little bit in the tank against G2, respectfully?
I think FaZe are going to play every game that's on that main stage like it's their last game of this season. They are going to be coming out of the gates hot. They are prepared. And like Wes said, emotionally, this team, if they get that first win on the board, they can become that juggernaut that just cannot be stopped throughout a weekend. So much individual skill, so much talent as a unit, and every single piece seems to be working together. But now this is the tournament the roster was built for. They're going to have to perform. I'm looking forward to watching FaZe all weekend long.
Now we're looking at our head-to-head right now on map records for both of these two teams, and really my eyes go to that map one statistic, both exactly the same. So both teams know how to have a hot start, fairly even across the board. But what are you reading into that in terms of this series, do you think, Rob?
I think it'll really come down to game types for these two teams, right? You have to think, with the enormous amount of game types that are in Halo Infinite, for anyone who isn't that dialed in, there is a huge abundance of game types here. Oftentimes there's only 10 or 11 total game types. Here we have 15 plus game types that are played. So teams cannot focus on all these game types equally. You need to prioritize which game types. You might not have been as hot in Orlando. You need to make sure you're coming into Seattle with really good game plans for each of those game types.
You do indeed. I'll tell you what though, we do have a lot of incredible players up there, and it's very difficult sometimes to choose two to kind of, you know, compare. But this one's pretty easy because these two are roommates right now. So the comparison is definitely valid. But Barcode and Spartan, I want to talk about here. They have been rooming since Barcode has come over from ANZ and made that switch to North America. Bit of an interesting one here, Clutch, because, you know, so to speak, you're sleeping with the enemy, right? And it's difficult. You're trying to train, you're trying to practice, you're trying to go over things, and, you know, he's in the other room. So how are you feeling about that mentally, you know, preparing, going into the biggest event we have this season?
Yeah, this is when you don't want to lose and go home and then see the guy as you're
locks
going.
are changed, you can't get in the door, yeah.
Absolutely. Spartan's going to have a little bit of a chip on his shoulder here. And Barcode, I think he's too nice of a guy to, like, really.
Right.
He might be like, am I stepping on your toes here? I don't want to beat you in the first series because you've given me the opportunity of housing. So a little playful banter there, but I don't expect that to really intertwine or affect either of their gameplays. I think that they're going to be focused on the task at hand. Control the controllables is what you say, right? It's your gameplay. Let the other guy play. I think they have a massive amount of respect for each other, and they're always playing together, so I'm fairly certain that they know each other's play styles. Don't be surprised when they end up in a lot of gunfights throughout the series.
I won't be. I'll be looking out for it for sure. Well, folks, we're done and dusted up here. But before we get into the match, we do have one very special person on the main stage right now, getting ready to kick things off for you guys at home. Tashi, it's over to you.
Yes, Lottie, we do have Tashi on the stage. Seattle, y'all ready to get the best Halo tournament of the year started? And I know you all are ready at home. Now I introduce to you Tashi, the lead at 343 for Esports. Tashi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Blaze, very much. Hey, everybody. On behalf of everyone at 343 Industries, just want to welcome you all to the Halo World Championship, and thank you so much for being here. It's been a really special year for us in HCS, and we couldn't have done any of it without the support of our players, partners, and of course, all the fans that watch here in person and watch online. We have a lot of exciting things happening at this event, so hopefully you take the time to not only watch the tournaments, but enjoy all the festivities. And of course, Winter Update is just a couple of weeks away, so we're excited to jump back in and play with you all. Thank you, and good luck to all the competitors. Yeah!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Halo World Championship. I cannot wipe the smile off my face all day long, Dan. I can't wait to jump into this one.
Yeah, this is going to be incredible. All year long, we've been waiting for this moment. Teams have been battling out. We've had stories. We've had rivalries. It all comes down to this. Can they actually get it done on the biggest stage?
And you talk about storylines, and we're better to start than FaZe. They're now in this championship conversation. There was question marks going into Orlando. Will this be the team that we expect? Will they live up to the expectations? And they have.
And I think they'll be very happy they've been able to do that. They've been able to get to this point, excuse me, where they can be a World Championship contender. When they formed this team, they knew it was going to be difficult. They knew they would have struggles, but now they can actually win a championship. They proved that in Orlando. They are good enough to take on the big teams, but now you've got to do it here on the biggest stage in front of all the lights.
And with G2 on the opposite side of that stage, this is a team who finished top 6 at Orlando, but is that going to be the peak of their ambitions, the peak of their abilities? And with CTF Catalyst Game 1, which way does it go?
Well, Catalyst Capture the Flag is a very good game type for FaZe. They actually took down G1 in Orlando. And you know what I say about G1 and Catalyst Capture the Flag? They are one of the best. So if FaZe can beat them, I do believe they can beat anyone. You move on to Slayer Streets. It was one of G2's worst game types in Orlando, but then Strongholds Live Fire, FaZe's absolute worst game type. So you've got a couple of bad ones in there for teams, and then it gets a little bit better as you go on further.
Well then, it's the Halo World Championships. Are we looking at a potential champion in FaZe? Can G2 upset one of the top 4? It all comes down to this. Will FaZe kick us off on the right note, or will they start slow? We're underway here, shields up, weapons hot.
Already Barcode showing why he is such a key element of this roster. Straight sick getting the first entry as well. Slam that overshield in, does not able to do so. A very important kill. Do not allow that overshield to start to run rampant in the early stages. Otherwise, you're really going to struggle.
You can see Barcode falling into the abyss there. With 2 dead. And Guilty on our screens here. What can he do to help influence this game in his team's favor? It's a 3-man push from FaZe. Sabonair gets the opening pick, but they've answered back. It's 2 dead, make it 3 for FaZe now. The perfect hold from G2 so far.
Keep a keen eye on who is picking up that flag for FaZe Clan. We've often seen the likes of Spartan grab a flag. He is going to be the most kind of caps that we saw in Orlando. He was always the one putting it in. But keep a better eye on what King Nick's doing when he's grabbing that flag, what he's doing. Because if he's pulling that flag, he doesn't often end up scoring it, but he will be the one who's initiating those pushes. He likes to be that entry player, do that damage, give that info, as we're going to see some disgusting snipes already from Gilkey.
Gilkey then descending on the enemy base. Pulling a flag, doesn't have the support that he requires at the moment. Gonna pull this flag towards his new spawners in Barcode. Running it over the halfway point now. Our FaZe Clan gonna be able to get this stop. You can see the outlines of Renegade as they push into the flag. We see Straight Sick on the spiker stairs. As we move up the ramp, skewer in hand. Falcade drops away. Flags are being touched. We have a standoff, and FaZe are looking to escort one back of their own. It's an all-out brawl over here, and a player has dipped out on the FaZe Clan side. So we will have to look at getting a restart.
Gilkey was in a position there with that skewer. He was going to do a lot of damage as well. He was very prepared for it. Unfortunate for the restart, but I will say, in the early stages, a lot of aggression coming from FaZe, trying to get those flag pulls. That was one of the things I noticed most from Orlando, is FaZe love to consistently pull that flag, whether that be when they're trying to flank round and they're trying to get a counter pull, or whether they're the team getting in your face, getting those flag pulls, just to try and initiate something, trying to be that team to push the ball and maybe push the boat out a little bit.
We did see G2 handling some of that pressure pretty handily, you have to say. It was a 3-man push and 2 players were able to stand strong and get the hold. And that bears them with confidence now. You look at all these top guns, you have Renegade, arguably one of the best players in the game. He's running at you, he's soaring at you, and you're able to handle that pressure.
Yeah, and I think that G2 and the tournament they had in Orlando, there's a lot of questions about, was it an easy bracket for them? Yeah. They even said themselves, we think it was a more comfortable bracket than maybe we could have had elsewhere. They still got top 6. They still got top 6 with a very under-practiced side as well. We know that Barcode, he didn't really have much practice because he was trying to sort visas, trying to sort passports, whatever it was. But now, those excuses aren't going to be there for G2 at this event, right? G2 have had time to practice. G2 have had time to put in the work and put in the effort. Can they top 6, though? Yeah. Because top 6 was still a flattering performance for them, and I think, really, if you ask them at this event, if they get top 6, they'd probably be okay with it. But can they break that top 4?
You talk about some of the practice, and they've been able to have some practice, and looking at the scrim results, they tied 7-7 with Navi, European, of course. They lost 13-2 to Ascend. Sentinels 13-4. And Optic 1-11. And up against FaZe in their most recent scrim, it was 7-3 to FaZe. So they've been getting the practice in, but it's not been going according to plan.
Yeah, but I think that scrim results is always going to be a difficult one. Are they actually trying new things? Are they playing in the way they would play on a main stage? Because it is very different when you are under those lights and you do have that extra bit of pressure. Sometimes you also like to keep things up your sleeve a little bit. Strategies that maybe you don't want other teams knowing. It's been such a secret period going from Orlando into Worlds of teams not streaming, teams trying to keep things under wraps a little bit, some teams not scrimming others, some teams not scrimming the game types they're going to play against other teams. Everything's been there just to try and give you that little bit of an extra advantage, because this is the World Championships. You're playing for $1 million, right? The time is now, and you've got to make sure you're playing at your very best.
Team scrimming under the cover of darkness, it would seem, and we talked about the pressure, and Barcode smiled on his face up on the main stage. He's not feeling one bit of it here at the World Championships. We will jump straight back into Catalyst CTF when we can get it loaded back up, but it must be said, in those early engagements, it was pretty 50-50, both teams still feeling each other out.
And the main difference I noticed statistically from these two teams when it comes to capture the flag in general is that FaZe have 2 players. You've got King Nick and Spartan who will be going for that objective. The other 2 are going to be more Slayer-based, more support-based, whereas on the side of G2, everyone was doing that objective. Everyone was playing that part. Is that going to make a big difference? If they can isolate those objective players on the side of FaZe, will those flags still get pulled?
Shall we try this again then? FaZe, it's time to shine. It's time to start off hot. They speak about catching fire. Well, how they want to do it here and now. We're underway once more. We're on board with Gilkey. He fires across the map, hitting Barco with shots all the time. And it's actually King Nick that we're on board with here. As he surveys the land, Barcode will go down. Overshield still up for grabs. Straight six, trying as he might to stop King Nick getting his hands on it. And as he slides out, he will put a couple of shots. Straight six, Sabonair dips away. Almost offers up Straight six as a sacrifice, but will go down ultimately in the end. This is better as he descends on the base once more.
And look where King Nick is. The complete opposite side from any teammates. He is the flank at the moment, but Spartan comes to support him. These are the two players I was saying are going to be pulling the flag. They have the most consistent flag pulls, but neither of them doing it. Renegade flipping the script a little bit. You're more aggressive, you're more slaying powered player. He's going to be pulling that flag, and already FaZe have so much control here of Catalyst.
Do you believe in King Nick's supremacy? You don't need to, because FaZe have taken the lead here. They've broken the deadlock, and it took very little time at all.
After such a promising start previously from G2, a little bit of a whimper going into the restart, not able to stop the aggression from FaZe as they pinch them, pushing into the base. And already another flag is going to be grabbed. King Nick trying to do something, not only grabs the flag, but also has the skewer and says, you know what, screw the objective, let's get a kill first. I think this one might have to just go on pause for FaZe ever so slightly until they get another couple of kills.
FaZe here and now, they're not looking to shadow box or to jab. They're landing haymakers onto G2, scoring so early. Valcade with the commando, Gilkey baits and switch with Sabonator. Expertly done there. Barcode gets the flag pull, but that's the end of it. And his housemate, roommate Spartan will take him down. Flag return. Map will be split, honors even now.
Housemate, roommate, but will he still be a mate after this series? That's going to be the real question. Barcode will challenge. Barcode will win. Only 2 kills at the moment. We've got to keep an eye on what Barcode does. He was the outlier of this G2 squad on Catalyst Capture the Flag in Orlando. He had a 1.46 KD. He had so much fun on this map and mode, but he needs to find that same kind of form if they're going to really challenge FaZe Clan.
Talking about form, a player that's had a slow start so far. Gilkey gets to register a kill, has 3 assists to his name. He's been involved, he's been there. As he pulls this flag, gets it moving for his team. Is the support around him gonna be efficient enough, sufficient enough? All 4 still up, Renegade in the respawn screen. Here comes the cavalry now to help escort this one all the way home. Do they have the ingredients they need? Gilkey's not too comfortable what's behind them. Throws a few denial nades. Barcode comes over the shoulder with a plasma pistol. Are we about to tie this one up? Yes, we are. 1-1.
What a response from G2, but what happens here? FaZe have got 3 down. The counter cap is very much alive. This is what Catalyst Capture the Flag does. If you throw so much resources in trying to get that flag across the map, you leave yourself so vulnerable to a counter cap. And the pressure now on Straight Six to at least do some damage, but he's already backed off. FaZe should be able to cap this straight away.
Any bit of wind they had in their sails completely evaporated immediately as FaZe retake the lead here, 2-1.
It's almost like when you have a lead, you can almost wait for the other team to get a pull and say, look, we can give them a capture if we need, because as long as we do enough damage in their base, we can slay 3 of them. We can get that flag pulled and get a counter cap of our own. Honestly, fantastic play from FaZe Clan, considering the fact they just lost the flag so quickly.
Here is Gilkey. Shots going down, faced with 2 members of FaZe, both down to no shields, but desperately couldn't get one, couldn't get a trade. And when kills like that start to go against you, is momentum going against you, do you start feeling down about yourself? And here is Sabonator. Shots on the Spartan, connects with 1. Overshield is up, King Nick goes down, that's 2. This is better. Valcade desperately trying to stay alive, has done enough for now. This opens up the door, an opportunity for Overshield. Renegade stands 2 members of G2 down. That battle rifle is hitting hard cross map, but Barcode cares not. He's gone for it, but he's been absolutely lit up.
Honestly, if I'm a member of G2 right now, I just want Gilkey to get a kill. 4 assists, he does get 1. That is so much for your confidence as a player. When you are 4 minutes in and you haven't got a kill yet, you start to overthink things. We know what Gilkey is. We know what Gilkey does. He's one of the best players when he starts to get rolling. So the fact he's finally got a kill on the board, that'll be such a weight off his shoulders. He doesn't need to look at those stats anymore. I think that'll be really good for G2's chances as they move on in this game.
Or Sabonator, that how he would love to be in the championship conversation. They've gotten themselves as far as top 6, but nobody has really given them the respect You talk about easy brackets, but they still had to beat some top teams, the likes of Oxygen. And how they would love, with a little bit more practice under their belt, to claim the scalp of FaZe Clan and really light this tournament up right from the get-go. 3 dead for FaZe, Flags on the move.
Yeah, it's all well and good saying, you know, an easy bracket. They still had to get the job done where other teams did not. The likes of Team War, the likes of Oxygen, they still beat some incredibly good sides like Ascend, for example. That Flag is still on the move, though. Sab tries to do his best to stop Spartan. Flag should get put in, will get put in. It's 2-2. And I tell you what, G2 are showing up already at this event.
All tied up then. Here is Gilkey. Can he lead his team to success? Falcated underneath him. Crouching, playing his angles, playing his corners. Spartan steps out of line, and that grenade will follow him all the way home. Send him to the black screen. Renegade trying to get a little bit tricksy. And ultimately, those players both back down, give each other the respect that they deserve. Falcade descends on Gilkey and puts him away. 3 dead for G2 and an opportunity for FaZe Clan to retake the lead.
So frustrating in those positions when that high ground is above you. One of the best places to hold to really try and get some extra shots as players are walking out the flag. But with 3 dead, FaZe now can push up, but look, they are waiting. They're biding their time, they're getting together, and they should be able to isolate one of these players here.
Barcode sitting back left of the flag. Falcade must have got some hits with that grenade as Barcode stepped out a little bit. Gilkey gets sent up against the wall, but not enough to eliminate him. 2 dead for G2. 2 dead for FaZe Clan. But it's Renegade with the skewer in hand, with intentions of making some kebabs. Barcode picks up 1, and that might quell the push, but he connects with 1.
So important, he did connect as well. Do it again and you've done your job, or just slightly whiffs it. But Renegades put enough pressure, done enough damage that G2 weren't able to capitalize off the slays they got in their own base. But this really is a 50-50 at the moment. I'd say neither team looks particularly strong when it comes to these setups, but both of them are slaying out correctly.
Renegade falls. Spartan doubles back, has the information that he needs. Straight Six gonna pull that flag, runs straight into Spartan. It's a straight 1v1 dogfight here, and Straight Six gives up the ghost, recognizing he was down in the fight. Renegade picks up Barcode elsewhere. And perhaps again, that opportunity comes to FaZe. It's a little bit one-way traffic right now with G2 desperately trying to cling on.
Can FaZe make it count though? They've had these opportunities before. These are the important slays. Those are the big grenades you need to be hitting. And G2 have the decision. Do we try and fight out of our base, or do we push through it? Barcode is leading the charge on the flank, but if he gets caught by 2 FaZe Clan players, this is a guaranteed cap.
And Overshield's gonna pop up as well. And you can see Spartan has intentions of getting his hands on that. 4 minutes on the clock. Flag has been dropped. Renegade fell. Spartan picks it up, scoops it up, punches it in. They retake the lead, and Overshield is fresh out the oven, but G2 look closest to get their hands on it.
Exactly what I was saying before the game. Spartan, he gets a lot of flag grabs, but he gets more flag caps. He's always on hand, and the plasma pistol reigns true onto Gilkey, and the Overshield is negated. And unfortunately, that means G2's push is going to be quelled here. There is not really going to be much opportunity for them to advance, especially when that flag is already being moved on the other side. Great work from Renegade. Distract G2, make them come back. It's going to be so difficult for them to try and manage where they push now.
Straight Stick is trying to stay alive, desperately chasing shadows. Didn't know where that was coming from. He knew they wanted him though.
Eagle flag return.
Flag gets sent home. Still a 1 flag cap lead here for FaZe with 3 minutes and 17 on the clock then. What do G2 have? Do FaZe Clan start to alter some of their plans? Flag being pulled. They're not interested in holding 1. They want to double the lead, but we're going to have a flag standoff. This next engagement is pivotal.
Yeah, both these teams out-rotated each other there. They went either side of the map. They found themselves at flags, and they were like, okay, I guess we both pull it. But 2 kills go in favor of G2. And this could be a really important moment. What can Nick do? Could try and keep this one alive here. Has to go big. Has a little bit of support. Takes on Gilkey, but Gilkey gives him the wiggles.
Flag sent back, but Spartan with a thorn in the side. He connects, does the Gilkster. And is that the opportunity to tie this game up then?
Eagle flag return.
Flag return.
Eagle flag.
All square once more. 3-3. 2:30 on the clock. This is a banger.
Considering the slaying stats you see on your screen, the fact G2 are tied here is incredible. They're doing so well objectively. They are frustrating FaZe Clan. They're getting kills in the right areas. But now, 3 dead. FaZe get to move once more. Gilkey gets destroyed off spawn. Actually, everyone's dying off spawn. And G2 now are just getting ripped apart by Renegade. And this is going to be an easy cap if Nick can get around this corner, but he can't.
Can't round the corner, but Falcade's there to connect. Picks up the flag to relay this one. Is it going to be the same old story for G2? Where the counter cap rings? Yes, it does. They ring the bell. 4-3. FaZe Clan retake the lead.
So tough for G2. Time and time again, they're getting back into it. But FaZe, they answer back so quickly. If G2 were just able to stabilize ever so slightly after these caps, it would be so different. But FaZe are ruthless with their aggression. They're constantly pushing their advantage. They know they're outslaying them heavily, and they're able to get caps so easily once they get those pulls.
Falcade sends in the base. It looks as though G2 are going to overextend here, fully aware of the time that remains. 1 minute. They have to play offense here, and perhaps pulling the goalie and giving up their own base and playing for that 50-50. Falcade has come back. Barcode tags him up to no shields. Can he live here? It's pivotal that he does. King Nick baiting him a little bit, and that's essential, but Renegade has that flag grab. Getting back almost uncontested here. And Barcode, the only player that can have an influence, but he gets cut down at the knees.
This could be the last flag cap, 45 seconds. Renegade knows, though, he needs to do some damage. I don't think FaZe are going to desperate this flag, but G2, they have to. They have to try and get this returned. Hope they get some slays, and if they can get a counter cap, which Falcade is the last remaining player, it is still possible here for G2.
They have gotten the slays, but Renegade's back off the respawn. Back once again with the Renegade Master. Barcode will put him down. But time is very much of the essence here. King Nick and Spartan, they're back once more, trying to bite off more than they can chew, but they connect, and they find a home. With 15 seconds remaining, have FaZe done enough?
Surely it's enough, right? Surely G2 have got nothing left in the tank. They've thrown everything at them, but I think it's going to come down to these last few kills.
Straight Sick gets 2. Sabonator, can he get the flag grab? No, he can't. Kill for the 11th hour, but Straight Sick gets his hands on it. But have they given up too much resources? Can Barcode win this 1v1? Yes, he can. This is the moment, but he goes down. And time will run out. And FaZe Clan will get game 1.
And now you have a breather, because what an intense first game of the World Championship that was. Back and forth, flags pulled left, right, and center. Counter caps galore. FaZe, they outslayed G2 heavily, but G2 held their own when it came to that objective. They really timed their pulls correctly. They were efficient, G2. Just unfortunately couldn't really win those individual battles. It was a little bit too easy for FaZe to flood the map at times, but you've got to respect how close that was from G2. But have they put so much effort into that game 1 now? Like, going into a game 2, are you dejected? Are you a little bit frustrated? Or can you build from that? Can you say, we did so well. We've just only lost by 1 cap to a top 4 team, a FaZe Clan team who looked incredible at Orlando.
And it must be said, they lost by 2 flag captures, but also at the same time, 2 moments. And it was right after they equalized and tied us up. They got the flag capture, but they couldn't hold out in those few moments afterwards and gave up the counter cap both times. And that is why FaZe Clan won, because G2 just didn't have the defense in place to hold the flag.
And unfortunately, that is the way that Catalyst capture the flag crumbles sometimes, the cookie as it were, is you put so much resources, so much effort into trying to get that flag back. Look at this, like Gilkey, head down, everyone's trying to do what they can from G2, 3 of them fall, and FaZe were able to get such an easy counter cap because there was just no one to really contest it. And what FaZe were doing well is off spawn, G2 were constantly being stared at. They were spawning into gunfire at times. FaZe's kind of spawn control was incredible in that game.
And from the mentality side of things, do G2 feel down on themselves that they were so close yet so far, or is it a case of, hang on a minute, we were competing that game?
I think competing with FaZe, who finished 3rd in Orlando, is always going to be a good situation to be in, right? FaZe were, you know, they had questions about them in Orlando. G2 had questions about them in Orlando. FaZe answered their questions. G2, it was still a little bit of a, okay, well, we don't really know what they're capable of because they haven't really played the top teams. But now we're seeing them against one of the best, and they didn't look out of place. They looked like a top 6 side. They looked like a side that actually, if 1 or 2 kills had gone their way, they could have won game 1.
How often is that the story in a game of Halo? 1 kill. Such small margins at the top of this game that can really make or break you. And it was FaZe Clan, despite a couple of nervy moments, who managed to clutch up And could that be the story of their tournament?
And right at the end of the game, G2 kind of throwing everything at it again. Barcode wins a 1v1, but the spawns were coming thick and fast from FaZe Clan. They were always there to just make sure that they were able to guard that flag. And very well played in the final moments, because we've seen teams throw away kind of situations like that when you get a little bit nervous in the end game. But there's the series layout, and there's game 2. It's going to be Slayer Streets. It doesn't get much better for G2 fans, I'm afraid, as this was one of their worst game types at Orlando. And FaZe really have demonstrated in Slayers they are a very powerful side. I mean, you look at the 4 players on that team, any of them can pop off. So for G2, I want to see someone kind of step up and really take this game by the scruff of the neck. I want to see Barcode show us what he's made of. Now he is practiced with this roster.
And is it a case of you look to Barcode to pick it up and maybe drive this team forward on this Streets game, or is there other players around him that could build it? Because we have superstars on the other side of that stage, and is it a case of, in order for G2 to get the better of FaZe, it's going to have to be a team effort?
Well, you can become a superstar in this series, right? If you step up, if you can dominate FaZe Clan, if you can be the one who's getting 20+ kills, suddenly at a World Championship, you're a superstar. And then going on to the next season, you're going to be sought after, you're going to be looked at, you're going to be expected to perform that way as well. So there is always that added pressure. But I think when you look at what kind of Barcode has added to this team and his flair and his personality, there's a lot of fans now of this G2 roster. Not saying there wasn't before, but he's added a lot, and suddenly that adds a lot of extra eyes as well. If you can deal with that pressure, and if you can kind of mold that into some sort of energy so then you can push forward and make it confidence, then suddenly G2 become a very scary force. But I think that man on your screen is going to be a big difference maker in this game when you look at his slaying ability. So I really hope this is not going to be a whitewash just because it's a bad game type for G2.
And we may not have teams to represent the ANZ region, but we do have Barcode, and you know, that whole continent is going to be behind him. That whole country, top to bottom, New Zealand too. They have some rivalries, they have some banter, but when you see Barcode smiling, you can't help but get along with them.
Yeah, I think that it was disappointing not to see the LATAM region, the ANZ region, make it through to the World Championships. Just North American and European representation, but you're completely right. Barcode with a whole country, whole continent on the back of his shoulders. Well, now's the time to impress them. Now's the time to step up. Street Slayer may have been a bad game type for you in Orlando, but that was on no practice. Now G2 have practiced. What can you do here in game number 2?
Have they corrected some of the errors? Have they ironed out some of the problems? Or will FaZe Clan roll them here and take a 2-0 series lead? It's about controlling the sandbox. It's about holding map control. And there are few better at the game than doing that than Spartan. As we roll into this one in game 2, can G2 bounce back?
Gilkey has done a lot in Slayers for this roster throughout so many historic games of Halo. But he's got to do it once more. It's a great start from G2. They're trying to push the aggression as well. Trying to take advantage of the weapons they've been able to pick up. It's already 3-0. It's going to be 4. And if they can get rockets off the back of this, FaZe are going to be curling up in a corner and hiding away.
For that man on your screen there, Straight 6. He's very much been the guardian of top 6 for a very, very long time. And is this the moment where he takes that next step? Can he push on and get into that top 4 conversation? It all starts here against a team of the caliber of FaZe Clan. The games don't come much easier. With Falcated now putting down some shots on that rail, saving air falls, but picks up 2 in the feed on his way out. 7-4 here as FaZe Clan go 3 dead. It was the perfect start for G2, and it's all about building upon that, and that's going to give Barcode's confidence the world of good.
I mean, if you can take down Renegade, you can take down anyone, right? Still a 3-kill lead here. G2 pushing that advantage, not allowing FaZe to get back into the game. There was rockets picked up by FaZe Clan. And I think that's what allowed them to slightly edge their way back in. The Street slows down once more. Both teams on either side of the map. Gilkey's separated. But unfortunately, that's going to mean now, if G2 are lost, if they're on the other side of the map, they're outnumbered. If Gilkey gets spotted, he's got to be careful.
2 kills separate these 2 teams now. Gilkey with that stock rifle already carving holes through FaZe, punching damage everywhere. Spartan, though, using that pulse rifle, ripping shields away. Rockets about to pop. Plasma grenade sent over the top from Renegade. Straight 6 soars forward with the stock rifle, but Renegade pays him no mind. putting them down.
And what a season it has been for Renegade for many different reasons. Started off winning with Cloud9, ended up making a change, ended up leaving the team. Now finds himself on this FaZe Clan roster. They had an excellent performance in Orlando, but imagine if he could top off this season with a World Championship. I think he knows it's not going to be easy, and I think he knows they're not the favorites as he eats a rocket. Gilkey just saying, look, if you're going to let us have these power weapons, oh, that's the perfect drop ball.
Wall goes down. You can see the hesitation to fire that rocket, and ultimately, rockets change hands. And what a rocket that was from Gilkey, sending it from the bottom of the streets to eliminate Renegade. But a one-kill game now. An absolute nail-biter here. And you can see the FaZe Clan guys at the end of game one having a sigh of relief. And is it about doubling their series lead now? Spartan willing to slow this one down. Bulldog in the back pocket. Straight tick over towards Arcade. We are now officially at a standstill, a traffic jam.
And you really can see the respect from FaZe Clan towards G2. They're not just running at them aimlessly. Sab goes down though, so could this now be the time for FaZe to just explode into some sort of push? They've got the information one player is an Arcade, but Spartan doesn't want to just go out in case there's a player baiting him. Checking every angle, checking every corner. Has support with him now, and FaZe have taken so much of this map, they're forcing G2 back into this corner.
Spartan forced to back down there. The push wasn't quick enough. Gilkey gets 2 in the feed. One kill game, make it 2 once more. Spartan's been spotted out, firing the Bulldog, but it's not going to do the damage required to get the kill. Certainly not at that range. Gilkey's managed to scamper away into Red Room. Back into Arcade he goes. Controlling the map expertly now. Slicing it up. Spartan goes down. Rockets popped up. Straight sick. Has his eyes on them from the top of streets. King Nick backed all the way down a tram to no shields. Barcode on hand to clean up that extra damage. One rocket will be fired, but it's nothing but a flare for now.
And if Straight Sick is the Guardian, then Gilkey is the Gatekeeper. Like Gandalf, you shall not pass, has the rockets and says, look, we want to show what we're made of here. We want to show that we are no pushovers. And they're getting aggressive now. That rocket should connect, will connect. And G2 find themselves 4 ahead once again. They were so patient. They knew FaZe Clan wanted to slow it down. But when you can speed it up and make your opposition feel uncomfortable, that's when G2 are going to be at their very best.
G2 counterplaying FaZe Clan perfectly. But it's a push now on the Cafe side, up through Pink. Renegade throwing in some spike grenades. They got some hits. You can see Straight Sick immediately gets himself out of there. Gilkey isolated and all alone, sacrificed to the FaZe Clan Wolves. Now all of a sudden, numbers are very heavily stacked in FaZe Clan's favor, and G2 on a little bit of a spawn rotation, staggered. Trades come here and there and everywhere, and we're all tied up.
Renegade with 10 kills, and I don't think you'll be surprised if I tell you he was the main slayer of this FaZe Clan roster. He was the guy who was getting all the kills in the slaying games, and I think that's what's expected of him with his playstyle, how aggressive he can be at the right times. Puts the Bulldogs to work, it's a big double, and now it's about staying alive. Unfortunately cannot do so. But FaZe have got themselves back into the game. Once more, it's 29-29, it's all tied up. Are we gonna now see, as we get to the 30 kill mark, one of these teams really start to gain an advantage? Or is this gonna go right down to the wire, all the way through the game?
Drop shield deployed once more. Spartan with the Stalker rifle in. Having a slow game by his high standards, but still positive 1 here. 6 kills, 3 assists, and 5 deaths. The teammates have picked up 2 in the feed. Barcode will answer back with 1. Rockets in hands now. Scooped up, spun away, head on a swivel, and brought back to safety to his teammates. It cost them Renegade in the process. Stalker rifle dropped off, and no doubt he'll pick up the commando to boot. So he has a full arsenal to attack with as he descends down Pink Street. Eyes on the top of the stairs, nothing doing this time. Willing to slow it down once more. It's a 1-kill game.
And I cannot stress enough how important this game 2 is for G2. You go 2-0 down, suddenly your confidence is gone. You go into game 3 just hoping you can make a difference. If you go into game 3, one of FaZe's worst game types from Orlando, at 1-1, suddenly you start to believe that actually you can take this series. That FaZe are not untouchable. And G2 have been such a different team from Orlando to now. Forget easy brackets, forget how they got to top 6. They are a top 6 side, and they're demonstrating that right in front of our very eyes.
Renegade's got the opener here, and perhaps With the rockets over Spartan's shoulder, that will mean misery for G2. Spartan has opted to stay where he is, though.
Here we go.
Looks as though him and Guilty are going to collide here. Yes, they do. And that rocket will find a home straight into the breadbasket of the Gilkster. FaZe Clan starting to roll here, pulling away. 5 kills, the difference when we were all tied up just a moment ago.
This is what I was worried about when you get to that 30 kill mark, when one team starts to get control of power weapons and get the kills, it will snowball out of control a bit. How will G2 respond? It's been mostly G2 ahead in this game and FaZe coming back, but now G2 demonstrating they can do exactly the same thing. 34 kills for them, make it 35. Renegade, the last remaining player, will fight tooth and nail, and I think he went down. Actually, no, he stays alive, so thank God he didn't fall with that Bulldog. But look how badly G2 want to take it off him.
And they do. Successful. Rockets again. Wasn't that long ago we seen Spartan with them in his hands. And things seem to be going right for them. They have a 2-kill lead, but that again, that deficit cut in half for that 1 kill for Barcode. Opening the door once more. Trying to get surgical. Guilty with the Bulldog, whips it out. Slaps a taste out of the mouth of one. What can Guilty do here then? As we head into the latter stages of this Slayer, Falcade goes down.
Look how reluctant both teams were to grab those rockets, but I think FaZe got their hands on them. King Nick was so close, but actually it's just the assault rifle. It was someone else to pick them up, and there we go. It was Barcode, excuse me, who managed to find them. And he's putting them to use now as it's 43 to 41. G2 need to press this advantage, press the player that you have on the map. Everyone on FaZe now backing off because they recognize they are certainly going to be pushed from every angle at the moment.
And it's G2 in the ascendancy here, but just like that, it's going to be FaZe Clan to flip the script. Renegade currently sitting on 18 kills, 8 assists, and 10 deaths. He has been instrumental in making sure FaZe Clan keep this one competitive, and they hold a 1 solo single kill advantage.
Manages to find a quick kill. Will actually try and go for the double. Is the nade going to kill himself? No! Sab gives away a free kill. It's the 47th for FaZe Clan. And how important could that be? It's so close between these teams, 49 to 47.
1 kill then for FaZe Clan to put a bow on this Slayer. It's been nervy. You can see all of G2 up towards PD. Renegade, the first point of contact. Has he done sufficient damage? Dropped wall will keep him in the game for now. The kill will come. It's a frag grenade from King Nick, and they double the lead.
Back and forth we go all game long. But eventually, the cream does rise to the top. And unfortunately for G2, they fall once more in the latter stages. So close, yet so far. And that is it's gonna be so difficult for them to try and manage that mentally. They know how close they are, but just not being able to get over that final hurdle. As for FaZe, they're just showing so much resilience when it comes to these late game plays. The confidence of Renegade there, just to throw those grenades, hold his ground, utilize the drop ball to stay alive. You saw Sab on your screen there. I mean, it didn't look like a player who was particularly happy with the performance of his team. But you've got to stay positive. You're still in this series. It's only 2-0. It's a best of 5. You still have a chance.
You talk about G2 having to try get over that final hurdle. That final hurdle has been one man, Renegade. It's been his playground, particularly in that game number 2. 21 kills from one player at a world championship. Renegade's not playing games this weekend.
And Renegade's going to need to do that consistently all weekend long. If he wants to make sure this FaZe Clan roster are in the conversation for world champions, you need to be stepping up. You need to be proving why you are one of the best players in this game. He may have had to make a change, right? He may have made that decision to jump off Cloud9. But you can make everyone understand why if you become a world champion at the very end of it.
He jumped out of Cloud9, took out the parachute and landed on FaZe Clan, and he is fit on this squad like a glove, along with King Nick. This team's fortunes have been turned around almost overnight.
There was a period of time where I was so worried for FaZe, for eUnited, for these teams that were making changes when the inevitable hurricane happened off the back of Renegade leaving Cloud9. I was even worried about Cloud9 for a short period of time. But I'd actually say that everyone has progressed so well in recent months, and they are all fit to challenge for that title, which is the scary thing. People will do their predictions. People will have their favorites for the tournament. But realistically, we have 4, if not 5 teams who could walk away as world champions at the end of this event.
FaZe Clan then 1 game away from opening up this pool with a win. And with G2, at least seeding-wise, being their closest competition, they are then favorites to top this group, and how important that can be heading into the elimination bracket and indeed the winners bracket.
And you saw there, game 3 is going to be live fire Strongholds. I finally have good news for G2. This is FaZe's absolute worst map from Orlando. They didn't win it once. They got destroyed every single time they played it. And very poor KD for some of the best players in the world. So if G2 are going to get a game, it's got to be this one. And you've got to do it in a fashion that makes kind of FaZe look at themselves and say, wait, how has that just happened? How are G2 doing this to us? Otherwise, if you don't come out hot, if you don't come out of those blocks fast, FaZe will take advantage of that. They will carry on slaying you like they have done in games 1 and 2. And this suddenly could very quickly end up as a 3-0.
And you can see Callis behind his boys in G2. And you know he has done his homework. You know he has done what is required, the research to take down FaZe in this game 3. But it has to be perfect. It has to be lights out. FaZe Clan looking just as good as ever. But the job's not done yet. And G2 have made a real series of this so far.
And I think one player I want to be looking at in this game is going to be King Nick. He was the outlier for this team when it came to this mapping mode, but it wasn't for a good reason. It was for a bad one. A 0.45 KD across the board when they played this game type 3 times. That is not what you'd expect from a player like King Nick. So have they done their homework? Have they gone back to the drawing board and changed things? Because with such a big map pool, sometimes you will just allow a few game types to trickle through as your bad ones, and you hope you don't get them in the series layouts. Or if you're a team who is just all about perfection, all about practice, you will notice those outliers, you will notice those statistical anomalies, and you'll say, all right, we need to improve on this game because we've got absolute trounced time and time again. And if FaZe are a team like that, which I think they are, they're going to look far better today than they did in Orlando.
G2 then, you can see the face of Gilkey. Not happy with how this one is going. It's almost more upsetting that they've been so close in games 1 and 2. But they've shown spirit, they've shown fight, they've shown heart. But so far, it has not been enough to take down one of our top teams.
And G2 do come into this group, this pool, Pool C, as the 2nd seed in this pool. TSS also feature, the 3rd. And then we've just seen all of the teams from play-ins arrive into pool play today. And there's so much extra pressure when you are seeing who is going to be added to your group. The likes of Complexity, the likes of Ascend all coming into the equation as well, who really will throw a spanner in the works. So G2 know how important it is to actually get a performance here, try and get some maps on the board. We saw some pretty crazy things happen in Orlando where we had tiebreakers come into the equation, where suddenly map wins are actually going to be important. So you don't want to just bow out and just say, okay, well, we'll get 3-0'd by FaZe. What happens if you end up in a 3-way tie with FaZe included? Suddenly those map wins are going to be very important.
Doesn't matter how close you were in those map wins either. It still reads right now 2-0. Can G2 alter that story? Change the narrative? Or are they about to sink to a 3-0 defeat the FaZe Clan on the opening day, in the opening game of the Halo World Championship? FaZe Clan, they've given a little bit, it hasn't been lights out, they haven't been firing hot. But this could just be a taster of things to come. And with Renegade playing lights out in game 2, there's no better place to start.
And I think G2 had a little bit of a target on their back coming into this tournament. The likes of TSS in their group, the likes of Fnatic who are now in their group from the play-ins. They would have been rubbing their hands together saying, actually, I think we could take G2. Will their thoughts have changed now they've seen what G2 are actually doing here against FaZe Clan? Even though the score reads 2-0, such close games, a few kills in the Slayer, just 1 cap in the capture the flag. Are we going to see now FaZe struggle on one of their worst game types, or are G2 going to go down with a whimper and lose this series 3-0? Already Gilkey getting in a position with his sniper rifle.
Sending some warning shots across top middle. And indeed over towards green, nothing connecting though, not finding a home. King Nick has snuck into A. There is an engagement over towards B. Barcode has stepped in, but 2 members of FaZe get over there to contend it and to contest. And they've been successful. And despite the slays favoring G2 in the early engagements, it's FaZe Clan who are scoring all this live-long day.
Yeah, they got control of B right at the start of the game, and G2 haven't been able to wrestle it back as of yet. They've kind of been guarding C at the moment. They've been waiting for the opening. Gilkey can't quite find the kill, but eventually manages to connect with a grenade. And now it's a 2 versus 2 on the map. Spartan will be just being a little bit of a nuisance at the moment, biding his time, but Gilkey sniffs him out. And now it's going to be a flip of the map. C gets taken by FaZe, but G2 have successfully pushed, successfully got A and B, and now it's their chance to try and set up.
G2 take control. How are FaZe Clan navigating this? I would love to get an Astro listening to find out.
Sniping. Two small Argos. I'm getting shot in the back. I'm getting shot in the back. Barcode 1. Barcode's 1.
I can get it. I can get it.
Guilty.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Nice. All dead, right?
All dead. Get A. Spawn the ball B. Spawn the ball B and get A.
I'm going in Nick right now.
Watch your big, Nick.
Get info, guys. Get info.
Yeah, they're all spawning
under nest right now. Coming up nest now. That's all you, John. I think he dropped Mud then.
Yeah, he's one right now. If you guys win, I'm dead.
Back green.
You guys won, man.
Two front green on me, Nick.
One shot Gilkey.
Sab on you, back green.
Guys, 3 day, guys.
Sab is back green.
Yeah,
I'm here. He's in the middle.
You're in the middle. I'm close.
Nice.
Spawn day.
Shot screens, go. Can we put pressure on this?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, back up. Yo, reset. eUnited.
All right, fuck. There's two on me big.
I'm spiked something.
All right, okay.
Go
nest.
Sniper and 10. Sniper and 10, guys.
Yes, play picture of the sniper.
They might go bottom. They might go pillars.
No, cuts. You guys cuts. They're hitting
Big door.
Nobody's push.
Go help them, Tyler.
One shot cuts, Mike. One shot cuts.
I'm here, John. Stay alive.
Cut still,
guys.
Your back's up, kind of.
In cuts. Gilkey, we come in. One shot cuts. Gilkey's one shot cuts. Sam is one shot top mid, Mike. He's top cuts. One shot.
John's waking. John's cuts.
Communication is so important, and you can hear the intensity in the comms from FaZe Clan, and in particular with Spartan calling out players top middle, putting real influence, real urgency in the communications. And during that Astro listening, we've seen them down in the Strongholds, but they have flipped the script here.
And we heard it from the analyst desk. They said that FaZe are going to be taking every game as seriously as they can. Even though they may enjoy certain games up more than others if they're a little bit more comfortable. It's a serious business now. This is the World Championships. You can't afford to underestimate anyone. And whilst this may have been a bad game type for FaZe, it seems to have changed. The record completely shifted. And FaZe are looking very, very comfortable here on live fire.
Straight sick fall to the sniper. You can see he desperately wants to hold off that overshield player. Renegade close the distance, gets the kill. Sniper rifle will transfer control. Overshield. King Nick is raining down shots into the back of Sabinator. He now tiptoes into C, takes control. They will lose A in the process, but they will continue to score.
Have G2 finally run out of gas after all the effort they put into maps 1 and 2? It feels like it here in map 3. FaZe are just comfortably marauding around the map and slaying as they go, setting up where they need to. Falcated and Spartan pick up 2 kills. A third goes down, Sav the last remaining player now, and he's just got to cower away, try and stay alive, and try and wait for his team to do something. But all the meanwhile, look at that score. 170-34. FaZe are breezing through this game.
Important to notice, after getting G2 3 dead, the call was to hold what we have. B and C remain in their control. They were not pushing the triple cap, content with what they have. Bottom tower, the point of contention here. Killing spree locked in for King Nick. The damage has been done. Back whack to the spine of Sabinator, and Falcated scampers away. A, B, and C now in control. We have a triple cap. And FaZe Clan are looking to shut out G2 here.
And that's just brilliance from Spartan. He saw there was a fight happening at C, and he said, well, I can actually just wander over to A, and I can grab that just to create extra tension, just to create extra points being scored. And that's what Spartan's done so well throughout this season. His defensive kills have been insane in Strongholds. He always holds them so successfully.
2 go down for FaZe. This is the opportunity now. B starting to get converted for G2. Spartan last man standing, but he's in the right place at the right time with the overshield. About to pop up. He's the furthest man forward, letting Renegade secure it for the team. He has done so successfully here. 2:35. It's a long road back, but it's not out of the realms of possibility here for G2. Snipe rifle for Renegade.
Stronghold capture.
A and C in control for G2. B will get lost. C threatening to do the same. It's a 3v3 on the map, but FaZe have got control once more. Not allowing G2 to breathe here. Sabinator steps in, but they're losing A in the process. FaZe Clan are simply out-rotating them here.
Yeah, this would be quite the comeback of comebacks. But don't forget that Slytherin did blow a 160-point lead to Gryffindor in the House Cup, so you never know, anything could happen. 241 to 52. G2 have to ensure that they fight tooth and nail in every single hill. You cannot afford to make any mistakes right now. Barcode, big double. Are they going to start to come to life here? It's a long road, but it all starts with just making sure you are playing together and watching every angle.
There's no golden snitch. The closest thing we have to it in Halo is an overshield. And that is not going to win you the game all by itself. It's time for G2 to lock in. FaZe, survey the land. Option is going to be B. They're executing here. Straight Sick gets in, gets one with the help of Gilkey. Renegade back B, he goes down, trades left and right. 3 dead for G2. And is this the final nail in the coffin?
There's going to be one last push here for G2. They spawn over towards A. FaZe are going to take C. And now they have to just hurtle towards B or C. It's a big decision. Let's see where they go.
One last brawl then. One last hurrah in this series, perhaps. Renegade gets one. That's going to stop this. Right in the Death Door. Back comes through. They defend, they hold, and they win the series 3-0.
G2 gave it their best effort. And in maps 1 and 2, they didn't look far apart from FaZe Clan. But I think that FaZe have demonstrated they mean business here at the Halo World Championship. They have their eyes set on that trophy. And G2 were unfortunately the first ones in their warpath. How far can FaZe Clan go? They've done what was asked of them. It's a 3-0. And I'm very excited to see just what they could do here in Seattle.
And as for G2, time to bounce back. They showed more than just signs of life. They were competing in that series for large portions, particularly in game 1 and 2. Can they take some elements of confidence? Can they take something into the series against Fnatic, against TSS, and close out this pool in second place?
There's two ways to look at it. Do you now say, all right, we've played the best team, we gave it our best effort, now we focus on teams more at our level? Or are you going to be a side that's a little bit disappointed with the fact you've already lost a game at the start of the tournament? I don't think they should be disappointed with that performance. I think G2 have impressed a lot of people with how they've just displayed that CTF Catalyst game. Even though they were being outslayed so heavily, still able to get those caps. The Slayer on Streets was awfully close. Could have gone their way if maybe one set of rockets had been on their side. Okay, it was a little bit of a whimper at the end with live fire Strongholds, but I think when you put in so much effort into maps 1 and 2, you just run out of gas.
Ran out of steam in the end, but we talked about it. Is this the FaZe Clan that we expect to see? Are they championship contenders now?
I think it's tough to say after they beat G2, who are a top 6 team from Orlando. They're really going to have to face some of these top 4 teams before I can really see what they're made of. But they showed they were business at this event, right? They took it seriously, and I think they are well practiced, they are well drilled, and they are really going to be a threat.
Well, one thing I was massively impressed by, all members of the FaZe team, but Renegade for me was playing lights out, and Spartan as well. I think he was putting in some real dirty work. You spoke about how he's a player who normally punches in those flag caps, and he lived up to the billing.
Yeah, I think everyone on FaZe did their job correctly. You can see the series layout there, confirmation of just how close that series was, despite it being a 3-0. But no one's going to remember the scoreline, unfortunately, for G2. It's all going to be about that series score. You're right, Renegade stepped up in the slaying department. Everyone else stepped up in the support or the objective department. There was no one who really held them down. There was no anchor of the team. Everyone playing their part in the right areas. And I think as long as you can progress through the tournament, continuing that way, and no one falters in the areas they're supposed to be progressing in, then you are going to have success.
Now, we've seen other teams like Cloud9, like Sentinel, start off on Friday a little bit slow, a little bit cold. FaZe haven't done that here. They've started off hot. They talked about it on the desk. If they can catch fire, they can win the championship. And we've seen elements of it there.
Well, I think FaZe will look at this now, and FaZe are going to say, look, we've beaten the best team in this group. This should be a cakewalk, but we've got to keep our heads down and we've got to focus.
Well, I know Blaze has got Spartan up there for an interview, and I want to know, is Barcode getting maybe a discount on his rent?
You heard it right there. Make some love for Spartan and FaZe as the mastermind himself. They pick apart G2 in his shirt, he was saying, you know. Barco, your roommate, was he trying to look at y'all's scrapbook right there? Okay, you gonna give him a discount?
Nah, Alex is a great guy, man. Getting to know him as he, like, I mean, I met him at Kansas City, but getting to know him as he's moved in, he's like one of the coolest dudes I've ever freaking met, like just in general, not even just through Halo. I love that guy. He's super humble, just wants to get better and better, and yeah, even like after we would scrim, he would come over and he would like fist bump me, give me a hug in the back. Like he'd hug me over the back, dude. One of the most, dude, I love that guy, man.
I could definitely co-sign on that as well. We love some Barco. Now, coming to the series right here, it was a 3-0 for you, but it was a close one, especially in those first 2 games. How is it that FaZe clan stays so composed?
I mean, we just talk about our game plans and trying to stick to the game plans, and even when stuff is like kind of going sideways, we're just like, all right, you know, everyone reset, and that's our biggest thing coming into this weekend, is just being able to reset and stay composed.
Yeah, and the casters is talking about it, just watching your gameplay. You guys are always in a perfect position that you need to be in as a unit. And with you guys being together for 2 events so far, how you feeling as a whole with the squad here being at the World Championships?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're way better than we were at Orlando. I think at Orlando, like, if you looked at us on Saturday on Orlando, dude, I think we might have been the best team there. And then we just came out flat Sunday. But, you know, coming into this tournament, we wanted to kind of build off of that Saturday. And we've put a lot of work in, man. We barely took any days off, maybe 1 at most in between Orlando and now. And we just really kind of dove into our worst game types and our bad habits. And we're just going to try to get better with those things every single series, starting with that one.
All right, I'd love to hear it. I hope you guys hold pace. And lastly, anything you want to say to the awesome fans out there who've been supporting you?
Bro, this crowd is amazing already, man. And like, I already know that this crowd's gonna fill out even more throughout the weekend. I've been getting awesome tweets and just hearing people scream, man. There's nothing like a crowd, dude.
Day 1, okay? That's gonna do it for me and Sparty on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. GG's, FaZe. My goodness me, what an incredible, impressive result for the first series of the day. Lights out gameplay. They were hot from the start. My goodness me, they didn't slow down. And that's kind of what we talked about. It was whether or not FaZe were going to leave anything in the tank, anything to be expected. But you were right on set. You know, they were ready to go. They weren't going to leave anything behind there. And they really showed G2 who they are. They are here to play day 1. And the hot start is going to mean everything for FaZe, especially if they're trying to replicate that Saturday.
100%. It's what I expected to see from them. I think it's what they expected from themselves. Some close games in there, but there's always going to be close games when you've got 4 individually talented players like we have on G2. We've seen what those guys can do, but the big moments in the matches, in the games, all went FaZe's way. And that's what you're always looking at for me in these pool stages. Where are the big moments? Who's winning those big moments? Because as you get further into bracket play, if you get through this pool, that's what's going to decide who goes deep and far into this tournament.
Indeed, and I'm looking right now at the stats from that one, and something's just screaming superstar to me right here, and that's Renegade. Not only does he have the stats, but what he was able to do there on the main stage early on. We spoke about him, Clutch, right? Is he the superstar that FaZe need? What's the answer to that after that?
I think it's absolutely is, but if you want to talk about having 2 potential stars on this team, look at Falcated's number, 29 assists.
Crazy.
12, plus 12 for the series, a clean 3-0, and Falcated, if he keeps playing like this all weekend long, FaZe are going to hold up that trophy at the end.
They certainly are indeed. But what do we think of Renegade? I mentioned Renegade. I want to know what you guys think of him. I mean, bruv, he is absolutely outstanding. I think Falcated performs so well as well, but I want to know, the superstar from C9, is he doing the same things, do you think, in this World Championship that he's done before for Cloud9?
I think he certainly wants to, right? I think this is Renegade's world, and we're all just living in it. I think whenever Renegade wants to go back to World Championship mode, he can do it. I think that's the terrifying thing about a player like Renegade. And of course, we also know that everyone on the opposite side of the stage knows that whenever he wants to start going God mode and full Renegade, he's going to do it. You have to think that he's saved the best for last year at the World Championships.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's just insane already from FaZe going up there against G2. And I want to speak directly about what they were actually able to accomplish here. And I think for me, looking at, you know, all of these maps, obviously starting with Catalyst, a little bit closed here for FaZe at times. And I think that speaks volumes about G2, the fact that they were able to keep up with it and kind of push it to a respectful amount by the end of this map. But I kind of want to talk about that map 3 as well. And Onset, looking at Strongholds against Livefire, a map that certainly does expose weaknesses of teams. You know, what did FaZe do specifically to make it such a one-sided affair?
I mean, the way they were initially got that triple cap right off the back of essentially a fresh forward there. From there, their ability to rotate spawns and keep at least 2 or 3 members of G2 in the death screen or on the back foot. It's such an unforgiving game type if you are in that situation, but you have to be damn good and damn coordinated as a team to make sure that you are getting that 3-4 dead every single time. And one thing that actually stood out to me from that series was that Strongholds performance, because back in Orlando, FaZe looked a little bit lackluster in comparison to some of their other game types on Strongholds. So I think it's a really good sign, like what we heard from Spartan. They've been putting that work in, they've been looking to improve on those weaker game types, and that was almost flawless.
Indeed, and Clutch, you know, looking at a series as well, you kind of have tells, right, as it's going through, especially after map 1, how series are kind of going to go for you.
Yeah.
Where was the tell for you at this moment in time?
To me, you can see from map 1, it was a 1-cap game, yeah. G2 Esports did such a good job to keep that game close, but they were getting outslayed so heavily throughout that first game. And, I mean, when you are not able to stick in the slays department with this FaZe team, they are going to eventually run you over. Catalyst CTF is probably the one Matt Bow combo I'd say you could outslay a team that hard, and that team could still potentially keep the scoreline close. I knew that this series was going to go by quickly in 2 and 3 based off just the slays alone.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's just been flawless, honestly, from FaZe right now. Is there anything that you would want to brush up on? It's really difficult, obviously, seeing that in a 3-0. But is there something from FaZe that you kind of want to see a little bit more of as we get deeper into the weekend?
Yeah, probably don't get yourself into a 43-41 late game, right? I mean, Mark and I are watching the game backstage. It's 43-41. I think I turned to Mark to make a comment on the gameplay, and then it was 45-44 in favor of FaZe, so they get 4 dead. It was a pretty wild swing. However, I think FaZe wants to make sure they're avoiding getting themselves on the back foot late game. When you enter the 40s, make sure you're keeping the game tied, or you have a 3 or 5 kill lead. I think when you go up against the best teams in the world, those stints of 10 kills are not going to be as forgiving.
Very true. We've had many discussions about this as well, and Slayers, and how close can you allow it to get at the end there. We talked about it, right? 45 is the cusp. It's like you just don't really want to be in the realm of the 5 kills because one team wipe, and you know, it's very difficult. So yeah, I'm definitely watching out for that one with FaZe for sure. But folks, in the arena, can I have your attention, please? Because we do have a winter update for you as well that is going to be coming your way. November 8th is when it's going to be dropping, but for you guys in the venue, you get to play it Saturday and Sunday. So that's really cool. You get a little taster of the update coming your way this winter, so absolutely amazing.
We
And,
we haven't played
you guys are
yet.
probably going to jump off the desk and have a little play tomorrow.
Let's jump on. Twos? Yeah, wow, what the heck is this? A lot, twos.
Twos?
We'll crush these guys, twos.
Fantastic. I'm sorry in advance. However, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now, but what a hot start it certainly was for FaZe. My goodness me, an epic battle on the main stage has certainly awoken a beast that will be difficult to tame this weekend. Coming up next, though, we have eUnited versus Navi, Pool D, the Pool of Death, right after this.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech. and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back, folks, to the 2022 Halo World Championship. We're celebrating Halo all weekend long in the home of Halo, Seattle, Washington. It's pool play day, and we have so many epic matches still to come, and which FaZe with a massive, massive start, 3-0 to kick off their day one. My goodness me, couldn't have gone better for the FaZe roster.
Now, that's exactly how you want to kick off a World Championship. You play a very strong team in your pool in G2 Esports, and you make slight work of them. They looked very strong. You heard it from Spartan in the interview. They thought that they were the best team on Saturday. They did not show up Sunday to Orlando. Let's see if they can find a level of consistency throughout this weekend that will claim themselves champions.
Big questions and a lot of answers hopefully to have as well. Speaking of strong though, I have a strong desk joining me right now. I have Clutch, Goofy and Gaskin.
Pretty weak, yeah.
You are, oh my goodness me, the disrespect.
I'm just saying, if we went to a bench press, it would not be something to watch.
You average it out, it's fine. You increase our average, so we're okay. Exactly.
Okay, well, I'd like to not be like
Here
I'm
we
the
go.
objective
I'm
player.
gonna have to
I'm not the main slayer, okay?
Tame this masculine energy right now. I could outbench all of you. However, we have something more important to talk about, and of course that is our AMD Power Plays, and we have been announcing the AMD Power Play of the year, and I want to highlight some of the most incredible Power Plays that we have had this season. They have been truly incredible, and I want to see Jimbo's, because my goodness me, this was insane. Check it out.
Building a lead here, and I love Jimbo's presence.
He's not going to make the respawners very happy. He's not going to make them comfortable. He's going to apply pressure. Finds two. He's behind enemy lines. I've seen this movie. It's an overkill. Jim, let him know. Stands up. And as rockets are coming up, Jimbo gets the overkill. He's set up for rockets as well. This is all Navi.
Love that. We hear the dulcet tones of Clutch in the background there, getting really excited, and rightfully so. I mean, Clutch, moments like that, they don't come too often, especially at pro level, at this level. It's very hard to do that against some of the best players in the world, but, you know, watching that as a caster unfold before you, what does it do?
It's just a good play by Jimbo, right? It shows you that he's, like, ahead of the game, right? He's setting the pace. He's dictating how the game's going to go. That flank was perfect from him, and as a flanker yourself, FaZe, a phenomenal one in that. You know what those kind of impact plays can bring in an important series and an important game.
Yeah, perfect timing by Jimbo. Big time play with rockets coming up, getting the overkill. And we've seen Jimbo do this time and time again. He's been around the block for quite as long as I can remember. Jimbo is definitely an OG in the EU Halo scene, and he's showing his talents there.
And Gaskin, you know Jimbo really well. You know the European scene, but to see him stand up like that level of confidence we haven't seen for a while from Jimbo. So I remember watching that happen live, and I was like, my goodness me, he's on one. Because if he's standing up and getting hype, you know it's happening.
I think he can do better, personally. No, I'm joking, Jim. I'm joking. Amazing. When you see Jim get hype and excited, it's amazing to see he's got that passion again, because there was a period of time where Jim kind of lost that passion a little bit, where he was just going about the motions, just getting through the games, getting through the tournaments. But I do think this Navi roster, they start to kind of believe again. They've got that passion since they picked up Mighty. So I think it's amazing to see Jim make plays like that.
It is absolutely incredible to see any plays like that at all. And hopefully we'll have some coming our way. Let's take a look at the pools right now with the results coming in, and hopefully overkills will help some of the results on the board here, hopefully across the day. We do have a couple of results coming in. Cloud9 already one up in their pool. G1 also looking good. Unfortunately, Team War J-Lings have fallen short to those two teams so far. FaZe Clan, as you know, one up over G2 Esports, yet to play more, and many more results yet to come in. Any surprises that you're looking at there, Clutch, or kind of, business as usual so far?
No, we talked a lot about Pool D, but I really am excited for that head-to-head matchup between Cloud9 and G1 in Pool B. That pool, you pretty much can already decide who the top two teams are in it, who the bottom two teams are in it. But that G1 Cloud9 match is an opportunity to take a free punch at one of the top 4 teams in the world for G1. If they can create that upset, they can win this tournament.
Indeed, and you can see it happening later on this evening, Cloud9 versus G1. And I think if Cloud9 play like they did previously on a Friday in Orlando, then G1 have a chance. So Cloud9 need to wake up and start playing fully on a Friday. But we have already seen FaZe Clan versus G2 Esports. Next up, we have eUnited versus Navi from the Death Pool, from Pool D. This one is going to be very interesting. I think there's a lot on the line when you're looking at both of these teams here. And I think for me, when it comes to Navi and this side, it's like, what is their game plan right now? What are they going to do? Because their pool is so difficult. And not only that, it got even more difficult after yesterday. Ascend coming in as that play-in bracket team. And Navi are going to have something solid here to get through. Because just to remind everyone at home, that 4th place by the end of today goes home. 4th is out. That is huge. So Navi have everything on their shoulders right now. This pressure is definitely building. What do you expect to see out of the Clutch?
I hope that they can play their own game. I hope that they can set their own pace and their own style. I think that that's going to be their biggest asset going into a series against eUnited, a team that is so well versed in what the top tier North American Halo teams play like, that aggressive play style that is take advantage of every moment, kind of an opportunity that they play around. I think Navi could stylistically give eUnited some troubles. Hopefully they can make this series interesting with that difference.
Indeed, and talking about difference, Goofy, what are some of the difference makers for this Navi roster? What do you think is going to be the kind of make or break for this team heading up against eUnited?
I say this all the time when the underdog is trying to win a series, you got to start off strong, right? If Navi wants to try to win this off of eUnited, who I expect honestly is going to be a force to be reckoned with in this Pool D. We'll talk about them against Sentinels later, but eUnited is here to make a point, right? We've seen eUnited get top 2 at the opener. We've seen eUnited make some strides at every major so far this season. And for eUnited for Navi, to beat eUnited, they're gonna have to come out strong and win game 1.
They certainly are. It's gonna be a very, very difficult one indeed, but it's not out of the realms of kind of interest here. I think Navi, if they do play really, really well, they could actually, start to push some maps into their favor. But Gaskin, we have Mighties on the screen right now, and these guys, they need this guy, right? I mean, he's pretty good. He was picked up for a reason. We saw what he could do in Valencia. So what do you make of him as a player?
I mean, he's a bundle of joy. I'm going to put that there. His personality is incredible. I also think he's probably the European Rookie of the Year. Did not even play Halo prior to this year. Was playing other competitive titles. Comes into this Navi roster, dominates individually, brings not just skill, but also just a little bit of a lift to their energy and to their... I said it about Jimbo, right? He was kind of going through the motions, but now they're having fun when they're playing this game. And that really shows when they're going up against these teams because they believe they can win. I know they're coming into this game believing they can beat eUnited. Yes, it's unlikely, but as long as you've got that mentality, then you have every chance of beating.
Well, I'll tell you what, he definitely brings a spark to this team, but can they ignite it on the main stage? We actually caught up with Mighties to find out how he's feeling about the weekend as a whole.
Yeah, for me, for my first season, it's kind of weird, really. If I go back a year ago, I would never imagine, like, even competing at this level. I used to watch, like, people like Formal back when I was playing COD, you know? So, like, sitting across from him and, like, being able to speak to him and play against him is incredible. Literally, like I said, a dream come true. It's really cool. To represent all of Europe, I guess, in pool is crazy. Honestly, our motivation this weekend is going to be out of the roof. I think we've all been working very hard to get here, and now being able to get all that practice, all that rage that we had, and make sure we beat every team, I think we're all going to show up and it's all going to click perfectly. So I want to thank everyone back home watching back in Wageningen. Thank you guys. Love you guys. Also for my parents, of course, and my brother for flying out all the way to Seattle to come and support me here. It means so much. I love you guys, and I'll make you very, very proud.
Mighties, don't do this to me, man. You're making me all emotional up here already. My goodness. Big shout out to Mighty's family who are here supporting from such a long way. And I got to say, look, he's right. You know, if any team starts clicking, anything is possible. What do you think is going to take, Clutch, in specifics against a team like eUnited for Navi to click in the way for a win?
Everybody's got to be clicking on all cylinders. And as big as this kid's dream is and as passionate as that was, I mean, everybody's not rooting for him. It's just going to be a tall task. This is a David versus Goliath kind of a series for Mighties. But just take it in, take a deep breath, one life at a time. And as cliche as that sounds, a lot of the time when upsets happen, players are actually able to conceptualize that into a reality.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, you know, IGL Jimbo, a lot on his shoulders as well, Goofy. You know, what does it take to be the leader that your team really need, especially in moments that's so pressurizing like this? You know, hardest pool, first match of the day, World Championships.
Yeah, this is where it's such a blessing to have someone like a Jimbo on your team, right? To have that veteran leadership, to have that in-game leader, like you said, Lottie. That's going to matter most right now in this series. Like Clutch said, going up against eUnited, going up against the favorites, most would say, in this series, Jimbo's really going to need to step up and be that leader.
He is indeed, especially if they want to take down a roster like this. eUnited, known previously as the most practiced team that we have, but are they still continuing that type of schedule heading into Worlds? That's my big question. You know, we talk about how much effort, how much practice, how much dedication teams are putting in. That's what they had over others, so to speak. But Gaskin, is that true coming into today, do you think?
I think so. I think that when you look at this eUnited roster and what they've had to go through throughout this year, the constant changes, the constant back and forths, the highs they started with throughout the year, to then the lows they fell slowly and surely, having to make changes. I think Orlando was so positive for them after those changes. They really demonstrated they can actually take down some of the biggest teams. We saw them do it against Cloud9. But now you've got to do it at the World Championships. They've been able to practice. I was able to watch their YouTube video that they put out last night as well, and it's great to see how much they actually believe in each other. There is no bad blood between any of these four players. They all trust each other, and I can't stress enough how important that is for a team.
Yeah, what stuck out to me while watching that was just the professionalism that this team carries themselves with, and they take it to the 8th degree, right? That is an unbelievable mindset to have. These guys are business first. This is a job for these guys, and they are tried true veterans as well. So you can't forget how much that's going to pay dividends when these moments, when the atmosphere continues to become pressurized in this building, when it's like a reality that you're playing for this amount of money, for this potential championship. These guys are not going to get phased one bit. And I'm looking at eUnited to have a very strong weekend. It cannot allow a team like eUnited or a team like Navi even to stay in a series longer than 3 games.
I think there was a lot of questions for eUnited, right? after their Sentinels performance, the reverse sweep, taking down Cloud9 early. Lots of questions like, how is this, how is it kind of shaking out this way? What's going on? Are we going to see some consistency? Starts right here, right now at Worlds for eUnited. Taking down Navi in a reasonable fashion would mean a lot for these guys pushing forward in this pool. But we're about ready to go and find out the answer to that one. We're going to head on over to our casters on Set and Brav.
Thank you very much, Lottie, and not only welcome to the casters booth, but welcome to the Pool of Death, everybody. It's Pool D, Andy. We have some international flair in this matchup. We have Navi taking on eUnited. What a match this could be for both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible, and what a start to the weekend, right? This is going to be a big trajectory setter for these teams in terms of where they go from here. Navi, of course, looking for the upset. I talked to eUnited. They didn't even know the game types in the series, right? They're thinking that this might be a pretty quick series for them, but Navi is going to want to challenge that if they have their way.
100%. And I mean, eUnited, it's all about can the underdogs become the big dogs over the next 3 days, right? We saw what happened to them in Orlando. Their lowest placement of the year, but there was still a lot of positives for them to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of great series they had there, of course. They beat C9 in pools, Game 5 against Sentinels, but now they have to get set and get locked for the World Championship. eUnited versus Navi. Game number 1 will be Oddball Recharge. Interesting storyline here in this game type. 0-4 in Oddball was Navi in Orlando. Not the start you want if you're looking at that game number 1. eUnited actually 1-0 in that game tip in Orlando, so maybe a little bit of an upper hand for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one does play out. On the other side of the stage, of course, we do have Navi, the only team to directly qualify in Orlando through that top 12 placement to the Halo World Championships. This is a massive matchup for all 4 guys that are sat on that stage representing Europe, but for eUnited, this is a chance for them to put down a marker, not just in the pool, but for the rest of the tournament too.
All right, here we go, right away into game number 1. Welcome to the second series here on the main stage. Pool number D, as we said, Pool D, as we said, the Pool of Death. Some of the fiercest teams in this competition all finding themselves in that 4th and final pool. This is game number 1 between eUnited and Navi.
And a really strong start here for eUnited as well. Not only did they get the kills, they've got a little bit of map control, and Ryan has got himself some equipment to play with. You can see he's got a grapple. He's already been flying around the map with that. He's also got the shock rifle in his hands. Now he's escaping, and at the moment, Navi just chasing shadows. All of them in the death screen, but nobody yet able to get their hands on that Oddball.
Had a chance to chat with Jimbo at the warm-up station before this series, asking just how he's looking at these game types. What does he think of this layout? And they told me they want to win games 1 and 2. Nice angle here from Ryan Noob from the glass. He's going to stop that advancement into the bat ledge, but he told me they want to win both games 1 and 2. They're not so confident in game 3, Bizarre CTF, so they are really prioritizing these first 2 games in the series.
Yeah, Bizarre CTF, not surprising to hear they're not too confident, not just from their side as well, but one of the only games that Optic Gaming, of course, lost in Orlando was to eUnited on Bizarre, so that's just how good they can be. But at the moment, it's only a 1-0 lead, actually, for Navi, but that's been turned around. The first time we've seen eUnited get some semblance of full time on their hands, but Ray's going to have to play that one or try and rotate. Navi not going to let that happen. 2 players from eUnited fall, as we see Snaky on our screens right now doing some damage to Snipedown.
Ooh, Snipedown, interestingly, doesn't go into long haul there. Maybe knew that he was going to get pinched by glass. Jimbo tries to get it away. He will get it to the bottom of gold stairs, but a nice back and forth between these 2 teams, applying equal pressure to one another so far.
Yeah, a lot of respect being shown by both teams at the moment. Nobody going to desperate for ball time. Nobody going to take an undue risk. And at the moment, Suspector is just going to be taking no risks whatsoever as he wins his 1v1 engagement, having that little advantage of that first shot. Now he's just controlling the top of glass. Jimbo, he's going to get taken down as well. And Kimbo, unfortunately, at the moment, a little bit of a slow start for him. 1 kill on the board and the 5 deaths alongside it.
Great little run here from Suspector. Really impressive. If you caught the last episode of Eclipse from eUnited, you know just how excited Ryan Noob and Rain are to have Suspector as what they call the 3rd of their trio. This is the first time this season where they felt like they really had that 3rd player that's rounding out the roster. And of course now with Snipedown here on the Snipedown Revenge Tour, this team is poised for a potential World Championship run. 2 dead though for eUnited. Nice shot here from Snipedown from top gold.
Speaking of Snipedown, he's on our screens right now, but Navi have managed to scoop that ball away back towards the elevator. You can see that Mighty's the man who's got the ball in his hands. Is supported by 2 teammates as well, so Snipedown trying to put some pressure on at the moment, but Navi also trying to rotate, and it looks like they might be able to get out of here. Mighty's doing a good job to stay alive top elevator as well. Snipedown's going to try and take him down, and will be able to do so. That might be the kill to give them the opening, but Navi go into a slender lead.
Notice how Snipedown also hits the grapple and stays on height there in the connector, able to get the kill, gets another one in the back of Hydro as well. Great stuff here, but what a low-scoring game, Mark, overall. Like you said, these 2 teams is really showing one another respect and making sure they get the kills on the board before they go for the ball control.
Oh, that's 3 dead here for eUnited as well. Navi doing a great job to team shot Snipe down from the tower. Putting him on his back for a few moments. It was Snaky who actually picked up the double kill to create the opening. So Snaky, who, well, the rest of Navi actually boot camping over in America, has been boot camping from London. So he's been playing on some high ping. It must be good for him to get back on land.
Absolutely. Now you see the ball still in the hands of Navi, maybe looking for a play here, but they will go into a sizable lead. It's 31-8 here, 3 still dead. Ryan with a hero play ball. Gonna buy them a little bit of extra time there. To be honest, Navi cannot let that happen with the 4th player alive.
Oh, big win coming in from Rain, though. You can see that Jimbo maybe trying to take an extra second to line up that headshots and guarantee himself the board. Just gave Rain the opportunity to outpace him in that battle and hit the 4 before he could. The camouflage is going to be popping up as well. You can see ball down bottom middle, and all of a sudden you can see the game starting to fire up a little bit here. Starting to get a little bit more desperate. Ryan who gets that camo, but Navi have got eyes on him here.
Let's see if Ryan can stay alive. This would be huge. He's going to grab the shock as well. Look at what develops just from Ryan playing that ball off of top A. He causes carnage. The ball stays bottom middle. They haven't scored any points, and off the back of his respawn, he picks up camo shock. You cannot leave Ryan the last player alive, and this is why.
Worrying thing here for Ryan is that Navi managed to keep that ball out of the hands of eUnited, so it did reset, which means that Ryan has now got to rethink his next play. Mighty's going to be challenging. Ryan has to smartly back down, though, to keep that shock rifle control in the hands of eUnited. However, you can see it's been run at right now because Navi pick up 3 kills elsewhere. They swarm onto him, and Mighty's grabs that ball and brings it back towards red.
Really nice job, really nice patience there from Navi. Even though Ryan bought his team so much time, Snipedown was the last player alive. He falls, so still control. Ryan bought so much time for eUnited. However, Navi hasn't scored. 36-8. They will finally take him down. They will finally rotate the ball.
It's pretty smart from Kimbo as well. You saw he had pressure coming in from the eUnited push on pipes. Instead of maybe taking a 2v1, just because he saw Spartans in front of him, he decides to think about that objective, rotate it away from that push, but now he's got to do some heavy lifting himself. FaZe, he managed to snipe down, excuse me. The game attack got me there on eUnited. Managed to pick up a couple of kills on the push there, but 2v2 on the map. Snipedown now having to make some decisions himself. 2 players in the long haul are going to be pushing, and now Snipedown with a little bit of help is trying to drag that score a bit closer.
Suspect your last player alive here for eUnited. This should be more points on the board. For the side of Navi, they have not been as objective efficient as they might like in this game. However, they still lead 40-17 with 15 seconds left.
15 seconds left. They hold this off. This one push, then maybe this will be the round going to Navi. The first kill is going to go in their favor. It's 3v3 on the map. Ball is down. That's absolutely fine for Navi. Their only objective is to keep eUnited off of this ball. Rain manages to scoop it up, though. Kimbo goes for a little bit of a longer flank. He's got a little bit of work to do here, and it will be the work done. And Navi take home the first round. In Oddball here, the Europeans, they're here to play.
I mean, we heard how they're prioritizing this game number 1. They knew how seriously they needed to take game number 1, and they get the upset in the first round here, the European side. And now the pressure is on eUnited, backs against the wall. This is a must-win round.
You wonder why we're calling it the pool of death. Because of things like this, every single round, every single kill in this pool is going to matter so much. 3 dead off the rip here for eUnited as well, and there's Mighty's getting the 4th with a shock rifle. The perfect opening strat here for Navi.
Wow, a big wake-up call for eUnited right away on Friday afternoon early on. Their first match in pool play, grapple of the ball there. Will go back into the hands of Navi on the rotate as well, as they'll get the first points on the board in round number 2.
Such a small play, but such a big play from Kimbo there. Grappling that ball back to get it into a play ball position, because Navi made a bit of a bad choice. Haven't got that 4 dead in the shot. They took it towards elevator, and that spawn wasn't blocked. So Navi not taking advantage of the opportunity from the 4 dead for ball time, but Mighty's now trying to get away. Snipedown's getting taken down, and again, eUnited find themselves with no numbers on the map, and they're chasing shadows from Navi.
It was 3 dead again. Snipedown trying to do something there from the batteries. He was the last player alive and trying to stop the ball from getting into gold. He can't do it solo. And just like that, 25-0 in favor of Navi.
Navi looking really strong at the moment, and this man on your screen is one of the reasons why a lot of conversations were had, difficult conversations from Navi back in Orlando about how they want to approach the game, who wants to be the leader, and it's Jim who has stepped up as that IGL. A lot of pressure on the shoulders for him, of course, having taken that role. But now it allows Kimbo to do what he does best, and that, quite simply, is win his gunfights.
Navi here looking so good in game number 1. Let's get to an Astro listening here with Navi in round number 2.
win.
Nice. Yeah, turbine at top A. All reset.
Boys, camo next.
Camo 10. Come in, Arc to lift. Try and lift.
Go. Oh, I should have gone down, man. One's glass, nice, you play for me.
I don't see glass.
I got danger.
I'm looking. Yeah, I got shot. Also bottom A or some shit, or top A.
I got camo at 1 now.
Top A
To
somewhere.
worry about Jim here.
Top A. One shot top A. Oh my god.
They should have smolder on ball.
Yeah, they're all gonna be there.
Fine, go on. They both pipes.
2 pints.
Any damage?
Yeah, right weak.
Oh, I got played, man. Mid-bridge and ball.
Also my shot.
3 there, I think. Should all be there. Both absolutely.
Also one long, bro. There's one long.
Okay, 2A.
Going behind you. Steps. Still steps, bottom steps.
One left. It's 2A.
Both weak.
I'll be there in a sec.
I'll get back there.
There's one turbine. Triangle.
Both weak.
Triangle and ball, guys.
Ball dead. Let's go rain. Let's go.
Lift. Make sure you lift.
Tower now.
Power's a kill, Helium.
One shot, boys.
Nice ball. Yeah. We can run this VR if you want.
Yeah, go.
I'm going left. Yeah, man. One's bats now. One's grab legit. One's needler. I can't come here.
There's one by the chat.
Arx, I saw you. Play them.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna hold bottom, yeah?
I see what you're doing. Okay.
Keep going off, Robbie.
Bottom, Robbie.
Fuck him, Robbie.
Push up.
I got shots.
Watch out, boys. I don't want any of those. Jump up.
Nice, Robbie. Okay, bats, Robbie.
Well, look at Navi go and look at Kimbo go at the moment. The man is on fire. Wonderboy behind him is giving him all sorts of encouragement.
He is. That's all you need. Look at this run from Navi. It was just tied at 32, and instead, Kimbo decided to wake up with the shock rifle in hand. Finally, he's taken down. What a run, though. 62-33 for Navi in what would be the round securing game here.
They got to secure the round, though. As we know, eUnited, they've been in these positions before. They know the game is not over until it is over. And with this little push coming in, maybe there's an opportunity for them. But Kimbo now, having currently put himself on 20 and 12 kills and assists, has the ball, is running it away, and is doing everything for Navi at the moment.
And there's a lot more points on the board in this round, and honestly, this round might have played round 1 would have played really similar to this round had Ryan Noob not gotten those hero play balls. This time, Navi is prioritizing the last kill alive, and you heard during the listening, they are on the same page, making sure they know where that last player is.
Look at this swarm again coming in from Navi. You don't have the opportunity to miss shots at the moment because Navi are taking advantage of what is presented in front of them at the moment, though. Mighty's has responsibility. He's got camo, he's got shock, and he's got headshots in his future as well.
Dominant control of the shock and the camo here in this game, and it has shown on the scoreboard. 68-33 with 2 minutes left.
This young man has been so impressive so far this year. For now, he's going to have to watch his teammates do a little bit of heavy lifting towards the end of this game. There's 2 minutes left on the game clock here. Plenty of time for eUnited to turn this round around, but Navi are going to know that as well. They can't get desperate here. They can't think this game is done until they see that win come up on the board.
And it would be a very eUnited thing to do to bring this game back. We've seen them do it countless times over the course of this season. Don't count them out just yet.
Full setup here for eUnited as well. Snipedown has the ball in his hands. Rhino taken down, 2-4 here for eUnited. Repulsor used just to give a bit of time for teammates to arrive and help with these final 2 kills. Mighty sends himself in, and Suspector and Snipedown send 2 Navi members to the grave. It's a good hold here from eUnited.
Very good hold, just like we said. They were down by 30 points. They're right back in this now, only down by 15.
Ryan Noob is there. Suspector is right alongside him. Kimbo's going to go first. Look at this nade. Push coming in from Navi as well. So well coordinated. 2 players fall from eUnited. It's only a 10-point game, but 3 players fall here for eUnited. Navi with a clean break. They keep the ball in pipes as well. Not even a playable opportunity for eUnited.
And it was the time that they needed to strike. The game had come within 10 points, and they make sure that they make the push now. Only 15 points away from closing it out.
15 points away, but the camo is on the map. We have to see who gets control of that. It looks like eUnited have control of that side of the map. So this might be the last opportunity if eUnited have managed to get that camo. For now, though, Kimbo working with Mighty's trying to hold off the push, but eUnited have the ball in their hands.
Ball was played there. eUnited will bring it back all up to the pipes. Look at Mighty's, grapples a shock. Gonna fly right in and try to do some damage. Here comes the push, the team push. 2 dead now for eUnited.
Mighty's doing so much damage in this game. He sat at 22 and 20, only a positive 2, but these kills could be everything. Sniped down, last alive here, and it's gonna be Navi who pick up that ball as well. 2 players still in the death screen. Navi with the rotation, Mighty's with the headshot, and Navi will win game number 1.
Oh my God, what a start here for the European side. As we said, the only European team to qualify directly into the Halo World Championship, and then reminding us why that fact is true. What a game number 1. We heard from Jimbo earlier today about how they were prioritizing this game number 1, and they come out swinging a 2-0 win over eUnited.
This team's been through it all this year. This team has been through it all. Highs, lows, team changes, drama. Everything kind of kept behind closed doors at times, but trust me, it feels like right now Navi have picked a time to finally find their form and remind us of how good they can be. Everyone just looks so comfortable with their role, their responsibility, and that man on your screen, Kimbo,
cool under pressure.
Full robot mode.
I mean, unbelievable. We didn't get a chance to talk about it during the listen-in. Kimbo drops back to elevator with the shock, and eUnited sets up a signature eUnited timing push into Whirlpool from Pipes and Pizza. Ryan Noob is nading the same time that Snipedown is nading, and they're a fraction of a second off of each other, and Kimbo just rips Snipedown's head in Whirlpool. Little things like that was picking apart these tactical and strategic approaches of eUnited, and they just came out and totally surprised eUnited in game number 1.
100%, and now Navi are going to look forward to game 2. I think this is our opportunity to strike. We cannot let a strong game 1 fall to the wayside. They need to double up on it now, and they need to get themselves into a 2-0 lead to potentially send this series a little bit further than some people were thinking when we saw these 2 names at the start of the series.
Right, and on the side of eUnited, they need to laser up, focus up, realize what's at stake in game number 2. Let's not forget, eUnited has lost Aquarius Slayer to the likes of Jailings in Orlando, right? They've been blown out in that game type by an underdog. It could happen again. They need to realize what they're playing for here. As Lottie said on the desk, every match in pool play will determine your bracket this weekend.
100%. It's going to be very, very important to get through not only the pool, but like you say, the placement is everything as well. But this is the play you were talking about. Kimbo, that one headshot allows Navi to complete the rotation of that ball towards blue, and then the push is just set up beautifully. But this as well from Mighty's. Last player alive, has camo shock, does not feel the pressure.
How about also just how calm the listen-in was and how structured the listen-in was from Navi? How about you have Mighty saying he's top elevator or some ish, and somehow that call out is enough where they focus up on catwalk, they focus up on top A, he gets the help he needs, and really they're just prioritizing the exact call outs they need to, and they're just getting converted.
Well, that's the big thing, right? You use that term, that prioritizing things. You can hear it. Top A is the kill. That means everyone's attention needs to go towards top A. That is our vital piece of information that we need to convert into a kill to give ourselves an opportunity. Navi's comms sounded really crisp, really clean, and I've got to say as well, hearing Wonderboy behind them, getting players fired up when they're playing well, that just gets this roster locked in even more.
It's a huge part of coaching, it really is. When you feel like you're going off and the whole team is just absolutely popping off and the coach is getting into it as well, it really creates a unique chemistry, unique vibe on the stage. It showed in game number 1. Also, Wonderboy not only hyping up the team, but saying things like Jimbo is a priority. We're looking at Jim here. He's also, you heard every camo being called during that listening as well. Now, as we said, we head to Slayer on Aquarius game number 2. eUnited ended 1-1 in Orlando. 1 loss, 1 win on this game type. As we said, losing to Jailings there in a surprise, and Navi was actually 1-0, beating Cruelty 50-41 in groups. So if Navi plays their game and they catch a cold eUnited once again, they have a chance of taking game number 2. But you gotta think on the side of eUnited, they are worried here. They need to make sure game number 2 is theirs.
Yeah, they should be worried as well. I think that game number 1, if it's a 2-1, a close round, you know, you're kind of like, oh, maybe Navi just came out hot, United finding their feet. But that was a pretty conclusive game number 1 win from Navi. Not only just the way that they played it, the organization, the shots that were being hit, they weren't being outclassed whatsoever. So now that we move on to Aquarius Slayer, where you need to be hitting every single shot and you need to be prioritizing the right kills at the right time, it's a big opportunity here for Navi to go 2-up in the series, but at the same time, United, if they answer back now, all the momentum we're talking about Navi just gained from game 1 is gone and it's forgotten about.
Absolutely, big respect here, of course. Wonderboy rocking the Ukrainian flag. Navi, a Ukrainian organization. Amazing to see all the support, of course, for not only the Navi organization, but of course Ukraine as a whole here in this time. And gotta say, Wonderboy's rocking the Ukrainian flag quite well here. And as we said, they sound good in their comms. got to think going in this game number 2, it's really got to be pedal to the metal for the side of eUnited and just getting caught off guard. I think also if you look at the only reason that we saw eUnited hanging on in the game number 1 was that heroic play ball from Ryan Noob. Also resilience from eUnited. Let's not forget round 2 was tied 32-32. There was a moment where we thought eUnited might run away with this. They brought the game all the way within 10, and Mark, as you called it, the perfect timing push that came in on the pipes. They knew that they had to strike, and they did it at the perfect timing.
So what have eUnited got then? Let's see how this series develops, and I've got to be honest, I am completely locked in now.
Yes.
They have sold tickets to me for this series because this is the start that I think everyone would have wanted for entertainment purposes, right? Because we mentioned Pool D, Group of Death, you can see why. You've got the likes of Sentinels in here. You've got Ascend in this group as well, by the way. You're going to have a huge European matchup between Navi and Ascend, but for now, it's time for us to head to Aquarius and fill in the next chapter of this story. 1-0 at the moment to Navi after the Oddball win. Can eUnited answer back, or will Navi put themselves on the cusp of an upset?
I don't think we could ask for a better start to this series, right? This was not just a 2-1 Oddball win. This was a dominant 2-0 blowout win for Navi in game number 1. They are the underdogs. They get the upset in game number 1. What can they do here? We're locked in for game number 2, Aquarius Slayer.
Camo the focus for both teams off the rip here. Let's see who can get hold of that power up. Kimbo going for a very aggressive flank actually at the start of this game. Right through bottom middle, right to the other side, and gets the camo for free as well. 2-1 the score. But Kimbo securing that power up could be the difference maker here. Unfortunately, Mighty's is going to light him up with a grenade to his teammate. Maybe just trying to increase the difficulty level here.
Oh, Kimbo will eventually be found out, so eUnited playing the slow game there. Kimbo will be down. I believe this is actually going to be snaky on your screen. We'll get that fixed here on the bottom left. As we know, back over to Kimbo here, and they're trapped in the base 5-3 off the opening.
5-3 off the opening. Heatwave was in the hands of eUnited, though. You can see that from the death screen of one of the Navi players early on. However, that little pick from them is going to bring this to within 1. Snipe down going to be challenging. He's going to have some help coming in from Ryan Noob, who just about gets away with that one. The Heatwave being the difference maker.
Stays alive as well, 8-4, and how quickly eUnited can convert there on what was just a 2-kill lead now becomes a 4-kill lead, as they will get several dead here and maintain control. Ryan Noob going to head back to top middle, 1 dead for each side.
Really good start here, really good response from eUnited after what would have been a wake-up call for them in game number 1. It's a 3-kill game between the two teams, but the Heatwave has been the difference at the moment. Jimbo is going to have the Dynamos and put a couple of pairs on their ends and make them stand up for a few moments on players, but that's not going to be enough to really put the pressure back onto eUnited. At the moment, eUnited have had the numbers advantage for the majority of this game, and it's reflecting in that scoreline.
You can also tell that game number 1 was indeed a wake-up call for eUnited. They come out swinging here, 14-8. Ooh, Rain tries to check the corner, but eventually gets a great trade with Jimbo. He's going to be very happy with that in the end. Here's Kimbo with the Heatwave.
Kimbo with the Heatwave, first time we've seen this, but he gets absolutely decimated by 3 different weapons from 3 different players of eUnited. It's a 6-kill lead here. It's starting to extend ever so slightly. Even early in the game, Navi have to be extremely careful here that they don't let eUnited pick up momentum and extend that lead to something which is just unsurmountable towards the end of the game.
Well, it was all Navi in game number 1. Now it seems to be all eUnited here in game number 2 with an 8-kill lead. Let's get into an Astro listening with the side of eUnited. I'm leaving bottom middle, pushing bottom middle. Look at Shrooms.
Dynamos in 5 seconds.
Shrooms one. In first one. Go watch out Shrooms. I got one.
Nice, Tuna. Three. Alright, Dynamo's popping. Dynamo's popping for this next
push.
push.
He might have him. Look, yeah. Never killed one.
Yeah. Watch out, P1. Absolute P1 and out. On command.
We gotta go for it.
Yep.
Forward.
Top P, guys.
Blue window.
Gonna be on top blue window.
I naded. I'm 1.
Yep. In blue vent. Blue vent. Watch out blue vent. Going top car side. He's sitting in the vent.
Blue gen 2.
On your right, Eric, if you go in.
Nice, another guy. On Dinos.
Looking Dinos.
Me too.
There should be guys. Dude, we got P2, Eric.
Nice job. New Dinos popping right now. New Dinos.
Red gen.
Nice.
They're about to pop.
Here's a UAV. Watch out. Nice. Good on.
On Dinos now?
They have him.
I got a good spawn.
He's got thrust. He's 1 dead.
Nice job, Eric.
They got camo.
Alright, get there. No, it's up in 30. It's up in 30.
1 P2.
I got blue thrust.
P2.
Red gen are now kind of weak.
Nading vent.
Can you help me P2 run?
Yeah, I'm here, P2. He's down their street.
One there, window.
I'm almost P2. I'm 1 second behind.
10 seconds for new Dinos.
RP jump, gonna jump, puppy.
Hear that. One time Jen. Oh, Red Jen and front red were both weak.
One for you guys, one for
Red
you.
Jen and front red.
Don't see Red Jen. He's still Red Jen.
Dino's in 5. Dino's in 5.
It's on B.
Jen, so much out. Red Jen's.
Well, the first half of this game, as we come back from the Astro listening, has been dominated by eUnited, but Navi's starting to rally a little bit here. They're starting to close that lead, and now it's a 7-kill game.
Yeah, just like that. They're managing to keep the game close. You have to wonder, was it too little too late? They really let the game get away early on. They're going to have to claw back over these next 20 kills.
And they're starting to do so, but as you say, maybe it was just too much of a slow start for them in game number 2, and eUnited playing too damn well, getting those 3-4 deads that turn this into the score that we find at the moment. But Kimbo might have the thing to turn the game on its head once more. That, of course, is the camouflage. eUnited find themselves 3 dead. This is an opportunity for Navi to rack up multiple kills in a row, and it's starting to close that gap now.
Oh my god, this is a 4-kill game here. What was an 8-kill game? Make it a 2-kill game. 29-31. They're gonna get another one here. It's now a 2-kill game at 32-30. What a run from Navi. They are right back in this game.
They're back in this game, but Snake is going to run into trouble. Manages to get a trade somehow and information. eUnited find themselves 2 dead. Navi with numbers once more. It's a 1-kill game. What a comeback this has been so far from Navi.
This is unbelievable there. That was an 8-kill lead during the entire listening from eUnited, and Navi has once again picked them apart. Still a 1-kill game, 34-33.
Couple of picks though, go to eUnited. So important to do. Make sure that you're getting your trades in these situations. Navi, within 1, make it 2. As eUnited fly forward and get a couple more trades. They've got to be so careful here, both teams. A 3-4 dead, that could be the game swing completely in one of these teams' favors. This is on a knife edge, this game number 2 here.
Absolutely down to the wire. We saw some very close Slayer games yesterday. This one is no exception here. And in the home stretch, it will be kill for kill. You got to be so careful how you play each of these situations.
Couple of kills traded per side, but it's eUnited who seem to come out with the better of those trades. 2 players in the death screen for eUnited. Navi also finding some players in the death screen, but it's a 3-kill advantage. So for that perspective, with that camo coming up, that means map control here for eUnited. If they can lock down the camo, that was the thing that got Navi back into the game. That could be their way of closing it out. And hearing that little sound in the back of my ears, you can see that it's Ryanoob who's managed to control it, and eUnited at just the right time have got control that they needed.
And who better to have camo at this moment in the game? One of the sneakiest players to ever play professional Halo here. They will have just a 3-kill lead, 41-38. Gonna pick up another one for free as well, make it 42-38.
Camo isn't gonna last too much longer though. Navi did a good job of kind of taking everyone else out around Ryanoob, leaving him on an island, but now he's got the heat wave, now he's got the camo as well. The camo disappears, but keeping the weapons in your hand at this stage of the game is massive. Ryanoob now on a little bit of a tear alongside Snipe Down. It's just 6 kills to go here for eUnited to tie the series up.
Oh boy, incredible sequence here, as you say, now up by 6. 45-39, the late game composure from eUnited really coming in here in game number 2.
Still 4 to go. Navi need 10. It's still very doable on both sides. Ryanoob just playing his life so well, getting so much information. He's positioning around these walls as well. You can see he's always ready. A couple of shots, scamper away. Just be a nuisance, be annoying, be elusive. And with the thrust, it's going to make it even more difficult for Navi to shut him down. But this game has come to a complete standstill here.
Look how nerdy to see. He sits in the connector there, but he gets flanked in the end. Not over just yet, 47-42.
Oh, big from Jimbo, though. He gets 2. He had to get 2 at that point as well. Kimbo and Mighty's combine. It's a 4-kill game, but Navi have no deaths to play with here. Just 2. eUnited can afford a couple more.
4 minutes on the clock as well. A lot of time to play with here, so eUnited is not going to force this just yet. If Kimbo and Navi get the advantage, though, they might push 44-49.
Only 1 kill to go here. Ryanoo's going to be challenging. Jimbo keeps Kimbo alive, but it's going to be eUnited who answer back in game number 2 to tie up the series at 1-1. The late game composure, the difference between the 2 teams.
Also, what a back and forth in that game. It looked like it was going to be an eUnited clean sweep all game. 8-kill lead all the way through the early game. And instead, Navi ties up the game at 33. An unbelievable comeback. But as you say, late game composure really coming in there from eUnited. I think they knew that they needed to clutch up then and there.
We'll say this as well. If I'm Navi right now, I see Ryanoob standing up and walking around a little bit. I think that's a good sign. To be honest with you, I know that he's thinking we're in a series here, because if it's 2-0 the other way, I don't think Ryanoob is getting up and walking around and thinking about having a quick break. Jimbo looks completely locked into this series as well, and The good thing for Navi, even though it's a loss, and you know, all credit in the world to eUnited with the way they especially started that game, I think that Navi know. I think even though it was a close game, it wasn't a huge blowout. They made that comeback. They know they can send this series deep.
They absolutely do. And just as a note in terms of tournament administration there, after game number 2, teams do have an optional water break, and very rarely do you see them take that. But it looked like maybe on the eUnited side of the stage, as you said, that might have been instigated. Maybe a little bit of a mental reset. They want to slow down the game. They show a lot of momentum of Navi, not only with that game number 2, but also maybe with a little bit of time as well. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game number 2.
It was Rhino with a heat wave that really started things out hot here for eUnited as well. That thing on LAN, let me tell you, on LAN it's pretty strong, but on LAN it is a different beast altogether. The score was kind of 5-6 kills in the advantage of eUnited up until around that 20-25 kill mark. It's a really strong push here from Snipe down as well.
It's 23-11.
But this comeback, Andy, I mean,
23-11, even though that's an eUnited win, that's concerning, right? That you're letting that game get tied at the 33 mark again. I mean, Navi essentially won that game in the middle, and I swear if they had not gotten down to a 23-11 deficit, that's a Navi win. They need to make sure they're not finding themselves that down that early in a game.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough sometimes on Aquarius as well. We know how there can be those 7, 8, 9 kill swings if you get control of Heatwave, Camo, and you get a 3 or 4 dead, and you've got players kind of spawning on a grid all together in the fridge, wherever it might be. You can do a lot of damage extremely quickly, but having the composure to stay in a game like that is kind of the secret, right, of some of these big series, some of these big games. Knowing that there is the opportunity for a team to just play really well and put you in the death screen a few times in a row, you know you can do it back to them, and keeping that in the back of your mind is massive. As now we head to what will be a war zone. It is a grind. It is capture the flag on Bazaar. This is the one that's going to see a team go into the lead in the series.
It absolutely will. By the way, Ryan Noob 15, 9, and 10 in that game type. Incredible numbers there. He goes up. He's +6 with 10 assists in a game they win by 5. I would say that's a pretty big contribution there in that game number 2.
Yeah, Aquarius seems to be the map where I'm always looking at Rhino, and he always puts up big numbers, especially in Slayers. I think he's just really, really good at controlling that heat wave as well, just being a nuisance.
Yep.
You can hear the timing of the dynamos as well coming in from Cheek stood behind them, and every single facet that is on that map, eUnited are always on top of, including, of course, that thrust, which has been such a difference maker in those 1v1 battles.
Absolutely. Now, as we look to game number 3 here, Bazaar CTF, we'll talk about the history of these two teams on this game type. When we talked to Navi, they said, we're not confident in that game type. It is not one of our stronger game types. That's why we're prioritizing games 1 and 2. eUnited actually beat Optic in Orlando on this game type. Sniped had a 1.78 KD. The team had a 1.48 KD. So they know how to play this game type. They know how to play it against right now the best in the world. You have to think it's going to go in their favor in terms of those stats. However, maybe Navi got enough momentum off of that game number 1 where they're going to show up in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the head-to-head between two of the main players on both of these teams. On the left, you can see Rain. On the right, you can see Kimbo from Germany. The KD's looking pretty good across the board for both players at the moment. But, you know, you're talking about stats. You're talking about, you know, how these teams have played on Bazaar. Just to give you a little bit more context, let's say emotional context. I was watching some Navi scrims the other day. They won a Bazaar capture the flag, and Jim went, we won Bazaar. Wow. So that's kind of reaction that you got from Jim when they actually won that game type, which kind of shows where maybe in the pecking order they see themselves as a Bazaar CTF team.
I mean, as you see there, of course, the objective game types, they're really going in favor of Navi, with Kimbo with even bigger stats on the board. And as we get ready for this game type, it's all going to come down to who can laser up. This is not an easy game type. This is a grueling game type. It's going to be 12 minutes of back and forth, just slaying and more slaying. Whichever team could do it better. I think you and I are going to be looking for that first cap.
Yeah, first cap's going to be massive here, especially if it goes to eUnited, because they're quite happy to sit mid-map. Yeah. They're quite happily play 12 minutes at 1-0.
Of the most annoying Halo you will ever go against, for sure.
And that is going to be probably the game plan, just to destroy Navi mentally if they can get that first cap on the board. But if it goes to Navi, if it goes to a team who know this is a weak game type for them, the belief that gives you as a squad, the confidence cannot be understated. It looks like we're live here. Game number 3, we're tied up at 1-1.
This will be the go-ahead game in the series. Whichever team wins this will be one game away from closing out what has already been a grueling series for these two teams. And as we get underway, I think it's also important to remember, you heard them talking about in Eclipse, winning these games in pools completely changes your bracket. This will determine who you play for the rest of the tournament. Everything to play for here, even in day number 1.
Great start here from eUnited, though. They'll get 4 dead from Navi, and that means an overshielded snipe down, which is a terrifying sight for anyone on a Halo map. He's also going to get the rockets. They just loaded him up.
Someone call the police, because this is not a safe situation. A man with all the power to play with still has him over shield left. Gets spiked out, though. So he's going to have to reset, still with one rocket in hand.
Lost the overshield, one rocket. It looks like Navi managed to break out mid-map. That'll be slowed down, though, by Snipe Down with that one rocket, just to slow things down a little bit. And you can see with the way that Snipe Down's playing at the moment, he knows he can't do too much. He's got to wait for the rest of his teammates to get on the map, as he is the furthest up. And now that they have got back on the map, they've picked up a couple of kills. Look at Snipe Down now, how quickly he reacts to that. He's inside of the Navi base. He's behind enemy lines, and he's doing what Eric Rona has done for so many years.
Wow, he wastes no time. Takes the express train right through the front door. Just blows the place down. Now he's even catching Mighty's completely off guard for the killing spree.
5 in a row. Kimbo trying to overextend. He gets taken down as well. Snaky, last player, really in position alongside Jimbo, maybe to do some damage. But Rhino moving that flag. And his attention to the respawners. Maybe just not the timing there to force this one through, but that Dynamo is going to shred away his shields.
Oh my god, Ryan Noob is a one-man show there. Dynamo's the entire pillar, stays alive as long as he can. 3 dead, Jimbo the only player alive. He's a spawner. This flag will go home.
This flag will go home. eUnited, they go up 1-0 in our game number 3. Rain the player, of course, to run it home. But, I mean, we need to talk about the work that Ryan Noob just did there, Andy. He did so much to get that flag back home.
It's beautiful. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Rain somehow stays alive. Bottom middle, overshield still up. That will pave the way for Ryan Noob to fly in and does not get it. Does not get the burn. That overshield will still be down with 2 players dead for eUnited. Suspector will have to take out the green gun and try to wait for Jimbo around the corner.
Oh, he doesn't know he's there, Jim, and Suspector gets the green gun to take it out of commission. Snipe Down gets taken down as well. So even though Jim didn't have the overshield, he gets the damage required to find eUnited 4 dead in the death screen now. Navi with a chance to answer back here as all of eUnited are spawning on that rocket side of the map.
Yeah, Suspector spawns alley. He takes a few shots. He knows he needs to just OE. Keep an eye on the kill feed. That will determine if this flag goes past the halfway mark.
Oh, it's Kimbo who picks up 2, so that's massive. eUnited, 2 of them in the death screen. The rest should be located pretty quickly, which means that Jimbo can force this one home. They say they're not that good at Bizarre CTF. Well, they're not looking too bad at it right now. It's 1-1 here as Navi answer back.
My God, this series has delivered. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Halo World Championship. This is day number 1. You're in Pool D, the pool of death. Some of the best teams here in the world fighting alongside one another. Snipe Down, my God, with the grapple rocket into your tree. Not something you want to wake up to, Piranhas. 3 dead for Navi. Snaky was your last player alive.
Snaky and Jimbo working together at the moment just to hold off the push, just to try and get the rest of the team back into the map. But Rhino going to be working beautifully to make sure one of those players is eliminated. All the hard work done by Navi could be undone in the next 30 seconds or so because eUnited have that flag on the move. They're looking to take the lead once more.
Oh boy, 90s and Kimbo are trying to fly. They get through, but they're getting pinched here by Ryan Noob as they try to OE. Not going to happen.
Ryan Noob, though, last player alive. Snaky and Jimbo, where are you on the map? There they are. They're on the return. Ryan Noob maybe thinking about doing something crazy here. Maybe thinking about a touch instead. The flag will be sent home. So Navi make a great defensive play.
Beautiful from Snaky and Jimbo. As we said, they're getting pinched there on the rocket side, overextend. You think they're going to die. They get the kills on the double door, and they just jump on the re. Ryan Noob cannot get in there, and we will stay at 1-1.
Ryan Noob gets the overshield, though, and now you can hear the rat-tat-tat-tat of that assault rifle as he shreds a few shields and puts a few players on their back. Kimbo and Jimbo, the Bow brothers, go down, and Snaky and Mighty's now have to try and hold him off, but that's not going to be happening as Ryan continues this run.
It's going to be a bar run here. They're getting pinched, though. Rocket spawns and tree spawns. They get pinched, and that flag run's going to end a little bit early. 2 dead for eUnited. More defense from the side of Navi. 3 dead.
One thing I love about Navi at the moment is how decisive they're being on their call. Let's go back to that flag return they made a few moments ago, right? A lot of players haven't been shot in the back, would turn around, try and fight that battle, but they knew what the priority was to get that flag return, to get around that corner and deal with the exact problem that was in front of them. Great shots from Suspector there, but Mighty's in the death screen. But now Navi, for the first time in quite some time, actually on the front foot here, but it looks like eUnited have dealt with the push.
2 dead here. That will give an opportunity, some room for eUnited to push out of the base. Jimbo right away. Not wasting any time, but my God, does he ever get needed out of the lockers immediately. It will still be 2 dead for Navi. Good pressure for both sides. That will be 4 dead. And as we said, a moment to breathe here. Ryan Noob is already in the bar.
Ryan Noob just waiting to see where those spawns come in as well. He's so smart. He knows exactly where his teammates are on the map. He knows that he can't take on 4 respawning players all at once. Ryan in that position is thinking, if I see one thrust, how quickly we all took down the players from Navi almost instantaneously within a few seconds. It's probably going to be 4, so he waits a few seconds, waits for the help to come in, and Navi find themselves 4 dead again. The flag is moving once again for eUnited.
Despite all those nades coming into bar, they were perfectly naded. Ryan Noob stays on height, and he stays alive. That's huge. Here comes Jimbo and Mighty's once again.
Well, this is the difference here, right? They're not running this one through the double doors. It looks like eUnited have changed the strategy. They're running this one down the alley. They're trying to get it back through the elbow. Suspected back in the base, but here's the overextension on the other side of the map now from Navi. Kimbo's got the rockets as well, and it looks like once again, somehow, Navi have managed to get the return.
The same exact playbook there. Mighty's and Jimbo will fly through the truck. They will tank the shots. They will get into your base, and they will stop the run.
Jimbo trying to run a counter cap as well here. He's got to deal with Ryan Noob though. Ryan Noob just makes him explode like a Christmas cracker. And now Ryan Noob is going to be able to send this one home. He's still got overshield to play with as well.
Wow.
Counter cap from EU here as well.
Yeah, being run here. We'll take a look at exactly where that flag's going. Here it is going down bottom, and Rain says you could take this. They're actually going to double back and slay a spawner, likely going to grab that flag.
This has been the problem for eUnited though, right? Every time they've got a flag moving, they haven't won that mid-map battle. They haven't managed to pick up the kills on the spawners, the overextenders, and now Snaky to be able to get a sneaky return. He sends that one home. No contest whatsoever from Rhino.
Yeah, right there. eUnited tried to wait and bait that. They had 2 dead. They knew they couldn't get the run all the way, so the flag is still down here rocket side.
This is a really important moment in the game though, and Navi are not winning it. Kimbo is last alive. Kimbo will go down, and now you can see all Navi spawning in the back of the base. They're having to overextend so far, and Rain, the decision made by Ryan Uber Rain to leave the first flag, go for a recap, that's going to be perfect because now they convert finally here, United. They're up 2-1, and that's just brilliant decision making from all members of eUnited.
It really is. That is eUnited playing 3 steps ahead there, knowing if they bait that return on bottom rockets, they can make sure that they stop the counter and start another run off of the next kills as well. That will give them a 2-1 lead with 4 minutes left on the clock.
Now, to put it in context how difficult it is to break through the eUnited defenses, Optic, they weren't able to do it. It was a 1-0 win for eUnited on Bazaar. Capture the flag versus Optic back in Orlando. 4 minutes left on the clock for Navi to say, maybe we've got the formula to break through those defenses.
And like we said, this could be an opportunity here for eUnited to just show their slaying prowess, just how much they can lock down this map and be an absolute nuisance. And the gatekeepers of the mid-map to make sure that no pulls can come through. You gotta think, with only 3:45 left on the clock, that might be the game plan.
Difference maker as well has been the fact that I think it's the last 4, maybe even 5 overshields that have actually got into the hands of eUnited. I think that Navi have only had 1. It was that Jimbo overshield that he had that was almost immediately removed by the plasma pistol that Suspector was holding down inside of that treehouse. Navi find themselves 3 down. Look at eUnited. The defensive perimeter is up. You are not getting past mid-map.
Oh God, look at this. Snipe down's in your lockers. Rain is in your rockets. You're not going anywhere. Whatever door you decide to peek your head out of, you're gonna have some eUnited BRs focused on it. 3 minutes left on the clock, and eUnited is holding mid-map.
Just obnoxious, but brilliant. It's the only way to describe it. Navi get 2 though. Jimbo goes down. Great shots coming in from Rain, and now he finds himself as last alive. He's going to just sail across the vents there to make sure that he stays alive. He grabs the rockets. Can he get away with them? No, he can't. Kimbo. The ping miss strikes, and now Navi have broken out. They have time here, and they also have maybe a rocket to play with if Kimbo can find it. It's actually going to be his teammate, but Snipe down eliminates him.
2 dead here for eUnited. Rain goes for the 360 alley-oop fish brain. Does not work out in the rockets here. 2:32 left on the clock, and Navi still trying to get a flag on the board. Kimbo knows that he needs to wait for help here if he wants to get a flagpole.
Oh, he doesn't get the needle. A super combine this time. Snaky's there for the trade, but Navi know that they maybe only have time for 1 more push in this position. Snaky trying to close down that gap onto Snipe down. It looks like the play call is to go for the overshield, but here comes Ryan, who once again causing problems. Dynamo's needless. He'll use it all.
Like we said, in a moment like this, this is some of the last players that you want to be playing against. When eUnited can play the control game, they can play the presence game, as they will still maintain the 2-1 lead here. We are under 2 minutes left in the game.
Yet another overshield goes to eUnited as well. They have done such an incredible job of controlling this power up. Navi haven't had a sniff of it for the entirety of the game, and now Snipe down He's just thinking about padding a few stats, to be honest with you. He's not got any intention of moving past the bar from Navi. Deal with the overextension, deal with Kimbo as well. Turns that one on its head. And Navi, 3 dead once more, Snaky last alive, at least takes one to the grave.
And speaking of the stats, look at Suspector. 21 and 12 in this game right now. Sniped also 24 and 20, but what a margin here for Suspector. As we said, eUnited feeling so good about what he's brought to this team, and it is showing on the scoreboard as well.
Around 70 seconds left in this game. Late game is where a lot of things are decided in Halo Infinite.
Oh boy, that's
Mighty's trying to stay alive. It's a good spike. It's a great spike. It shreds away at the last bit of health that Mighty's had on those double doors. Snipe down now once again, just patrolling up on the high ground. Navi, I think, with 50 seconds left, aren't going to be able to formulate enough time or enough pressure on the map to really put something meaningful together here. This should be, unless something magic happens, an opportunity here for eUnited to call this game their own and got 2-1 in the series.
Look at the damage from Snipe Down. Wins that 1v1. All this tick damage as well from the Dynamo on Kimbo. He has to stay alive bottom middle. Like you said, 30 seconds. Navi has to go now and they need a miracle.
They look to the heavens, but I don't think that they're going to get the answer they're looking for at the moment as 2 players fall once again for Navi. It's time to think about the next game. It's time to think about game number 4, because eUnited, with just 14 seconds left on the clock, are going to add yet another kill to their tally. 2 more for Snipe Down, who's currently sat, by the way, at 28 and 21.
A lot of those kills coming in the last 3 minutes, if we're honest there. And doesn't matter what time the kills come in, the clock will tick down, and eUnited will take game number 3 in the series and take a 2-1 lead overall.
Massive answer back here from eUnited. A wry smile on the face of Brian Noob as well. And we said that it might go something like that.
Yep.
We said they might get a slender lead and then just hold down the middle of the map and just punish Navi as they try to force their way towards the base. That's exactly what happened from eUnited. Now the question that we asked of eUnited after game number 1 gets asked of Navi. What's the mentality like? Do you have the steel to come back and tie out this series?
That is the question, and Battleground is going to be Street Strongholds. That's where we're going to set our sights for this 4th game, and this series has absolutely delivered. It's crazy to think it's only the 2nd series a day on the main stage, because this has been absolutely back and forth between these 2 teams, and if we're honest, maybe a bit more of a challenge than eUnited expected.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and now as we take a look at some of the highlights, and it's going to be mostly eUnited, by the way, just to let you know. I think the overriding story, the takeaway from that for Navi is quite simply they did not get enough overshields to damage the setup that eUnited had around the map. It was just overshield after overshield after overshield that went into the hands of eUnited. Ryan just seemed to be running around with it most of the time that we saw it.
I also think we saw at the end game here, by the way, the mid game. I mean, this was just a noxious snipe down. It feels like he was challenging so many opponents from behind. Look at this play from Ryan Noob. Damage on Snaky. Pillar nade there, takes down a second one. He's still ticking on Kimbo. That essentially leaves 3/4 of the map weak or dead for the rest of his team to convert on.
And you want to see how influential the overshield can be, right? I mean, this was the first time that Navi got it, and it was the only time they managed to get a flag cap. So they were very efficient when they did get it, but that is what you need. You need the tools to break through the defenses of these great teams with the way the Bazaar is set up. They're just so good at locking down those angles and making sure that when you're moving towards their base, you're just running into their reticles.
Here, look at this push. This is going bar. They got split spawns there, so they get saved. This is a great stop that comes in from Navi as they once again push through truck. They're going to get this return. They keep this one close, and that's when they start the low run here.
Start the low run, but it was stopped pretty much immediately. And you can see once again, mid-map pressure here. Navi have it. The overshield was coming up, but it wasn't enough. As eUnited do get that second flag, that decisive flag to go in their favor. And now we head to a game 4. Street Strongholds, you've been looking at these 2 teams and the build up to this event about the game types that they've been good at, that they've suffered a little bit on. Where do you stand on this one?
Yeah, Street Stronghold's a really interesting game type in this series. Overall, Navi on territory-based game types on Streets has historically been strong. This is one of their better layouts here. We'll have to see what they can do, though, because they were 0-1, losing 250 to 63 against Oxygen in Orlando. eUnited did not play, however, they were 3-1 overall in Strongholds. So this one is a bit of a coin flip, and it's a perfect way to head into game number 4.
Well, let's see if we're going to have our first game 5 of the day here in Seattle. Will it be eUnited closing out the series 3-1, or have Navi got something to say about it? Suspector, let's see what you've got off the break.
Let's see where these first kills go. It's going to be Jimbo, the first one to strike. However, kills are going to be traded 1-on-1 on each side. Suspector will get away with his life.
So Navi are playing for B as well, so they might have a little bit of early control and a little bit of early scoring. And the way that Navi like to play, they like to hold the 2-cap until they see an opportunity to push. They're very kind of defensive on the way that they play these control-based game types. It can mean they don't take a lot of risks, but it also means they don't get the rewards for taking the risk at times.
Snipe down there, uses that rocket, barely stays alive with the rocket from tires into A-Court. However, does the job. 3 dead for Navi. Once again, eUnited playing slow and steady, waiting for the opportunity to get control. It will only be 17 points on the board before eUnited starts scoring.
So smart from Snipe down there, just something to highlight. He saw the play call from his teammates was, we're playing for C, we're going to try and play the ends. Having recognized the position he was in, backs up immediately to tower, knowing the most likely spawnage red room, Arcade, for Navi. Gets himself in a position to get first shot and defend A. And now you're going to see a slender lead go into the hands of eUnited. Like I mentioned, playing the ends of the map, AC in their control.
That really is what we see on the more experienced Strongholds teams. They will let that first rush go. It's no problem. They want to see how the game plays out. However, 3 dead on the side of eUnited. It's a nice answer back from Navi. Will be a momentary 4 dead as they will now get a B control, a double kill for Mighties to help with that one.
That's where I want to see them try and put some pressure on as well. Unfortunately, Snipe down.
Oh my god.
Mid-range and just absolutely decimates him. Change the game plan now for Kimbo as he has to back up. But those opportunities where you get 3 or 4 dead, then you can try and make a play and apply pressure. But at the moment, eUnited have just broken out. That's a little bit of a weak hold from Navi. Mighty's trying to do what he can on free spawn, but that trade is going to secure B here for eUnited.
Absolutely. Well, Kimbo there drops back to Arcade. However, I think in this meta, you're going to get pre-nated on Arcade there. I don't think it's a safe place. I think he needs to go all the way back to A-Court, maybe PD, reset with the team there. You're always going to get nated out at the highest level in Arcade, and eUnited plays that perfectly.
eUnited might be able to get hold of rockets as well, because Snipedown's made the play to push up on the map. Kimbo's going to be there. Kimbo, great communication here from Navi. 3 dead per side, and it's actually going to be 4 dead for eUnited. Big, influential double kill on the map here from Kimbo, because not only was that a vital 1v1 full stop, he gets the rocket, and now they will have information on where the spawns are coming into.
Oh yeah, momentary 1v1 there, as you say, between Kimbo and Suspector. He'll also get a kill off the back of that, and has one more rocket as well to bring to B stairs if he wants.
Suspector gonna be able to pick up 1, but Jimbo gets the reset onto A, so now you're seeing end control of the map in the hands of Navi. eUnited, this is where they got their chunk of time from. Jimbo does well enough there to make sure the shotgun isn't too influential as far as Snipedown and his little run was concerned. But now you see eUnited, they're winning the battle for A. They'll be able to turn this back over, but look how close this is, Andy. At the moment, it's just a couple of points between the two teams.
Absolutely is here. Essentially tied up at the 60 mark. It's been back and forth once again, and you'd expect nothing less in this series based on how it's gone so far. eUnited still with tires and A control here as they look to push back out towards B.
Look at Kimbo, he's just somehow staying alive all this time. Snake is inside of B, but now he might unfortunately have to have a think about that because Suspector comes in and gets B back for eUnited. AB in their control still, and this is the biggest lead we've pretty much seen through all of this map.
Absolutely, as we said early on, it was about 15 points or so separating the two there. It's a great melee that comes in from Mighties, however, answered back by Snipe down to the tires. It was a momentary trip cap for the side of eUnited. Navi will get A back to stop the bleeding just a bit.
Right now, though, he's got the Stalker rifle, and he can just lane people at the moment, moving up to B Street. They know this is Navi's only real opportunity to push, but some really strong grenades are going to take 2 players down. Somehow, Ryan, how are you alive, Ryan? How?
This is Ryan Noob at his finest there. That will be 3 dead. Snipedown's your last player alive momentarily. B should go here for Navi. It will in the end. So a sizable lead here for eUnited. The last time we heard their team comms was on Slayer Aquarius, and they were absolutely incredible. Let's see if they're just as intense here in game number 4. It's an Astro listen in here with eUnited.
You probably Arcade on you, fight, I guess.
No, I don't see anything yet.
Close.
NC?
NC.
NC with rockets, probably.
Commando jump if you go.
Can anyone shoot C?
No, not really.
No. They saw me. They saw me.
The rockets were camping C.
All right, rocks are out. Rocks are out.
Oh, now they're out.
He's out, yeah.
Okay.
He's Mando. PDM.
Okay, back in tires, one shot. I might kill tires.
Tires, one shot, yeah.
One shot tires to pillars. In there and B.
I'm starting A.
You got PD.
Check the PD, 2 shots.
Yeah, Ryan's one. Still PD.
2 shots in PD. Nice. Ryan, I'm running you right now.
I didn't see me. Shotty on that bar. Shotty on bar, not hurt.
Back.
Hey,
Look at me, subs.
just coming out now. Coming hold us now.
Yo, I have to go trash.
Tires, one shot.
Tires, absolute tires.
Got him, dead.
Nice,
Arcade with Shotty, dead.
I'm getting C.
Okay. Watch your spikes too.
Let's go in A.
I was playing Strong right. I'm peeking. I'm poking left.
Alright, yeah, go left, you guys. Go left.
I'm going right now.
Watch out. I got one.
Nice.
Front tower.
More weak.
Tower gen weak. I'm trying to watch your purple. Tower gen or not. One shot tower gen. I'm watching purple as well. Purple down. Purple weak.
I got one. Nice. Heaven. Heaven to PD. Last guy. Yep, make this normal.
I'm blocking C.
Yeah, make it normal. You can be arcade on me randomly.
No, he's hollows. He's tower gen.
Really weak. What should I attempt that?
Nice. Keep holding.
One guy purple.
25 for
Two
rockets.
purple, I think. Two purple. I'm watching purple.
No
one there.
As we finish the Astro listening, you can feel the intensity now on the listening from eUnited. They know they're in a series here, but the takeaway for me is how similarly it seems like both teams are actually approaching with their strategies this game time.
Yeah, absolutely there. You even heard Chig on eUnited saying, make it normal, let's slow this game time down. Let's get back in control of that BC hold that they held for so long. That gives them a 142-95 lead. However, 3 dead off the back of that. It will be rockets for Mighties as well. 4 dead. Ryan nukes your first spawner. He's dead as well. And they will keep eUnited on the back foot.
They will, and this is an opportunity for Navi to get back into the game, but they need to take advantage here. They can't let eUnited get those first 2 or 3 picks and get back in control with at least contesting them on those fights, at least making it feel awkward for them, because if they don't win these fights, then maybe this could be eUnited crossing that 200-point margin, but at the moment, Navi are giving as good as they got. Rain from eUnited turns his attention towards Snaky on the rails. Snaky somehow stays alive for long enough to do half shield's damage, but Rain deals with him. eUnited now with access to B. They should be able to flip this too.
By the way, take a look at the stats. This should not be as close as it is. eUnited. Oh boy, double kill there for Rain. Beautiful work with the Stalker, and to be honest, it's about time. The Stalker not been a big of an influence as it normally is. 4 dead for Navi there, but look at the stats. Suspector 14 and 9 here in this game already. Big numbers from him. Navi being outslayed, but keeping the game within 10.
Keeping the game within 10, but this is the first time we have seen eUnited with a triple cap in this game. Navi trying to stem the bleeding over A. A lot of resources going to be committed, but Rain just holds the ground once more. The rest of his team try to flood around him. This is the playmaker here for eUnited. Damage from this Stalker could be massive for EU.
Look at the discipline from Rain. Sure, he can get some damage there with the Stalker rifle, but it's not worth it. He's the gatekeeper on B right now. He pops 1 shot, backs down right away. He does not want to be an easy kill as he guards arcade and music.
30 seconds till the rockets come up as well. 2 kills go to the side of eUnited. Navi find themselves 2 dead. Rain's just being such a nuisance at the moment, just running around up and down the stairs. He's like a toddler who's had too many E numbers, too many sweeties in the morning. For now, though, he's going to be put on his back. Navi trying to wrestle their way back into this, but eUnited, they are not having any of it. They crossed the 200-point mark.
That was 2 dead for both sides. These are huge kills off the back of that. Another one, though, goes in favor of eUnited as they will continue scoring here. Now 210 to 137. A sizable lead in the home stretch. Ryan Noob also 1 rocket to play with. Double kill. He's still got another rocket as well as he will fly right into PD. He knows someone hiding around. Mighties, though, with a very nice kill against Ryan Noob.
He'll be taken down, though, and Navi now, I think that might be the nail in the coffin for this series. Suspector still has 1 rocket to play with eUnited crossing the 230-point mark now. 1 kill here from Suspector should give them the numbers they need to close out the series, to turn it on its head. Navi making a desperate play on C, though.
Desperate play is right. Kimbo's your last player alive here. Suspector is 17 and 10 in this game. This is the home stretch. 5 points to go here for eUnited.
This will do it, and this shows the resilience of eUnited. Navi, though, somehow getting to A. I thought this game was over. Suspector has to turn his attention now to B. The grenades are coming in. Here comes the flood from Navi. They're not giving this one up yet.
Wow, great pre-nades there on music here from Suspector. He shoots.
They get a reset.
Does not get to finish there on B. Navi will continue scoring. They are not dead yet.
Snipe down, though, showing experience, showing that just a few seconds of calmness can win you games of Halo. They flip B back in their favor. Snipe down already, putting pressure onto A. This will be game, set, and series going to eUnited. Well, that was a tough series for them. Navi gave as good as they got.
And what looked like it was going to be an even more difficult series for eUnited ends in a 3-1 win. And like you said, the resilience, the composure from this team, they're reminding us why they are a veteran squad with not just their sights on a respectable finish here, but by the end of the day, Sunday, they won a world championship. It took them a little bit in that series, but they do find a solid form. Like you said, though, not as easy as they might have liked.
100%. I think they just looked stronger and stronger as the series went on, though. Yes. I think they maybe were just caught off guard a little bit from Navi in that first game. Navi, of course, waiting for this opportunity to play on that main stage for so long, but eUnited stepping up to the challenge, turning that series on its head. And like you say, just a little bit of experience, those final moments of the last 3 games really was the difference.
That really was it. You take a look at the last 10% of each of those games in terms of both score and time, and it was eUnited making cool, calm, collected decisions that won them those games, and they made it look easy in the end.
They do indeed make it look easy. So Group D, or Pool D, I should say, looking pretty rosy right now for eUnited. If you're Navi, though, knowing that you've got Sentinels and you've got what we'll call a local derby against the Sen to come up, it's a tough road ahead for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're Sentinels, you're also looking and you're like, man, that series was even closer than we expected as well. They cannot take Navi lightly. Keep in mind, they will be playing Navi later today as well. We're going to get to see a Sentinels matchup against every single one of these teams as well across every stream. So the pool of death looking even more deadly than we might have expected.
It certainly is, and there's so many things to be decided. Like you mentioned, how the pools end up is how your bracket might turn out as well. We watched the Optic documentary yesterday, and they were saying, we got a good bracket because of our placement in pools.
Exactly.
This has really helped us on our way to winning that tournament, and every single team who's in this pool at the moment is probably thinking exactly the same thing in every single pool. So congratulations to eUnited on the win. I think a tough series for them, but I think that's the kind of series maybe they would have wanted to be tested early on in the tournament.
Let's not forget, right, if you're watching clips from eUnited, if you're watching the process from Optic Gaming, you heard Formal say, we want those tougher matches in groups. We want to face these tough teams now. Get ready for bracket play. You don't want these to all be 3-0s, and you get to bracket play and you're not ready for the fastest, the toughest opponents. I couldn't agree more. I think eUnited is really proud of a win like this, right? They had to work hard for it. They maybe got woken up just a little bit, and now here they are able to move on through the rest of pool play, but already with a pretty tough series under their belt as well.
Yeah, it certainly was a strong performance from eUnited, looking extremely good. And now we get to hear from one of the eUnited players. It's Mr. Snipedown. He's on the stage now with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Give it up for Snipedown as coming to eUnited. They come out on top victorious to kick off the Halo World Championship. Now that series, you guys come away with a 3-1 victory, and really the map I want to talk about, kind of like map number 1. You guys really couldn't find your footing right there, just kind of finding that opportunity to execute and really get us some time there. What really kind of changed from there going on for the rest of the series?
Yeah, honestly, I'm fine with game 1 being our worst game of the tournament. So I think we just build from that. It was really bad. I mean, we could not figure out how to get the oddball. We were slaying a lot, but I think we went to the next game. We said we're down 1-0. Next game we tied up 1-1. It doesn't matter what happened game 1. It's all about what comes next. So I think we progressively got better each game, and I'm glad to bring that into the next series.
Yeah, it definitely did. You guys definitely did get better throughout that series. And the one thing is that I noticed kind of watching it, especially what was going on, you in a slaying trio of you, Suspector, and Ryan, who really doing your thing, But Rain, he's an absolute anchor on the map, just slaying. Talk to me about your team and how successful you guys are going to be going into this weekend.
Yeah, Rain, Tim, I think he's honestly one of the most underrated players in the game. I really think he's got some of the best comps you can ask for. It makes me a better player. It makes all of us better players. And, he came out in that game too and really, he dropped, I think, 19 kills.
Yeah, he was on fire.
So, we can count on pretty much any one of us to pop off at the right time, and that game 2 was his time, so very happy for that.
Well, you guys are definitely vibing. Anything you want to say to the eUnited fans out there who was cheering you on, coming to the stage and all throughout the matchup?
Yeah, thank you to the EU fans, to the Snipedown fans. I love you guys. Happy to be out here at another World Championship and hoping to put on a show for everybody, so it's only the start.
All right, that's going to do it for me at Snipedown on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah, my goodness me. I tell you what, we love a bit of an eUnited comeback. Thank goodness they managed to do it, though, after that first map, and it wasn't a reverse sweep. Because honestly, I was a little bit nervous watching that first map. I was a little bit worried that Navi were coming out swinging, that they were clicking, and this could have been a little bit destructive for eUnited going forward in the rest of the day. Clutch, what are your thoughts coming off the end of that first map and how they turned it around?
Yeah, I figured that Navi was going to stylistically give them problems, and on a map like Recharge Oddball, it's sometimes so difficult to find your footing and the pacing correct. I felt like eUnited was going to figure it out eventually. They weren't able to, though. That's credit to Navi and how strong they came out. Sucker punched eUnited in the face, but quickly, when you look at the rest of the series layout, you could tell that eUnited was given ample opportunity with a lot of strong game types in hand to be able to come back in this one.
Yeah, indeed. And I got to say, Aquarius Slayer was lights out there from eUnited, especially towards the end there. I mean, very, very impressed with Navi's composure, but eUnited able to keep icy and really keep on track of the players and what they were trying to do to produce the numbers and try and come back. They denied that entirely. And the same said really for Bizarre. I mean, Goofy, very eUnited of them to go up one flag and then play defensive, right? Not looking to pull whatsoever, just staying in mid-market, making sure the base was protected at all costs. They did it perfectly.
Yeah, especially on a map like Bizarre Captures the Flag, where it's so difficult to get points on the board. So after going up 2-1, eUnited playing textbook Halo, making sure they lock down the win and take this series lead. But for me, Lottie, I think the biggest moment in this series was in that game 2 Aquarius Slayer when we saw Navi cut the lead. They were down by like 12 kills, and they ended up tying the game in the 30-point mark. But eUnited, for them to win that game, even though it was only by 5 kills, I think that just set them up. It like relieved them a little bit going into the rest of the series, and they closed it out pretty handily, 3-1. It looks closer than it was, in my opinion. I think eUnited really was in the driver's seat, and they started off their weekend strong.
They certainly were in the driver's seat, especially in that final map, Street Strongholds. And we have the stats here across both of our teams. And Gaskin, I want to give a little bit of love to Navi out here because they were performing really, really well. They did keep up with things as well with eUnited despite the scoreline here. But who really impressed you from the Navi roster?
I think even though Snaky may have done the highest damage, I'm looking at Kimbo and his return to form. I've given him a little bit of a hard time throughout tournaments. I said he wasn't really like responding to callouts well, but he seems to have really knuckled down and returned to his Halo 5 form. He was amazing to watch back in Halo 5. A great player with his aim, like if you get any sort of sniper rifle in his hand. And we saw that again in this series with the shock rifle. It seems like the team is far more comfortable with the IGLing from Jimbo, everyone on the same wavelength, and because of it now, Kimbo has really stepped up and he's impressed me.
He really has stepped up indeed. I think all of Navi has stepped up. After that performance, I wouldn't be too upset about it. I'd be really, really excited with what they can kind of do pushing through the rest of their pools. It's a tough pool, but the fact that they got it done the first map of the day, that confidence needs to carry over and improve on things as we go through the rest of Friday. Now, I did see the stats there, 23k damage for Snipe Down. Damn, this guy is putting some work in right now. It's the final kind of step here for the World Championships, and he's not slowing down much here. Clutch, this guy has some titles to his name, but can he add another one this weekend?
Yeah, that's the big question for me, is what would a World Championship at the end of Snipe Down's Halo career mean to him? Because, I mean, as a guy that competed alongside this guy, came on the scene just about the same time as Snipe Down, it was always Snipe Down setting the bar as far as greatness is concerned. The guy's been doing it for so long and a national champion in his own right in his rookie career, but he hasn't gotten that major accolade since. He's won tournaments, no world championship, no national championship outside of that first one, and you know he's got to get that second one to be going down as one of the top 3 of all time.
And I think after a choppy and changing year, I think a win here would mean everything to this guy. It really would be the cherry on top for Snipe Down. And my goodness me, if he performs like that, who knows what could happen? Anything could happen. Well, what's happening right now, folks, is we're heading to a quick break because we have plenty more action coming your way. But just to remind you of what you just saw, a hot start from Navi on Recharged Ball. Very dominant performance, but that could be said for United's maps 2, 3, and 4. They turn it around, and hopefully they keep in this direction for the rest of the day. Coming up, though, G1 versus Team War.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with stealth tech. And immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
Welcome back, folks, to the 2022 Halo World Championships. We're here celebrating Halo all weekend long. We have the most gorgeous event arena right now. It is lit up to the nines. It is looking insane. We have booths. We have a catwalk on the main stage this time around, and I'm hoping to see some players, strut down there, show us what they got, including on the sticks, of course. Come on, it's the gameplay that really matters. But I've got to say, some of the jerseys that are definitely up for grabs are fashionable, to say the least. They're absolutely gorgeous.
Yes, I agree. I think that what we need to do is just do a whole catwalk,
yeah.
a fashion show. All right.
It is a fashion show.
Because have you seen Wes? Wes is his beautiful jacket. You know, he's dressed to the nines. You know?
He is.
I mean, Lottie's showing all of it. Lottie's got the sequence, girl.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Girl, I love the sequence. I'm all about that.
Thanks, girl. I appreciate you. You're the best. But though, talking about fashion.
What's this?
You may have noticed on the desk, we do have some absolutely gorgeous kicks. They're insane. And we actually do have a new collaboration to reveal to you guys. And this one is extremely exciting. It's absolutely amazing. Make sure you guys check out this Adidas Halo Infinite NMD R1 version 3, and it's I'm going to say it the way I say it, Adidas. It's an Adidas classic, and it meets Halo. It's absolutely gorgeous. The coloring is amazing, and it's a Halo Infinite multiplayer inspired shoe. It's going to be released on November 5th, so you can actually go and grab that on adidas.com, select retailers globally. But if you turn them around, GB, did you show them the Strongholds?
Yeah.
Sign on the back, you did?
It's actually quite nice. You got you got the AIs on here too. But you know what though? They gave us a few pairs. Check this out, Lot.
Let's see. You got them on?
I got them on! Look at that!
Is that allowed?
Boom!
If a screen is cracked up here, we know why, but they are looking mighty
What do you
fine.
think of that, Dave?
I think it's too close for comfort for Dave. Is what I think.
Fantastic.
I literally got told by our producer, that's enough.
Yep. Did you read my mind?
Yeah, she certainly did. She certainly did. But you know what? With that, there's no segue really to amount to this moment. But let's have a look at pools right now, because pools is where it matters most. It has been insane so far. We've had 2 matches and they have definitely brought the goods. Of course, we have seen FaZe looking pretty hot and eUnited coming back as well. So momentum is on their side. Let's see what they can do in their pool of death here. But Bravo, you know, off a cast, fresh off one, looking at this fresh FaZe pool still. What are you thinking?
I mean, this is, like we said, it's still going to be an absolute battle there in pool D, excuse me. Without a doubt, I think the results that people maybe expected coming in there, of course, for the likes of Optic and FaZe, but the crazy thing is that not only has this tournament been the closest to ever call, but also just the fact that these pools are also going to be the toughest to call. We talked about it on the desk, but these pool results, you talked about the opening of the show as well, these pools results are really going to determine brackets at the biggest tournament of the year, and the road that you have in the brackets could have come down to a few kills in a Slayer, right? One single flag could determine the road that you have in a bracket, so it is going to be a jam-packed day across all 4 streams, without a doubt.
It certainly will. I'm also staring here at Pool C because Fnatic are 1-0 up. Fnatic came in from the play-in bracket, and I believe it was TSS that they took down here. So a really hot start from them, Walshy. And honestly, if they can keep pushing forward, especially going against G2, who've kind of had the wind knocked out of their sails, this could be a really big opportunity for the championship bracket kind of sneak through at 2nd position.
Yeah, those early matches going through play-in, it really puts you through the ringer. You have to go through all different styles of play. Your back's against the wall. You really don't get to come in cold those following matches. So you know that Fnatic are coming in hot today and doing what is nearly impossible, like trying to go through the play-in, trying to make it through pool, and trying to make it run towards Worlds.
Yes, indeed, and Worlds is exactly where we're at. And welcome, guys. If you have just joined us, welcome to the Halo World Championships 2022. Here's the schedule. If you have just tuned in, this is what we have in store for you today. It is full play, but it's extra special because 4th place by the end of the day will be going home. That is something that is going to be a little bit of an extra bite in the backside later on today for some of our teams. So you need to go hard right now. You can't be sleepy. We've already had 2 matches on the stream. We do have G1 versus Team War to look forward to, and plenty more bangers coming your way through into the evening as well. And folks, if you're wondering where you can catch all the rest of the action too, not just the main stage action, we do have 4 different places where you can watch, 4 different streams, so you guys can catch all of your favorite teams as well to follow along with them. So make sure you are checking out A and B, both casted, C and D gameplay only. But so many different options there, loads of tabs, you've got loads of Twitch drops available as well. So absolutely insane, just an overall incredible celebratory weekend. And by the end of it, we're gonna have a world champion. Now, moving on, trying to find that out, we do have G1 versus Team War, and 2 teams, I think, rightfully so, are looking to make some noise here. We've said that a couple of times because so far the noise has been a touch quiet, especially for G1. I think they are made of more. I think they have what it takes to be up there and considered as one of the best teams we have here. And then Team War making noise on the other end of things in Orlando. Who would have thought that they have accomplished, honestly, maybe the near impossible back then? What can they accomplish today?
I mean, that's the question, right? I think for G1, it was a Cinderella story, excuse me, heading into Orlando, right? 2nd place of the Super, everything to play for, so much hype. I mean, you saw what happened in the HQ. They're popping off. They can't believe what they're doing. And we have to say it, Orlando was humbling for them, right? I think they needed to go back to the drawing board.
Humbling, but at the same time, 1 kill difference from knocking out Sentinel in game number 5. Now, G1, they were kind of flying under the radar throughout the season. Obviously, no longer flying under the radar after that super performance and playing so well in Orlando. I think they still got a great shot this time.
Yeah, and you know, I want to say this very clearly so that everyone knows. We talk about Sentinels, and Optic, FaZe, eUnited, Cloud9, these juggernaut teams. I think it's about time we start putting G1 in that conversation as well, because I think that they're one of the teams that's seriously contending for a world championship here. That being said, though, you know, you still can get tripped up by a squad like War if you're not careful. We did see, actually, me and Dave had an opportunity to cast War, and they were outslaying Cloud9. But it was the objective efficiency of C9 that led to that victory for them in Oddball. So that is something that War is going to need to tighten up, but also that is something they could potentially exploit in their opponents. On the flip side to that for G1, I think that they know that they can pick up this victory, and I'm very confident in them in this one. And I think that they just have to be careful not to slip up at those opportune moments.
I think having the right dynamic on a team is so important. I really do feel like we've seen that with G1. Since Boo came on board, this team has been totally different. The chemistry works, everything works perfectly together. And we do have some, familiar faces with one another. I think that does help in terms of chemistry up there. But I gotta say, they are in that conversation, GB. 100%. They are definitely in that conversation, but unfortunately, this is the last stop. Results is what matters here this weekend. Nothing but first place is good enough for these teams. I can tell you that right now, because every single person on that stage getting on there, it's all they're thinking about all weekend long. And this is the time to do it. This is the time to shine. The question is, can G1 do it? And a hot start here will definitely help. On the other side, though, we do have Team War, who are going to be looking against their juggernaut, right? This is going to be really tough for them. But this is where they're going to be tested here, Bravo. What do you think they need to do? What do they need to clean up on to go against a G1 who's looking to prove themselves?
Yeah, I think they need to make sure that they're treating G1 just like Golden Boy said, right? As a team that could win this tournament, because make no mistake, G1 is certainly in that conversation. I think Team War needs to realize that's who they're going up against, right? This is not an early pool play. Let's see how we do. We need to start, our tournament starts right here, right now. We need to be ready for this matchup.
Yeah, we do indeed. And I think, they did the unthinkable in Orlando, of course, the clutch 50-46 win, game 5 over Quadrant, a lot to be said there. And pushing on forward into Orlando, G1 is a little bit of a different beast, but I think players, while she like Oddball, are going to definitely help to make that a little bit more comfortable. What do you see in this guy up there on the stage?
Yeah, when I look at Envor and this whole roster entirely, I feel like they're going to be fine during those chaotic situations. And I feel like that's what we're going to see with a G1 versus War matchup. Yeah. It's not going to be, here's this massive standoff, teams are just waiting for something to happen. Both these teams are eager to get in those dogfights and just charge around and battle.
Tony will be turned. Maybe two-turn. Maybe two-turn.
Maybe.
Envor's going to add to that chaos without a doubt. I think Dave's breakdown is perfect, right? These are players that want to play this game fast. You look at Rami, right? You look at Devin. Doesn't matter what Halo title you're talking about. These guys have been pro players for a long time. They just want to hold forward, and they just want to shoot everything that moves. And Hysteria's happy to play that game as well.
And I think, honestly, this is the first time, and I love how it's the end of the road, that Team War have been present, right? We're talking about Team War on the desk. It has, I really haven't spoken about them much this season, but it's incredible that they're here doing it. So there's something to be said about the unexpected here for G1. So they have to be watching out for that one. So Team War can catch them off guard. The question is, will they do it? We'll find out right now with our casters. We have Goofy and Clutch on the mics. Gentlemen, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie. I am Goofy, joined by my man Clutch, and we got a good series on our hands. G1 taking on Team War. Team War, of course, somewhat of a Cinderella story coming out of Orlando and stamping their way here at the Halo World Championship. Tell me a little bit about G1 and a little bit about Team War.
G1, I mean, they've got everything going right as far as the Super was concerned. The online performance from this team, and astronomical performance from these guys, but yet to do it on land, yet to really create that upset. And on the other side, Team War, a team that nobody really expected to be here, the leftovers, you would call them, from a lot of the top teams. They've somehow formed together. They've been able to make their way to Worlds with a few upsets in Orlando, and now they have an opportunity to make some noise here.
And here we go. Game number 1 in this series going to be Recharge Oddball. 2 rounds to win. You got the camouflage, you got the shock rifle. You got a lot of teamwork that's going to be needed to win the game for it to grapple. We see some plays being made with all the sandbox and Halo Infinite, and this is going to be a treat.
It's the World Championship. Who's coming out swinging is what I want to know, and let's hop on board with someone I know who wants to throw hands in game. That's Tony Two-Turn.
Tony Two-Turn picks up the camouflage to get things started, trying to stay alive bottom middle. Able to get out of there with the camouflage in hand.
What can you give me, Tony? Give me some light for Team War. A little bit of momentum goes a long way. A couple of kills will do a lot of work for them to get some confidence in this series. A team that considers themselves significant underdogs. Tony Two-Turn actually used to be on G1 before they replaced him with Boobadooboo. You know he has his eyes set on creating this upset.
Initial ball time into the hands of G1, but a few members fall. Tony Two-Turn takes down Swish. Big kill out of him. 2 members down for G1, and now Tony Two-Turn, a couple fights here. Squally takes him down.
Big win by Squall. I was interested to see if Tony Two-Turn was going to use that Mangler, break a GA or 2 here at the World's Championship. Didn't actually shoot the gun, so no harm, no foul, but we'll see. As this grudge match, you know the passion's there, you know how bad he wants to create it. Will he be willing to break a GA is the question.
Squally putting out some good shots, take down Hysteria. Toby 2 trying there for the double kill, looking for the triple on Rami, not able to get it. Gets a lot of damage down on Rami, and he manages to stay alive here with one shot. Good job battling the life. That grenade, though, takes out Rami.
Rami trying to stay alive there. You would have loved to have seen him be able to control that 5's area, but an even better job by G1. Squall picks up a very couple important kills, and that's a player I have my eyes set on for as far as G1's opportunity this weekend. If Squall can play as well as he has in some of the online tournaments we've seen G1 have success in, he's going to give them every bit of life to have a great tournament.
Yeah, look at the G1 roster. The names that popped off the board, of course, is Bubu Dubu, a household name in the HCS, but everyone else on this team are such important parts of the puzzle. You talked about Squall, Swish, Devin. These guys are all powerhouses in their own right, and we're seeing it here as currently a control in the hands of G1. Nice shots on that player grapple. Ball back in the hands of Squall.
Yeah, it's a 10-second lead for now, but this one's going to grow if they can hold this setup. Camo is coming up, and Devin, he's in a perfect position to pick this one up. A great job to shut him down, not let him get away with that camouflage. But Team War need to break this setup because all of a sudden, a 10-point lead turns into 20. And with another round of slays, you're going to watch it jump up another 20 points.
Good rotation with that ball. G1 now in long haul. Gets taken down, though. That was Squall. Bubu Dubu left in a troubled situation, but good rotation once again here into control with the oddball. And like you said, Clutch, you got to be careful if your Team War or G1's going to run away with this one quick.
Bubu with the rotation, masterful right there. That's how you play recharge oddball. I love that. Now that he's at the elevator, he understands, especially as Devin goes down, he needs to find a way to find some slays if they want to rack up any more significant time. So the ball, it's in a great spot, but they know that they can't hold on to it until they get a couple of kills. They do that in the kill feed, and that's Bubu Dubu's signal to rack up some more time.
Rami being a nuisance towards batteries, runs away from the engagement, spots a couple players from G1, opts to leave that fight. Now Devinator on your screen, putting out good shots on Envoy, keeping him at bay and control. And now he's going to rotate over, pick up the ball.
Just clear control right now from G1 is what we're seeing. It's masterful. The rotation was all the way from blue. Now we're all the way into pipes. And yeah, Bubu Dubu is still alive with this thing. The lead now up over 50. G1 has taken over round one.
Here we go, Squall with the shock rifle. We know this man can put on a show. Nice snipe on the Hysteria. Getting a little dose of his own medicine. Hysteria, of course, known to be a great sniper in the scene. Nice kill there out of Squall on the Envoy. One member down for each side, but control still in the favor of G1.
Yeah, Squall can't quite help his ball carrier in Bubu Dubu. Devin goes down as well. But it is Squall that's able to clean up the trash, able to pick up that ball, and now with a 60-point lead, Squall looks to push this round one to an end.
And it all started, like you said, Clutch, with the Bubu Dubu rotation, taking the ball from blue all the way to elevator, all the way to pipes, and now he's got the shock rifle, trying to stay alive, taking a lot of damage, manages to keep his life, though. Spoke too soon.
Players front, players behind. They tried to prioritize taking down Bubu Dubu. Team War do a phenomenal job at that. But right now, Rami does have the ball in hand. Unfortunately, he's the last guy alive for Team War. He throws it right to Squall. Great positioning by him as well. And they're going to clean out Rami and turn this elevator setup back into theirs.
Yeah, right on the cusp of winning round number one here. Only 10 seconds left to go for G1. And this has been textbook Halo, textbook recharge oddball right now. Great rotations, great teamwork, getting all the important kills and rotating when they need to.
A strong round one. You just need 8 points to close the door, but you want some slays as well. You know these series as best as anybody, FaZe. When you're looking to gain confidence throughout pool play, what do? You slay a little bit extra. You put your stats up. You build that confidence for more important series. They're going to be more highly contested. And right now, Squall, now that the kills have come through, the ball time has as well. And G1 put an exclamation point behind round one. They start this tournament very similar to how we saw last time in pool play. Dominant performances.
Squall leading the way on his team, 11-4. Great start out of him now with a fight for the opening underway. Rami, great kill there onto Squall, able to pick up the camouflage. I'd love to hop on board with Rami and see what he can do with this camo.
We saw Tony get the first camo last time. Didn't really find anybody home with it. Maybe a kill. But now Rami with that same opportunity. Team War need to find a way to play from the lead here in game one at some point. Pushing this to a round three would be massive for them. And Rami, I like that decision by him. His teammates are picking up kills, but unfortunately they drop like flies right after, and he's going to have to figure out a way to slay on his own.
Rami has all the power weapons in the world, but gets taken down by Swish. He had the grapple, he had the shock rifle, he had the ball, he had everything, but not able to get control as Swish shuts it down. And now shock rifle in the hands of a dangerous man, goes by the name of Swish. Grapples over towards this area, pulls out the shock, trying to go for the no-scope.
Knows he's here. Can't hit the shot. The second one though, Rami, he's taken down. The assist will come through, and now Swish, although it wasn't a double kill, clears out the way for G1 to gain a significant lead here at the start of round 2.
Swish with another big-time shot onto Tony, 2-turn. Onboard now putting some pressure down on Pipes.
Back it up.
Good job, Swish, making him back it up. Shock rifle still in the hands, and great control out of G1 once again to start this round.
Swish standing his ground in a very disadvantageous fight right there. Just buys his team so much space, does not give up that space, and Pipes, it's such a difficult area to try and not give up some of the space. It's allowed Boobadooboo the opportunity to make the play he's now made, and with that kill, they're gonna sandwich this player at elevator. They're gonna get a nice elevator setup of their own.
And once again, great timing out of Boobadooboo. Great kill out of Booboo, looking for the double, get some help on the assist. Once again, doing a masterful job of rotating at the right time, putting down shots when he needs to, and just being an absolute force on the map.
What teamwork out of G1 right there. That was masterful, how they all stayed alive over towards the elevator. They slayed out, they get all 4, and look at Boobadooboo pushing the advantages. Can't get the triple, but it's because Onboard backs down. It's not because Boobadooboo didn't want the smoke.
Bring all the smoke to Boobadooboo. Nice knife there out of Swish. Nice triple kill for Swish. Looking for the over. Onboard. Give it to him. The overkill for Swish.
Swish starting to heat up now. Shock rifle, camo in hand, the overkill in his back pocket. But he wants more. The first shot is a killing spree. And Swish taking over round 2 right now. This guy.
Great plays all around. Once again, G1, the time in their favor, 72 and counting, full setup. Going for the shock rifle once again. Swish misses the jump, and because of that, he's gonna have to take this fight with Onboard and not able to win. So a little bit of a slip up there, but the timer is still going up for G1 as they're looking to go up 1-0 quick in this series.
Yeah, Onboard was actually the last player alive, so G1 did the rest of the slays this time around for Swish. He doesn't need to kill everybody every time, they say, and I mean, what a dominant round 2 we're seeing out of G1. Game 1, it's over, FaZe. 7 seconds, 7 points away from making that a reality, and they look so strong so far.
3 down for a moment for G1, so maybe, just maybe, we can see War at least, if not win the round, win the game, at least give themselves a little bit of confidence going into the rest of this series. We talk about that. It's so important to not just get blown out at the end of a game, and even if the score is lopsided, make some good plays, have some teamwork, and now that's what we're seeing out of War as a couple players down by that Repulsor. Nice job, Hysteria with a big-time double, working great with his team, looking for the triple kill. Hysteria making plays now. Like I said, a little bit of a change of momentum.
Yeah, one of the issues is, though, is although that was a phenomenal play by Hysteria, too little too late, 93 points to 25 still. You're going to have to make about 5 more of those same plays in order to keep this going. A killing spree for him, though. The grenade kill staggers the respawners once again from G1. And the more this happens, the more interesting this round can become.
Uncontested seconds for Team War, hopping on board with Onboard. Good real estate on the map as well for Team War. An opportunity to pinch these players in G1. Swish catches a grenade, but he knows he has Squall next to him, so fighting with some confidence. Onboard, good job rotating here now towards batteries, picks up Devin now trying to find the double, not able to get it, and goes down.
I love that play by him, though. He made the most out of a tough situation. All of G1 was rotating to that side of the map. But right now, Rami's the guy to watch. He's got to get over to the ball carrier. And unfortunately, Boobadooboo cuts him off before he can get across catwalk. And now it's a 2v2. But one player has the ball, but now it's a 2v1 because Tony 2-turn just ripped off the head of a G1 player pushing blue.
And look at the scoreboard, Clutch. 93 to 80, and the setup still totally in the favor of Team War. We weren't giving them the benefit of the doubt early in this game, but they're making us eat our words right now as this is a really close game.
This setup has been everything we wanted to see from this series from Team War, but unfortunately, as we speak, the setup breaks. Another headshot for Swish with the shock rifle, and now just seconds away from G1 and in game 1.
There you have Boobadooboo not able to get the final second. I thought the grapple was gonna do it. This is going to be a big moment, and unfortunate deaths here. All 4 dead for G1, and Team War has the ball. This could be a miraculous comeback if they're able to win this one out. Hysteria rotating the ball over to Pipes, taking a lot of damage, and he goes down, and that's going to do it, I think, for game number 1. And yes, Boo Boo Doo, the man you expect to get the ball, closes out the game number 1, and G1, it takes a 1-0 lead.
All right. Where in the world did Boo Boo Doo just spawn? They were all 4 dead. And he spawns in a close enough area to be able to close the distance on Hysteria there with the ball. I want to watch the theater there because I think we just got robbed as fans of Halo from around 3. I think Hysteria definitely should have had that one. Unfortunate for Team War, but you have no time to really talk about that. You got to move on. It's a Game 2 Slayer, and to stay in this series, you built a little bit of momentum in that second round, but a third round would have meant so much for these guys.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about as well. The way they closed out that second round, they got to be feeling good going into game number 2 Aquarius Slayer. Obviously, G1 is such a formidable opponent. Some people see them as breaking into the top 4 of this event, right? Yeah. So if you're War, you made it here to Halo World Championship, you had a really close game number 1, specifically round number 2.
Okay.
Going into this Slayer is going to be big for them if they want to stay alive in the series.
They started making plays. And how'd they do that? They got some camouflages, they got some shock rifles of their own, and they started to do some work. They have to do a better job of controlling the power outs and power weapons against a team like G1 if they want to stand a chance. We saw that in round 2. We saw the work that Tony Two-Turn was doing with the shock rifle. When they got a setup, Team War was very successful. That one was like a 70-point setup. The best setup of the game for sure, but I mean, G1 just too strong, too much of a lead to try and compete with there towards the end.
Really, the God spawn for Boo Boo Doo Boo is what put the nail in the coffin, unfortunately.
I'm not happy about that.
For the Team War fans. But we talked about it, Boo Boo Doo Boo showing us how to play oddball, how to rotate, when to help your teammates in this overkill out of Switch. I love the challenge on board.
Oh, yeah.
Goes down for the overkill, big plays, and we saw him continue it in Turbine, getting no scopes. So big plays all around with that shock rifle, and now we got Aquarius Slayer.
It was good to see Swish get his hands on that shock rifle because Swish, what he wants to do with this World Championship is put the world on notice for how talented of an up-and-coming player he is. He has caught my eye all year long. And now that he's got a great squad around him, they've started to build some chemistry. The organization itself, they bought into Swish, and he's going to give them every bit of their money's worth in this gameplay, as you're seeing already in Game 1.
Game 1 behind us now, hopping into game number 2. Aquarius Team Slayer, first to 50, will win the game. You have a lot of options to work with on this map. Biggest one being that camouflage top middle. It's going to be so important to control for either of these teams. But if I'm Team War, you gotta finesse a win here. You got to get a Game 2 win so you can stay alive in the series.
It's all about the heat wave. It's all about those thrusts, the camo. And we all know how much work Dynamo nades do when you have control of the map. Let's see what Swish can give us at the start of this game. He's going to end up trying to push towards the corner. He's getting stuck here. A lot of pressure onto him, but we'll see if they can take him down. Just such a good job to stay alive there, FaZe.
Boo Boo and Swish going to work together to take down this player in the bridge. That's on board. He goes down, no problem. Actually, Boo Boo Doo Boo ends up trading Rami there with the heat wave, able to get out of harm's way. Good job by Rami getting the kill and sneaking out of there.
Swish got the information that he's in that corner. Is he going to know there's 2 players there? He does know now. As Onboard and Rami now stuck in the corner. A little bit of map control will go a long way on Aquarius. These angles so difficult, but the grenades are perfect in Team War Slay out.
That was such a big double kill out of Envor, but a couple kills on the side of G1 as well to even things out. 5-3 early lead for G1, and Heatwave in the hands of Squall. Trying to stay alive top middle, taking damage though.
Squall out with the Heatwave. Trying to be aggressive, but these grenades, this setup from Team War, their situational setups have been strong throughout the start of this game. Unfortunately, they still find themselves down 8-4, so the disadvantageous kills that they've been able to achieve, all for naught right now in the score because G1 starting to figure out ways to get their picks, but Badubu has 5 of his own.
A lot of Team War clumped up here towards the blue fridge. Envor stuck in a scary position, but once again doing a good job valuing his life. Camouflage will be spawning in 20 seconds. Boo Boo goes down. Devin is right on his back, so he's taking damage. Able to stay alive. No, Devin goes down as well. So double big kills make that 3 down for G1, and this could be a good swing for the boys on Team War.
Yeah, this is the map control you need to start gaining a lead. You got to get information on where the other team is. And Rami gets that information. He's trying to be aggressive with Heat Wave. We'll see what he can do as he's pushing into blue.
Great flank out of Rami with that Heat Wave. Switches to his VR for the cleanup. Trying to find a double kill. It does get it. 2 members fall for G1. Camo in the hands of Tony Two-Turn.
Perfect. As the second camo comes up, they get the kills they need. They flush the map. They flip the map. And now Tony Two-Turn can rain havoc on these pink spawners with this camouflage.
Unfortunate trade there. A little bit too aggressive with the camouflage. Started things off well, evading damage and picking his fights, but unfortunately got a little bit too aggressive there with camo.
A 3-for-1 trade nonetheless, though, and you're now seeing Team War with the first lead of any of the gameplay we've seen so far. So a 16-12, although it was an 8-4 lead off the break. Team War doing a phenomenal job to rally back here in the mid-game of Game 2. They've taken this lead. We'll see how long they can keep it.
Commando in the hands of Swish. Just trying to survey the map. Not able to spot any players, but as I say that, finds a one-shot on board, takes him down. Scoreboard a lot closer than it was a few seconds ago as G1 doing a good job to close the gap, and big shots there out of Swish, taking down Rami, who's leading the way on the Team War side with 7 kills.
Look how well G1 just played that situation. They trapped them in the base. They tried to come out pink. Swish said absolutely not. Put the Heat Wave to use, but more importantly, stayed alive and denied the space that Team War was trying to take. In the meantime, G1 collapsed from all angles, and all of a sudden it's a tie game.
Dynamo grenades do so much damage. Swish able to stay alive, but goes down ultimately. Hysteria picks him up. Onboard gets one as well. 2 members fall for G1. Back and forth we go in game number 2. Neither team able to establish control.
And this is a moment in this game where Onboard needs to decide, is this team going to push this series a little bit farther than 3 games, or are they going to go quietly into the night, into the rest of the pool play drama right now? Because Team War, they want this upset, but without a strong performance from him, it's not going to happen.
Once again, we're seeing Team War do a great job controlling power-ups, controlling this camouflage, now in the hands of Hysteria. Known to be a slayer, but also a very smart player historically in Halo. Champion in his own right, won many tournaments in his historic Halo career. Now we're watching him here at the Halo World Championship.
Beat me about 30 times, I think.
Expected.
Was it? I had as good of a chance against Hysteria as you had against me back in the day.
I have to set myself up for that one, huh?
Always do, but Hysteria's staying alive. Really an underrated quality that he brings to the table, and look at what it's done. It's opened up the map. Team War have taken a couple of kills, and now they have 2 members trapped back blue, and they could look to get right back into this one with a significant lead here as they cross the 30 kill mark shortly, 29-24.
Big double kill out of Hysteria, stringing together some important kills here at the 30 kill mark. 5 kill lead for Team War. Runs into a grenade there, a couple weak. 3 members of Team War here in this base. This could actually work out in their favor as 2 members fall for G1, trying to be aggressive, and Hysteria and the friends make them pay.
Veteran play by the veteran, just back up, let them come to you. You know Halo 5 kids, they're gonna fly. They're gonna try and be aggressive, apply pressure. They expose that situation. They get the kills they need, and now all of a sudden, FaZe, it's an 8-point lead for Team War.
And we're seeing them gain and capitalize on their momentum. 9-kill lead for the boys on Team War, make that 10 kills as Devin goes down as well. Squally finally able to stop the bleeding. Swish trying to get this Hysteria finally off the map, but he's doing such a good job staying alive. I don't think we've seen him go down the last minute.
No. He's not even like taking unnecessary gunfights either, right? He's not trying to change the outcome of the game by himself. He's working picks with his team. It's a killing spree for Hysteria, but it's more importantly a dominant team performance from Team War. Their teamwork starting to click when they needed it most. And I mean, look at Rami, 12-7-6 to start off game 2. That's as good as you can ask from the young gun.
This is the moment in the game. If you are G1, you got to close the gap, and you got to close it now. But Tony Two-Turn has the camouflage with some perfect shots. Envor with the pinch opportunity. Tony trying to provide some help and does just enough to get that kill. Great plays all around for Team War, and they could tie this series up in 10 more kills.
We talked they needed to prioritize the heat wave, the camouflage. What are they doing in this game too? They're doing just that, and they're executing perfectly. It is now a blowout phase of 42-27. Team War Made so much noise in Orlando, and they are not done yet. They want a statement at the World Championship about to tie this series up with 5 more kills.
All 4 members fall for G1. Envor playing with confidence, has the heat wave, pushing in to blue, just trying to find the stragglers. That's going to be Switch, but Switch with the nice break to nade, but great heat wave out of Envor. Takes him down. Now working together hand in hand with his team. Devin catching fire, chooses to get out of harm's way, but no, they take him down. 2 more kills to go, and this almost was a steak dinner.
Envor on the prowl. Can he end this one himself? He's got the backpack to do it. Thrust, heat wave in hand. He wants to get involved. Let's see. Player below him can't hit the shot, but ends up melting. It's a kill before him, and Envor's going to stand up, let him know that Team War, they're here to play, and I love that. The emotion that these guys are playing with, let's feed off of it. Let's get it going. Series tied up. The upset is a reality at this point.
And speaking for myself, Clutch, I love having teammates that kind of wear their heart in their sleeve. They get excited when they win a game. They let the other team know. And that's what we just saw out of Envor, feeling great, tying up the series. And it was so close for this first half of that game, neck and neck. We were talking about it, and then it all started with that Hysteria life, staying alive, valuing his, picking and choosing his fights, and being such a hard kill. And that really opened up the map for Team War. They were able to win that game.
Yeah, let's talk about the light, right, from Hysteria. That was what Team War needed to get back into it. It wasn't anything flashy. It wasn't anything exotic that we'll showcase on highlights, and people will say that was unbelievable. It was good decision after good decision after good decision. And someone that's been making good decisions for about 15 years in Halo right now, continuing to do so at the world stage, Hysteria. Maybe not the best stats, but perfect Halo.
That's the thing about competitive Halo, is that stats don't tell the whole story. There's so much more that goes into being a top-level player. It's your decision-making, it's your communication, it's the stats that you don't see on the scoreboard. And I know, Clutch speaking, you know, we both were competitors, and we're such big believers in that efficient play style, and Hysteria.
Be careful where you go with this.
Hysteria showing us that he's not a one-trick pony. We think of him as this main slayer, but he's just such an important player in this game. He was such an important player to staying alive and valuing his life, and big kudos to him.
It's great to see him hitting this form too. It feels like it's been forever. I mean, when we competed, Hysteria was the best player in the world.
Yeah.
Like, he was the guy I didn't want to play against the tournaments, because he's not only hitting unbelievable shots, but it is that decision-making that we saw in that game too, that he was so easily replicating so often back then. It was consistently the right decision after right decision, and when you play against someone like that, the game is so difficult.
Looking at the series score here, 2-0. A couple lopsided games to get this started, back and forth.
Couple of them.
And next we got Capture the Flag on Bizarre. And out of the entire rotation of maps and game types, this is one of the slowest of the bunch. So it could play in the favor of someone like Hysteria, who we saw valuing his life. And we're going to see that come to fruition here in game number 3. It's going to come down to controlling the power-up. It's controlling the power-ups. And Hysteria, I expect to definitely have a big game 3.
Bizarre CTF is a really strong game type for G1 though. And this is the perfect game type that they can sit back and say, all right, we lost the Slayer. It happens all the time, FaZe. We talk about it. Usually those Slayers become coin tosses. But when you lose one, and you know one's at the end of the series at game 5, no more room for mistakes for G1 from here on out. You at least get a strong game type for your team as you look forward going through the series.
It's going to be an important game for both of these teams. And talking about the pools that these guys are in, they got Cloud9 in there as well. So G1, if they want to have a big event, if they want to have a big Halo World Championship, not only are they going to need to close this series out, but they got to think about Cloud9 in their pool as well. And we talked about it, you know, at Orlando, Cloud9 going down to eUnited. So G1 needs to turn things around after a tough game 2 and think about the big picture here, as that was not a good look for them in Aquarius Team Slayer.
And you got to think about it, right? Is it G1 only thinking about Cloud9 when they look at their pool? Are they overlooking a team potentially like Team War? And what that does for your mindset coming into the series, how quickly can you snap back into reality and get focused? Because right now you're in a bloodbath. You're in game 3, tied 1-1 with a team that you probably didn't think was going to be tied up. So we'll learn a lot about G1 throughout the rest of the series. How do they handle a little bit of adversity? You heard it from Formal in the process. A little bit of adversity helps us, right? We get that out of the way, the nerves go away, and now all of a sudden we're just playing Halo. We'll see if G1 can have that same mentality.
Taking a look on the screen, we got the boys in G1. They got all smiles. It doesn't look like they're worried at all. And if there is a game in the series that the quote-unquote underdog tends to win, it is those team slayers.
Yeah.
So I expect to see G1, to your point, Clutch. This is one of their game types that they thrive on. I expect to see them come out strong, and they play their advantages so well that on a map like and game type like Bazaar captures the flag, they're so coordinated at when they're pulling flags. They're so good at pushing their advantages. When they have rockets, they play aggressive. When the other team has them, they know where to sit and when to camp. And G1 is gonna make this game 3 hopefully take the lead here in the series.
Well, that's the thing, is the reason Bazaar CTF is such a strong game type for a team like G1 is because they are so coordinated. Because the objective on Bazaar CTF, in my opinion, is the hardest objective point to score in all of Halo Infinite competitive gameplay, because you need so much chemistry. You all have to be on the same page. You have to literally step by step go through the process of how to capture that flag. It's multiple rounds of slays as you're going through the double doors or wherever you're going to run it. So G1 specialize in that. That's why I think they're favored going into this game 3. That's why I think it's a phenomenal opportunity for them to get back on the right step.
Looking like a bunch of stone cold killers just waiting to get things started here. Looking again at the series layout. If we do get there, game 5 is going to be live fire team Slayer, but we know for sure we got a game 4 of Strongholds Streets ahead of us, and this is going to be a really pivotal game for either of these teams looking to take the series lead.
Looking at the rest of the series layout though, Faisal. Stronghold Streets, very momentum-based game type, I would call it. A winnable game type if your team more. If you can get some rockets, if you can get some work done with the Bulldog shotgun, you give yourself an opportunity for a game 5. So it's not all over here in game 3 if things don't go your way. But as we load into Bazaar CTF, G1 need to get back on the right foot. This is the perfect map mode combo to do it, but you need to see something strong out of the starting gates.
Got the rockets, you got the grapple, you got the overshield. And the opening start is going to be so pivotal in determining the success of this game number 3 as we hop on board with Oddball.
The man that stood up after game 2. Let's see if that hype can translate to the gameplay. He's got a lot of pressure on him. It is Tony Two-Turn that gets the overshield, however. He's already made slight work of Swish in the corner. Map control belongs to Team War early on.
Great start for Tony Two-Turn. The boys of Team War, 3 members fall for G1. Now all spawning back their flag. Tony just putting some good damage down. And able to stay, no, he's not able to stay alive. Hysteria had rockets and he gets taken down. So what started off as a good intro for Team War, G1 shuts it down.
There's a player on the other side of the map. It's Squall. They got behind enemy lines, got an angle on Tony that he didn't expect them to have, and that broke the entire push of Team War. So Squall keeps his team alive, gets a lot of that pressure Team War was able to apply early off of them, but we'll see if it can translate to any control, because right now it looks like Team War are able to once again get the kills for the middle of the map.
4 members fall for G1. No one on the side of Team War able to get a flag. So like we talked about at the top of the series layout, this game type, you got to do so many rounds of slays before you can get a flag cap. So even when you get 4 dead, if you're not in position to run it, nothing's going to get accomplished.
It's that coordination that you need, right? You need things blocked. You need the flag being pulled at the right time for the slays. And you really need to dominate the entire map for a short period of time. What timing Swish just got to be able to get behind Hysteria right there, and how will that work out in his favor as he gets great damage onto a second. The second overshield now coming up, and Swish has picked up not only a big kill, but an assist to match. Make it a second as that overshield spawns.
3 members fall at the wrong time for Team War, as overshield looks like it's going to go in the hands of G1. And if I know anything about G1, they're going to push their advantages. Once they get this overshield, I expect them to play aggressive and try to get a flag run.
See what they choose to do with it. Let the overshield lead the way. Squall trying to get into the tree, but it's actually Boobadooboo that's getting a lot of information. Team War, they have 2 players down. The rest of the team is going to be bar side of the map, and that's exactly where Squall intends to push with this overshield.
Flag has been pulled out by Boobadooboo, working here with Squall, but gets taken down by Rami, and Onboard takes down Squall. So great job playing defense out of War. That overshield gets neutralized.
Great defense from Team War. That was an opportunity for G1 to get an early lead. And we all know what it means to play from an early lead up as RCTF. You can virtually play defense in some of this fortress-based game time, so it's a phenomenal job to make sure that this game stays tied 0-0 for now.
Devin spots the player Rocket, tries to get the cleanup, but Onboard backs him down, keeping his teammates alive. Like we talked about, the man that stood up and got hype after the Game 2 win. Devin with the Rockets now. See what he can do.
Finds the first, finds the second. Good use of the rocks. Hysteria in the corner. He's no shield, but no angle on him. And that's a very important job to just stay alive for as long as he did, because if Hysteria goes down earlier, Predevinator's already looking to be aggressive into the enemy base. It is going to have to be G1 re-slaying if they want to get a flagpole.
He grappled right into his own death, and Swish was there to try to help, and he falls as well. Rami now trying to get the third member down for G1, and that he does as Tony gets taken down. So a couple members for both sides go down. Hysteria trying to stay alive, so neither team able to really capitalize early.
No significant troll for either team right now. Team War. What it would mean for this clock to all of a sudden get in the 3-minute mark, Faisal, this game be tied 0-0, and then all of a sudden someone makes a play that gets you a black cap on the board to be able to regain control, to take control in this series for them. Monumental, but right now with the overshield, it's taken out, it's removed by just a plasma pistol at that. You try to get into the tree, it's denied access. It's Hysteria forced to relocate here front the base, and that overshield, it's mitigated completely.
Heads up play out of Boo-Boo Doo-Boo, just making Hysteria's life so difficult. Using that green gun to knock down his overshield and then ends up taking him down. So single-handedly taking overshield off the map is Boo-Boo Doo-Boo and making plays now, working with Swish. But Tony able to get that kill. Hysteria actually gets the kill, but good job by Tony staying alive. Three members fall for Team War, but it's all battles in the center of the map. Rami gets caught by two players. Now Boo-Boo Doo-Boo throws Dynamo. There's a lot of damage once again to the center. Neither team able to push much past halfway.
Yeah, both just fighting for whatever control. Neither team really able to successfully get an opportunity at a flagpole, and the longer that happens, Basil, eventually someone's gonna make a play that opens up the door for a cap, and that could just be where the game's decided.
And Clutch, I'd love to go into an Astro listen-in with Team War after coming off a huge Game 2 win. What can they do to turn things around here in Game 3?
Top rockets as well. They shocked our BR.
Yeah, I'm on it absolutely.
Fine, they wasted shocks. I'm gonna go out tree.
Rocks and Obi in 15.
RB on it. RB on it.
One shot. Tree killed me. Tree killed me.
Oh, dude.
Watch our flag. Watch our flag. He's half. He's still being guys.
I died, dude.
Overshield and rockets up.
Only one our flag, guys.
Yes, good. One tree.
Flag. He's absolutely the flag's someone you can jump up to. I got backside, dude. Tree killed me with OS.
I carry his
Rockets, Boo-Boo. He's outside Rockets, with Rockets, Boo-Boo.
He's still above you. Yep.
Okay, he double back inside now.
There's OB on flag.
Rockets.
Rockets are pillars. One was like our corner area, maybe.
Okay,
BR, guys, help.
Yeah,
BR one shot. Still there. Still BR. Going towards our flag. I got the one shot. OB our doors, dude. Still have OB.
Okay.
Trying to get doubles.
Okay,
that's fun. No, tree. Our door's weak, dead. Our bridge. Trying to stay alive.
One at RBR. With shock and thrust.
The bridge.
He's gonna push flag with shock and thrust.
Our front jump. I got shocks. Absolute tree, guys. Our shocks also.
Tree.
Yeah, shocking in there.
He's gonna get a pull.
I got it. Dude. Let's get about.
Nice.
Alright, hold up.
We have grapple?
Yeah, I do.
I have a...
The back, one in. I jump out, one at the BR.
Spiking, I'm gonna spike it. The tree, they're back to BR. Spawn.
G1 takes the lead 1-0. Rami on your screen runs into a bunch of players, gets taken down. Tony Two-Turn falls as well. That's 4 members down for Team War. Let's talk a little bit, Clutch, about that flag cap out of G1. They had the rockets, they had the overshield, but really the MVP of that cap was Devin, staying alive in their flag and being such a pest and allowing his teammates to switch with the overshield to start the run. Then we saw the rockets come into play, so great execution out of G1.
Unbelievable by Devin to stay alive in that process. It was pure chaos, and somehow he kept finding ways to cut off the angles to be a nuisance. And when you get the overshield and the rockets, those are the moments where the power swing, the power curve can make the difference in the score. They're able to get that 1 cap, and they may be all they needed to end this game 3 in their favor.
Overshield just spawned, 4 minutes left in regulation. Team War in trouble right now. But Rami able to pick up the overshield. Yes, he does. Clicks it in. Gets a kill. Big plays out of Rami. 3 members fall for G1. This could be an opportunity for Team War to get a little bit aggressive here.
They got to find a way in. That's the thing. This is where all of their pushes have stalled. They have not been able to get in. And unfortunately, Rami loses half of his overshield here. Challenging a player. That player does go down though, so this could end up being exactly what Team War need right now. With 2 players down, a flag being pulled. Let's see if they can get it to the middle of the map and get around the slates.
Tony Two-Turn so important right now on the map, needs to stay alive. He's the escort for this flag runner. That's Rami. Big 2 kills on the board for Team War. Tony does go down. He was the escort, but that's 3 dead for G1. Rami trying to get the flag through the double doors, but goes down to a grenade. 4 members down for G1 and Clutch. This could be all tied up.
Oh, it's going to be all tied up. They get the slays. Hysteria grabs the flag, punches it in, and we're all tied up with 3 minutes left. Who's going to make the play? Tony Two-Turn with the rockets. He gets them off the map. You thought he could potentially lose it. I like that play by him, but right now they're going to have to stave off another push from G1 because here they come.
Heads up play out of Tony, wasting both of those rockets, taking them out of the equation. Envoy and Hysteria now. Trying to stay alive, working together. Running into a dynamo grenade, the damage is being done. Both members crouching in the corner and their flag gets pulled.
They're coming in from both sides right now. The sandwich is here. It's a G1 sandwich for lunch. And to start this tournament off, they're gonna need it. Because this flag on the move is gonna take the lead with 2 minutes remaining in this game. Pre-Devinator and the boys have done it. They've got the game-winning flag cap in hand, in the stand. They take the lead here.
And not only great shotgun kill out of Boo-Boo-Doo, but not only did they get the flag cap, take the lead, but they still have full control on the map. Bulldog, overshield, spike grenades, everything in the hands of Boo-Boo-Doo. Map control, just doing so much, having such a presence on the map at such an important time with only 1 minute and 45 left in this game.
Look at Boo-Boo-Doo, 24, 10, and 9. As highly contested as this game has been, his stats are rock solid right now. So good at staying alive. He's got 2 players around him. Finds himself a double, adding to the tally now 26, 10, and 9. And the control is what he's focused on now with 1 minute and 25 left, up 1 cap. Your control of the map is all you're focused on here, FaZe.
Could not agree more, Clutch. They're choosing to just stay alive and put the pressure on the spawners rather than putting themselves in harm's way to try to get an unnecessary flag run here. They're just going to keep control. Boo-Boo-Doo making sure no player OEs from the side of Team War and just playing textbook Halo right now, but runs into 2 players, double doors. That's a great opportunity for them to get some real estate.
You got to get out somehow. If you're Team War, you got to create some space, and they figured the double tour was the best place to get out. They find themselves a pick, and I actually love this now. They've created a little bit of chaos in the middle of the map. Let's see if they can get a couple of kills and potentially get a flag-tying flag on the move.
Hysteria taking heavy fire, top rockets. Hops into the vent. It's going to stay alive there. Swish now trying to move into the base. Takes down Tony Two-Turn with great shots. Once again, trying to find Hysteria, who finally does go down. So there's 2 fresh dead for Team War, and only 20 seconds left. Clutch, this one looks like it's going to be over.
Team War would have to do something unbelievable. It's an overextension from the shotgun area that's going to be the play, the focus on board. He's in the enemy base. Unfortunately, he's got 1 teammate with him. The G1 know he's here. They get the first pick, though, and that is massive. FaZe, the flag potentially on the move. A couple more kills go in their favor as well. It's a 2v2, but 3 go down. It's up to Hysteria, and he's not in a place that doesn't appear to get another touch on that flag, especially with so many G1 members here to defend it, and that's going to do it for game 3. G1 take the lead back in the series 2-1 on Bizarre CTF.
And unlike the first 2 games of the series, that one was a lot closer. 2-1. We saw Team War have a few windows of opportunity to tie things up and to make things interesting, but that's what makes G1 so dangerous here at the Halo World Championship. We talked about it. We talked about their play style. They play such great teamwork-oriented Halo with a couple of main slayers on their team, and they did exactly what needed to be done to win the game. And I want to take a look at these stats if we can, when we can, because I feel like a few members of G1 had some big games.
Booba at 28, 12, and 11. We'll take that, but Squall and Swish, they both have 16 and 18 assists respectively, and with teamwork like that, there's a reason Booba is able to go that positive, plus 16 on the game. In a 2-1 game, you're that positive. I think G1's probably wanting to have a little bit more success in the objective department, but they are very satisfied with the way these boys are shooting.
Looking at the damage, Swish and Boo in the 7K club. And Boo, the story of his Halo Infinite career so far into Season 1 has been a bit of a roller coaster. Starting things off with the FaZe roster, and people saw him as a little bit of the weak link. And when FaZe made the change and Boo ended up on G1, I had a gut feeling that FaZe was going to regret it in some ways, but obviously both teams have gone on to be very successful in their own right, and G1 just one of the newer contenders on the Halo Infinite scene.
Yeah, that FaZe roster, something about it just wasn't clicking, right? Snipedown was having a hard time finding his own. Booba was not the same Booba he was towards the end of Halo 5. We know how prosperous his career looked, but ever since they've been on their respective teams, Snipedown to eUnited, Booba to G1, they have looked completely renewed. It's unbelievable the performance he's able to do, and he doesn't just bring gameplay, he brings such great insight as a veteran now in the scene. Booba has been a professional player for 4+ years at this point, been through a lot of different ups and downs, tournament wins, major wins. He brings a lot to this G1 team, and it's no surprise that after a Game 2 loss, a player like Booba pops off to give his team the series lead back and to say, hey, guess what, guys? We're okay.
And the play style out of Boo is so easy to fit into any roster. He just does that do-it-all type of player. Snipedown, on the other hand, obviously a dominant slayer, but he needs to find the right spot to flourish. I think Boo can be put into any team and help them. And we're seeing it here with G1. He totally changed the chemistry of this team, and we've seen them be in the grand finals. Of course, it was an online super, but we know how dangerous this team can be. And once again, just stone cold killers. They know what they got to do to close this one out, and they got a big weekend ahead of them.
I'm excited for their weekend, man. They're the kind of team that I was always on, FaZe. Well, we were always on, honestly. We were underdogs, right? Nobody's coming into this tournament saying G1's going to win this thing. Well, guess what? You and I got to win. Why can't they? They're good enough. They can beat some of the best teams in the world. Can they do it all across one weekend? Can they create that many upsets? Let's answer that over the weekend's time. What G1 need to focus on, and I told them this on Thursday, just get one. Get your first upset, then get the second, then get the third, right? Don't think about a big picture. Break it down one game, one series at a time. Right now, they find themselves up 2-1 over against a team like Team War. You got to make sure you don't get tripped up either. So close the door on this series. Do it with some confidence, and let's see you against Cloud9 later today.
Here we go, hopping into game number 4. Street Strongholds, first to 250 is gonna win. Devin able to get the Bulldog uncontested. Rocket still on the map, and great initial aggression out of Devin, able to open the map up so quickly. Great grenades, great damage. The Rocket player does go down, and Envoy picks him up.
I want to see Team War, how they rebound off that Game 3 loss, because, I mean, you build momentum in Game 2, you feel like you belong in this series. And all of a sudden, it's ripped away from you in the last 5 minutes. Let's see if they can start off strong and build a lead and push this series to an unnecessary Game 5.
You know what they say about Game 5? Anything can happen. If you're G1, you want to close this out right here, right now. But Envoy and the Bulls and Team War have something to say about it.
Thrust and Rockets is a good start for the boy. A lot of individual skill in Envoy right now. If you don't know who he is, welcome to the show. Unfortunately, not much to see here this time around as he loses both the thrust and the rocket without shooting. And that could be a mistake that he thinks about later tonight.
Had the thrust and the rockets, hands him over on a silver platter. The Squall just shoots a Hail Mary and takes down Tony. That's a good feeling. Now runs into Envoy Arcade Hysteria there as well. So unfortunate timing for Squall, runs into a couple players, and early control out of Team War.
Even though it hasn't been perfect, they have a lead. You don't have to play perfect. You just got to play better than the other team. And right now, Team War has found a way to successfully have a little bit of that advantage here in the early game. It's still just 29-2. You want to see them get a couple of slays. They have the numbers advantage, but they're losing Strongholds.
Sneaky melee out of Squall, hiding there in tires. Hysteria gets his revenge, takes him down. One member on each side falls. Stalker in the hands of Rami. Rotating with Tony, spots the player, bottom middle, but gets taking damage from Cafe. But doing a good job rotating, and now puts the damage on Boo Boo.
Rami's been one of those players that's just so underrated for so long. You feel this Team War team, probably his strongest team in his career. They want to continue the train that they started in Orlando, but it's going to have to come off of an incredible Game 4 performance to create this upset and push this series to a Game 5. Right now, the pressure's on BNC in the hold of G1, and more importantly, Rockets in the hands of Squall.
What was a 29-2 lead for Team War has been all G1 since. They've almost doubled the score, 51-29, and Bulldog and Stalker. Squall knows what to do with it. Good job taking down Tony. 2 members down for Team War. C gets converted, so great control at the midpoint here. Squall just surveying the map, trying to spot players towards Arcade. Does Rami? Does he gonna get the kill with that Stalker? Not able to clean him up, and the nade does do it. Great job, great precision. Take it down with that spike.
An interesting setup here. We have an AC setup for G1. It's not a very common setup. It's not easy to hold. You're seeing the push from Team War. They're prioritizing A, and this is a moment where Tony Two-Turn knows that the push to B is going to be where G1 try to focus, because this A hold is going to be so difficult. But no, he actually ends up pushing. They lose that push, and the AC hold will continue.
Clutch, we listened to Team War comms in game number 3. I'd love to hop into an Astro, listen in with G1 in this game number 4.
This guy B-Rail.
We're gonna try to push you guys. I'm gonna go
Do B-Rail.
Do B-Rail. Tony, pillars on me back here as well.
Alright, pillars to the tires.
Oh yeah, onboard her and tires. Here. One shot tires. Tires B-Rail.
Going for Rock.
I got one. Another guy, blue gen and green gen.
B-Rail, one shot. One shot above B stairs.
He has one rocket going. He went up
2 B stairs. They both went B stairs.
Spike it. That's spikes.
Stronghold capture.
B-Rail?
Yep. Drive those rockets.
Yep, I spawned Ivy.
One shot. B-Rail. Yeah, one shot B-Rail. I'm pushing. Sitting in the corner. Sitting in the corner. He's in the corner. Your name. Right there.
Both one shots.
Both one.
He went towards red.
In red. They're trying to triple pass. Drive
Yeah,
it.
see. I'll still see. Give me a second.
No one. We're down.
Drive it. He backed up. One.
I spawned purple. I spawned out.
Go up.
They're blocking up plants. They're backing up.
One's our kid.
I'm going to B. Yo, we can B.
Guy front A. Back A now.
Not pillars.
Mid with you.
You want tires, right?
Tires, go. I'm maybe 2 tires.
You got a beam. One shot dead. Another guy plants.
One shot hit.
Pillars one hit.
And they're on comes shot. He's going purple.
Purple.
Shoot the spikes. Yeah, he's with the pipes.
Run C.
One shot C. One shot C.
We're just up there.
And purple.
I spawned B.
Maybe Mando.
One shot still.
See again. Still one.
Still one.
Got laundry going bottom mid. Rami.
Three bottom mid.
Rami's one shot.
Got 2.
I'm going for triple. I'm going for
One
triple.
shot.
Trying to
One shot might be.
Yeah, purple.
They're gonna be PD. They're gonna be PD. They're gonna be PD. I'm coming to you, Nate, front. Okay?
Going against him to watch your cross. They're gonna split red. Yeah, they're gonna split.
This guy going plants.
I have one.
PD1 hit.
Yeah, I have 2 spikes.
2 PD.
Two PD, 1 plants.
Yeah, target shooting me. I'm gonna down. Yeah,
I'm gonna make sure. Live.
Watch them. They're gonna get A. This guy front green gen. Green gen
You're
down.
gonna left heaven if you're going B.
One heaven.
Yeah, one spawn drop. There's gonna be 2 on your green side.
Shot heaven.
Nope, you can B.
Going blue gen. Going.
Come back up. And A with one shot.
B or net. One shot blue gen. Bottom mid.
Rocks inside.
And a guy in front of you on me.
One green. Laundry down. Two going spikes. Rockets are coming out.
Spikes one.
Nice. Rockets are up. One just one on board.
Okay.
I think he's PD.
Yeah, he probably is. I'm getting it.
Tires. Got one.
You're gonna
Two dead still. 2 dead still.
getting it.
I'm going towards purple.
PD, I
I don't
think
see it
you
now.
do.
I spawn cafe.
I don't see PD. Drive it. Going up
B
there.
and B. We're gonna
Twice.
do control these
Twice.
two.
Twice. Should be one
Contract
shot.
with him.
Good music, right here.
Stairs. I got 2
One
still.
shot.
I got his B. He hit me with that. I got his weak toss.
Go ahead. Absolute. Going. Planers.
The triple cap did so much damage as the score has blown open 209-72. Countless 4 downs on the side of Team War as G1 is hitting their stride.
Calm communication the whole way through is what stuck out to me, Basil. It was very level-headed calls that you don't really feel the pressure that the guys are actually feeling there on the stage. And Team War's giving them everything they want, but right now the score is saying otherwise. 230-72. This game 4 has become a blowout.
Slays on the side of G1, control on the side of G1 as Hysteria goes down so close to converting A, trying to get a quick trip cap, not able to do so. Now Switch looking to convert this arcade stronghold, trying to close out this game and the series as B and A in control of G1. A couple players there, B stairs. Grammy not able to get that kill on the Swish.
Remy goes down. That's going to stagger the respawn of Team Wars. They cross the 240 mark on the side of G1. They're going to have one opportunity to try and contest this situation. They're going to continue to score, and this one could be all she wrote with these kills.
The final push out of Team War, going for the B stronghold. Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo here to stop them with the big-time double kill and the reset. And that will be the nail in the coffin and in the series as G1 come out victorious.
The job gets done. It wasn't easy, and Team War came out swinging. The game 2 was a phenomenal win on their side, but the objective play from G1 was the difference maker in this series. It's a tough pill to swallow, especially with the emotions that Team War came into this World Championship with, but pool play's a long day. You lost a series, you're able to rebound, but on the side of G1, you're on the bigger and better series ahead.
And you said it, Clutch. It's pool play right now. It's going to be a long weekend, and Team War giving a statement, right? They didn't just get blown out in the series. There were some scares for G1. They got dominated in game number 2, so we got a long weekend ahead for both of these teams. But what we expected to see out of G1, a little bit of trouble in some of that series, but ultimately they were able to be in the driver's seat and close it out.
If I had to guess, if you asked G1 how they feel about their series, they're not very happy. They wanted to come in, they wanted a 3-0 against a solid team in Team War, but they probably wanted those scores to be a little bit more lopsided. Fortunately, they do end the series on a massive note in game 4. They dominate that, and that is something that they'll be able to ride into their series later tonight against Cloud9.
And you mentioned it earlier, Clutch, a bit of a storyline here. Tony Two-Turn, a little bit, it's been a while, but used to be on this G1 team. He knows those players. I'm sure he wanted to get that victory and kind of get that revenge, but you know, the players on Team War got to feel good. It was a close series, and like we said, it's a long pool play ahead.
We saw them going on an elimination bracket run last event. I'm not quite sure how the pools are playing out so far for them, but if I had to guess, if you lose to G1, I'm pretty sure they already lost to Cloud9. It's gonna have to be an elimination bracket run for Team War once again if they want to create some upsets. But hey, some players thrive in that atmosphere with your back against the wall, season on the line. We'll see what Team War has for us for the rest of the tournament. But right now, G1 looking solid, and they have a very important series later tonight against Cloud9.
And if Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo can continue to play this way, I do not want to go up against G1, even if I'm Cloud9. I know we talked about Cloud9. Have not missed the grand finals in any of the HCS majors so far this season. Will they continue the streak here at the Halo World Championship? Will they make it back into the grand finals as we look at the series score? Started off strong for G1, ran into a little bit of turmoil, but ultimately closed it out strong in that Strongholds streets. Gotta be feeling good.
I think if you can preface it with anything later on for this Pool B performance, it's going to be Cloud9 slipped up in pool play last tournament at Orlando. That's something that G1 know, and they understand, like, hey, if we're gonna catch Cloud9 off guard, if we're gonna catch them sleeping, not playing at their best, it probably will be Friday. So this is what I call like a free shot at one of the big 4, because worst case scenario, you just advance through your pool, the second seed no matter what. But there's a series that you get to play for the first that you got nothing to lose. So they should be able to play free flow. They should be able to put on a show and hopefully make that series interesting, if not create that upset.
Well, Clutch, I want to hear from the man of the match as we got Blaze on the main stage for an interview with Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo.
Yes, I am. Seattle, give it up for G1 as I got Dubu on the stage. They come out on top with this 3-1 victory. Now, Dubu, you guys, y'all made quick work of them, but it was a competitive series at the end of the day. How you feeling after coming away with this victory on the main stage?
I mean, we feel pretty good. We kind of expected to come into the series and come away with the W, so a 3-1 win is pretty nice, and to get the main stage jitters out of the way early, it always feels good.
Yeah, and those main stage jitters is real too, okay? You got to break them loose early, get ready for the weekend. Now, in this one, you guys only lost to Slayer, but you were absolutely slaying out here. Talk to me about your teammates and how they kind of help you out here have such a fantastic series.
Yeah, I think if we just play how we practice, like my teammates are very efficient, they do OBJ, they have good deaths, and I kind of just play in the background and make sure everything's in control in our favor and go for the slays, and I wouldn't be able to do it without them, so we're just playing as a team.
Yeah, you guys are really starting to peak here at the World Championship. And how you feeling about your pool as a whole here?
I feel pretty good. I think this is a really tough pool to be in. We beat J-Lings already, we beat War, so now we're sitting at 2-0. I kind of expect Cloud9 to go 2-0 as well. I don't know their series against J-Lings, but I'm assuming they got a dub, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so our next match is against Cloud9 for first in the pool, so we got to go hard.
All right, well, any last words you want to give to the fans before I let you go get ready?
Thank you, G1, and to the fans, everybody. I met some pretty amazing people so far this weekend, and excited to keep meeting you guys.
All right, that's going to do it for me and Dubu on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Boo showing the love to the fans, to everyone, and the viewers at home, because my goodness me, what an epic series that was on the main stage. And G1 looking really good right now. A little bit of a shaky moment there we saw midway through the series, but the fact that they were able to clean things up speaks a lot about this roster. But my big question right now for you, Shaz, is does this tell you more about G1 at this point or more about Team War from what we just saw?
Well, I think Team War definitely put G1 in some difficult spots. I think it shows character for G1 to be able to bounce back and rise above some of the problems, and they solved them on the fly. I think for Team War, they'll be quietly confident that they were able to put G1 on the back foot quite often in that series, particularly in that game 2 Slayer, 50-31. That is commanding against a team that we have touted as a possibility to get into that top 4. So I think for Team War, their sights are going to be set on J-Lings here and ensuring that they can stay in the competition, and they have a massive chance to do so because J-Lings haven't been playing too well today. I think for G1, they want to be playing against Cloud9 and they have to step it up if they're going to take them down.
100%. I think grabbing that Aquarius Slayer in the fashion they did off G1 is huge confidence going into that one, and hopefully they can keep themselves alive going into day 2. Now, Golden Boy, I'm coming to you. I'm skipping over Walshy. Walshy, I'll be back. Don't you worry. I'll be back. But Golden Boy, I know that you did manage to catch up with one of the G1 players behind the stage, and I kind of want to talk about him because he isn't talked about too much. I want to know why and what this guy can really do. Squall Eye.
No. So I actually had a great conversation with Squall Eye where, it was in between one of the series that we had, and, he was saying he's starting off a little slow. He wasn't too pleased with his performance at the beginning of the day, and you could tell that he was really beating himself up about it. But this is the type of player that really can contribute to this G1 lineup effectively when he's fully activated. And I think that is slowly going to happen. The problem is now your next step is going to be Cloud9. And one of the problems that I had seen, and we had also noted multiple times, especially in this oddball game, it was that whenever G1 has those advantages, they need to dominate. Let's not forget, War nearly brought this back off the backs of some damn good plays from Hysteria, from Rami, who was slaying big time as well. So I really think that, for G1, they're going to look at this game and say, we really need to start playing to our advantages better when we have this and we know that we can end this game. There's no reason why. It was 91 or something like that at one point, and then out of nowhere, War was right back in the game, nearly bringing this one back and forcing that round 3.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. And I got to say, more on your point about Squall Eye and his slow starts, the stats just there, 19 and 11 for map 1, that looks like turning it around to me.
Exactly. Most interesting point I found from that whole conversation you said is that you had a good conversation with Squall Eye. I think for the most part, whenever I'm talking to you, you're just talking at me. So it's good you just got some information out of him.
Me?
Yeah.
Look, I am a joy. If anyone in this venue wants to come and have a conversation with me, I am a wonderful human being and one of the most modest, kind humans I've ever met in my life.
I will vouch, however, he does like to put the odd foot on the table. Just saying, if manners are not your thing.
No.
However,
you want to see my foot?
gotta say, you know, this has been a pretty strong start for a lot of our teams, but we have seen some weaknesses exposed so far. Looking at some of the weaknesses, but some of the strengths coming forward here, you can see that G1 just had such a Slay-heavy game, and that was huge for this roster. I think when it comes to objective efficiency, that's everything, and I did feel that Team War started to show that in Bizarre CTF, and I think it's pretty impressive, Bolshi, you know, considering the position Team War are in. You know, this is a pretty recent roster, and the fact that they're able to kind of keep up with some of the best and some of the ones that we consider are, you know, our world championship teams is massive.
Yeah, it is massive. I mean, the slaying power and the aggression isn't the question on War. It's the objective efficiency.
Yeah.
When they played against Cloud9, they were going actually even or ahead in slays on Oddball Livefire and lost by a significant margin on that game mode. And we saw similar situations here. There are times they had plenty of kills against G1, but weren't able to translate that into a cap, into time.
Yeah. And when they did, by the way, I believe it was game 2, right? It was at 50-31. They were dominating the objectives on the map. They were dominating the power items, and that was so important for them. So this War team, they're a great squad. They have a lot of recipes for success. The problem is that you're at the World Championship, and a lot of teams have been at this for a minute at this point, and G1 is one of those squads that have just been practicing nonstop.
Yeah, I think it's actually even fair to say G1 were guilty of overslaying at times and not being efficient with the objective. In that Bizarre CTF, Hysteria was going double negative, Tony Two-Turret wasn't playing too well, and it was 1-1 for large portions of that game. So all of these teams have to step up, and G1 have Cloud9 on the horizon. You cannot leave those mistakes on the table because those boys will punish it.
Yeah. You certainly cannot, but there's so much more to play for, but pool play is so important because that 4th place is going home. Just to remind everyone, I'm going to be barking on about it. However, though, just to cut some of the tension that we have for our main stage matches, because they have been electric, we actually do have Blaze right now. He's amongst the event, and I think I see him at the Dolby booth. Let's catch up with him.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here, and I'm at the Dolby booth here in Seattle. Now, if you guys came to the event, don't worry, I got a surprise for you. We got the last Spartan Standing Tournament going down tomorrow on Saturday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Now, it's first come, first serve, so make sure you get here early. But guess what? If you win, $5,000 on the line if you make it to the finals, and everyone is going to be winning money if you can make it into that lobby. So make sure you come on over here, and as well, get immersed in the best visual and audio experience that you can get for Halo here at the Dolby booth, and I hope to see you guys then.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And if you are in the arena, make sure you do go and check out the Dolby booth, among many others that we do have here today. It's all for your entertainment, folks, including that gorgeous main stage behind us as well, where we will eventually be crowning a world champion. So absolutely insane stuff. But we're going to take a quick break because I need a good cup of tea for what is to come next, because we do have Optic versus Native Red. This could be a big matchup for both of these teams here. But I tell you what a showdown between G1 and Team War. Been slow starts for some of our teams here today, but it's about how you close them out. And G1, they got it done. We'll be back right after this break.
Trolley. Ride my haze off, trolley, trolley, trolley. Crush us with your teeth. Trolley, trolley, trolley.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with stealth tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back to your Friday matches here at the 2022 Halo World Championship. We have the Seattle Convention Center filled to the brim with Halo goodness, including the best Halo gameplay the world has to offer this weekend. It is pretty exceptional. You can see some of the Halo weapons, the sandbox, being used in a very interesting way, which I'm sure we're going to be actually taking a peek at later on. But I do have a bit of a different lineup on the desk right now. I've got Shurzy, Goofy, and Morga from J-Lings. Morga, it's good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
I have many questions for you because you actually had matches yesterday. You had the play-in bracket.
Yes.
So you've already been, you know, working really hard to get to this point, to get into pool play. And you guys started yesterday. Talk to me about that experience of already having bracket play for you guys on Thursday.
It's amazing actually to be here. So obviously we got a little bit of advantage, I think, coming in today because we obviously played yesterday and we had 3 series already yesterday. So yeah, it feels great. It's amazing to be here. I mean, Seattle was amazing. Look behind you. I mean, can't get better than this, right?
I know, it's been
yeah.
amazing. It is incredible. Talk to me about some of the matches. So who was your hardest competitor? You know, what was the mindset like going up into this bracket and knowing that really you've got to play your best to make it into this, you know, the first day of Worlds?
Yeah, so today we started off versus G1, and that was obviously we knew it was going to be a very hard matchup, and then Boobadooby just went off. So I mean, yeah, we just made a couple mistakes.
I hate when he does that.
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Yeah, a couple of slight mistakes, and then we played C9 after. We still got 1 more series to go, Team War, and it's actually going to be for who stays in the tournament. So we actually have to win this. So yeah, we're going to come out strong. We were playing well, so keep it up, and you know.
So talk to me about, because if you play against G1, you run them pretty closely in the first 2 games as well. You're right in the series, and then it gets away from you. But there is this situation, we talked about it months ago when you came over here to America, when you play against the best teams, if you give them mistakes, they will capitalize and they'll punish you. And you're saying Boobadoobu played unreal, you're playing against Cloud9, they're one of the best teams in the game. So is there things you need to work on to play against Team War just to survive in this competition?
I think one of the big things is just taking the power weapons away from him. Like people like that, like Boobadoobu, like Bound, Steller, like if you give him the shock rifle or a sniper rifle, yeah, they can do so much damage with it. So it's pretty much like being very selfish when you have the weapons. I think that's one of the main things we're focusing on right now.
So Morga, I wanted to ask you, like going into this series, right? Like you said, you had a couple tough matchups against Cloud9, against G1. Now you know you got to go up against Team War to stay alive in this weekend, the biggest tournament of the year. So what do you and your team tell each other? Like, what kind of mindset do you have going into this series?
I think we're feeling very confident still. So obviously, like I said, it's 2 very hard matchups. We had the first 2. Team War, we know they're going to be the weakest one out of this group. I do feel like we are definitely the favorite coming into the match. So I mean, you know, we just got to bring it all and yeah, keep our heads in it, and we'll make it to tomorrow.
Well, there's a situation that we had. Obviously, in KC, you finish top 20, you make the team change, or you drop Cristola, how much I hate you for that. And you bring in Flux, and he's obviously hit the team and hit the ground running because you've gotten top 16 at Orlando. And now, if you can win Team War, that'll be basically your best ever placement. You're in the top 12 category, so you're not that far away, and you're making improvements all the time. What does Flux offer to the team that maybe Chris didn't?
That's a good question. I think it's maybe just a little bit of light play still. Like, Chris is obviously a very, very good player as well. With Flux coming in, I think we have a little bit more, working together, I guess, in a way, where like communication, like really, really small stuff. But like I said, always, like in this game, small stuff is big stuff. Like, it just leads on. Like, if you make a small mistake, it just can snowball so bad against you. So I feel like, yeah, that with Flux coming in, I feel we definitely got stronger.
Now, talking about a couple of mistakes, I got to do it to you. I'm one of your toughest critics, but I believe in you guys for sure. Fnatic yesterday, that was a rough one for you guys. After obviously performing so well previously, what happened? You know, kind of what went down, and how did you pick yourselves back up to make it into pool play?
Honestly, I said it to the team yesterday, and I think I mentioned on the cast yesterday as well. Like myself, I had a very bad series versus Fnatic. I pretty much said the team, yo guys, that's on me. And obviously after that, the series after I played fine. I'm playing really well today, so I think if we just keep it up, we'll be fine coming into the next series.
Okay, I like the confidence. I do like the confidence. How have you guys been preparing coming into Worlds? Obviously, it's pretty exceptional in Orlando, and coming back into things and being chosen to come back into that play-in for the bracket and being able to do that in, you know, in your region is pretty impressive, to say the least. So how has prep gone? What have you guys been doing?
We actually had a bootcamp over in Atlanta for a couple of days out in NA. I think we did a lot of research on the play-in team, so we're actually really focused on obviously making this first step to get in the Worlds. Obviously we got that done. Next step is obviously the groups, but a lot of analyzing what people are doing for star strats, how people like to play the maps, and pretty much counter it to it. So yeah.
Now, we've been, sorry Goof, we've been talking about how we wanted the likes of Ascend and Quadrant and Navi to come over here in boot camp and play for an extended period of time, because that practice against some of the top teams can be the most valuable. And you spoke about how you boot camped in Atlanta, you got a couple of extra days getting some scrims in under the belt. How valuable is that to the team just to play against some of the better teams?
Oh, it's insane. Like there's nothing like it. Like this is what you need to do. You need to get to get out to NA and then just play these teams to get better. Obviously in Europe you're limited to a couple of teams. In NA there's so many good teams out here, and I mean you got to play the best to be the best, right? So that's one of the things that definitely helped out.
Couldn't agree more. You got to play the best to be the best. And Morga, for the people watching at home, maybe some of the newer fans of J-Links, this is a very specific question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. What do you think is like the strongest characteristic about your team, and what's something that you guys need to be better at?
That's a good question. I think one of the better things we're at is I guess still like, I don't know, let's start with the worst thing. Closing out maps is one of the worst things we're at. So we get a lead, and obviously closing out the map is very important. I think that's something that we need to work on. So like stay composed and then actually finish out the map. The good things, I mean, communication is very, very good. We're all very individually talented. So I feel like individual skill that we're not lacking any of it. It's just sometimes, yeah, like little stuff that comes out.
Amazing stuff. Well, Morga, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you up here. And thank you so much for the insight. Incredible job yesterday. Best of luck today going forward.
Thank you, guys.
We're rooting for you.
J-Links.
Hey, J-Lings, you heard it here first. But we need to look right now at the KD leaderboard. Let's see who is paving the ways in Slays. We got Boo Boo Doo right at the top of the list at 1.70. Shows that he was the man on Morga's mind, and rightfully so.
You can see exactly why he's been a problem. I think most of that KD must have been against Morga himself, because I think Morga might be in 6th or maybe 68th. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think maybe some of those easy deaths you were giving away for Boo Boo. But look how talented the man is. He was absolutely frying in that series, and we expect to see him up against Cloud9 and playing some of the best Halo he's possibly ever played, and they need him to pop off and maybe be in that championship conversation. I think they have what it takes to be world champions.
They do indeed, and I think you look at some of the players on this leaderboard currently and you think to yourself, my goodness me, they all have what it takes, rightfully so. Falcata being 2nd place, Penguin close behind there. We've got Druck up there from Native Red as well. That's impressive, Goofy. I'm excited to see one of the Native Red boys up there. Having Druck on that leaderboard, that's a lot of confidence going into this next matchup against Optic.
I couldn't agree more, Lottie. Native Red, this roster has been a top roster for a long time in the HCS, and we seem to have forgotten about them a little bit, and they're going to have something to say here at the Halo World Championship. They want to make an upset happen.
They certainly will indeed. As you can see, Pool B, we were talking with Morga about J-Lings. This is now or never. They've got to beat Team War to be in the conversation going into tomorrow.
And looking at Pool C, you see Fnatic, they've actually come out of the open and actually taken down the 3rd-seeded team in the group in TSS. Now, we know that was a grudge match because Fnatic dropped their coach in Strobe and also one of the players in Super CC, so that was a grudge match that TSS were really looking forward to heading into this. They said, we want to play Fnatic. Well, they've come out second best in that one, so they'll be looking to bounce back, and perhaps their championship conversation and their story might be coming to an end.
Yeah, indeed. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen with Fnatic and G2. That's going to be a very interesting one as well. I want to know, how good are Fnatic? Morgan, how good do you think they are?
They're pretty good.
You played
pretty
against
good. I
them,
think
so-
G2 will win it, but I think we good matchup. I think Fnatic's definitely a good team out there. Absolutely.
Amazing. Well, we have the inside scoop there from Morgan. It's nice having a player on the desk so we know exactly what's going on the sticks. Well, I'll tell you what, we do have a main stage match coming your way very shortly. And yes, fans, Optic Gaming are going to be playing. The Green Wall takes on Native Red. It's a green and red affair. And this is going to be an interesting matchup. I want to know where Native Red are. You know, where are they at? Where is this previous KCP roster? Because Optic, they're going to be coming out hard. This is going to be very, very difficult, I think, for Native Red, because Optic are previous Orlando champions, and boy, oh boy, do they look good.
Yeah, Optic have already gotten that monkey off their back. They won the tournament before this. They'll be heading into the World Championship with the utmost confidence, expecting to go on a run similar to what they did in Orlando. And for Native Red, it's about how do they stack up against what is the best team in the game at the moment, currently on form at the very least. So where are this former KCP roster? Are they still in that top 6 conversation? Because we know they slipped back a little bit after getting Manny back into the team. Can they right some wrongs? Can they improve on their last results?
Now, Goofy, speaking of formal, the X Factor. Do you believe he is the X Factor for Optic? Is this the guy who gets it done when it matters most?
I don't know if I would call Formal the X Factor just because he's so consistent all the time, right? There's not a lot of curiosity of what you're gonna get out of his playstyle. You know he's just that cool, calm, collected player that always gets the kills. He's always kind of IGLing in game. He's just like that steady person on your team that is such a good piece of the puzzle, right? I think Trippy, APG, these guys are the ones that maybe you can call an X Factor. But someone like Formal and Lucid, I think they're just so steady rocks on the team that they're always going to give you what you expect out of them.
Morgan, what did you make of Optic and the way that they won the Orlando Major?
I think definitely Formal is one of the guys that actually stepped up. He's amazing. A lot of damage dealer. I mean, the team is looking so strong. I'm looking forward to see what this match is going to be like.
Me too, sir. Me too. Well, on the other side, to make things a little bit more spicy up there, Native Red are ready to go. And I got to say, with this team specifically, they've had the high highs, the low lows, but it's that consistent greatness we're still looking for. And that has to come here and now, because it is now or never. Native Red, they have started to kind of break through some walls, excuse the pun with Optic up there, but they have been kind of doing that all season long, but unfortunately haven't managed to get right through it. What is the biggest thing that's holding them back, do you think, Jersey?
Well, I think the lack of practice that they had after making that late team change, getting Manny back into the team, I think Native Red are that team that we spoke about. They're on the bubble, they're on the cusp of always breaking into that top 4, but just falling short. And listen, no one is going to remember, no one's going to care about how the tournament went. If they can get a good placement here and finish out the year strong, everything that happened in Orlando, it doesn't matter, it's all brushed under the rug. Can they finish out strong in this tournament? Can they get their best ever placements?
That is definitely the question. I mean, Goofy, Native Red end up in a pool with the Orlando champions, fresh off the win and in a very clean way. Pretty difficult one mentally to deal with, but you do have a little bit of confidence coming in, because they actually had the second highest overall team KD behind Optic. So at a 1.13 overall, Optic had a 1.23. That's definitely going to bring something to the table when facing this Optic Gaming roster. But what do you want to see specifically for Native Red?
When I think about Native Red, I think of them as just a unit, right? They operate and they function together as one. They feed off of each other's energy. They feed off each other's gameplay. And for Native Red, again, I say this about the underdogs, they got to come out swinging. Unfortunately for them, Lottie, like you said, they're in a pool with the reigning champions of HCS Orlando. I think if it was against any other of the top 4 teams, I would give them more of a chance. But Optic is just looking so strong this weekend, and I'll be very surprised if Native Red can push the series to a Game 5 and let alone win it. I think Optic is looking really strong right now.
Morgan, do you think this fast-paced Native Red team has the teamwork to take down our Orlando champions?
It's going to be a tough one. I hope so. It will be fun. But
he's doing a political thing. He's doing a political thing. I see it. He doesn't want to answer that question, but he knows the answer.
Yeah, I know the answer. Probably not.
It's a very difficult one. It will be tough. Hey, look, we've seen crazy things happen, though.
True,
we've seen crazy things. Morgan, you've been an absolute delight. Thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you,
us. It is about time we get into the main stage action right now. We're heading on over to our casters. We do have Tony and Golden Boy on the mics. Gentlemen, welcome to the World Championships.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Yeah, they finally allowed us up here. Dang it. I'm coming at you, production. No, I'm kidding. Of course, folks, this is going to be an exciting matchup. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by the one and only, why not he be casting? It's Tony Rose. Tony, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling good. You say the one and only, but it's more like the other guy standing next to GB.
Not at all.
I'm just happy to be here, man. I really am. It's Optic and Native Red.
Hell yeah. And you and I had an opportunity to actually commentate Native Red versus Oxygen Esports just a little while ago. And we were expecting a banger of a match, and that is exactly what we got. And look, I know a lot of people will be down in Native Red before this matchup even begins, but folks, I'm gonna just let y'all know right now, if Native Red pull off the upset, I wouldn't want to say I told you so, but maybe I told you so. In any case, though, you see the series layout, the matchup is ready to go, and we're gonna be kicking things off. King of the Hill on streets, map 1, Optic on the main stage against Native Red. Let's do this, let's see who comes out on top in this pool play matchup between two titans in Pool A. It's going to be an exciting one, Tony.
Optic Gaming have been the most dominant team in the league. They're the favorites going into this matchup right here, right now, tensoing everybody in their sight. There's one team that's played them well. It's Native Red.
I like that opening strat there from Formal, looking to take the spike grenades out, blow that up with a shot to try and temper the push that was going to be coming from Neon Hall. Formal, though, is going to get cleaned up. Just as I say that, though, 3 players down for Native Red. The response having to come through here is Trippy has the Bulldog as well as the Stalker, and he's going to be able to clean up Soul Snipe here, and that's a cat hold for Optic Gaming.
Trippy holding down the B side with that Stalker and Bulldog combination, wants to advance forward, looking for the spawners. We see Native Red already trying to come off that black screen, trying to gain real estate here. Stalker rifle shots can't quite connect, but the Bulldog will. And Trippy takes control of B as Native Red go 3 down.
Yeah, this is, I mean, Trippy's playing so well this event that I don't even think his camera can sustain him. That's how good he is right now. The man's on fire. You saw him in the KD leaderboard. But you also saw another name up there too who has been oddly out of the conversation, and that's Drug. Hasn't really had an opportunity to get things going here. But you know, man, when Trippy's playing well, that's dangerous for everyone else, because that means that the rest of the squad is playing just as well.
Trippy absolutely doing this thing, and as of right now, Optic almost done with that hill number 1, but Trippy does end up going down. So do 2 members of Optic, but here comes Lucid. The janitor is here. Double kill quick. And now Optic looks to close things out.
Big triple kill for Lucid. It's going to put him on the board. He's only got 4, but 3 of those came back to back to back. Is Optic Gaming going to look to try and hold this hill down, maybe put 1 on the board, but here comes Native Red on the attack. They got 2 players down right now, but Formal as well, working alongside Lucid to try and respond here. Soul Snipe inside of Arcade is going to get cleaned up by Lucid's BR. It is just going to be Formal here by his lonesome, waiting for his teammates off the respawn. And this is just a smart move, right? They know that they can kind of play around with this for the time being, wait for the numbers to come up, rather than just pushing in like lemmings one after another.
Native Red trying to defend the Rockets and defend that first 2 at the same time. Optic just 1 tick away. Formal able to get away with the Rockets, but trades out his life. Still, once again, Native Red find himself 3 down. That should be the first capture for Optic, and they're already starting to advance forward to the subway side of the map.
Optic Gaming is on the board here at the World Championships. Let's see, though, if Native Red can respond for this Tram Hill. Talik with a big kill. That's actually going to be 2 players down. Formal could cause some problems with this Bulldog, though. Watch out for Talik over on the jump up, but does not seem to commit to that one, as he's just going to be 1 shot going over to the steps. Formal had the connection in case APG did not. No one has been able to get control yet, but as soon as Druk comes around this corner, he's going to get hit with the bark, and he goes down.
Formal putting the shotty to the body. Druk and Manny both in the black screen. The other 2 looking to try to advance forward, but the setup has been locked in. The green wall has been built. Optic's defenses so far holding Native away from Subway.
Native are going to have to, they need to find a solution here, an answer to the problem. The problem is that Optic have quite the hold. And, you know, I know Lottie almost made the cliche wall joke, but it really does feel like they have built up a wall, and Native Red simply just cannot crash through. And that is because you have players like Formal with the Bulldog holding key angles. You know, they're putting weapons like the Stalker Rifle to good use. The positioning has been absurd. We just look at the way that Formal and Lucid are playing ahead. That's going to lead to that second point for Optic Gaming, and it's all off the backs of just some straight up harassment from Lucid and Formal on the other side of the map, not allowing Native Red to gain any progress.
Native Red were forced to punt that second hill, and now they're looking to defend the H side and still having trouble. Optic somehow able to capture a base and advance forward at the same time, but Lucid does end up going down. Back-to-back kills in favor of Native Red. That's what they need.
Tony, I feel like I've seen this before. Oh wait, I just did. It was at Tram where they got 2 players down. They got onto the hill, but then as soon as they felt like they were, you know, situated and comfortable, in comes Optic Gaming. You don't want to be, they don't want you to be comfortable. They don't want you to feel good. That is exactly the name of the game here. But we're starting to see this response, and I'm really leaning on Truck to have to come online for this team. But we're going to jump back over to Formal's POV. He does have the rockets, and he also has his sight set on a few members of Native.
The first rocket, just a warning shot. The second one gonna connect. Talik. First one to go down for Native Red. Formal looking to push up, but finally he's gonna be shredded. And so will half the members of Optic Gaming. Native Red really waking up on this third hill.
Yeah, Native have the capability. They truly do. I'm not trying to just gas them up for the sake of just being a commentator, and that's what we got to do to make the game seem interesting. No, I genuinely believe that Native Red is the type of team that can cause an upset here in Seattle, but they're going to have to dig deep. Optic Gaming are playing some of the best Halo that they've ever played as a unit. We saw it in Orlando, and we're seeing it here as well. So Native Red are going to have to find a 6th, 7th, and 8th gear if they want to keep up with Optic.
Hold on, all that momentum that Native Red just built up might have been for nothing, because Optic ended up wiping them right there. Now the setup being locked in once again for Optic Gaming. One more round of slays, and they'll be right back into it. Formal manning down the tire side with the Bulldog. You're seeing Soul Snipe trying to push up over toward the left-hand side of your screen. He has to deal with the perimeter player, but Talik coming out of nowhere. Able to jump. Talik gets a double kill. And just like that, Native Red put Optic Gaming 3 down. Maybe they can finish off their first hill.
That's huge, and they know exactly where Lucid is and where the spawns are going to be coming from. So they're going to need to respond to this one. Formal's going to be able to sneak behind enemy lines. Maybe Talik can put this Bulldog to work here. He's going to need it. Formal looking to push inside of PD. You also have control of tires, but that is going to be 1 point on the board for Native Red. They are not here to go into the quiet night. They're here to play some damn Halo.
But they're not done yet. The triple push now coming in from Optic Gaming, getting the slays that they're looking for. Once they get the slays, they start to push in for the hill. Lucid wants to get into the fight. Druk not having much fight in him, going to go down himself. Now 2 members of Native Red on the opposing side of the map. They have to take their time, get the kills. They just went 3 down. That's not what they wanted to see.
Not at all. And something that I'm noticing every single time we go to a member of Optic screen is that they don't just have a weapon like a battle rifle in their hand. They have a Bulldog. They have a Stalker rifle. They have the rockets. They are in control of the sandbox on this map. That is something that Native Red is going to have to clean up if they want to go toe-to-toe against the Orlando champs. Because right now, Optic are about to go up 3-1, and they punch it in.
Optic are controlling the sandbox, and their balanced attack just too much for Native Red. They are not able to slow down Optic Gaming, and now that that hill moves towards the bottom mid, Optic have the opportunity to just play the shot clock. They don't have to go into the hill. They can play 2 minutes and 20 seconds of just Slayer.
Yeah, but I don't know if Optic are going to want to do that. I think that they're going to want to try and close this one out. But hey, Native Red still have an opportunity. So far, so good as they make it just before they hit the halfway point in that middle hill. Formal getting beat down by the Stalker. 1 player by ATM as well for Talik. This is the kind of guy that you're going to want to see really create that space. We were talking about it during the Oxygen game, but it was actually Druk who ended up being that hero for the team, and he needed that big kill against Lucid as he's going to stand tall in the mid.
We call that a piv where I'm from. Druk taking the piv on Lucid. Both teams are 3 down. That was a pivotal battle and a huge one by Druk.
That's right.
Some valuable time here. Native Red trying to get on the scoreboard. Druk still going offense. 3 down. Go Optic Gaming. Native Red starting to gain some momentum.
Yeah, and this is the position that they need to find themselves in. They need to get these BRs hot. They need to start hitting these shots, and they're doing just that. They got to put this second one on the board, and I like that they're trying to take the fight. They have 1 player that's going to be in the hill, and then they have activity happening on the other side of the map toward the Optic spawn. The thing is, though, is they can't get too risky with it, or else Optic will take advantage of the opportunity. Rocket finally picked up for Native Red, but it's not going to amount to much. Actually, both rockets get used instantly.
And you notice Native Red is 3 down. Optic are not in that hill. They are playing the shot clock. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. I told you, they just played Slayer. And Lucid loves to slay. Rockets a Bulldog in the hands. Putting the shot to the body once again. That's going to be a double kill as Optic are clearing Native Red off the streets.
Yeah, they're just grabbing the mop and just wiping them off. And that is just not what you want to see for Native Red here, but still, they can capture middle possession here, but they only have a minute and some change left to work with. So now, Tony, to your point, you're 100% right. I was like, yeah, maybe they're not going to, but I think at this point they were decided.
I've never been wrong.
You have never been wrong, Tony. Actually, it should be in your Twitter bio. Tony, why not be casting? Never been wrong. But yes, what's certainly happening here is that Optic decides that they just want to take the fight to Native Red, pound for pound, and the Bulldog's certainly going to help that. A killing spree for Luce, and he's looking for the double, but he's going to get shut down there by Truck. They got to get a body back into that hill, otherwise time is going to continue to tick down, and they do not get that second point. They're going to be in trouble here, and at this point, time is the fifth man for Optic Gaming, and he's playing really well.
Native Red are dropping like flies. You can't park your car here. The street sweeper is coming. Optic are just sweeping Native Red off of the map. Finally, Soulsnipe ends up finding himself towards the hill, but it's a desperate attempt as Optic are just using that hill as bait.
Trippy looking to pick up a few kills, and he's actually going to be able to secure himself a double kill. With only 13 seconds left on the clock, Optic Gaming looking to get that first win on the board. Try and try as you might. Native Red, you couldn't finish it in the middle hill. 2-1. Optic pick up map 1.
They are who we thought they were. The Orlando champions taking game number 1. And quite frankly, towards that mid-game, towards that third quarter, if you will, they made it look easy.
Yeah, they really did. They decided as a team, we're not going to try and go after the objective. We're not going to allow Native Red to come back into this game by us continuously, fighting around this area. Instead, we're just going to slay it out. Why? Because they have the tools to be able to do that. Those 4 players, when they decide that they just want to beat the crap out of you, they will.
Drunk and Trippy, they were tied for KD 4th and 5th, but something tells me, Optic, you know what? We're going to just play for the slaves. We want to get Trippy that KD. We want to get him over the hump. Maybe get him to that 3rd or 2nd place spot. Optic, you ain't right. You ain't right.
I know, right? It's messed up, They're out here sometimes playing with their food, but they got to be careful, though, because if you do that too much against a squad like Native Red, we kind of even caught a glimpse of that yesterday in the Ascend game when, they were kind of they thought, okay, we're going to be able to win this. I think, oh man, I'm trying to blank on who it was. I think maybe it was Space Nation or yeah, they were just constantly pushing. Or it was Cole, it was Complexity. And they were pushing constantly by themselves, not really playing as a unit. That's something that I don't really think Optic are going to have a problem with, Tony. But if they are a little too ambitious, Native Red can look to take advantage of that. That is the sprinkle of hope that I want to give for everyone watching at home.
I will say, King of the Hill really doesn't play in favor of Native Red. Setting up towards those hills, those early rotations, that's not what Native Red are known for. Now, Slayer, getting dirty, getting sloppy, stealing away a few kills that you shouldn't get. That's Native Red's bread and butter, and game number 2 will be a Slayer.
Yeah, and with that, an opportunity for Native Red to strike back. We're going to Slayer on Recharge. But a strong start for Optic Gaming, as expected, Tony, of the Orlando champions who have been so good online and then proved that they could do it on land. That was a big chip off their shoulder that they just wanted to wipe off. So here now, it's all about fighting for this world championship. And Optic Gaming are certainly the favorites for that $400,000 and the championship trophy. Would be monumental if they were able to secure that. But how big would it be if Native Red can actually upset them here in Slayer?
Optic coming off of their best placing so far this season. Native Red coming off of their worst. Who wants it more here in pool play?
2 players down. Scratch that. 3 players down for Optic Gaming. Trippy, though, in a desperate attempt to just keep the camouflage away from Native Red, is going to be able to secure that, but it's not really going to amount to all that much. And a shutdown comes through. 2-kill lead for Native Red. Still early days, though, but I do like what I'm seeing here in a strong start for Native.
Native Red do not fear Optic Gaming, but they know what's on the line. They know they need to tie up the series right here, right now. Treat this game number 2 like it's a game 5, because the last thing you want to do is give Optic all that momentum.
Indeed you do. All right, well, let's go ahead and jump into an Astro listening with Optic Gaming and see how they're going to continue to bring this one back.
It's going to try and push me. It's a tower door. I think it's a tower. I'm back shallow, guys. I'm back shallow with you. The corner. Yeah, I'm grappling it top there. They're all
getting the tower.
They're both top cat, I think. I said triangle. I'm here. He was close. Yeah, one guy backed up elevator anyway.
They might be in gold already, Joey.
We can kind of think.
Top gold. And Batlish. Top gold and Batlish.
Weak, Benny.
Weak turbine.
I'm with Joey.
Yeah, one shot bottom elevator. One shot bottom elevator.
Guys pushing turbine right now. Get ready to go.
Yeah, I'm pushing this.
Two.
One top elevator, one shot top elevator.
Get down, guys. We have nothing.
Hear that? I'm trying to get the map. Help Brett.
One shot Manny, absolute and gold. Going Batledge. No, going commando absolute.
All you, Joey.
Commando absolute. Still commando.
I'm here, Joey. If you can.
Get 15, guys. Camo 15. Right, take that grapple for camo if you can.
Okay, yeah.
Just
elevator.
Two dead, guys.
Elevator challenge, absolute elevator.
Nice. All right, listen. We just gotta help them. I spawn tower. They're gonna push you, Joey. They gotta be pushing Joey.
They're long haul, Joey.
Just stay hold the elevator.
Trying to get towards camo.
Yo, on me, C-plat.
Looking long haul, nothing.
One shot C-plat, one shot silo.
He stairs right now, soul side weak.
He's going bottom tower. One shot. Bottom tower. He's still on the boxes. Mangler door. My Mangler right now. It's one shot up there. Nice. Yeah, I got shock.
Guy in
C-plat.
Tell me shock for a second.
I get across.
Going long all. Two guys long.
You can hear the human UAV at work there. That's formal with all those calls. Really keeping Optic in this one, and if anything, actually putting them ahead in the lead. For the longest time in that listening, Tony, it was neck and neck with Native Red and Optic, but now we're starting to see Optic peel away. Native Red have to find an opportunity here to get back into this game.
And foremost, the UAV loses the airstrike.
Well,
body shots going in, but it does eventually go down. Two members of Optic Gaming hitting the black screen here. APG, though, coming in with the cleanup, and now manning that gold side of the map, keeping Native Red out. It's that teamwork, it's that communication, it's that coordination that just got broken.
Yeah, look at that aggression from Native Red. Oh, hello! Set that one right back for the double kill with Manny. Well played there, my friend. Now, as Formal's on the prowl, he's also going to have the support of Trippy. Formal's dangerously low. And if he goes in for the challenge here, Manny's going to be... Oh, I thought he was going to be a little bit healthy in that exchange, but it did not work out in his favor. Trippy still stays alive. 2-kill lead for Optic.
Trippy currently 10-5. Forces to go along with it. Goes up to the challenge at the soul snipe. The man straight tripping, but doesn't look going down here. Both sides now being fought over by both Native Red and Optic Gaming. They know how important that anchor position can be.
Way to victory.
A 1-kill lead for the green wall. With Soul Snipe getting that kill, that was going to be kill number 24. Native Red playing this one very competitive against the Orlando champions. Manny, by the way, big performance from him that we're seeing. 12 kills currently. Trippy at 11. Seems like Manny wants to get in the KD conversation as well. That is going to be another camouflage grab for Optic, by the way. And this is something that they are going to need to have to button up. They have to get those power items. They have to keep that out of the hands of Optic. If they do, they actually could end up picking up a dub here in Slayer.
Well, the good thing for Druck, at least he was able to stick that camouflage player. He wasn't even going to double kill, but getting that camo player off the map can be critical in these positions. Talik staring on the barrel of 3 different players. He wants to get out of there. Big play with the grapple. Now going to steal away the shock rifle. Hold on. Man looking to put a shock to somebody's system.
Look what Druck was trying to do there. Create an opportunity for Talik to push in with that shock rifle. Had he been able to get that shot, maybe it could have been instrumental for them. He's starting to develop a lead here. Not happen, and he's just going to continue to play this angle. He knows it's a common angle that players like to push, and that's why no member of Optic Gaming are going to look to make the move here inside of goal, because they know that they're anticipating this. They can't spend too much time, Tony.
Time is a commodity that Native Red cannot afford to waste. Talik now pushing over toward the gold side. You see both Formal and APG on the screen. Somebody needs to call out Talik. Man just sitting up high, putting down shots. Eventually will go down. Trippy with the double kill, and now Trippy has a turn with the shock rifle.
The thing is, yeah, sure, they needed to call out Talik, but they were worrying about everyone else in Native Red, and then they handled Talik after that, which actually works out beautifully for them. It is going to be a 2-kill lead. Trippy, though, eyes on Soul Snipe, but he is going to be getting pressure from Manny, needing to back away from this. Talik picks up a kill off screen, and then now you have 3 players from Optic that are going to be tucked away inside of here, and if he gets even 1 kill, 2 kills, this is devastating. And look at that, Native Red have taken the lead.
Optic are losing numbers and losing momentum. Once again, you have Soul Snipe with that shock rifle in hands, lining it up. influencing those spawns. He knows that Trippy's pushed out of the blue hall, not able to line up just yet, but off the screen. Drop, taking down APG. Camouflage being fought off of. Trippy not able to activate it. Hold on, Native Red might be able to steal game 2.
The help is there. The help is there. Manny gets the camouflage, a critical camouflage at the worst possible time for Optic. It's both 3 members I see spawning over toward elevator. Manny can get this information. He's giving them all the intel. He knows exactly where they are, but he's gonna have to move quickly. He has to come across the flank here and help out his teammates as soon as possible. He finds them tucked in the corner, and he ends up getting a double kill for his effort. Formal off of the elevator spawn is just gonna wait this one back, and Manny gets the info. Dude is a snake. He's a snake.
Patience, not just a virtue, it is a weapon. And right now, Manny using it to perfection, just 6 kills away from pulling off the upset in game number 2 here. Do Native Red have it in them? Plasma pistol charged up. You said it before, Native Red love baiting out this gold hall. They love daring anybody from Optic to push in and try to break the perimeter. There's a flank coming in. Trippy ends up taking him down. Man, the first one in the black screen. It looks like a second was gonna fall. That's gonna be Talik. Optic now pushing through, but these trades, they're working in favor of Native.
That's right. At this point, Native Red need to play for one another. They cannot afford to take 1v1 fights. They have to fight together, and they have to trade out constantly. That's how you pick up a victory in map number 2. 3 kills remaining here for Native, as Optic are trying to bring this one back. But Soul Sniper's gonna get flanked and taken out by Lucid in turn. It's a 2-kill lead now for Native Red. But if the first one comes through, Trippy manages to bring it within 1. He's got weakened targets in front of him. It's a tied game! It's a tied game! As Trippy is looking to close this one out, Formal brings it back and gets killed 48.
Optic coming out of nowhere. They're about to steal this game away. Trippy on screen. There's 2 members in the long haul. The commando shot starting to connect. He has to help. He's looking for a bait and switch. But Tally 49! Soulsuck gets the second drop. Comes in. Native Red have stolen it back.
If it bleeds, you can kill it. Native Red strike against Optic Gaming, and they win Slayer on recharge. What a game that was.
Native Red blasting a giant hole in the green wall. Tied up at 1 apiece, and a swing. Game number 3 is exactly what we're going to, but it's back to an objective, no longer Slayer.
Yeah, that's very true. And even with that win, Optic still nearly brought it back, Tony. They nearly brought it back, bro. Like, that is just crazy. Like, it's one thing to see a team when they get down in a 45, you know, or a 5-kill lead or something like that, to then just like crumble. But we actually do have the final moments of that game, actually. And oh, dude, everything about that was just so exciting. It's one of the reasons why I love Halo so damn much, because you never know it's gonna go from, you know, first to second gear so fast, and that's exactly what happened there.
I'm so glad we can watch this back again, because this was absolute madness. Look at APG doing a great job of staying alive. Finally trades out there. And I thought that was the opening. You see Native Red go 3 down. I thought Optic were going to steal it from there.
Yeah.
But they're just so
I was convinced Optic were going to win. I was convinced Optic were going to win.
Always in.
Because here's the thing. A lot of teams in those situations, they would crumble because they know, holy crap, we're about to beat, you know, put top team here, right? It happened against Optic, which was, you know, now Sentinels in Halo 5, or even EG back in H2A. It happened with Splice, right, where teams were just getting a little overzealous, and then it all comes crumbling down. But that is the difference with this Native Red lineup, Tony. That's what makes them so damn special, because they know that they can contend with this squad. They know they can contend with the best of the best.
There's something different about Native Gaming right now. We saw it back in the Oxygen series. In fact, they're willing to slow the game down. In the past, they had one gear. That's play fast, and when all else fails, they play fast some more. But now, we're seeing them slow the game down.
Yeah.
We're seeing them bait these situations. I'm liking this Native Red Gaming that we're seeing right now. They're dangerous.
Yeah.
They really are dangerous.
If this team continues to get the discipline that they have needed as a squad in the past, they will only continue to get better. And that was one of the reasons why I believe it was the eUnited documentary that they released post Orlando. What I didn't know, Manny wanted to go back and play with his former teammates. So he was with eUnited, obviously, you know, great roster, but he felt like he had something special with that KCP lineup. Now Native Red makes a lot of sense. That's the reason why. The proof is in the pudding. Optic, they have to put respect on their names. You have to at the World Championship because everyone's giving it their all here.
You know, it's funny you mentioned eUnited. Snipedown said it. You can't just take 4 talented individuals and just put them together.
No, you can't.
You need that chemistry.
Yeah.
You need similar play styles. The reason why Native Red works so well together is because they play exactly like each other. They're also best friends. When it comes down to it, if you make a bad play, there's no stepping on eggshells. It's, hey, don't do that again.
Yeah,
we can't afford it. They're not afraid to get loud with each other. And at the end of the day, it's all about love. That's what happens when you're teaming with your best friends.
Yeah, and you got to keep yourself honest, keep yourself on the prize. Native Red, if I had an opportunity to chat with the boys, which I didn't get a chance to, and I asked him, how do you feel about Optic? I guarantee they would have said, we feel confident. Even though Optic looked dominating, even though they look like they're the best they've ever been, that just goes to show you, like, and it's not like obviously you want to show up to a tournament. Like, I talk to a lot of players, and when you see the way that, they react to questions like that, sometimes some of them are like, yeah, we're feeling confident. That's right. When the pitch goes up, Tony, that's when you know it's a problem. But if I ask you, we're feeling confident, you're like, oh yeah, we're feeling confident. It's like, oh damn, these guys are out here to play. And I wouldn't be shocked if that's what Native Red would say, because that is exactly what they're going to need. They're going to need that, and it's going to sound really funny, but bear with me. They're going to need that delusional confidence in order for them to be able to win this game. This is honestly, because Optic have been on the upswing this whole time, and now they finally, hit like Super Saiyan Blue status. So, they're going to need to try and evolve at that point, right?
Well, we're going to find out if Optic can reach Ultra Instinct, because Native Red, they may come with a lot, but and we still talking about Optic gaming. The one thing I love about Native Red, though, is that not only can they beat anybody in this league, they can lose anybody in the league as well. They have a wide range. So a lot of teams want to go up against them, but Optic may not want to go against Native Red when they're playing like this.
Yeah, well, here's a look at the pools and where we are right now. It seems like in that Fnatic G2 match, I think G2 got the better of Fnatic there. So, heartbreaker for the Fnatic boys coming out of the play-ins. But regardless, though, Pool C looks very competitive. Every pool looks like it could go either way. But I got my eyes set on Pool D. Curious to see what Navi do. They took a game off of Sentinels, which they have done in the past. They play that team very close. Or was it Sentinels or eUnited? Actually, it was eUnited, excuse me. But regardless, I'm excited to see what comes out of all these pools, man. This has just been so fun.
I'm going to stay right here in Pool A.
That's fine.
I think Pool A is phenomenal. Obviously, Optic Gaming are the favorites to come out on top.
Yeah.
But you can make a legitimate argument against anybody else getting that second place spot. I mean, Native Red, Complexity even. Pool A is dangerous. Watch out for them.
Very competitive. That's part of the reason why when you won the play-in on the winner's side, you went in either Pool C or D, not Pools A and B. Because you had to avoid teams like Cloud9, teams like Optic Gaming. But I saw one of the players actually go for maybe a quick bio break over from Native Red's side, so we're waiting on that. But tension's high here. And in case you're just joining us, welcome to the Halo World Championship. As we have Optic Gaming and Native Red squaring off, and your eyes do not deceive you. It is a tied series, 1-1. Optic looked great and dominant on King of the Hill streets, but it was a close neck-and-neck game the entire time in Slayer Recharge, and Native Red managed to clutch up in the end and pull off that victory.
I don't know what you're talking about. My eyes deceive me all the time. I'm getting old now. It's rough out here. It is.
You and I sometimes miss some numbers. We're squinting. What does that number say? Anyway, let's do this. Oddball live fire map number 3. Is Native Red, have they found the secret sauce to defeating Optic, or was that just a flash in the pan? We'll find out as we jump into the action in a moment's notice, and we're starting things off with the hero of that last game, Manny, who is just unbelievable on Recharge. Can he do the same thing here on live fire?
Yeah, really proud of Manny and Native Red the way they played, but going into this game number 3, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm a little bit worried here. I think Oddball plays a little bit closer to King of the Hill than it does just a Slayer. It's really about setting up. It's really about holding every single angle, and Optic showed they could do that in King of the Hill. Native Red struggled on this game type against Astro Esports.
Yeah, and this was a fantastic start for Optic. A breakout strategy that allowed them to be able to obtain Heat Wave, allowed them to be able to obtain Overshield as well as the ball. They're going to need to use these tools to their disposal. Managed to take out one player. He's got another one in front of him too. He's going to have a few weakened members of Native Red, so they're just going to need to back away. But hey, sniper rifle in the hands of Druck could be a problem. He has been on fire this weekend.
If Druk can connect with some of these sniper shots, he can really open up the map. The first one comes in. Lucius still has that ball. A little bit of bait and switch action for Native Red. 3 members of Optic Gaming go down. Now Native should be able to rotate this ball towards the C side. Native Red in a good setup here.
Yeah. Druk has to get eyes. Whoa! Gets the headshot, but he won't be able to get the follow-up shot. That is going to be no more ammo left in the sniper. And they are going to play the ball. So some decent time gained for Native, but not enough to be able to take the lead.
Optic Gaming now using that ball is made. They know they need to secure these slaves. The ball is going to start to move over to the C side of the map. And off the swing, Souls might get himself a big kill. Lucid nades another one here. Dropping down to the mid side, trying to get as close as possible to this ball. 1 round of slaves will be some good ball time here, but Optic struggling a bit.
Native Red really giving them a run for their money. Ball's going to be out in no man's land in the middle of the mud. Look for Taulik as well on the flank. Actually pushing right up the gut. Scratch that. He's going to need Soul Snipe to give him some support. Soul Snipe gets the call out on the bridge. He's going to be a little weakened. And that is another overshield grab for Optic. Native Red are going to have to get a handle on these power-ups, or else this could be a real long game for them.
Luce able to get the kill, but his overshield gets shredded thanks to getting stuck. Still enough shields to be able to move this ball toward the A side. The rest of his team is here. Numbers in favor of Optic Gaming, and now Lucid is going to use this heat wave to lock down the garage side of the map. Pulls it out, not able to connect with the shots here, has the ball. And I love that swap. 1 down to 1 shot, grab that ball, let your full shield player in front of you. That's a good play.
Yeah, and pick up some garbage time, right? Like that little bit of scrap time could be the difference between you winning and losing. And it also tells me that they feel like with Native Red, they're gonna have to take all the advantages that they possibly can, because if not, Native Red could squeak away a win here. Taulik gonna have to face the entire might of the green wall, because they're looking to push through this over toward the tower side. Taulik maybe was trying to get up on top of the tower there, but it did not work out for him. Thankfully for him, he's going to be able to hit him with a pancake. I personally prefer banana walnut. That's me, though. Strawberry sometimes. Depends on the day. Depends if I'm feeling like I don't want to watch my figure.
The fact you didn't say French toast upsets me.
I love French toast.
Either way, breakfast is served.
Breakfast food is delicious. I eat breakfast, lunch, breakfast, and dinner. Well, it seems like Formal's eating up for dinner here. Gets himself a triple kill. Oh, I thought that grenade was going to follow him.
Halfway to victory.
Didn't work out, though. Even with all that, even with the heroics, this is still very much a competitive game here.
Druk able to get that sniper rifle once again. We saw the carnage that he left behind the last time he had it. Lucid does have that ball toward the Bravo side, but once the pressure comes in, that ball right off the map. What's really important is this overshield. Native Red has first eyes on it, but Optic are off the spot.
Oh, what? He hit that nade?
No.
that had to have been a weakened player, or he got an insta off of that. I don't know. They have it on screen. Oh, yeah. He was already on the floor for him, so it all worked out. But Druk is dominating this game, and he's playing so well with this sniper. They have all the positions that they need. Look at this here. That's going to be a double kill. What's going on? What did Native Red eat for breakfast? Maybe they had pancakes.
The triple push out of Optic Gaming, not going to be enough. Native Red playing absolutely lights out. You're starting to see why Druk is in the top 5 of slays so far, and Soul Snipe doing work as well. The heat wave will go down. Finally, Trippy gets the double kill, slowing down Native Red. Ball gonna be played off the map. Another reset comes.
Ball's available to grab. Formal's gonna be down low. Taulik right above him. The tower side is gonna be right for the pick in here for Optic Gaming, which is exactly what they're gonna opt for here. The player does get tagged with the nade, and Manny's able to get the kill. One weakened player in front, and it is a trade. A few players down, but it's more beneficial for Optic Gaming than it is for Native Red. Druk, a smart play, valuing his life, staying alive here, and continuing to put pressure on Optic and forcing him to have to address the situation that's behind him.
Moments ago, this was tied up at 69 apiece. Optic Gaming widen the lead a bit. The stick comes in. The reversal here as well. 3 down, go Native Red. Optic Gaming want to get closer to that ball, but looks like Native might be able to come off the spawn in time. Nope. APG rotates the ball over. And now Native Red, they're getting pushed against the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're actually gonna cut him off over here, but they got to put this damage out. APG still dies despite his best efforts, though. Trippy's going to be able to stand tall out of that fight, and the ball is now being brought over to the green side of the map. I thought it was green. Never mind. It was down low and right into the loving hands of Optic Gaming, only need 15 points remaining.
Time is winding down. Native Red, they have to up the tempo. They have to get in here right here, right now.
Right
Optic
there.
already set up for the overshield. Trippy with the heat wave brings the heat. Drunk goes down. Soulstide's gonna try to slide in here, but there's too much damage that he's taking. He's gonna go down as well. 3 down. Just 1 more second needed. Formal gonna pop the overshield just to show off a bit. 1-0 in favor of Optic Gaming.
Optic start off strong, but let's not forget that Native Red were very competitive there. I feel like the beginning of the game, they were struggling to find their footing, but mid-game in that round, we started to see a completely rejuvenated, revitalized Native, especially after the win that they just had here on Slayer. Formal getting pressured, big kill by Druck to take him out of that power position. That's gonna lead to a sniper rifle grab here. Oh, hello. Oh no, you missed the shot. Trying to go for the other one. He ends up dying. That's unfortunate. It's going to get that sniper rifle right over to Lucid. Never mind. He's actually going to take the heat wave instead. And we'll be able to take out Manny as well. He could not get onto that ledge. Happens to me all the time. Nice shot, though. The double kill from Lucid.
2 members of Native Red with an arm's length of grabbing that overshield. Both get shredded. A monumental mistake. And Optic gonna make them pay with it. Overshield now in the hands of Formal. Sniper as well. Manny trying to do as much damage as possible, but he's gonna go down eventually.
That Lucid goes out. 3 players down. 2 left alive, though, for Native Red. They got to see if they can get that ball, but there's a lot of grenades that are flying in, and they end up getting the kill. So now they're going to bring this ball out. But where are they going to go with it, Tony? Okay, they're going to opt to play tower side with this. They can dump it over the ledge. But they also have Sniper in the hands of Talik. He needs to dump that ball. There it is. Or the Sniper. Either one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Truck's getting away from it.
Ball taken.
He's expecting the push to come, but the heat wave's gonna find him. Trippy caught him from downtown with that one.
Trippy not even connected with the first shot. The second one gonna empty out the clip there. Multiple members of Optic Gaming holding on to the C side of the match. He still has a heat wave in the back pocket, so he's still looking good. That heat wave hit different on land.
He's getting pressured. Trippy's gonna back away from this one. Play that ball. As soon as Native Red made their way over, that was a smart play. Oh, wait a minute. Trippy has no idea that the player's going to be located right next to him there. Oh, he's hit him with the mist! He hit him with the mist! Soul Snipe caught him with the kneeler, and those probably had some trolleys in there.
Fear the pink mist. Overshield heat wave combination. Now in the hands of Soul Snipe. Wants to commit towards this ball. Brings it over towards the rest of his team. Passes it quick. He has some work to do. He has some plays to get. Bit of Halo timing right there. Player did get behind him. Not aware of it. Doubles back. Talik is going to be awarded the kill onto APG. Formal stuck over towards the dummies. And now Native Gaming having the opportunity to slay out one more time and get some valuable ball time.
2 great nades to try and force back the attention from Optic. Spawns are going to be popping up behind him. Soul Snipe's able to get the kill. Finally going to get wiped away as Lucid gains possession of the ball. And finally, Optic will be able to take the lead here. But this has been an absolute war between Native Red and Optic, which I certainly did not expect. But this goes back to what I was saying before, Tony. Native, they found the secret sauce in the midpoint of that round. And now they're playing Optic with all the confidence in the world.
Formal down to 1 shot, gonna trade out his life there. Native Red once again started to gain the numbers. They need to break the setup. Lucid goes down without that ball being played here. Native now in a setup of their own. I think this is a perfect time to go into an Astro. Listen in. Let's go in with Native Red.
One's on me door to bottom middle.
Yeah, play towards green.
He waves on spawn.
Back green and what if you
should be.
Top of get pillars, top of pillar. First two. Pillar weak.
That's our kill.
Pillar's weak, top.
Do it.
Pillar's weak, top.
Watch out,
Nice. I'm trying to go top tower.
Back green of me, back green of me.
Back green.
C-Plat guy, step it down.
Nice. One shot.
We got it.
Listen, first one of them is fucking huge. First one's looking at the ball.
Milk truck, milk for me. Behind me, A and dummy door.
One tower.
He's on the west now.
He's gonna get tower draft?
Yeah, he was.
He's keyed.
There's a snipe down shit. I don't know if they got it.
I have combo.
Alright, they're all snipe. 5 shots. And all it's gonna C flat with OS. Jump. C flat with OS. Tower stairs.
Many. Yeah, on me. One shot squeeze.
Rats on a hole.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. One shot squeeze. One shot cut Keter.
Push up, one ball.
To the right.
One shot Keter. Team with repulse. Ball guys, rewind.
One shot A. That's green.
Winning Keter.
Push the screen. More.
Look, what's going on?
Screen to Keter. He's repulse.
Excellent comms, and the trust from Native Red is being heard through and through there, Tony. You can tell that they're playing this game like they know they can win it.
You know, one thing that really impressed me about this communication coming out of Native Red is they're not just calling out randomly. They're speaking to each other. They're responding to the call-outs, actively listening as well. Those are just great comms. He's having to go against a great team, and Optic Gaming so far a 74-44 lead in favor of the green wall. Do Native Red have it in them?
Yeah, but you know what? You're right. Great comms is exactly what you need against a team of the caliber of Optic Gaming, who, when everyone looked at the schedule, figured, oh, this should be a win for Optic, but that just goes to show you how much work in the short amount of time these teams have been able to put together. Orlando was just a few weeks ago, and I feel like we're seeing just a completely revitalized and brand new Native Red team that knows they have what it takes here. The problem is that in those critical moments, Optic Gaming find the success. It's off the backs of players like Trippy, who've been slaying out of their minds. Formal's having a big game, creating a lot of space for his team. And we're only going to be a few points left here before Optic knock this one up and go up 2-1 in the series.
Less than double-digit points away. Optic Gaming might be able to do this. Lucid over to the mid side. Trippy's just chilling in the vent right now. Nobody able to get the ball out of his hands. Optic Gaming taking game number 3 and the lead in the series.
That was so smart, having the player in mid. There was really no other option for them to go. They knew that the pressure was going to be coming from the wings. Overshield was going to be available. Player pushing over toward Nest. No one was really trying to get, not trying, but they really couldn't get through there because there were so many members of Optic kind of patrolling around that. Optic pick up a massive win. Native Red played them close though. You were worried about them in the oddball, but if anything, I think I'm pretty satisfied with that result for Native because, yeah, this was going to be a tough one for them, and they showed us that they can go, you know, shot for shot with one of the best teams in the world, the best team in the world right now.
Yeah, I'm not listening to Jam IM's communication right now, but I already know what he's saying. Look, that's one of Optic's best game types right there. That's one of our worst, and we still played them so close. I think Native Red played well, just like you do. And now going into this game number 4, I think they have a little bit of momentum on their side. But let's not forget, Optic Gaming, 1 win away from taking the series.
It's been quite the battle here between a game and prepared squad in Native Red. It started off, though, a little bumpy for Native. Optic were owning them. And then midway through, it really came off of Taulik with some big kills, Truck hitting some nice snipes. That led to Native Red gaining that confidence and realizing we can do this. They almost did, but almost is not enough against Optic Gaming. They pick up the victory, go up 2-1 in the series, and now one step closer, and they get that big pool play win. It is going to be Aquarius CTF now. Whew. Oh boy.
The one thing I noticed about Native Gaming is that they were able to get a hold of that sniper rifle and those power weapons off of the opening strat. Their starting strats are great. But what happens after that? Optic Gaming started to dominate the sandbox. Every overshield, every sniper rifle, you got to keep that same energy and that same prioritization throughout the whole game, especially here on Aquarius.
First of 5 captures, wins. Optic up 2-1. Native looking to force a Game 5 Slayer. We were treated to something real special on recharge. Native had to dig deep. And a solid opening strat here is actually going to lead to some numbers. 3 players down for Optic, but APG is still going to be alive, creeping about. He also has those sizzle sticks. He can maybe try and scout around with. The camo has been picked off by Taulik. Flagpole coming through for Truck, and Truck's actually going to bring that flag down. But Optic do manage to pick up a few critical kills to stop that push from happening.
Once again, you see an amazing opening strat come out of Native Red, able to put Optic Gaming 3 down, even get the first goal, but now what happens here? Optic Gaming now 2 down, manning Quickly going up towards the far side of the map. Once again, numbers in favor of Native Red. They have to play through this. They have to take advantage.
Manny's waiting for the call. When do I make this push happen? APG's getting shot up and about. He has to run away. Two members of Optic are going to be just stuck inside of the base, and no one's actually gone in for the push quite yet. They haven't fully committed to it, and it seemed like Optic were ready to receive it, but instead they kind of dialed it back, Native Red. Maybe that came back to bite them in the butt a little bit, because you would have liked to maybe seen them get in there and get aggressive. Optic were prepared for that, even though Native Red still going to continue to put the pressure on them on their side of the base. All four members of Optic are going to be right inside of the yellow utility. Finally get cleaned up though, but a decent push from Native Red. Unfortunately, decent was not going to get them a flagpole.
Formal was able to pick up a double kill and the heat wave. Got himself some dynamo grenades as well. All of Native Red know where he's at. Dropped a couple grenades, not able to get the kill, but information, damage, slowing down the opponents with that dynamo. Can Optic Gaming pick up? No, they can't. They just fall 3 down.
Interesting scenes that we're seeing here. 2 players down again for Optic. They haven't really been able to fight with the full might of their squad, as Soul Snipe's going to be on the move. Look at Mandy, give him the support, put shots down on Lucid. Now we're going to get this potential flagpole here as Soul Snipe. They can't delay, they got to go for it, but he was weakened, so he couldn't quite make it happen. All those nades are just going to blow up right at Taulik's back, and that is going to be another flagpole stop. That right there is going to be the thing that bites him in the butt. I understand that that player was going to be very weak there, but oh man, you kind of have to feel for Native Red in that situation.
Native Red trying to constantly apply pressure to Optic Gaming off the spawn, but now you see the moment Optic Gaming alleviate that pressure, now you see a pull going in favor of Optic Gaming. One more round of slays, and we could see that flag start to relay forward, but as of right now, APG just gonna hang out in the fringe side. It's a little warm out there.
Indeed it is. This game has been hot. It's been fun to watch. That flag is going to get returned.
Flag returned.
So no real pull here for Optic. They're trying to identify where the weaknesses are in Native Red's setup so they can try to exploit it. But Lucid's going to be dangerously low. Taulik has to get the beat on him there, but Taulik can't get the finishing blow onto Lucid, so he's still going to be alive with the heat wave down low. Finally going to get pressured here and cleaned up, but that does come off the backs of a trade here. Trippy, despite him getting blown up by a plasma grenade, still manages to get a double kill, and him being alive over here by the pump on P side is quite problematic for Native Red with this mid control. He's overlooking the blue base, and Native Red need to force him out of this position.
Trippy has been having an incredible tournament so far. Normally the ones to do the dirty work, but now his team needs him to slay, and he has stepped up to the plate. Trippy now pushing it quick over towards the blue base. Shots start to ring out. Second one in his sights. The second one to go down. Only 2 players left over towards the fringe. They're going to be taken down. That's a full squad wipe. Optic Gaming move the flag.
And this is vintage Optic Gaming, what we're seeing here, guys. Basically, when Optic have that opportunity, when they suffocate the base, they do not allow you to have any opportunity to try and fight them back. They brought that flag across, and now they're worrying about, well, who are going to be the players on the response? Who's going to try and see if they can pick up a few big kills here? And they're okay dropping that back because they know that they don't quite have their base secured yet. As Lucid is on the prowl, makes his way in, the heat wave is going to be true. The shot is landed, and this is going to be flag cap number 1 for Optic Gaming in this contentious start to Aquarius.
I checked today's forecast. There's a heat wave coming. It's in the hands of Lucid. Meanwhile, APG not able to stay alive with that camouflage, but back to Lucid with the heat wave. Only one more player alive for Native Red. He sees Lucid and quickly turns around. Tail between his legs. You can't hide from Lucid. He's gonna come for you.
He was hoping to get that bank shot around the corner. I have tried that many times. It did not work out. Members of Optic, though, are going to be circulating around the blue base. Shots coming through, though. It's just a good look at that play, right? He's getting shot. He knows that he has that heat wave, so he wants to play the close game here and just lurk around this base. Put the onus on Native Red to have to make the push happen. But you got to watch out, though, because the flagpole is going to be coming through for Native Red. That's 3 down for Optic Gaming. The only player left alive, it's going to be APG. And that flag being low, seems like APG is doing enough to hold it off. And that is why people were chanting MVP in Orlando, because APG makes plays.
You know what I call him, APG? He's a pure GOAT.
Oh, look at that.
3 down for Optic Gaming, and APG still able to delay that push, and now Formal comes right off the spawn, makes his presence known. Double kill comes in quick. Last player there, Soulsnipe gonna drop, and Optic Gaming go from 3 down to shifting the momentum in their favor. Native Red are now the ones being caught off a spawn.
Plenty of time, though, for Native to answer back here. Needing to force in a similar position where Trippy was before, that overlook position top mid. Formal's going to be in the exact same position here. APG looked to create an opportunity inside of the blue base, doesn't happen, but that's just a good disengage from Formal. Make this player, make Druk think that he's pretty much scot-free to go and obtain that power item, and he'll clean up that kill with no problem. At this point, Formal has been uncontested. Finally takes some damage there. The heat wave's going to go to Optic again. But you got to remove this player from this position, otherwise he's going to wreak havoc on you.
I love how we're rewarding them for finally take some damage. He didn't die. He's still alive. He's getting some assists, getting kills as well, and now repositions from the P to the car side of the map. The man is moving. He's looking way too comfortable. Native Red, you got to deal with Formal. Get him off of the map because he's got to get himself a killing spree. Not done yet. Wants to push up some more, but doesn't quite have the help he's looking for, so slows things down just a bit. But Optic Gaming looking too comfortable.
Formal has really evolved as a player in Halo Infinite. We all know that he has a great shot. We all know that the skill is certainly there. He's won championships in the past for Optic Gaming. But he's evolved as a player in Halo Infinite. Slowed his game down, improved it tenfold, and you're seeing the results happen right here now. As Optic Gaming are bringing this next flag, and this could be detrimental here to Native Red if they get this flag cap in, which they most definitely will. And Optic are going to go up 2-0. Native Red have to respond here and now, otherwise this game is over. Thankfully, you got 4 minutes and 35 seconds left to do it, and you have 2 players. Scratch that, 3 players down for Optic, but APG still alive.
Native Red got to take advantage.
Oh, they're taking it right to APG.
Moving towards utility side of the map. We have 2 members. He has an escort here. Trying to go towards the car side. Have to win this battle here for Soulsnipe. Not able to do so. APG finds himself the kill. Druk comes in quick with the cleanup, but that flag is stopped short. Camouflage coming up real soon. Lots of information here on the map.
Good attempt there by Trippy. The flag is going to get capped here, but this has been a scrappy pull. 2 players down. Manny's going to be weak, and they managed to get the stop. That is going to be a return, a pull. Good try, Native Red, but ain't going to happen today.
Almost don't count in Halo. Optic Gaming with the quick wipe, the quick return, and once again, putting Native Red, their backs against the wall here, a 2-0 lead in favor of Optic Gaming as they switch gears over towards Formal. Going to push down toward the P side. Now at this point, theoretically, he's had to play 3 minutes of defense, but the flag is still moving forward. They're not happy with 2. They're trying to put their 3rd on the board.
Yeah, at this point now, it could be insult to injury for Native Red, kicking themselves, but sometimes that's just, you know, how it is, right? You go through all this effort, you think you're gonna get that flagpole, but with the way that this map is built, you always have to be cautious about the pressure that could be coming from the mid portion of the map there. Soulsnipe though, he's gonna get inside of the action here. He's gonna make this flagpole reality. He knows that players are gonna be over toward yellow. I like this. He's gonna disengage and try and play his life. Both flags are gonna be right next to one another as both teams are gonna try to go in for the recov. Soulsnipe with a big kill there onto APG. The pressure's coming in from Formal as he's going in for the challenge. Formal is going to have some assistance behind him. Might end up getting back whack here if he's not careful. Luce is going to be circling around as well. Soulsnipe still continuing to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge before finally getting wiped out and eliminated from the equation. But Formal could be putting number 3. While all of that was going on, Formal grabbed the flag and brought it over to his base and locked that one in.
Did such a good job of staying alive, but it was only a matter of time before Optic Gaming moved that flag forward, and now you got 2 minutes and 12 seconds to try to capture 3 flags just to tie up the game. Not to win the game, just to tie up the game here against the best team in the league.
Yeah, this is a tall order for any team. Doesn't matter who it is. FaZe, eUnited, Cloud9. This is a tough one. And Native Red had opportunities, Tony. They had so many opportunities. But it's that clutch factor that Optic Gaming have, the trust that the 4 of them have with one another. That just is the difference. It's the reason why they have been so dominant throughout Halo Infinite. On the prowl, looking for a world championship. Native Red, just a stepping stone in way. Lucid with this camo now. Look at this. They're not satisfied. They're fine if they could just make this a 5-0. A statement game here for Optic Gaming. Ugh, okay, well, Soul Snipe is going to get the better of them there. Weak players across the board. Flag is going to get stopped in blue utility, but regardless, all that just says to me, Tony, that they're playing offense is defense. That's it.
Sometimes the best defense is just a good offense, and Optic Gaming showing that with just 55 seconds on the clock. They are relentless. They are continuing to push Native Red. Native fighting back. Big double kill by Soul Snipe. But time is dwindling down. Time is simply not on their side.
Got to play like you still believe you could win. That's really the only option a Native Red have. But with 35 seconds left on the clock, Optic Gaming playing the way that they are. Trippy dropping a 30 bomb. This is going to be real difficult. Talik does manage to get the better of Trippy in that fight. Also identifies that there's going to be a player right above him. Good use just playing his life there, but great help, even better from Optic Gaming.
Capture.
And that is going to be a flag cap for Native Red, so they don't have to see, you know, a donut. They're not going to be a couple donut makers. Instead, they're going to have some breadsticks. I like bread over, you know, I can't really have the sugar, but it doesn't really matter because it's oh so sweet for Optic Gaming as they pull off a big 3-1 win over Native Red. And Native Red play them hard, but that just goes to show you the grit of Optic Gaming. Even when they're challenged, man, they still find a way to come out on top.
Optic Gaming seem like the perfect team. Aggression, coordination, communication.
Yep.
So tough to beat. They are the best team in the league right now. Who will dethrone Optic Gaming? Let's go!
You're asking the, you know, the big questions there, Tony. And look, Native Red, they gave them a run for their money, without a doubt. This game, a few kills go their way. We could have ended up seeing tied 2-2, maybe. There's always that possibility for Native Red, right? Yep. But that is what sets Optic Gaming apart from everyone else in the league. It's that when they are challenged, they find a way to adapt and respond in turn.
Yes.
They knew exactly what Native Red wanted to do, how they wanted to play, put pressure into util, try and force them out of that, push them in the back of their base, and then Optic just does the same exact thing. Or they just decide, let's just go ahead and hold top control and just continue to pepper them with shots.
And how many times do we see Native Red have numbers, put them 3 down, being the opportunity to pull a fight, or actually pull that fight, and then one player makes a play, a huge multi-kill, a huge delay just to slow down Native Red. It's absolutely insane. It's not only the teamwork, but also anyone on that team can pop off, including Trippy. Again, he's gonna. He was already 4th place so far in Slays, and something tells me he's gonna shoot up that leaderboard.
Yeah, Trippy has been magical for Optic Gaming throughout Friday. This has been a big day for him. He's showing up in the KD leaderboard. He's putting up big numbers. He dropped the 30 bomb at the end of that game. That is the output that you are most definitely going to need if you want to win a world championship. And you're getting it from Trippy. You're getting it from Formal. You're getting it from Lucid as well. Let's not forget about APG, who's always that reliable last man in those critical situations. That played out a lot. And that's part of the reason that is the reason why Optic Gaming are so good. They can rely on every single weapon that is available to them.
So you're saying Optic Gaming the perfect team?
At this
point, are you handing them the trophy?
Look, I'm not trying to. There are a lot of great teams there. I think Cloud9 are playing some of the best Halo that they've ever played. I think G1's a contender. Yes. I still think Native Red is a contender. FaZe as well. I mean, FaZe looked scary in Orlando. I think Friday, Saturday, FaZe may have been one of the best teams in the world, maybe the best team in the world. It's just what you do on Sunday, what you do on the games that matter. Right now, Optic have proven to us they are not an online team. They are a team that can perform no matter the circumstances. They did in Orlando, and what a time to do it, right? And I don't think this team has peaked as far as their success quite yet.
And that was the big thing. I mean, we've seen how dominant Optic Gaming are in scrims. They were the best team in scrims, as simple as that. Online, they were absolutely 10-1 and 10-2ing, maybe 10-3ing a few, but nobody even getting 4, 5, or even 6 wins against them in, what, about 2 months? The question was, what happens when that comes to land. We need to be able to translate it, and they very much so did in Orlando, and they're looking to do it again when the lights are brightest, $1 million on the line.
That's right.
They want it.
That is right, folks. But that is going to do it for us for right now. For now, though, we're actually going to send it over to Blaze. One of my favorite people, it's APG, standing by with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy and Tony. We got the defending champions on the stage, Optic Gaming, and they have still not lost a game after that major win. APG, man, how y'all feeling being here at the World Championship? Y'all still undefeated in pool play. What's it been like so far today for you guys?
I think we're just starting to get warmed up. I don't think we're playing anywhere near our potential, but we're just taking it pretty easy. I mean, we take every team pretty seriously, but we're just trying to get through today and then start the tournament tomorrow.
Slowly starting to peak up and pick up that pace there for the rest of the tournament now. Here in this Native Red series, you guys lost an Epic Slayer, but the rest of the series, you wrapped it up pretty smooth. When it comes down to your squad, is there anyone specifically that kind of made those maps a little bit easier to kind of lock this one up for the day?
Well, I would say, like, members of our team, each member of our team stepped it up that series. I saw Joey and Tommy had great games, Matt had great games, so I think we all just are very well-rounded. I think that's the best part of our team. If one person's not doing their best, then another person steps up, so we all just make the game very easy for each other.
You guys definitely didn't look real good up there, okay? Now, what do you want to say to the Optic Gaming fans who've been cheering for you guys all day? I know you heard them in your ears over there.
I just want to say thank you to the Green Wall, everybody. Thank you to our girlfriends, my parents, all the parents from our team that are here. Thank you guys so much for the support. We appreciate you. We can definitely hear you, so keep being loud. Thank you.
Keep being loud in Seattle for the Green Wall. That's going to do it for me and APG on the stage. Lottie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Blaze. APG, he's up there. He is feeling it with his team, and rightfully so. I think APG is such a formidable player. This guy can do it all, but so can the rest of his team, and that is what makes them so special. And that's what makes their teamwork better than most here. It is so difficult to break that teamwork barrier that Optic puts forward. We saw actually Native Red manage to kind of burst that bubble for them in that Slayer, but that's something else. I think when it slays, it kind of pushes through the boundaries a little bit, but when you have an objective to run, for example, Streets King of the Hill, smooth like butter, Shurzy. I mean, just effortless teamwork from Optic. They are completely in sync, and that scoreline shows it.
Yeah, I think for APG, he talks about the teamwork, how they make the game so much easier for each other, and I think he's an integral part as to why this team plays so well. They're all like cogs in the machine, and they're all targeted towards the same goal, and that is winning championships. They've already won one this year. Who can really bet against them being at least in the grand finals come the end of the tournament? I think this team is the team to beat right now.
When you do look at Optic's record across this year, Slayers have been the main anomaly for them. That's where they do drop games. It's not something that's completely surprising. I think that they have dropped it to Native Red, a very strong slaying team. That squad has been doing it all season long. Previously, when they were KCP, they were always a force that was so formidable when it came to slaying game types. But you're completely right. Objectively, Optic seem to be at the top of their game right now.
Yeah, they certainly are, and you can see this right here. What was ending this series for Optic, for Native Red, this Aquarius CTF, they're so quick to be able to defend, aren't they, Optic? They're on that defensive, but very, very quickly are able to turn it into the offensive, and they're capping flags. And Walshy, it was just lights out gameplay, very fast paced, and Native Red, they couldn't really breathe here on Aquarius CTF.
No, and you heard it from APG. He says they just make it really easy for each other. All these players, they're capable of making the incredible plays, but for the most part, it's very methodical. They're moving across the map. They're not getting caught off guard through surprises. They're double teaming players. It's very calculated movement. It's not this frantic gameplay when you're watching it from their POVs.
And I gotta say, somebody that would have definitely caught your eye in that series is Trippy. He had an absolute belter, a 1.91 map 1 KD. What a start, what an opening for Optic. We talk about hot starts all the time on the Desk Askin. That's it, right there. If you want a hot start, take after this guy.
Trippy's confidence in the moment, it's oozing, and it's oozing into the rest of Optic as well. They all have that belief. I think they genuinely look at this tournament and believe they can win a world championship. That's all back off the confidence from winning Orlando. Had they not won Orlando, it would have been completely different. Maybe we'd see a struggle at the start of the tournament, some nerves kicking in, but it seems like they have their eyes set on one thing, and that is that trophy.
It certainly is indeed. My goodness me. Well, we've seen, we've heard, we've watched, we've seen them win, excuse me, the Green Wall. They're looking pretty damn good right now. Yeah, we've seen them win last time.
Okay.
Who says they can't do it again? The odds are definitely in their favor.
I'm telling you, I'm a little bit upset with APG. He was thanking everybody there. Everyone's on the list. I was like, my name has to come soon. Right? I wasn't picked.
This is true. I know. You're a big fan of APG. We all are for sure. But I'll tell you what, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But in that series, the green wall, they were tested and the bricks are still firmly in the wall for now. But we still have an evening of matches to get through today. And one of those is going to be Cloud9 versus G1, which is coming up next, right? After this break.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you
welcome back, folks, to the Halo World Championships here 2022. It is our final stop on our season roadmap, and everything is on the line this weekend. It is go hard or go home, and first place is all that matters for our teams here. And of course, we are in the home of Halo, Seattle, Washington. It has already been an epic first day to all of our main stage matches, but I do have a special guest up here on the desk. I'm actually joined by Lucid, coming straight up a very hot victory against Native Red on the main stage. Lucid, thank you so much for joining me up here. It's an absolute pleasure to have you. Now, you are up here for an interview. That is partly true.
Okay.
But I have a little surprise for you.
Let's hear it.
So, without further ado, roll the tape.
But Lucid can get the backstab. Oh my god, the repulsor on roll 2 takes them down, but the play ball comes through, so Lucid gets the double kill. Oh my god, Lucid, you are an absolute beast.
Not only is Lucid the MVP of his team, but Lucid the MVP of the league. A lot of things today that you see that are meta right now, I was watching him test day one on his streams.
I think one of Lucid's defining traits is not only is he hitting every single slide he needs to in the movement department, not only is he hitting every shot and ridiculous no-scopes back-to-back, but it's also the confidence in the calls that he makes with the in-game leadership.
What makes Lucid stand out is how he always comes up with something innovative. He always tries to create something new to beat his opponents. Like, you never really know what he's gonna do, and it's always the kind of expect the unexpected with Lucid.
I think Lucid just oozes extraordinary talent.
No one can make him play out of sorts. Lucid will always play his game. He'll play at his own pace.
When I view Lucid, I see somebody that knows how to improve and avoid plateaus.
Lucid at the start of the game was one of those players who really pushed the movement forward. I think him and Renegade were the two players who were the standouts, and everybody else followed suit.
He's not only picked up championships, but he is the reason that championship has been picked up. Consistently a monster. You're looking at every single game, it's like Lucid's dropped 20, Lucid's dropped 30, Lucid's dropped 40.
He's just flashy as well with it. Not only does he bring the numbers, but in terms of the excitement for viewers and for fans, he gives people something to root for, to watch, to look out for, because his plays are absolutely insane.
And look at these snipes coming out. Lucid maybe putting a shutdown to them. Anything from Stella. Oh my goodness. It gives Optic a lead. Triple kill. That scenario, I don't know how Lucid's alive, but now he's getting killed on the board. It's going to be a tight game at 17 seconds to go, but Lucid swoops in and gets the 44. He's a lunatic and he's out of there. They have the option to play it, and they're going to keep it in their pockets. All four dead, triple kill for Lucid. He doesn't care. He wants blood. He wants blood, and he wants it now.
Lucid, you are our regular season MVP, as voted by your pro player peers. And I gotta say, crowd, if you're not cheering right now for this man, I don't know what you're doing with your hands. My goodness me, Lucid, you have been lights out all season long, and honestly, it's undeniable that you're the MVP this season.
Thank you.
You know, right from the beginning of the season, the kickoff to the game, you have been on everyone's minds. The talent just speaks for itself. It oozes through our screens. It's absolutely incredible. I want to know how you feel right now in this moment.
I'm just very appreciative. Yeah, I mean, I've been putting my best foot forward as best I can from the very start. So, you know, thank you very much to everybody, the players alike, for voting me MVP. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I'm not so much speechless, but it's a bit of a surprise. But I mean, not too much of a surprise, but because everybody tries to talk us up between myself and like Renegade or whoever, and I have so much respect for everybody. So I'm just happy to be up here receiving this commendation. It's a blessing.
Honestly, rightfully so, and very well deserved. I'm going to open the floor here for the boys to ask you anything that you guys want.
I mean, Lucid, you've been around the block, right? This isn't your first rodeo, it's not your first season, but you're finally a championship winner, you're finally at the top of your game. What kind of advice would you give to players who are trying to get to where you are, try and be where you are right now?
You have to just put that conscious effort forward. From the beginning to the very end, it hasn't stopped. especially early on when you're trying to make that breakthrough, you have to just keep pushing, and you have to devote as much, like I said, conscious effort as you possibly can. The hours matter, but it's about intention, and that intention really hasn't left my state of play from the beginning. I think it's only increased, especially getting to this higher and higher level. You start to feel yourself almost not it's not making like a jump from 8th place to 2nd place all of a sudden. Now you're just trying to hit that championship level that you can maintain, and it is not easy. Sometimes it feels impossible, but you just can't get better, and you just have to keep going.
It probably would have meant a lot if we would have voted for it, us as casters. What does it mean to you that the players voted for it? I feel like, does that mean a little bit more to you by any chance?
I think it does, just a little bit. In the honest truth, I think, real recognize real, especially at the competitive level, at our highest level that we have. And, like I said, I'm very appreciative for the rest of the comp to, give me this type of award or kind of prop me up like that. I really appreciate it. And like I said, I have a lot of respect for everybody that competes.
I mean, Lucid, start to finish, you're a monster, dude. Come on, you're insane. It really is just absolutely incredible what you can do out there. But I have to give you an epic trophy right now, because we do have a beautiful award that Mr. Dave Walsh is going to come and give you himself. So please do get your hands on this insane, insane trophy.
Thank you so much. Wow.
Isn't it pretty?
This is very, very pretty. Thank you so much.
So there
That's
you go.
amazing.
Regular season MVP Lucid. Do you have any words that you want to give maybe to your fans, family, friends?
I've said it a lot of times and I can't say it enough, but thank you so much to my parents, girlfriend, who are even standing on the sidelines right now.
I see
while
them.
I'm up here. And just all the fans, the green wall especially, always out, always supporting, especially these last few events. The energy and the vibe is just absolutely immaculate. Yeah, just everybody online, here in person, there's no better words I can really say. It's just, I'm very appreciative, and thank you very much.
Lucy, congratulations. Well done, and best of luck going forward this weekend. If that's not a bit of confidence, I don't know what is. Congratulations to Lucid once again. We're going to head into our polls right now, see the scores coming on the doors to see exactly what some of our teams have been doing behind the scenes while we did actually award our regular season MVP. A huge congratulations to Lucid once again from Optic, who has picked up that trophy, and undeniably so as well. But as you can see right now, Optic Gaming, Pool A, 2-0 to their name, looking pretty damn good to take that first spot so far as well. And Pool B, we've got the same kind of going on here for Cloud9. The big question is right now, Gaskin, Cloud9 versus G1 is going to be the decider for Pool B. We had to bet on it. How's that one going to go?
From what I've seen from Cloud9 on the B-Stream games, they look a different beast. Sometimes they come out of the blocks a little bit slow, right? And we've been like, Cloud9, maybe they throw away some games, some series on day number 1. They look hungry. They look like they want to prove a point. And I'm a little bit worried if I'm a G1 fan with how Cloud9 have been dominating both Team War and J-Lings. They were just forcing spawns. They were collapsing well. They looked flawless in their execution. But I know that G1 want this just as much as Cloud9, and that's what makes it such an exciting series.
It does indeed. And I think, we've kind of talked about how it affects people, the belief that you have in your team, wanting it more than your opponent, and it really does do things to the mental game. So I am excited to see what really happens in Pool B and whether we'll have a shake-up. And Tony, Pool C, we're looking at a bit of a rumble happening down here as well. We got FaZe, of course, on top, 2-0 in their right, but then Fnatic have actually lost, I believe, maybe to G2 Esports, I believe. I haven't had the score for that series. But so this is a little bit of a shake-up here, so we're still fighting for that second place. What do you make of it?
I mean, I think it's exactly what we thought it was going to be. I know, obviously, Fnatic were able to beat out TSS, but we knew this was going to be a fight between Fnatic and G2. G2 caught fire at the right time, but Fnatic made a huge roster change, and I think it's really working out for them. Can't wait to see who comes out in the winner's bracket of this pool.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, to say the least. And I got to say, I'm actually really impressed with Fnatic. I'm also impressed with G2 for bouncing back the way that they have, especially after a really tough game against FaZe Clan. But we do have a schedule for you guys, so you can note down what the games are going to be for the rest of this evening. We've just had Optic versus Native Red. They actually beat them 3-1. And we got 6 p.m. for you. Cloud9 versus G1. We'll find the answer to that question, Gaskin, very, very shortly, including a grudge match and the pool of death, Sentinels versus eUnited and Jersey. My goodness me, that one is gonna be crazy.
The games just don't get any easier, do they? They just get spicier and spicier with more expectations bigger than the last. I think I'm really looking forward to seeing how Optic close out the pools, and I think for other teams chasing for, I think for the likes of Cloud9, I think we're looking at them to be the contenders. They've never placed outside the top 2 in any of the LAN competitions, and I'm expecting them to be a real threat. For G1, I think it's going to be a tough test for them, but a test that they need.
Yeah, indeed. I think with Cloud9, you know, the fact that they have been in second place every single major speaks volumes to me, but it's that next hurdle. Can they do it without Renegade? It has bound been that superstar they've been looking for, or have they transitioned, Gaskin, do you think, into a more and further developed roster where they don't need a superstar to be shining all the time and they can work together?
I think sometimes just taking a step back as a team and analyzing what has gone wrong or what is not working for you can really help. And I think the online tournament prior to Orlando did wonders for Cloud9, where they were kind of humbled a little bit. They realized they weren't just going to be able to walk through to finals all the time. They slowly but surely went about their business, coming up to Orlando, secretly just kind of not scrimming anyone really, and just somehow pull out an absolute incredible top 2 position that I don't think many people would have expected, purely based off how they were performing coming into it. Now, I genuinely think that everyone has to fear what Cloud9 could actually possess and provide here at the Halo World Championship.
Cloud9 really are one of those teams that just grind in the shadows, and they're not loud and not proud about it. They just go about their business, and I think they're a real team that can come and light up a tournament at any real given moment in time. I think nobody expected them in Orlando to finish top 2. Everyone had them placing top 4. I certainly did. I thought the bound change just didn't get things moving as quickly as I would have liked to have seen. And then they made, they proved everybody wrong, that they got back into that title competition and into that contention. I think against Optic Gaming and against G1 here, I think they have a lot of work to do, but I think with what we've seen in pools so far, they have started red hot.
Yeah, they have indeed. I got to say, with Cloud9, you know, you're looking at superstars. It depends what you value in a superstar, right? But for me, a superstar on this roster is our AMD power performance, and that's Eco. This guy is such a big all-rounder, Tony. He means so much to this team. You could honestly call him the brains of the team, but he's also the brawn, and I think people forget that sometimes. Like, he has the strength that the team needs to make plays when it matters most. Tony, what do you make of this incredible player?
Yeah, you know, I've said it multiple times. I'm a huge fan of Eco, not just as an IGL, not just as a leader, but since Renegade left this squad, he's really stepped up as also as a slayer as well, and a consistent one at that. Eco is one of the most dangerous players in the league, and it don't have to be fancy for it to be effective.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's actually put it perfectly. It doesn't have to be fancy. And sometimes we do see flashy players, and it looks amazing, right? And the viewers love it. We love it. But there is a level of kind of level-headedness, I suppose, that you do need to have on a team to make sure that you're calm, composed, and you get the job done at the end of the day. But Eco, without a doubt, is one of those players for sure. Let's talk about the other side of the stage, though. We got G1 here, Gaskin. And this team, we know what they can do, but we want them to put a massive exclamation mark on it now. This is the time to do it. And we talk about how much we want them to kind of cement themselves as a top team, and they are very much up there. But taking down C9, I think would cement that so much further right now.
It absolutely would. I see it all over social media. Don't sleep on G1. Don't sleep on us. They're not predicting us here, there, or everywhere. Now's the time to prove everyone wrong. Now's the time to do it at the biggest stage. And if they can take down a squad like Cloud9, who have historically lost games in pool play, would do wonders for their beliefs of how far they can go in this tournament. Could they push on to top 4? Could they push even further into the actual championship conversation? I think we will learn a lot during this series.
I talked to Swish a couple of days ago about how the meta evolved in Halo Infinite and how he was a player that liked to play very fast. After Halo 5, he spoke about how he has had to adjust his playstyle. Teams started to set traps for him, and how he has had to adjust on the fly. I think Boo Boo Doo Boo has been an integral part to drag the rest of this team forward, because they went from top 12 players, top 16 players, to all of a sudden they get second in the Super, and they're in with a chance of taking down one of the top dogs. This is not going to be a 3-0 in my opinion. I think G1 can really bring Cloud9 the distance.
I do agree, actually, and I think it's going to be a true test. You can see there with the stats as well, and the map records. But the Orlando Major was a little bit different for both of these teams. Obviously, G1 getting knocked out before Cloud9, excuse me. Cloud9 having more maps and records to look at, but it's actually not that dissimilar. And I think that's going to give a little bit of confidence to G1, knowing that they can compete. You saw what happened at the NA Super, Tony, and it was just lights out from G1. What do you want to see from that NA Super that you noticed in G1, bringing that to a stage here at LAN?
It's funny because all the questions surround G1. Like, who are they? Are they that team from the NH Super? Are they that second place team? Or are they more of a top 8, top 12 team? We're going to find out here. And one thing I noticed from the NH Super that maybe I didn't notice from Orlando is that willingness to put it's that teamwork and it's that coordination. When they were playing for NH Super, they were playing like a damn near perfect team. Everything was firing on all cylinders. Everybody was stepping it up. During Orlando, it was one player here, a Devonator here, Swish there, Boo Boo Doo there. I need to see a full-on team attack out of G1 if they're gonna go at Cloud9.
I agree. It has to be calculated. We saw Swish really turning up this morning as well, which definitely gives a lot of hope on the side of G1. This should be a really good series, and I personally can't wait to get right into it. So why not? Let's head on over to our casters. We do have Walshy and Golden Boy, two of our favorite boomers.
Whoa, that tracks.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, you know.
I'm 38. How old are you now?
You're 38?
Yeah, I'm 38.
Dude, I thought you were like 43 or something.
Gray hair?
Wow, that's nuts. I am the ripe young age of 34.
Okay.
That's right. That's right. Not a day older. Well, actually, tomorrow I'll be older. Anyway, it doesn't matter because we got ourselves a great matchup here today. We have Cloud9 versus G1. Now, to set the stage a little bit here, Walsh, right? G1, look, I made a bold proclamation on the desk. I said that I think G1 is a team that's here fighting for a championship, but then you started to see some of those mistakes happen in that war game. They cannot do that against Cloud9 because they will not allow them to be able to get away with that 3-1 win the way they were able to make it happen against War.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's essentially what happens when you get higher up and higher up or play against better teams. You're afforded fewer mistakes. It's just more difficult. You have to play more on top of your game, play better and better. But taking a look here on game number 1, we are going to be doing Catalyst CTF between these two rosters. If there's anything that G1 wants to start off with, it's this map and mode.
I agree. This is, we have mentioned it a lot. Catalyst, new into the rotation, newer than the other maps into the rotation this season, has created interesting conversation points because no one has really quite figured it out yet, but I do think some teams are better at it than others. This is going to be a big opportunity now for G1 to really show us what they have here on Catalyst, and already a big start for Boo Boo Doo out of the gate, are able to get himself 2 kills on C9 side.
Such sick maneuvers from Boo Boo. You saw how fast he slid over there. He got that ramp. All those members of Cloud9 did not expect anyone already on the ramp, but Boo Boo made it so quick, but that was shut down fast enough as Stellar as OS over in the G1 bases, causing havoc. There's 2 down. Swish is gonna jump up and take the easy route and take a dip.
Sometimes you just want to end it right then and there. That was brutal, but Stellar's gonna be bringing this one up the gut. He's gonna have to deal with 2 members of G1. They're gonna be shooting at him, but he's scot-free. He's gonna get the slide potentially, but no, he's actually gonna hang it back and go back for the fight though to see if he can contribute to some more damage.
Similarly, or I would say thematically on Catalyst CTF, even when you get those kills quick and you run that flag fast, you have to do another round of slaying when you get back, and that's what stops Stellar from putting that in. So even though it's all looking dire for G1, they get a stop, they get a flag pull of their own, and they're back on even footing.
And that is why Catalyst is one of the most just perplexing maps in the map pool. You think in any other Halo, you come out with that kind of a start, you get the overshield, you're in their base, you get across to the other side of the map.
A top middle run, a top middle run.
And you still can't lock it in because that's just Catalyst, baby. Now as we continue to look forward, did he just say Haya? I'm pretty sure they before just said Haya. Anyway, moving forward, I don't know if I can get that out of my head, but that's for another day. This is just going to be a slow restart. And this is where I want to see what G1 is made of here, right? When the game slows down, when they have to make those decisions and those pushes together as a team and how they try and break Cloud9's defensive holds, those things are going to be so valuable. But no one challenging Eco with that overshield is quite problematic.
Well, it's almost plays right prior to that. All those members of G1 were forced to fight out of their base, and in doing so, they gave up control of the center of the map. Cloud9 took advantage of it. They were waiting for an OS to make their pull, whereas G1 said, okay, we're going to clear out our base and we're going to go for a counter pull.
Eagle flag return. Does not work out though for G1. as that attempted flag pull is going to get shut down. Here comes Boundos. The big kills are going to be coming through potentially, but he had 2 BRs looking right at him. Here comes Penguin, though, looking again to the conversation, but the Commando will do the job. Squall just needs to stay alive here, and he's playing his life very effectively. Wipes out Stellar, looking to cause some problems in the backfield. Doesn't quite come to fruition, though. Here comes the fly out. And Swish, he was looking to just see if he could put down as much damage as possible. Mission accomplished because Eco can't really do much right now, and he has to wait this one out. But they have to take him out.
Yeah, they're getting the kills, but the problem is the Cloud9 reinforcements are coming too fast.
Yeah.
Every single time G1 clears out their base and try to make a move to the center of the map, Cloud9 are already there. They already have numbers. Once again, Boo pushing out of his base, and what does he meet? 2 Cloud9 members.
Gonna get hit with those grenades, and it's gonna slow down this push. Oh, he tried to go in there for the melee. Got the repulsor on 1. Does a decent amount of damage. That gives his teammate an opportunity to be able to get the kill, but Stellar with a double of his own shuts that down there. He's gonna continue to live around here on the gold side of the map. Squall engaging with Eco. And Eco does get wiped out, so Stellar's just gonna have to wait this out, and that was a great jump. He's hiding out in this corner. He's got the support of his teammate. But still, great BR shot from Squall to get the shutdown. And there's Penguin again with the cleanup. That's what Cloud9's doing so well, Walsh. Every time someone goes in for a fight, someone's there to back him up.
And look at that, Boo just realizing that Penguin's gonna go for that grapple, puts on a little damage, puts on a little pressure, Penguin, and now it's an open OS. Both teams have a good chance of getting this to come down to this fight once again. Switch has the reinforcements, scoops up that OS, and we're gonna see G1 going on the offensive.
And I believe this is gonna be the first time that G1 have been able to comfortably get an overshield, and Boo with the double kill. Stellar's gonna be tucked away in the back of the base, very damaged. Now here comes this next round of slays. Penguin's gonna be dangerously low as Switch is gonna jump around the corner here. That overshield is gonna give him a ton of confidence. Sees 2 members of Cloud9. The flank's gonna continue to move forward. He gets himself a double kill, tries to get the triple, but he does do the damage.
And Cloud9 are making a mistake there. They're pushing back into their base, trying to stop the flag when they need to be run across the map. This flag is long gone. G1 putting in the first flag.
G1 strike first against Cloud9. And it's not a shocker to see how competitive G1 is here against C9. This team has grown so much over the course of the season, and still so much more for them to do here. The big stick, big boy sticky for the big man. Sends Stellar packing.
Such a heads-up play, realizing he did not have a chance to win that 1v1 BR fight and trick Stellar into getting a comfortable straight. Sometimes players will immediately go for that stick after the first burst or not even shooting a shot, and players anticipate those panic moves. Instead, Stellar was just doing, all right, we're doing a straight BR fight, and last second gets caught off guard with that sticky grenade. Those are those small, minute differences in those battles that you might not notice.
And those small, minute differences in a team or against a team like Cloud9 that really are going to be the difference. Now, that was a grapple shot that I've never seen in my life, but it kind of works out for Dev. He's going to be running into Stellar here. Big fight happening, but Stellar's going to win it. You can always rely on him, and the overshield is going to be available here and now to grab. Flag's going to be out, though. The Cloud9 flag is going to be out. Squall very weak over at the backfield. Gets removed from the equation. C9 moving this flag on their own, but there goes Boo, but he actually gets shut down, and this could look like a Cloud9 capture if Devin can stay alive, but he cannot. C9 brings this one in. Penguin's got the OS, plenty healthy. We're all tied up.
That's the danger of running a cap the same direction. You are basically flipping a coin and saying whoever wins this battle gets the recovery and the cap. Now, if you're trying to pull a counter pull and you're afraid of the opposing team, running that flag across the map, you have to run the flag on the opposite side. So if one team's running sword side, you need to run it skewer.
Just some great Halo 101 that we were seeing there from C9.
If this is 101 entry level course, I'm dropping this major. This is too difficult, and this is just the entry level.
Hey man, no one ever said playing Halo at the top level of the World Championship was ever easy. The hundreds of teams tried to fight for this opportunity to play for $1 million, $400,000 first place prize. But only the best of the best can be here. G1, one of those squads who have just had an amazing season and a triple kill off camera, but we caught that third kill for Swish.
Swish getting those slays, but there it is. Stellar and Penguin duo over on the P side, getting that backup and just able to put so much damage over there. He did not, by he, I mean Swish, did not see Penguin over on the far side or Stellar on the far side, and so those double teams, all these players find these new creative angles to take a Catalyst to catch someone off guard.
Oh, Bound is so low. He can actually contribute to this fight. Might get cleaned up. No, he goes back for it though, because he knows how valuable that overshield is going to be, and that's another G1 overshield that could pay off for them.
This is what got them their first cap. Let's see if it's going to be their second. 2 members down for Cloud9. This is a perfect position for G1. They're pushing in. They think if they slays and they get them fast, but Cloud9 answer with 2 kills of their own, and Stellar being so tricky. Just buying so much time in that front.
He's still alive, Dave! He's
Can't
still
finish
alive!
him off!
Kill the man! No, it does not happen. Swish has to be pissed off about that one. I don't blame him. That was so frustrating, but that is exactly what Stellar can do. He is the type of player that manages to play his life better than most.
Yeah, that's that perfect bait and switch. Doing the optimal amount of distraction so that when it's focused on your teammate, you're over there adding a shot or so. And when they're not, you're over there distracting, making them second guess who to fight and when to charge.
Clean shots from Eco. Gonna get him right back into the fray here. Zeb with a clear, and that will be 3 members down for Cloud9, 2 down for G1. Zeb is gonna be running into Stellar in a moment. This is going to be a huge fight there, and Squall does manage to get the better of Stellar, but would have loved to have been able to have Devin there to back him up, as 3 members of C9 are waiting for this potential play that could be made by Squall, and he goes for it, puts on a few shots. He's trying to play his life around this corner here, pull a lot of attention over to him, and he's actually succeeding. He's gotten 3 members down of C9, and here comes the flagpole.
Yep, 3 down, they get this flag out. Now, best case scenario, if Boo Boo can get this flag out far enough that Cloud9 start to spawn their own base, but it's probably too little too late. Many of the players probably spawned over on Skewer side, and once again, we're going to have to see G1 fight at their base, and here comes the second round of slays. Cloud9 to come to contest, but Boo Boo decides just to run it in. He feels like his teammates have enough time to delay, and it is true. That's going to be cap number 2 going in for G1.
I love that play, and a lot of credit's got to go to Squall because he pulled so much attention to him, and they couldn't wipe him out. That once Boo Boo saw that there was no one up top, like on the catwalk there, he was fine. Just go ahead and push that. He had the read. They knew exactly where they were, and that they weren't going to be challenged to make that flag cap a reality.
They're not done just yet. Look at these maneuvers here coming out. Boo Boo and his overshield his teammate. I believe that's Free Devinator over on the flag. Nope, I guess it's gonna be Swish with like a 3rd OS. Dear God, so many OSs.
And they've all, at this point, have gone to G1. You know, I feel like Cloud9 playing some of the best Halo that we've seen. Had a chat with Stellar. Told me he feels like what Bound brings to this team and how they have grown as a squad has just been unreal, and their confidence is at an all-time high. But when the stakes are so high and the amount of work is being put forward by everyone else, it's very clear. It doesn't matter if you're feeling great. As we saw in that Optic native game, everyone is here to play. Everyone's here to be competitive.
Yeah, nobody is taking this tournament lightly. Everyone came in grinding and prepping for this event right here. And Cloud9 find themselves on the back foot. They do not want to go down 0-1 to start off this series. And they have to answer soon, but this could be all 4 down again. This is a position that G1 can just sit back and let Cloud9 spawn in their own base. I'm actually a little hesitant about this play from Squall. It's okay to get some information and poke, but the last thing you want to do is turn this into a flag grab trade scenario.
That's right, and only a few seconds left in the game. 20 seconds, and Cloud9's going to go for the push, but 2 members are down, but Penguin's going to get a massive double kill, and that's going to have to prompt Squall to have to turn around here.
Pay attention, Squall has essentially been out of the fight for the last 20 seconds or so. It's essentially been 4v3 in Cloud9's favor, as they've just essentially isolated. Look at that harpoon, gets the backsmack, fights first, Devinator, the last one alive to try and get the stop, and Eco's going to continue to move this overtime flag across the map.
He's right there. He's got to get this kill on Devin, but Devin's still going to be alive. Eco's going to bring it across, and he's got himself just over half shields remaining. Devin is going to get taken out. This could be a tie game right here as Eco got the flag, and he caps it, making it 2, we're going to a tie, and that is the reason why you cannot sleep on C9 in those dire moments.
No, back against the wall, and they push out and come swinging. I think the biggest mistake in that ending scenario was just Squall or Swish being kind of alone over the Cloud9 base. Cloud9 had no worries about their own flag at that moment. They all wanted to push on the gas and push for the G1 flag. You need to have more of a presence in the center of the map.
Watching Halo for the first time, allow me to explain what happens now. We're in a tied situation. First flag cap is going to win, but you have 5 minutes to do it. Plenty of time here, and a potential pull is happening now, as G1 have managed to succeed, but over in the distance, I believe, actually, that's going to be Eco with the stop, and then Bound gets the kill.
Also, brilliant here, just optimizing in this scenario. Eco realized the flag's on the ground. He's not going to waste 2 or 3 seconds sitting on the flag, return it. Instead, he's going to push on out and take up more ground across the map. Don't need to return a flag that's going to return on its own.
Yeah, you know what I think is really fascinating as well is that Bound's been able to stay alive this whole time. He got away from it. He's still contributing to the battle. Like, it's insane that he was one shot and no one from G1 was there to clean it up. And now Stellar has a great position. He does see that one player from G1 crossing over. That's going to be Swish.
Here's the crucial battle. Penguin and Stellar trying to clear a path for this flag to come back. Swish goes down. It's going to be Squall and Boo Boo. The last hope to stop this flag from going in. Bound wisely takes his time. At this point, it's going to be a slay game. If Cloud9 can just go even in slays, they will get this flag back, and Squall is huge. Gets the recovery, gets the flag out, and is not done just yet.
And he's actually going to dump the flag out and wait for his teammate there to back him up. And Swish is there to help. He's going to go in for the fight, trying to pancake him, but a dire return. A massive return from the captain, from Eco, making the plays, making the calls. Beautifully done there. And we're right back where we started with 3 minutes left on the clock, Walsh.
Can't say he's not a good host. Give him a pancake before he kicks him out of his base. Such a great play there. Clutch on both sides as he backs her against the wall.
He had the overshield, and Devin hit him with the back whack of all back whacks. That was devastating for C9, losing that very healthy, very shielded player in that engagement. But now things are just going to slow down for a moment, because Swish is going to wait for that player to come around the corner, and unfortunately for him, he was going to get a skewer to the face.
I thought they were just serving breakfast. They're now serving skewers for lunch or dinner. Just kind of...
It's a barbecue, you know?
Oh,
it's like an IHOP, you know, a little bit of everything. Or Denny's, I don't know.
But looking into this flag is now going out here for G1. They're still in a strong position, even though Swish is going for the stop. This is okay. His teammates are going to spawn back in his base to help escort this back. As long as Swish does not get picked off here. He's gotten the difficult part done, got it back to the base, and now Cloud9 have to stop it right here, right now. Eco is going to win a huge 1v1. Gets the insta-explode over on that flag to make sure it's not grabbed right away, but they are damaged by those grenades. Squall the last one alive.
How is this?
What is going on?
It's shenanigans! It's shenanigans! I'm calling it! This is ridiculous! But now the attempted flag pull is going to come from Cloud9. G1 were in a position that they were going to win this game 2-1, but they let their foot off the pedal in a crucial moment of the game. Now it's going to be G1 on the push. Boo Boo Doo Boo's going to be centered around the flag. Dev is going to be taken out of there. Boo Boo very weak, cannot be a part of the conversation. No one is going to be there potentially to make this flag stop happen, and the flag goes through, and Cloud9 clutch up.
How many times did we see that go back and forth where I was almost certain it was a flag going in that team's favor, and both teams just clutching it up at the end, getting that stop, getting the recovery, getting a counter pull.
Yeah.
That was just whatever ridiculous word you want to use. Shenanigans, malarkey, nonsense at the end there.
We don't like none of that malarkey over here in these parts. Cloud9 definitely don't like that malarkey. And they managed to pick up a win that is, I'm going to be very honest, deflating. A deflating win. G1 were winning that game. 2-1, we were moving on to map 2. But instead, they allowed C9 that opportunity to get back in. And honestly, maybe I'm being a little too harsh, but C9 also have a tendency to force those mistakes. And I think that there's a combination of everything that kind of went wrong there for G1. And for C9, it was a combination of everything that went right.
They were the ones to get that clutch factor at the end on multiple occasions, not only just going to overtime, but to extend that overtime. Cloud9 sitting pretty 1-0 in this series thus far, but up next we got Street Slayer, and G1 can tie this right back up.
This is very true. This is where we see if we're gonna get the G1 that struggled in Orlando, or we're gonna get the G1 that had the Cinderella run at the NA Super, right? Can G1 bring this one back? That was a heartbreaking loss, but it's about how you pick yourself back up, how you dust yourself off and just try again, right? Because Cloud9, they are not going to give you that opening. They're not going to allow you to feel comfortable at all. You have to make your own comfort in this case if you're G1. And here we go. Map number 2.
Look at those coordinated grenades over on balcony. Boo Boo either realizing Cloud9 has that start or been encountering that before, but that was such a strong starting strategy that we're starting to see out of these teams. We weren't really seeing teams do this backup spot, throw grenades and cut off an area. We haven't really seen that progress here in Infinite just yet, at least not in year 1.
Yeah, the players have just grown so much over the course of time here with how much work that they've been putting into the game. Stellar's going to be able to pick himself up a big kill there. He also has the support there of the blast shield, but it does not quite bail him out. He was still going to be very weakened in that. A big start for Cloud9. They're going to have to hold on to this lead, because if you don't, G1 will creep right back into this.
Yeah, and what looked like a strong start is slowly closing. Now only a 2-kill lead here for Cloud9, and Bulldog in the hands of Predeminator. They have all Cloud9 spawning over in Tram, and they can start to put the squeeze on if they want.
Dev looking for an opening to use that Bulldog, but the dog ain't gonna bark quite yet. 2 kills though for C9, courtesy of Eco, is gonna give him a 3-kill lead. Dev off the flank, locates Penguin. You know exactly where they're gonna be here. There goes the dog, but hey, you get one, it's gonna be a trade. Not the best situation there for G1 because they had that help.
Yeah, there was just 2 members of Cloud9 there, and you had to fight your way out. Devinator actually getting that 1-for-1 is not terrible, given that his position was sniffed out.
Yeah, they knew where he was. So you gotta, it's the little things, right? Could be the little things that are gonna be the difference in this series. But now I'm getting a little worried now. In the early game, a double kill for Eco. That's kill number 15. G1 are kind of getting, oh my goodness. I mean, they're just running around doing whatever they want right now. Another double.
And this has been tough for G1 as they've slowly lost this momentum that they had. You know, they had such a strong start throughout the series. It was a little deflating after that game 1. So I actually want to go to an Astro listener with G1 and hear how their comms are after those deflating moments.
Nice. Good team. I'm gonna spike. Jump purple. He's like bench. Side rockets too. 1C as well. Ivy still 1. Bench has it.
He's bench again, bench again.
I have no nades.
Also gonna be set. Going mid. Bench again.
He's one bench with a rocket stalker. He's one shot. Cut. Okay, bench. Ivy shooting me. Trying to look Ivy. One shot bench. Ivy never died. Ivy never died.
He's an Ivy.
Ivy, he went back Ivy. Absolute back seat. Watch out tires. Let's go. Let's split these nice. I'm going up here. Going up here. Yep. Come back, baby.
Day cuts really hard. I'm on.
Yeah, no. Alright, wait. Purple, okay.
Tires
in. Okay, I'm moving. Heaven. Tires one shot dead. Heaven, Heaven, one shot. And top 8 looking at me. Top 8 half.
No one hiding green jet. Penguin.
Hollows one shot.
Nice.
One just one eco. He already spawned. Probably C or something. Here, I have weapons.
Going back up.
I'm going up B with this. Don't die. You're alone. Kyle, you're alone. Okay. I'm watching B. I spawned.
He spawned back up.
I'm in B. I'm dead. 2B. I'm in.
I don't see
2B already. Pillars going.
See Balk, I fucked up.
I don't see that. There were 2B at one point.
Yeah, that guy's gonna have shot.
They're gonna wrap. They're on me.
Well, they certainly don't sound deflated, and I like that the calls we were hearing there, right? The comms and communication, talking to one another. The problem is that Cloud9 has this big lead, and every opportunity G1 had to come back in, C9 gets 2 more.
Yeah, they start to make it happen, and it just gets taken away. And when you watch individual POVs from G1 there, it's surprising because when we saw that series or that sequence from pre-Devonator over the Tiger side, we were both like, that was so sick. He did so much damage, stayed alive so long, did everything right. But then you look at the holistic picture. You see more of his teammates down. You see the score creeping slowly away, and it's like, whoa, how's this happening? Watch it from one perspective. Does not tell that story.
That is the Cloud9 difference. Maybe this rocket can be the catalyst for them to start coming back into this one. They're only going to be down by 8, but at this point, once you hit that 40 kill mark, that is where it starts to get quite dicey. 2 kills there, 2 big kills, maybe trying to cut into this lead. Don't really make any of those mistakes. They can't afford them at this point. Boo has 2 big weapons too.
I thought I was going to hook the cement with one of them.
That's what I thought too.
But Boo-Boo's just now going to be this anchor in this force over at A tower. Realize his teammates all getting caught over at B. This is a situation that when you have that stalker, when you have that bulldog, you need to wait for your teammate to really dictate that pace. Let someone like Boo-Boo lay damage across the map and then make the move. But it seems like G1 were a little more eager to get that push going.
But you know what though, even in that moment, Walsh, it did feel like that was C9 forcing the situation on that side of the map. So while Boo-Boo was looking for a target to hit with that stalker, he never had it because C9 were already in the face of his teammates. But I do agree with you though. It was very clear that G1, they might be getting a little too antsy, and this is where I get concerned. This has been an 8-kill, 7-kill game this whole time with no real chance for G1 to come back in.
Yeah, this is gonna be rough if they haven't been able to do it thus far. I don't know what's gonna change here in this final stretch. So Penguin and Drew sitting back, trying to cheat.
Big kill.
Squish pushes on through to get that slay. Now what's he gonna do? He's gonna trade some damage. Stellar almost stays alive. He has his health now straight out for Cloud9 for just a short bit. Now can G1 get these slays and roll it into some spawn kills?
You know where they're gonna be coming from. You have the reads. They saw that one on Neon, and they saw 2 more that are going to be pushing up, but you got to try and get these kills. Huge stalker shots are going to connect. It's a 3-kill game now. G1 starting to come back.
This is doable, especially when you have Cloud9 in a disadvantageous position. The squeeze is coming. Right now, Cloud9 are stuck in PD, and they have all the positions they need here from G1. Incinerating Penguin over at bottom A. 1-kill game separating G1 and Cloud9.
But they cannot. That's a tied game. They were down by 8, Walshy, and now we're right back into this. But they cannot get too overzealous. They have to play this advantage that they have. C9 are going to be tucked away inside of Tram, and Squall pushes in, but he does manage to get the trade, so that it is going to be a plus. Now, Boo-Boo with this Bulldog does hear where this player is going to be located and has eyes on him, but he thought that he jumped up. Big kill. Is anyone there from C9 for the cleanup? No, he gets away, but the shots are coming in, and another trade comes in, another kill, 47.
And this is dangerous. Cloud9 realize they have both sides sandwiched, and they have to push out one side. They opt for the PD time. We have Boo-Boo desperately chasing behind, but he's been caught out of position, and now being hunted down.
He gets the trade!
49, 1 kill for either of these squads.
He goes by himself in the backfield. He's got a teammate there to back him up, but he's getting pressured. Penguin's going to be weak over by the counter too. And now all the members of G1, they know exactly where these guys are. 1 kill remaining, but Squall gets the win! Squall gets the win!
What a huge comeback there for G1 to be down by 8 kills, like you said, against Cloud9 in the final moments of that game and just clutch it up in every sense.
Unbelievable! G1 were down by 8 kills. They were getting whipped around that map like a government mule, but instead, they dig deep. They found what they needed, and they pull off a 50-49 win. But I have to say, that is the type of situation. It's like it happened on both sides. G1 could have won Catalyst, and then, you know, the soft throw, and then Cloud9 could have won Streets, and then the throw.
It's impressive.
Crazy.
Let's take a look at those ending engagements. Boo-Boo getting that slay, realizing that he has all of Cloud9 sandwiched over on B Street.
Yeah.
And it's a delicate dance when you're in this position. You want to apply pressure so your teammates aren't left out to dry, but if you get caught off guard just 2 bit, too much, you're just giving up a free kill. And that's what this little dance of Boo Boo was like, oh wait, I'm now in trouble. I need to back up.
But thinking that Bound was one shot, he played around the pillar so well. But then, Boo Boo Doo Boo, one shot, still manages to get the trade there.
Also, the reason that Eco charges out here is he sees free Devonator hightail it. And so just your natural sense kicks in. You're like, oh, we have a big advantage. Let's push this advantage. And right there is all the backup. It was Boo Boo and Squall in the center of the map, ready to double team anyone peeking out of the PD.
Oh boy, folks, we got ourselves a series. Look how close this has been. Unreal. Now Live Fire Strongholds coming up next. We hope everyone's having a good time here at the Halo World Championship. Day 1 of action. So much more to come. And unfortunately, we're sending 4 teams home today. But that just goes to show the stakes of the competition. Home today. But that just goes to show the stakes of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, we wish everyone here could be a winner, but that's not how competition goes. People have to go home, and their run ends today. But neither of these two squads, that's for sure. Cloud9 and G1 both looking so strong. And we're going to see who wins this. Whoever wins this series is walking out the winner of their pool.
Not shocking to see G1 in a competitive situation here against C9. But what has been shocking has been how close these games have been. Nail biters, start to finish. And now we go into map 3. It's going to be Strongholds on Live Fire. The point of the game here, just go ahead and hold 2 points of the map, start earning points.
Similarly so, we saw Penguin throwing those long grenades on streets to deny the top balcony. Stellar having a clear lineup there on the beginning here of Live Fire. I'm not sure if those nades land over towards the shortcut near those plasma grenades, or if they land on one of the top boxes near the C-plat. I am uncertain, but these teams are bringing out their #1 strategies here, or the best things we've seen thus far at the Halo World Championship.
That is what you're going to need if you want to win. $400,000 in the title of world champion. Some of these players, guys like Eco, Stellar, they've done it before. They've experienced a sweet taste of victory at the world stage. They want to try and recreate that same magic again, this time with their teammates Penguin and Bound. But this is a G1 strong start for them as they're able to get themselves onto the point. A and B control for them, overshield as well. I like this position, and oh boy, that was a bailout there from that pillar. He better bake him a cake because that was nice. Yes, I'm saying the pillar, the sentient being, but.
That dodge on that plasma shot was so nice, but once again, it kind of feels like a similar story for a second where it's like, all right, well, what's going on for the rest of the map? Because as we looked at Devonair's POV, things seem great.
Stronghold capture.
Here comes Eco, but he's going to deal with his heat wave now from Swish, who actually disengages. And Eco sees a weakened Dev right in front of him. That heat wave is going to get shut down too by Stellar. And that's just such a great play. They literally played for one another there. And there's just nothing that they can do. Eco swings her on the back, goes in for the triple kill. But Dev is going to back away there.
Just feels like every single time they call it a player, they're just being set up for a double team and sandwich. Let's hear how this is being coordinated with the Cloud9 Astro listening.
He's here. I got Cessna in tower. And then I got A in tower.
He's dummy door and A.
We're getting C right now.
He was dummy door.
Stronghold.
Nice kill. Yo, come top mid, Brayden, if you can.
One shot key door. You got big door. Yeah. Let's one spot mid tomorrow. One shot in B, do it. One shot in B.
They're in C.
Yeah,
Go bottom middle.
Oh, you're saying? I don't think he's chasing. He's in.
Stronghold captured.
I think he's been cut on me.
I'm small window. Top mid, guys. Top mid.
I'm gonna go top middle.
One shot green. Watch out, white wall.
Sniper in 5 seconds.
Watch out, white wall. Pillars.
Alright, I'm going pillars.
Yeah. Like this A. Not that weak going key door. Key door T wave. Brayden. Yeah,
Sniper's up.
Brad tunnel.
Pillars weak. And the B weak.
One shot, yeah.
I'm dying to nest.
I can look at nest. Still one shot.
In B tunnel.
Two down.
Weak B towards nest. He's in the tunnel. In B weak.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to look top mid.
Sniper, they have it.
Yeah.
Make cut. Is it overshot up at all?
No.
He's going down mid cut to Keto with weapons.
35 seconds.
Need a Keto. Go shot mid.
I'm going in.
Sniping green.
Yo, I'm dying to Keto.
Should go A.
Dying to Keto. In A. Watch out. Top house killed me. Top house.
Mangler.
He's big sniping.
Two guys A.
20 seconds OB.
One's going rat, one's
One
going
guy
big.
could be C.
Rat and big.
15 seconds OB.
Nice.
Yo, bottom mid weak. Sniping. 2 shot.
On the heat wave.
Got me in 1 shot.
10 seconds OB.
Keto. 2 Keto braided.
OB now.
I got one.
5 seconds.
Last guy over screens.
One shot. 3 dead.
Shove.
Okay.
Get it. We get it.
Yo, he waves down Keto. He waves down Keto.
Solid listening there for C9, and they have tied up and taken the lead in this one. As well as the overshield and the sniper rifle. I like the items that are at their disposal here, Walshy.
Yeah, they have all the tools right now. Now it's just be, can they execute these kills? They get 1 kill. They know Swish is up there. There's number 2. Now it's going to be, how do they want to hunt down these last ones? There's Boo Boo poking out of the tunnel, and that's going to be the stop to G1's push.
All right, so now, ooh, good God. That didn't even look like it connected for a minute. That was gorgeous. Where does G1 find the answers? Maybe not. Boo Boo Doo ain't giving them the cheats to the quiz. It's very clear that he has got the hot hand with that sniper.
Look at that. Predevenator eventually getting taken out as well. A trip cap for a moment in time, but looks like G1's going to answer with a C cap of their own. But it's really been Cloud9 in full control for these last 60 to 90 seconds. They've just been able to control both the A and the C strongholds, and then they just charge across the top center of the map. That's one advantage you have when you have a numbers advantage. You can just go out in the open in a more exposed area, and even if someone shoots you from an obscure angle, you have more firepower. 2 BRs just shoot right back.
What we're seeing right now from Bound is a player who is starting to gain more confidence as this map goes on. He's taking fights because he knows that he ain't missing. He ain't losing. And good luck G1 in stopping him, because if he continues to heat up like this, it's going to be problematic for them throughout all of live fire. Perhaps this heat wave could stop him in his tracks, and it seems like that is going to be successful. Overshield is going to go up, and now this is an opportunity for G1, right? They have the heat wave. They also have the overshield. Use these items to your advantage.
Yeah, I would expect with these slight advantages here, we're going to see G1 be able to turn a second stronghold soon, but just as I predict that, Squall and Boo Boo are both down. Predevenator's looking for the right fights, but cannot find these members of Cloud9, and they're just going to pick at them from a distance.
Dev does manage to get some help from Skull Eye. One more member of Cloud9 is going to be right in front of him. That's going to be Eco over at the nest. But watch out, though, because one player by Mangler is looking to cause some problems. Thankfully, for Dev, he does have the help from his teammate, and that is going to be a B cap for G1. Bound, though, lurking around the nest. Can Dev win this fight? No, it's actually Eco who clears him out. So the help is there for Bound, and he can continue to live around here by nest. But A and B control still there for G1. Bound is going to be dangerously low. They have to take him out over here. He's pulling a lot of attention his way. That's going to give C9 that opportunity to get on to B.
Yeah, G1 got some points on the board. They had some control, but not as much as they needed to really bring themselves back in this game. We noticed that Cloud9 were able to hold that setup multiple times, going back and forth, whereas it felt like G1 held it for a short period of time and just dismantled.
G1 looking for that reset, but you have 2 players that are going to be down low in the mud. Too weak. That's Bound with a double. That's 18 kills for him, and he has been unreal throughout this map. He's been finding so much success each and every spawn, really just showing the value of each life that he has gained, that he's been given, and does still manage to get a kill. That was 3 kills that were pretty critical for them to just continue to add on insult to injury for G1.
Commercial kills and just putting on so much pressure. That player had to worry about Bound that entire time. And throughout that, G1 is able to scoop up the B stronghold, but I saw a couple slays go in the favor of Cloud9, so we're going to have to see how this actually turns out. And that OS was not activated. Eco almost turns that double on Squall Eye. Luckily, he clutches it up, but OS is running away, and that's one tough sight to see when you have Penguin flying across the top center of the map.
He'll be able to just push this one freely because he's going to have that extra protection of the overshield. It is going to get drained down a little bit, though. The Penguin won't quite have that coverage anymore, but he has the confidence to be able to take the fight. But no! Squall, the hero of the last game, comes up huge with a kill. That's going to give him A and C control. Bound's going to be looking about toward B. He's very weak. He had to back away, and a big kill there on C to stop it.
I like that play by Squall. Help his teammates re-coordinate and then make a push on over to B. Knows that somebody's over here somewhere. They find Bound over in the back. He's a difficult kill, but acquired nonetheless. And this could be a nice dub cap here, but still not taken just yet.
Squall needs to be careful. Could get repulsed around the corner, but his teammate was there to back him up. There comes Bound from the mud. No one there to help him out, but a perfect and a killing spree for Squall. He's certainly heated up.
There it was, 3 down for Cloud9. All of Cloud9 jumping in C, trying to make sure that trip cap does not happen. But while they're securing that stronghold, Squall has sniper and heat wave. So all the power weapons in his hand, needs to do something big with these.
Finds Bound low. He's got to clean him up and take minimal damage, but he's going to be brought down to half shield. Good news for him, though, he does have that sniper, so if he wants to poke around the corner, he can contribute to the fight. Oh, but that's unfortunate for him as he does so. 3 members of Cloud9 were anticipating it and managed to stop them. So all those power weapons are going to go in their favor, and now you have the overshield coming up in 10.
We have to see what Cloud9 does with these weapons. It's their turn. I don't know if Eco knew that the sniper was on the ground there too, or passed off to a teammate. We'll see if that comes into play in a little bit, but right here, all attention on this OS. Eco trying to hope that somebody comes over to the shortcut and he gets his wish, but Pre-Devinator takes the trade, gets a double, and is set up to grab it. That's gonna be OS going to the hands of G1.
So at that moment in time, right, Cloud9 managed to get 3 of the strongholds, which means that they were earning 2 points per second. But for G1, the value was really in just ensuring that they were able to get that overshield so that this way they could get right back into the fight. But they gave up a decent amount of points in doing so and looking for that one particular item here. But Devinator might have just lost track of where that player was. It's actually going to be right in front of him, and he has to get out of there, but he has no opportunity to do so. And that is unfortunate. But all that being said, it is going to be Cloud9 who answer right back. They'll get control of B and C, and they're 15 points away from winning this.
Yeah, looking a little flustered there, but Cloud9 just has to hold on to these strongholds. Boo trying to do what he can here to grab B. Doesn't want Cripple to jump in and give him a free kill, and wisely gets that double kill over on Penguin, who is jumping over towards Sandbag. So great job for Boo not to panic in these final moments. Sometimes it's easy just to go in right away and say, I need to hop in this and not think of anything else. You do have a little bit of breathing room. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Boo looking to harass the players that were at the back portion of the tower side. But now B getting capped. C is going to be capped in turn, though. And this will be eventually, if it goes the way that G1 hopes, G1 crossing the 200-point threshold. Got to get these kills, though, and Bound manages to stay alive. There's going to be 2 players down. Only a few points remain. Who from G1's going to be there for the response? It seems like it's going to be Boo Dubu. I think he's lurking about. Might be wrong, though. But Bound with a big kill on Swish. Here comes Boo. No one's there for the stop. He actually gets deleted. Can Devin be the hero they need? Nope, not going to happen. And that is Cloud9 taking that map and going up 2-1 in this series.
Strong victory there, but not easy at all. There were a lot of back and forth moments in there. G1 had their opportunities. I just felt like G1 weren't able to hold on to the stronghold when they had those advantages for longer. They didn't know how to roll that into pushing back and forth across top center like we saw from Cloud9. They did a much better job of blocking around and pushing together.
Yeah, every single time G1 had control, it was, honestly, the defense was paper thin, you know? And that simply cannot happen against Cloud9. They will abuse that. They will play that to their advantage. That's exactly what happened. Many moments, G1 had to give up control of particular objectives so that they could get something, whether that's, you know, sniper rifle or overshield or tower control or, you know, whatever the case may be. And if you're playing at that point, and we kind of saw that happen as well in that war game against Cloud9, where before we're fighting for all these different objectives around the map, but at the end of the day, the only objective that matters was the ball.
Yeah,
it's
a bunch
the same
of
thing
random
here.
fights that weren't coordinated as much as when we saw Cloud9. It felt like Cloud9 was pushing much more with a purpose.
Well done by C9. As they're looking to put this game behind them and get that 3-1 win, but let's be honest, this series has been near impossible to call with the way that those first two games went. This one was definitely more in the column for Cloud9, a more controlling matchup for them.
Still, not that convincing victory at 250 to 205. True. That's just holding one setup for a little bit longer, or flipping one a little bit earlier. I mean, this has been one of the closest and best series we've had so far this weekend.
Couldn't agree more, Walsh. And now we're going to King of the Hill on recharge. For map number 4, teams are ready to go, all readied up. G1 looking to force that game 5. Cloud9 shutting it down here potentially and going at the top of their group. Anything is possible, but for G1, it's all about that, and we always say this term, that objective efficiency. They need to get value whenever they have control.
Need to get value, but one lucky facet of that is on King of the Hill. It really is much more Slay heavy and dependent compared to any other objective. You know, on capture a flag, you can reposition to get a counter pull. Oddball, you can rotate that ball around. Whereas King of the Hill, that hill is not moving until it's captured.
Nope.
And you can just slay around it and set up around it.
No one has really been able to get a foothold in the mid-hill quite yet. Something, of course, is going to have to give. But it is G1 who plant their feet inside of that middle hill, and Dev has a great angle here to support his teammates. He's also hearing a lot of this activity coming about here, and that's just a good disengage to just give himself a reposition here and keep himself alive.
Yeah, so wise there. Many other people would have challenged that till around one shot and then moved away because they didn't see any reinforcements, but just knowing they was playing against Cloud9, he says, all right, I see one member, another one's coming soon. Let me take my half shield and reposition and fight another fight.
Yeah, you see one member of Cloud9, you just have to assume that like all 4 members are there, their family members, their ancestors, everyone.
Second cousins here?
Their second
what are
cousins
you doing
twice
here?
removed.
How'd you get invited?
Jim Bob, what are you doing here? But G1 are going to get wiped out. 3 players down as Penguins lurking above the top. One body's going to be inside of the hill. Boobadooboo very weak. Can't quite get away with that one there as he gets cleaned up by Penguin. And here comes the pressure from the Mangler side. Swallow needs to get this kill successful in that venture. And we'll loop around. Watch out behind you though, buddy. I know you heard that. He's looking for where that player is going to be. And it's Eco. He had some help from Dev. And playing the position rather than looking to play the objective. Getting pushed by Stellar though is going to shut him out. 3 members right there by Long Haul.
Let's talk about the slaying prowess of Stellar so far throughout the series. Every single game he's been coming out hot. So far has the most kills, least deaths, almost gets away with that camo, but just being a constant nuisance. He's usually that silent killer, and we usually don't see him, you know, demanding or dominating the scoreboard, but yeah, that has not been the case today and so far this weekend. He's had so many incredible performances.
And on top of that too, you know, as a Slayer, when he's effective, it's very scary because that opens up opportunities for the rest of his team, but he's also objective efficient as well. And like Stellar is a complete package of a player that could do everything when you need him to, and he also has that support from C9. That being said though, no one's been able to get inside of that mid-hill because no one's been comfortable enough to get inside of there yet. And this has been extremely contentious here. Dev is going to get wiped out down low. Boobadoobu's going to be located over toward Blue Hall. And he's going in for the push. And they may have gotten the call. Yes, they did. So that cleans out Boo Boo.
One thing we've also seen thematically throughout this round, and we've seen it in the last game, Live Fire, Strongholds, is we see, wow, what a sick insta first off, but we see that Cloud9 is holding higher positions on the map and pushing together when they're going for that objective. Whereas many times G1, they're going across lower spots. You know, they're going through tunnels like on Live Fire, or down there we saw Boo Boo going through their pulsar tunnel. If you want to get a flank here and there, that's fine. But your primary method of pushing cannot be low.
Squall needs to win this fight, but Stellar's there again. And he gets himself the shock rifle, and I do not like it for G1's chances when Stellar has that shock rifle. But you're right, David. And that whole, the way that Cloud9 played, that is the reason why they're up 1-0 here. But they are down 3 players. Penguin off the respawn. Let's see if he can contribute to this. Eco gets taken out by Squall, who had the help there from Bubu to add in a few shots to the equation.
Yeah, Bubu is not certain of where to help at this moment. I would expect him to be pushed over towards top gold. Instead, goes on out, grabs that camo, and see if he can stay alive, but pressure's on him. That player near Needler, I thought saw him, but they must know that Bound is weak over there, and Bubu's gonna take that free kill. This is a great position for G1 right now. They just have to pick off these players. They have the angles. They just need the damage.
I liked everything that Bubu did there. Give him the overkill! And Bubu, take my Dubu once again, baby! And he finds it, courtesy of that camouflage. So many brilliant plays that were made there, Walshy. Cannot state it enough. From not committing to a fight when he didn't need to.
We saw that.
The decision-making was out of this world.
Perfect decision-making. We saw that sandwich coming, and it was delicious.
Oh, yeah, it was roast beef. Roast beef. Maybe some Swiss, I don't know, whatever tickles your fancy. But they got to get the job done here. A triple kill and overkill, that's all well and good. But if you do not secure this point, then that is going to be all for naught. But Bubu contributes in putting 4 members of Cloud9 in the dirt. And now they're poised to be able to get this cap.
Yeah, in fact, G1's got to be looking towards this next hill. They got to say, all right, we're getting this one. How do we reposition? You see Devonator all the way on over towards Control, getting prepared to help try to take over Elevator. Both teams had the same idea, though. Cloud9 said, give this one up, set up an Elevator, and they're all confined this corner. This could play out well if they're able to isolate these fights, but right now we have the height advantage here. Coming in for Bubu, fighting these crucial fights in the Elevator, gets taken out. That's going to be all 4 down for G1. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and start another push.
And they do have that option. Not enough progress has been earned by Cloud9 to firmly secure the cap. The issue is, Penguin just gets himself the camo, and he can do the same thing to G1 that Bubu did to Cloud9. So with this play, oh, they shut that one down real fast. They might be able to cap this, but now it's G1's turn to strike here. Let's see what they can do with this. No connection on the shot with the shock rifle, but so close, ball.
Switch got a little over aggressive too, because having that secondary angle all the way over at gold or glass is so powerful if they can stay alive. So he needed to back down and trust his teammates, but some points it's just too tempting to challenge and do something on your own. This is totally comebackable too. Look at this. G1 is basically all the way back in this hill. Elevator is such a difficult area to break, whether it's here on King of the Hill, whether it's Strongholds, or whether you have an Oddball setup.
Dev is getting a lot of intel. He sees where these players are pushing. Then can anyone stop them? No, they can't. G1 goes up 2-1 here, and that was a very, very clean hold. And I think they got in and never got out. I'm fairly certain.
They pretty much extended that once they broke that Cloud9 setup. Cloud9 had the first setup. They had about 75% of that hill time, but it did not matter. G1 are just too good at breaking that.
Well, we're right back in it for Cloud9. A similar position to where they were just a little while ago at the Elevator Hill. They got a lot of progress, and then G1 had a hold and never let go. But this is going to have to prompt a lot of movement here from G1 to force these players off of these decent positions, these strong positions here, which Eco does go down. Our observer maybe is changing their sensitivity. Bounds on the hunt, trying to locate Swish. Will clean him up with relative ease, and just like that, Cloud9 are gonna answer back and get this cap. It's all knotted up, 2-2, Dave.
2-2, still plenty of time on the clock. If you assume we start this game with 5 minutes, only halfway gone, we can go to score limit on this one.
We really could. Great disengage from Bound, and he is gonna be very weak, and that nade will find its target. Cloud9, though, managed to get a body on top of that Whirlpool hill, and they'll keep it there for the time being. They cannot allow Cloud9 to just get this territory uncontested, because that's exactly what happened in the Blue Hall just seconds ago.
Look at this Stellar just turning back and forth at the wrong moments. G1 breaks the setup again, and they're looking pretty right now as the last member is over in pipes. Now, it's really a decision right now from Devonator. Does he want to go in and try to clear out pipes? Is he aware of where these Cloud9 members might be spawning? He now knows that they're spawning in pipes, now they've spotted Penguin. And so he gets react accordingly. He knows that back towards elevator is safe. He feels fine turning his back towards that direction. And that's just the spawn mastery and understanding from these top pro players.
Ooh, Devin trying to play his life here. He does get the help from Boo Boo Doo, and he's still alive, but 2 players get wiped out. Boo Boo and Dev put so much into staying alive in that whole engagement. Now it's just going to be left up to Swish, but not going to happen as all 4 members of G1 are going to be out of here. Cloud9 back on the point again. Oh, that was gorgeous. Great timing.
Perfect timing, waiting just that little bit, see if anyone's coming through pipes.
And for those who don't know,
also must know that the push is coming through pipes and battery. Need to hold a strong position here as they are down in numbers. Penguin, the last surviving of his species, trying to hold it down in elevator.
That's scary. I don't want that to happen to the Penguins. G1 circling about. Camo's up in a moment. But Boo Boo's going to be dangerously low. Doesn't get that trade, though. Is anyone there to help him out? Pick up that kill. There it goes. Swish locates the target right at the bat ledge. And G1 are going to be able to get this camo and relatively unscathed, which means that Swish can put this to good use.
There it is. Swish getting that huge pick on Stellar. That's 3 down for Cloud9. I don't know if they know where Bound is at, but if they do, they can understand where this push is going to be coming from. There's the 3rd cap going. Swish going for a flank, and let's see how it pays off. I guess he's not going for a flank. He's just backing up with his teammates over at control. This could be the time, though, with it being a bomb center hill. You notice G1 not just jumping in right away. They want to just let this clock drain. They feel like they can go even in slays.
2 kills clean for G1. Swish was anticipating the flank, but it's actually going to be here over at the platform. And now the push comes through from the elevator side as Penguin gets identified. 1 player over towards tower. Penguin looking to get into the fray here, but they still have bodies left alive.
And this is so smart from G1. They aren't just finding angles to fight somebody immediately in the bottom center. Instead, they're worrying about those supporting positions, because as soon as someone from Cloud9 jumps in the hill, they can take the outside fights and then kill the hill person. They can afford to give up a little bit of time if necessary. They don't need to stop the hill immediately, and that's why you're noticing these angles aren't looking at hill right away.
30 seconds remaining, and if you're G1, you don't really need to do all that much. You just got to keep Cloud9 out of the hill. The onus is going to be on C9. Has to make the play happen. But Boo Boo Doo with a big shock rifle shot connects on the target, but they got to get in there.
They had 3 down. Cloud9 needed to jump in there 4 seconds ago. They eventually get in, and this is going to be difficult.
I love
Swish
this.
just staying alive, buying time, see if he can find an outside kill. He knows somebody is around here. He sees that grenade. Tries to use his pulse, does not do it successfully. 3 down again for G1. Cloud9 have a shot in this hill.
But all it takes is 1 squad wipe. That's it. And it could come here. It could come at the worst possible time. G1 need to strike right now. 10 seconds on the clock, or else we could be looking at a catalyst situation all over again. But Stellar has no idea that the flank was coming up from behind. He's going to be so weak, and he dies. They got to get in there. G1's got to shut this one down right now.
Stellar going down 3v3. That's going to be 3 down for Cloud9. They just need to worry about Bound. They know he is at the Needler, and Bound is just trying to buy time. He has camo. He's going to try to slip on in. He gets on in for a second. Squall going to contest her in that moment. And then they jump out. They jump out because they realize it's so close. And what a finish there from G1. Push after push being stopped, but eventually able to clutch it up and close out that game number 4.
That actually was malarkey. I thought Cloud9 had no malarkey in them. That was actually malarkey. He had camo, and he's like, if he pulled the Drax the Destroyer. If I stay still, they can't see me. And unfortunately, they saw him.
It's also just so smart from the G1 perspective, because it was so close to getting those last few seconds in the hill, and as soon as the camo stood in the hill, they also jumped in the hill. They said, we're not going to let you try to scoop up these last couple seconds while we're staying outside. They jumped in the hill when camo was in, and then they jumped out after acquiring the kill.
Well, Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game 5. What do you think of that, Seattle? G1, Cloud9, 2 amazing squads laying it all out there. Dave, this is just pool play. I don't know if my pacemaker can handle this.
This is going to set a ridiculous trajectory for this weekend for one of these squads. I mean, you're setting yourself up for a better quarters match.
Look how close this game was. Look how close the series has been. This has been nuts.
Yeah, that does not get much closer than what we've seen, and especially the way that these come down the line, you know, game number 1 and the overtime flag with that back and forth. The near perfect ending there from Cloud9 to secure that bottom center hill, the toughest hill to clutch it up on.
Well, the question on everyone's mind, who wants it more? Is it the team that's been here before? The team that has had success? The team that has, in some cases, even revolutionized, especially in H5, like how the game is played? Or is it the upstarts? The squad that, against all odds, have found themselves in this position throughout the season. Who wants it more? We're gonna find out right now on Aquarius Slayer. First to 50, and you're walking away the winner.
And I want to see if Cloud9 have any tricky grenades up their sleeves at the start. We've seen it in 2 of these 4 games. Are we gonna see it in game number 5? Because if there's a time, now is the time to bust it out.
And we're going to start things off with, honestly, one of the men of the match, in my opinion, in Stellar, who has been out of this world throughout the day. But now you got to see what this squad is going to be made of here. Cloud9 are actually going to go up by 3 right out of the gate, but I feel like I've seen this before, Walshy. I think it happened on Streets.
We've seen the leads happen before, and sometimes they dwindle away, but I don't know if we've seen like a 3-0 start
No,
this
I think
long.
they started 3-0.
3-0, and I guess they held it for a little bit, but this game is slowed down, and when I think of a slower paced game, I think of Cloud9 being able to set up stronger pushes. We'll see if that big generalization holds true, but we will see soon, and it looks like G1 has answered back. It's now a 1-kill game.
Just like that, in a heartbeat, in a hiccup. G1's only going to be down by 1. Cloud9 now, as they push 2 players together here. Sam is going to be beaten up, but he's still contributing to the action, which really, when you're 1 shot, but you're still putting shots down, that means you were doing the job. Everyone has to be happy about a player like that. He gets the 360 kill, finds himself another, but it's actually going to be his teammate Squall who picks it up, and now we're tied up 7-7.
7-7, they have control of car. I don't know when the next set of dynamo grenades come up, but I wouldn't be surprised if they check that timer soon, and there they are. They're going to secure those dynamo grenades to get some information across the map. Just kind of chucks them. I mean, I was expecting, you know, maybe toss 1 here or there to find out if there's someone around that corner, but Debonair said it's a hot potato and got rid of both of them.
Yeah. Those dynamo grenades can be so effective if you use them properly. Oh, that hurts. Poor guy coming off spawn ends up getting just blown up. 2-kill game in favor of C9. We've seen this song and dance before, though, but great pressure is being applied. But as Swish, though, is actually dropping out of the fight, his teammate Squall goes in to help him. And there is Swish, still alive, still trying to just value that life, play it as much as he can. And the callouts have come through, too. You gotta give credit where credit is due to Swish to just pull so much attention. That's allowed G1 to get a little bit of map control.
Yeah, so sneaky. Look at what Cloud9 have to do just to secure that 1 kill in front of the base. They eventually will track them down, but at what cost? They're stuck in the base a little bit. You see Boo Boo and Swish pushing him on over towards Penguin, and they're honestly in a great position now. G1 has secured that kill. They're all the way across the map. Cloud9 are a little bit scattered.
2 kills is going to give Cloud9 the lead again, but that was only came after a brief tie, courtesy of G1. Boo Boo Doo up top, Camo's available. Got Stellar in the back, Eco and Penguin right in front. And they do get away with that Camo, which could be huge for them, but he's got to stay alive.
I love seeing so many more players go for those instas now. It's almost like anytime there's 1 plasma thrown, like most players, more often than not, here at this pro level, are just throwing that second insta across the map.
I think if there was actually like a Halo coursework, your entire curriculum will be based around instas.
400 level class.
400 level class, yeah, hands down.
Now, GB, I know you didn't go to college. What that
I did
means
not.
is you know, generally a higher level class that you have towards the end.
I know
of
what
your
that
major.
is. My wife went to college. she's the smart one. I'm just the dum-dum that talks about video games. Back to the action though, 23-17. Cloud9 have started to add on to this lead, and that's quite scary though. But again, G1 have been in this position before. This has happened in the past, and I hate the fact that we could potentially see Lightning strike twice.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them in a worse position, down by 8 kills on that Street Slayer, able to clutch out 50-49. Like you said, been in a worse position, but they don't want to have to force Lightning twice. They would like to put themselves in a stronger spot to bring this game back.
And if Devin is going to be fragging out like this, watch out. If Boo Boo gets, even though he has been contributing with his assists, if he gets a little bit more output on the slays, that could be quite problematic for Cloud9 to have to deal with here. Because right now, everyone is firing on all cylinders here, and that has been beautiful to watch. But you really do want to be able to pick up those critical kills when the moment calls for it. As Stellar comes around the corner alongside that sidekick. We'll find a weakened Swish around the corner with the challenge. A big kill for him is going to net the 6th. There's the 7th, and the kills continue to pile on, and that's going to be a complete wipe there. Cloud9 get all 4 down for G1.
Yeah, they only lose Bound in that push, and that's a price you have to pay in many cases. Against these high-level teams, you're generally not going to just go 4-0. You are gonna have some casualties as you make those pushes across the map, and who other than Bound, who has been up in the face of G1, flanking and being in these dangerous positions.
G1 now have to ask themselves, is this how we want to go out? With a lead that has been building up, players tucked with their tails between their legs in the base. They have to find the answers here and now. They do manage to get 2 players down, but this is where things start to get real dangerous. And Bound's going for the triple kill, but it does not work out for him. That's 3 players down for G1 again, Dave. And this is, I'm not worried. I'm definitely worried for G1.
Yeah, this one feels like Cloud9 are built. Put it on cruise control and finish this game up. So let's see what they end up doing here to close out these final 8 kills.
This is the point of the time where you'd say, no dumb deaths. You can't give up anything. Or else Cloud9, you can't trade. Everything has to be executed perfectly at this point. And Cloud9 is not going to give you that opportunity to do it.
Yeah, and you're hoping to get those camos, hold on a heat wave, do something to really turn the tides, but Cloud9 are on top of everything. Eco on the flank. Even though he goes for the melee trade, he decides to back off and just outshoot Squall-Eye.
3 kills remaining in what has truly been a phenomenal series. But a great closeout here for Cloud9 as they get 49. 1 more remaining, and Cloud9 can walk away from this series as the victor. Penguin with the final kill, and there you have it. C9, 3-2 over G1, but good God, did they make them work for it.
Yes, work is done in pools for C9. Not as convincing a victory against G1. I mean, that's more of a testament to how good G1 is and how well we expect both these rosters to do. But Cloud9, you know, work is done for the day. 3-0 in pools. They position themselves where they want to be in the bracket for the rest of the Halo World Championship.
You know, and I know G1 is very disappointed with themselves for not being able to get that win, but in the grand scheme of things, when you see how they played this one, I do genuinely feel like we are getting a G1 that is confident, is prepared, that feels like they can contend for that, you know, the lion's share of that $1 million prize pool. This is a competitive team in this bracket, and they have proved it to us all here. Watch out, rest of the talent pool, because this is G1's here to play some Halo, man, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, we always try to find out, you know, who's looking good, who's looking rough through pool play, and honestly, both those teams are looking real good.
Yeah, real scary. But the day belongs to Cloud9 after one hell of a series. Look at those first 4 games and how close each and every one of those matches were. Even the live fire Strongholds game, one thing goes the way of G1. They get that ideal setup at the 200-point threshold, and they could very well have won that. And it's also wild to think that G1 could have won this 3-1 if they had tied up or if they had cleaned up, rather, that Catalyst
just
CTM.
held them off before letting Cloud9 tie it up or securing one of those overtime caps as we saw those back and forth scenarios.
Yeah, unreal series, top to bottom. Exactly what you want to see at the Halo World Championship. And I hope everyone is excited for what is to come in bracket play, man, because this is a really hard tournament to call.
It is. And I mean, yes, pool play plays significant importance, especially for every level of it, whether you're putting yourself in a better position in bracket or whether you even get to extend the tournament. But the real stakes are on the line as we get into the bracket, when you're going to the elimination bracket or when you're potentially getting out of the tournament. Yeah. And so we got to really see these teams really test themselves out here, but the real test is tomorrow.
That's right.
Sunday.
Hey, yeah, you know, the job is most definitely not done for Cloud9, and they have definitely earned every single bit of it. But I do believe we have the man, the myth, the legend, Guy Blaze, standing by with a member. It's actually Eco from Cloud9. Blaze, take it away, my friend.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy and Walshy. I got Eco here, the big brain on the main stage, as Cloud9 comes out on top. You guys are undefeated in pools as you move on over towards that champion bracket. But what I want to ask you first is, from the last event, from losing the finals and coming here being undefeated in the pools, do you feel like you guys have made the proper adjustments, or there's still more to be seen?
I mean, there's definitely more to be seen. We've made a lot of adjustments, going into this event from last event. And I think last event was really good for us because, we have Bound, so we're like a new roster, first LAN. So, I mean, yeah, last event was really good for us. We made a lot of adjustments, and yeah, there's more to see from us for sure.
Definitely more to see. Now, we saw a lot in this series, and it was a close one. 5 games, and probably in your head, you feel like you could have won 5 maps against them. Why was that one so tough for you?
Honestly, my teammates are playing amazing. I think our comms are a little hectic. If I was playing correctly on Street Slayer and I mean, it would have never went to Recharge King, but if I was playing correctly on the games, then it would have been a 3-0 to be completely honest.
Putting all that weight on your shoulders, okay?
Yeah.
But you got to do that sometimes to be able to come out on top with a championship. Now, as you guys move forward, you're in the champ side of the bracket. What do you want to say to these fans out here who've been supporting you guys?
I mean, yeah, shout out to everybody who is supporting us. Shout out to my wife, Kara. Shout out to all the family that came out. I mean, yeah, it's amazing. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, it is sick, and it's going to get even sicker throughout the weekend. Give it up one more time for Cloud9 on this stage. They're getting ready for the champ bracket. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I'm pretty sure that they've got all of their fans on Cloud9 right now after that, because game 5s can be a little bit shaky at the best of times, but incredible stuff from Cloud9 to show all of that composure and to round it out with the dub. But come on, we got Barcode on the desk right now. I am so excited to have you up here, including Bravo and Tony as well.
Hey, it's all about Barcode.
It is. It's all about Barcode right now.
Stop.
The new addition to G2, and what an incredible addition you certainly are, sir. I've got to quickly ask you, before we will break down that series with you and alongside you, how has the transition been from ANZ region to North America? You're actually living with Spartan as well. You're sleeping with the enemy, I said earlier on. How has it all been?
Honestly, the transition, like the entire move over here hasn't been the smoothest. Ran into some issues. I got stuck in a foreign country for about a month.
Oh dear.
But other than that, once I've settled in now, Tyler and Brittany have been amazing hosts for me. It's been amazing, dude. But yeah, no, it's been a good transition. I've been settling in. No more jet lag.
Good.
But yeah, no, it's been awesome so far, and the grind has been quite insane. I've been playing pretty much 24/7, so.
I don't doubt it. I know that you guys have wanted to practice coming into this tournament, and I'm very excited to see what that's actually put you in terms of good stead. But while I got you up here, I thought I could actually use your expertise to break down what we just saw on the main stage. Of course, we did have Cloud9 versus G1, and what a banger that was.
Yeah, that was actually insane.
I mean, Barco, when you're looking at Cloud9, you're looking at some of the best, second in every single major we've had, but G1, they're on that rise, they're on that come up. What did you make of the series overall, especially going game 5?
Honestly, I don't know if it's crazy of me to believe, but I could see that series go in game 5, dude. G1 have been playing insane, dude.
Yeah.
The Super was the first step for them, but now they've really just been lights out. And they've been, I guess, shocking everyone, to be honest. And to take that to game 5 against these LAN champions, Cloud9, that's pretty impressive in and of itself as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of us on the desk were thinking too, this is a series to watch, maybe one of the biggest series to watch on Friday pool play for sure, just because we had a feeling that G1 could bring the heat. They did. In the end, though, Cloud9, they clutch up.
It's crazy to me because G1 keep getting so close.
Game 5 against Sentinels, Game 5 against Cloud9. I've never been in that position before. Why don't you tell us a little about being up against one of the best or some of the best teams in the business in a Game 5 like that? Your arms start to shake, arm spaghetti?
Sometimes, man, but like it's always about how you mitigate those problems. You guys got to stay calm, focused, deep breaths, here and there. But you obviously don't want that pressure to get towards you guys, and just keep playing your game, and pretty much everything else does the rest.
I think in terms of the tier level that we're seeing here with two of these teams, I'm still picking up on a couple of mistakes, and I think that's what G1 really has to focus on for the rest of the weekend. I'm looking at some of my notes here. Strongholds live fire. Cloud9 did run away with it at one point, but it was really, really close early on. And it's just difficult to watch G1 start to panic a little bit. And that's kind of the vibe that I got from watching the gameplay. Desperating to get some points across the board, but not having the patience and composure to really deal with Cloud9 the way you should. The respect coming across the board. So bravo, in terms of G1, finding that finesse now, finding that structure that they really need against, some of the top 4 that we have here in order to do this damn thing at Worlds. What advice would you be giving them?
Yeah, first of all, I'll say I'm curious to hear what Barcode thinks too, because he has a few more hours on the game than I do. But I think the biggest thing that separates kind of the 2 tiers of Halo, right? Your top 4 and anyone beyond tends to be how long are you comfortable waiting to reset when you have 3 dead and the team's score is ticking up in Strongholds. Can you take that extra second, regain, figure out how you're going to push, get the damage you need to get that first kill? But of course, curious to hear what you think as well.
No, definitely. I think that's what separates the, like you said, the top 4 teams with the rest, is that these teams are incredibly disciplined in moments where people would be stressing out, freaking out, like, oh my God, dude, we're off spawn. But it's like they don't take that extra second to take a deep breath, put the controllers down, and actually communicate like a good break or anything of the sort. And they just sort of just keep dominoing, and that lead just keeps growing and growing. So definitely these top 4 teams know how to just play calm, disciplined as well when they have to, and calm those nerves.
Totally, yeah.
Love it, Barcode. You can be up here more often if you like.
Whenever you, I know you just started this career and you're off to a tear, but you've got a job with us here on the desk for sure. Whenever you want.
Thank you. I'll review my options.
I was going to say, he'll probably think about it. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure playing is...
I don't think our contracts are as good as the pro player contracts, so just keep dominating. That's all.
Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what, after that incredible series, shall we see the scores for a pool play? Let's take a look at the update, because we have a lot of games going on here. And just to remind everyone at home, while you glance across all 4 of our pools, the last place and position in the pools will be going home today. That is something we haven't had before, and it's brand new to the World Championship, so everything is on the line, and the intensity level, Tony, for pools has really upped its game today. I feel like it's almost a Saturday because of this elimination potential.
Yeah, it's been absolutely incredible. I mean, you obviously just saw G1 and Cloud9 go the distance to that game number 5. Sentinels and eUnited undefeated right now. That's absolutely incredible. And I know you're not a fan of G2 much, but I'm hearing they're in second place right now. That should secure them a spot in the winner's bracket. How does that make you feel?
I'm excited, dude. I was actually saying to Tony before we hopped on here, I was like, dude, I feel like this day was more stressful than any other day so far. That stake of completely getting eliminated from the tournament is crazy to me. And I believe if we actually lost to TSS, we would have had a tiebreaker chance to be knocked out completely as well. So we were like going into that series, we were like, yeah, we need to win this to
for sure.
Yeah,
get into tomorrow, get a good night's sleep, and know that you're going into bracket play for sure.
Absolutely. You guys have done it. You've done what you needed to do. Right now, you're waiting on results to see exactly where you're going to end up in the rest of your pool. But I've got to say, GG's. Good job.
GG's to everyone that we played. Good series all around. To be honest, like, 2 of them went to game 4. Our phase 1 was like. The series score doesn't really tell the story. I feel it's a 3-0, but we kept it tight, man. Those first 2 games, and map 3 they just got the better of us. And tomorrow it's like time to learn from those mistakes, ice up a bit, and lock in.
Hell yeah.
Your Barcode. I was gonna say your man Icy. Your man Barcode is Icy. We know that for sure. Barcode, you're an absolute angel. Thank you so much for coming up on the desk. I appreciate you greatly.
Handshakes. Oh, fist bumps. Okay.
You got ever so formal.
Oh, come on. There we go. Okay.
Amazing stuff. Well, we have so much going on, of course, in this arena right now, including the incredible FFA tournament that is happening alongside us. $25,000 on the line for that one. And Blaze caught up with them earlier on. Let's see what is going on down in the FFA.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here. Now, we got some exciting events happening here at the Halo World Championship. One of them being is the Astro Gaming Free-for-All Tournament, and they got $25,000 on the line, and it was crowdfunded. So we got all these awesome Halo players who've been playing throughout the season. They've came through, they've been competing, and you know what? I can't think of no better way than to get the intel than to come in here and talk to some of my homies. I got my man Stalker here. My man Slacker, apologies. How you doing? Long time no see.
Long time no see. How you been since ForceCon?
No, since ForceCon has been great. How's the tournament been? Where are you? Are you still playing?
Yeah, so I'm still playing. Currently winners round 3 for the FFA. It's been fantastic. The organization is great. All the players are great. Everyone's cheering people on. Everyone's having a great time. There's smiles. There's laughter. There's people popping off. It's been great. I've really enjoyed it so far.
Have you seen any top players out here that you may be scared to go into a match with, or you're not scared of anybody?
Not scared of anybody. I got tapping buttons in my lobby all 3 times now. I've been taking every single piv against him. I've been winning all my ones. I've been perfecting him. We've been having a good back and forth though. He smiles and laughs all the time. He's a really great sport.
All right, man. Yo, best of luck to you. This guy Slacker out here, he's getting it done as you see him representing the U.S. Army. But hey, make sure you come through if you're in the venue. Check out the FFA tournament. And hey, that'll do it for me. And I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Well, there you have it. We've heard from Blaze and Slacker. He doesn't look like a slacker to me, though.
No, especially
far from it.
Winners round 3. He's trying to win lion's share at 25 grand. It's elusive. He's definitely not a slacker.
Definitely not a slacker, and that's a hefty amount there as well. We will actually be doing our trophy presentation on Sunday, so make sure you are tuning in all weekend long. But we do have another matchup happening very shortly. And Barco, quickly, before we head to break, I want to know what you're making of this revenge grudge match, Sentinels versus eUnited.
Definitely a revenge grudge match after Orlando.
Champ Sunday. Yeah, that was a crazy way to start Champ Sunday. Was that reverse sweep?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Wait, that was Champ Sunday. Oh, wow.
That was Sunday morning reverse sweep. Yeah.
Wakey, wakey.
Dude, honestly, I think I can see this going to Game 5 once again. To whose favor, I'm not quite sure. I haven't been able to watch much of this event because I've been playing myself, but I can definitely still see it going to Game 5.
Yep. I think all of us too on the desk.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, Barco, thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure. Folks, we're heading to a quick break right now, but my goodness me, our closest series yet. What an incredible effort from both of our teams here, but only one is walking away with the dub, and that was Cloud9. Coming up next, the grudge match, the revenge match of the reverse sweep. It's going to be eUnited versus Sentinels.
The 2022 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, Dolby, the Marines, Zowie, Trolley, and Rockstar.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with stealth tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
Hello, Halo fans across the world, and welcome back to the 2022 Halo World Championship. We are in Seattle, Washington. You can see that the night is drawing in, but the show is not drawing to a close just yet. We have a lot more in store for you, including one hell of a match coming up. But you may have noticed the desk is looking a little bit, should I say, crowded. And I'm not talking about these three gents up here. I'm talking about the sweets, the candy, the trolleys that we have on here. Oh my God.
A fine selection of trolley treats.
Really is a takeover, and that's exactly what it is. It's a trolley takeover.
I'm not going to front. This is dangerous.
This is my favorite death segment ever.
Because y'all think that I'm up here doing this because we're like advertising something, but I'm genuinely enjoying this.
This is great.
This is the best segment I've ever done in my career.
I asked to be up here for this.
You did?
Jeez. Yeah, I asked to be up here for this.
Hold on a second. Hit me.
I finally found a use for the what face. You ready?
Go on, let's see it.
It's not going to go.
Oh God,
that
no
is
pressure.
a terrifying face. Ready?
No pressure.
Oh, first time!
Let's
go, baby. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
And we got a guy up here as well.
Wow, he's
Blaze.
coming to steal some of these.
Okay. Please. Oh, okay.
I understand that. I tell you what, while we are munching away, I do want to let you guys know at home that we do have a partnership here. Trolley and Halo partnered up for a limited edition collectible gummy series. So not only are they delicious, questionably nutritious, but also you guys get free stuff on this as well, which is absolutely
there
Check
amazing.
this out.
There are crowds developing because people want free trolleys, which I can't blame them for.
I got
Oh gosh,
the Fiedler!
He also has the Fiedler. That is very true because they have that incredible invention in his hand
Can we
as
get a
well.
close up on the Fiedler? Because we got to get close up on the
How
one.
has GB been trusted with this, by the way? Of all the people on the desk.
Okay,
How
can
are
I
you
just say,
trusted with that?
this is what happens when you give children sugar. Boys,
Yes?
I have a video for everyone at home to understand this epic creation. Roll the tape.
Okay.
No more Needler, cause we stole it. It's the Fiedler. Worms control it. Locked and loaded, just pull it. Let us wriggle down.
There it is.
There you go. Now you know how it works.
That's
And
my
it's
dream.
Quite the invention.
Yeah, it is quite a little bit more accurate than a Needler, you know, because
That's
it goes right.
each one has a mind of its own.
That's right, exactly. That's the reason why.
Yeah.
There's a trolley booth, by the way.
There
You got to
is.
go over there. Say hi to them.
You can, as you can see, you can actually shoot the Fiedler over there.
Yeah, over there they have.
Thank God we didn't give Golden Boy an actually loaded system-ready version because it would be absolute death and carnage up here.
Listen, if you do happen to pick up a pack of these trolleys, make sure you save the package because with all of these, you do receive a code for Halo Infinite in-game content of 2 XP, and you also get 3 challenge swaps.
All right.
You're welcome.
I just ate an entire bag of those, by the way, while we were doing this.
By the way, while we're doing this, I'm just gonna. If I just give some to some people, you know what I mean?
Wow, people do.
Yeah, like the people in the
Go
crowd.
for it.
You know?
Why not? Honestly, go for it.
All right, don't kill each other.
What about in the VIP?
Oh, wait.
there we go.
I'm throwing them
Give
at
it to the
babies.
baby.
Be careful with this one.
Here we go.
There we
Go
go.
to the baby. We go back there.
There we go.
As well.
Fantastic
Oh, wait,
stuff.
no, look. Huh?
Oh, geez, don't do that.
Someone
Money.
Someone. Come and caught it.
Money.
I'll tell you what, with all this chaos though, I do want to know the chaos that's happening in pools, lads. I'm sorry to spoil the fun.
It's fine, we
Obviously,
gotta do a job,
Come
it's
on,
okay.
this is fun. This is fun. Let's take a look at the updates right now happening in the pools. We are at the last match of the night. And bringing this back to the intensity that World Championships deserves, this is absolutely insane. This match coming up next in Pool D, we talked about the Pool of Death. Sentinels eUnited, this has really been where our eyes have been glancing a lot when
man.
you're looking at Pool D. When you're looking at pools in general, that reverse sweep happening in Orlando was tragic. That's all I'm going to say about it. It really was tragic. The big question is, did it have any sustenance to it? You know, that's what I want to find out. And Rob, we are going to find that out. But what do you make of it overall, this revenge match?
I mean, I think, especially if you saw it on the day, or maybe you saw it in the eUnited's Eclipse series that came out just before this event, Snipedown had his head in his hands, right? There's not a lot of times throughout history where Snipedown's on a main stage with his head in his hands because he can't believe what happened in the result. I think that teased it up perfectly. I think, like Barcode said, would not be surprised to see a game number 5 in this series.
No, you wouldn't indeed. We haven't spoken about Sentinels at all today. Rightfully so. We're saving it for this epic match. Sentinels performing best under pressure, and at this level of competition is where they thrive. This is now or never. This is first place, and to be perfectly honest, you know, Golden Boy, with how Sentinels have been playing their history, there is nothing but first place good enough for this team.
Yeah. These are Halo World Champions, two-time Halo World Champions. They have had so much success as a squad over the course of their career that anything less than gold is honestly
Not
disappointment.
Yeah.
It's a disappointment, and that goes to show just the caliber of players that are on this team. But as we've seen throughout the day, right, like just the competition has leveled up exponentially. And I think that eUnited are one of those teams that have really, really benefited and grown substantially from Orlando.
Yeah, indeed. And talking about growing from Orlando, Frosty, he's on our screen right now, AMD Power Performance. And that's exactly what he needs to do. He didn't have his best event in Orlando. And it's just not exactly coming down to the stats here either. It's what he was doing. His presence in Orlando wasn't really the same as we're used to seeing. He does need to step it up here. And on set, you know, if you're looking at a World Championship version of this guy, what can we expect?
The guy that we're talking about when it comes to who's lifting the trophy at the end of the day, we're talking about Frosty, the plays he made, the game-saving moments that he had, because that's what this guy is all about. We only have a few players you call game changers in the HCS. You're looking at the likes of Lucid, Frosty, Renegade, right? He's one of those players who can win a series almost on his own with a bit of magic, and he's going to have to do that because, as you say, every single team has got someone who can do that now. Sentinels always look to Frosty in those magic moments to provide something, but not many can. So he is a vital piece of this machine, and if he's not firing, then Sentinels won't be firing.
100% agree with you there. I think when it comes to some of our top teams, you need every single player doing their part. And I think that is really the difference maker from making or breaking it. Now, on the other side, looking to break it, looking to take some of the steam off of Sentinels is eUnited. Now, Brav, when I'm looking at eUnited, what we've seen so far today, I'm a little bit nervous for them. Not because of lack of talent, just because of the results we've been seeing. A couple of hiccups here and there. A couple of games going a little bit close, getting the job done, though. How much can we read into that?
I think it's tough to say, right? I think a lot of United fans would have wanted to see them come ripping out 3-0s out of the gate. I think that's easy to say, but that's not always how these tournaments go, especially when you're looking at Pool D. However, I think after that first Game 1 loss, I think they bounced back really strong. Mark and I talked a lot about their last 10% of their games that were really the defining moments. I think as long as they can look to clutch up that Ryan, who needs an energy drink of some sort.
Uh-oh. Don't want to see
as long as he gets something like that.
Quick, get him some trolleys.
We got to get some trolleys here.
Get him some trolleys.
That might do the trick. But in all seriousness, I think as long as they focus up on those clutch moments, and they've realized and embraced the opportunity here that there's so much to play for here, and they want to make sure they get the right bracket, right? A win here is going to secure them a very different bracket here for Saturday and Sunday, and I think they need to realize how much is on the line here this evening.
Yeah, indeed. We'll take a look at map records right now as well, our head-to-head for both of these teams, and looking at them pretty even across the board for the most part, apart from that classic map 5, the clutching up the ice that Sentinels seem to have 2-0 for a 0-1 comparison on set.
The thing that always jumps out to me when we're looking at those stats, though, is the slow start from Sentinels, right? 3 and 5, we always talk about it. They managed to save the series a lot of time in that Game 5, but I want to see Sentinels getting series done earlier. I want to see them winning Game 1. I want to see them winning Game 2 and not letting them have to find themselves in a situation where they're winning Game 5s again and again to succeed.
That is going to be very difficult to do against eUnited, though, because I feel like in Orlando, even though the tournament didn't go their way, especially at those critical moments, this is a team of veterans. This is a team that has been there and done that multiple times in the past. And also, one thing that I caught from that Eclipse documentary that they released, eUnited, was that these guys trust each other.
Yeah.
And it's kind of wild because they came together kind of haphazardly.
Yeah.
And it's because they're all professionals that are here to do the job. The thing is, on the other side of the stage, so are Sentinels.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about Sentinels that Mark and I talk a lot about is Sentinels has not looked like, say, Sentinels of old of a few years ago where they just steamroll entire tournaments.
Yeah.
Even Kansas City where they won 4-0 in the finals, really rocky Friday and Saturday. We'll have to see what they bring out.
Indeed, I've got to say, when it comes to United, I'm looking for adaptation. I'm looking for them to adapt. What happened on Catalyst Slayer, they didn't move quick enough. They weren't adapting to what Sentinels are doing. They were trapped the entire time. What have you got, United, against this Sen roster? Can we clean it out in a different fashion this time? We'll find out alongside our casters. We got Wes, Mr. Clutch, Price, and we have Goofy on the line. Ring, fellas. We got the last match of the night happening.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Goofy here, joined by my man Clutch, and what a treat we have on our hands. A rematch from HCS Orlando Elimination Bracket Finals. Sentinels taking on eUnited, and last time these two teams matched up, Sentinels went up 2-0, and then the coveted reverse sweep. It all started with that Game 3 win. Clutch, tell me about these two teams, and tell me about this matchup.
Well, it was eUnited that went up 2-0 in Orlando, but I got an opportunity to sit down, watch the documentary they put together, and let me tell you, Rain said this was the most painful loss of my career up until this point. Rain's been doing this for a long time. He remembers that loss. Everyone on eUnited remembers that loss. That is something that they let slip through their fingers. They do not want that to happen on the biggest stage. This is the World Championship. No mistakes can be afforded, and we're gonna kick this series off on Catalyst CTF to get this one going. And if it's anything like the show they put on for us the last time these two teams matched up, we're going the distance tonight, and I couldn't be more excited.
The biggest stage here at the Halo World Championship. Two of the best teams in the HCS, and getting things started with Frosty.
The MVP for Sentinels, the superstar for this roster, needs to get up on the right footing. Sentinels cannot afford to go down 2-0 like they did in Orlando against this eUnited team. You cannot expect the same mistakes to be made, but as the battle for Overshield ensues, it will be eUnited that win that battle, and Rain punches that Overshield to his chest. Let's see what he can do.
Overshield in the hands of eUnited. Flag is being run as well, so what a hot start for eUnited, but it's not capped just yet. This is the hardest part of the cap to get it all the way home base, and as I say that, eUnited puts in the first cap within 45 seconds of game number 1, and what a hot start.
What an unbelievable strat from them. They get the overshield, they get the flag on the move at the same time, and somehow, some way, eUnited have broken the setup of Sentinels early on. They get that first cap, but more importantly, FaZe, they deny any opportunity at a potential counter cap as well.
Half the people in this game don't even have a kill yet, and we already have a flag cap on the board.
Noob special.
A Ryan Noob special as a big double kill out of Suspector. 3 members fall for Sentinels, and this has been all eUnited to start this series. But if we learned anything from Orlando, you can never count out Sentinels, and eUnited knows that.
A quick jab, and we'll see how Sentinels are able to respond to the punch that eUnited was able to kind of daze them with that first cap on the board now. Minute 30 into the game, overshield not for another 26 seconds. Suspector with skewer in hand, and an opportunity to potentially blow this game 1 out of the water.
Sentinels get the flagpole of their own. Royal 2 with a kill. Lethal goes down courtesy of Suspector. Great position right now for him, and he's really important on the map for eUnited as that flag is still moving on the side of Sentinels. Looks like Suspector's going to do the old counter pull, and we've seen this time and time again on Catalyst.
The important thing is the kills right now going in Sentinel's favor as overshield is coming up. You certainly think that they're going to get this overshield, but a great kill from Ryan Noob there. A phenomenal job to use that repulsor. He gets a splat for it with that, trying to figure out a way to take down Lethal as he advances the flag to his location. The return comes through across the map. Ryan Noob can't do anything about it, as Sentinels somehow tied this game up.
Big play out of Ryan Noob, choosing to stay alive and valuing his life rather than trying to desperate to stop. He knew he wasn't going to be able to do much there and get some kills that pay for it. Snakebite with the overshield, and Ryan Noob with the killing spree, making Snakebite look silly right there. That overshield is out of the question.
They baited rain a little bit, but the job got done. They got the kill. They tried to get the flag on the move, but it was Lethal that shut it down, keeping this game at a 1-1 scoreline for now, and a phenomenal defensive stand from Sentinels, denying the potential counter cap there as they tied this game up. They weathered the storm, and they don't look dazed anymore, FaZe.
All tied up here as Snakebite picks up the skewer. Moving back towards his base as Ryan Noob and Rain get a flagpole. Let's see if Snakebite can stop this, and barely missing that skewer shot on the flag runner. Now opting to rotate opposite of the flag, but this one's moving far and it's moving fast.
You hear the skewer go right past his head as well. So Snakebite misses a second shot, and those 2 missed shots are going to allow Ryan Noob the passageway to gain the lead once again for eUnited. You have to hit those shots if you're Snakebite. If not, Ryan Noob makes you pay every time.
Back and forth we go in game number 1, and if that's any story of how this series is going to be, we're going to have another banger on our hands. Royal 2 now on the side of eUnited gets taken down. Rain spots Lethal as well. Lethal in trouble backing down there from a couple of members on the side of eUnited. Good job by Rain, just putting down heavy fire and hitting his shots.
Just a smart play. Plays his life perfectly, rewarded with a nice kill. Head on a swivel, Rain, as he tries to take map control, trying to push top middle. Sentinels trying to compete with this overshield, but it really has been eUnited's overshield to lose every single time. And right now you're seeing Eric Corona get away with that overshield. Maybe not much in the back pocket, but at least they're not playing against that player. Sentinels need to do a much better job of controlling the power and putting it to work if they want to stay in this series.
Who's going to win this series? Who's going to win this pool as eUnited is flooding the base of Sentinels? But I want to go into an Astro listening to see how Sentinels is handling all this pressure.
They're all weak, man, all week.
Like one shot, they're flying, snipe down.
Matt, I'm walking up here.
I spawned car, guys.
I killed the one hit, Matt. I'm one hit, so hard flag. Another one, flag run.
Our flag RB. I got shot from their base. He's pulling his
plane. He's doing the flag run. Oh, I gotta kill flag run.
Flag guy. And then our PQ.
I'm helping you, TJ.
I go back to PQ. Yeah, I got him.
I'm going across me.
They're pulse on me.
TJ, go across for me. Go across. TJ, to their manor.
One shot manor.
One hit back right. Dead.
I'm in still.
Manor 10. Gary. Grab you on this.
They're combo.
That's on Skylight.
Okay, I got 3 guys. Dead.
Nice shot, guys.
I'm staying in their base.
Yeah, I'm going card side, bro.
Yeah, I've got good shit, guys. Nice cap. Let's go.
Where am I?
What's the car? Do you want me their base? Their top P. Finesse long as you can. Yeah. Weak P ramp and 1 flag to car cube. Using 5 car. 1 P1. 1 top P. Is there P.
Those are the comms we expect to hear out of Sentinel, specifically Snakebite, the IGL leading the troops. The small talk was immaculate. And Wes, how do you like that listening out of Sentinels?
Absolutely. I think you said it best. The small talk between Snakebite and Lethal. You go first. Lethal gets the first kill, gets another guy weak, leaves him for Snakebite. The bait and switch is perfect. And the two-time world champions are showing you exactly why they're the two-time world champions here on Friday of this world championship. We'll see if that can continue here. Now with another flag on the move.
Another overshield in the hands of eUnited, but he gets melted off of Ryan Noob as great team effort there from Sentinels, taking down that OB player. Good trade out of Royal 2 as 2 members fall for eUnited. We're all tied up here, 2-2. Neither team able to really break away as this has been back and forth all game long. 3 dead for Sentinels.
Great responses so far from both teams. eUnited hadn't had to play from the deficit yet in here in game 1, and you're wondering what that mentality might do. We saw how quickly Sentinels were able to gain an advantage and take it in Orlando from this team, but it wasn't without that eUnited 2-0 lead, and right now Sniped-Down on a killing spree with the double on the flank, flag on the move, and an opportunity to once again give eUnited the lead.
Big time flank out of Sniped-Down opens the floodgates as Ryan Noob and Suspect pick up the remaining 2-4 down for a moment for Sentinels, and Ryan Noob has got this flag all the way back to his base. Will eUnited be able to take the lead right here in game number 1? Ryan Noob taking fire, but puts in the flag as eUnited takes the lead.
And the beautiful thing to all that was Sniped-Down was the one that pulled the flag. He actually stuttered with it. Ryan Noob just said, I'll grapple and cuts the distance. A beautiful defensive stand with the skewer. In the meantime, though, making the grapple such an efficient use with that flag rip makes that flag cap happen so much faster. And now they don't even risk a counter cap because of that skewer shot. eUnited playing so well.
Dirty angle out of Frosty to take down Ryan Noob there. Now hopping on board with the kills leader in the game. Sniped-Down got 14 to his name already, and he is playing some fantastic Halo. What a treat to watch this man play.
Wouldn't be a world championship without Sniped-Down making some noise. Played in so many across his legacy, but this could be one of the most important ones yet right now. Sniped-Down has been playing at such a high level all day long. He had such a good Orlando trip, but as of now, overshield for the first time in the hands of Sentinels. Flag on the move, and Sentinels look to tie this game up.
And what a time to grab the OV for Frosty, as like you said, Clutch, that flag is moving, and it's moving fast. Snakebite looking to tie things up, and just like the rest of this game, back and forth, one team caps, the other one comes right back, and 3.5 minutes left in regulation. We'll see which team can start off this series with a 1-0 lead.
Such a great response from Sentinels. Only one round of slays needed to get that flag on the move and punched in as the overshield was acquired by Frosty. They also deny an opportunity at a counter cap with 3 going down after that. And look at this, Frosty's still in the enemy base. To be United, going to be able to get a flag pull. They need slays in order to get it on the move, but they get a couple of kills, and this could be big for Sentinels fans.
Members of eUnited spawning towards that P side. Frosty was able to do a lot of damage before going down. Royal 2, unfortunately, not able to get any flag pulls going there, but still doing so much damage and so much pressure on the eUnited side. And that's the thing about Royal 2, he just never dies. He stays alive, he hits the shots, and there's a reason why he's such a main player. Snakebite gets a nice skewer kill, looking for the double, but able to get out of there with his life.
Repulses the nade, does it all to perfection, wraps around, gets the kill, moves the flag. Snakebite playing the most efficient Halo you can do in this opportunity and making a play with it to potentially give Sentinels the lead.
Sniped-Down gets the kill. Rain goes down though. Killing spree for Snakebite as the flag falls close to their base. Frosty in a bit of a predicament now, choosing to back down rather than desperate the flag, as 2 members are down for eUnited, so this opportunity for the flag cap is still alive for Sentinels.
Combo misses, nobody's home. Frosty with good damage. Can they get the touch is the question. It's Lethal that gets the touch. The flag is on the move, and Lethal is going to give Sentinels the lead with 2 minutes remaining. They finally take the lead in game 1. And we'll see if eUnited can have the same response that Sentinels has given them all game long.
2 members down once again for eUnited, and when it matters most, Sentinels plays their best. As in the closing moments of this game, they pick up another overshield. Nice kill with a grenade for Snakebite, and he's doing it all, ladies and gentlemen. 2 members fall once again for eUnited. Make that 3 down, make that 4 down. All 4 dead for eUnited, and Sentinels is trying to cap this last flag.
Flag on the move. They have all the information as well as 2 players still yet to come off respawn for eUnited. Finally, they're up. Are they going to be able to overextend in time? Because it's the name of the game here on Catalyst CTF. All 4 members overextending, and Lethal is forced to drop the flag and slay. They are down numbers right now, and this could be where eUnited get a counter cap to tie this one up.
And look at this, Clutch Snipe Down running the flag towards all members of Sentinels. This is a risky play, and let's see if it pays off for him. Big kill on the Royal 2. 2 members fall for Sentinels, and this could be a big brain play out of Snipe Down, running the flag towards the members of Sentinels, but Lethal with a big kill. The rain is right there with Ryan Noob. They get the return, and just when we thought Sentinels would close it out, it looks like this one will be all tied up. Actually, the flag is not moving.
Yeah.
So no, the game is not over just yet, but there's only 40 seconds left.
They still have to move this flag across the map. It's in a very peculiar situation here. It's in the middle, and they need a round of slays before they can get this flag moving. Frosty's gonna stop that storyline from happening. Finds 2 with the double, and Frosty shuts this flag run down.
Big plays out of Frosty. 3 members fall for eUnited. 4 down for a second. Snipe Down, last member alive. And this is it. Sentinels trying to run the 5th and final flag cap. Time is on their side. Control is on their side. And things are looking great for Sentinels in game number 1.
I don't know about this. You do not need this flag cap, but with 10 seconds remaining, you're buying an opportunity for eUnited to overextend. Snipe Down gets the touch. So at the very least, we'll get the pie chart alive. Rain is trying to push this flag. They know they have to not only get that flag on the move, but get the return as well. Lethal needing to find these kills, trying to deny that flag from being contested. This is the right play from Lethal, but can he get the kills?
I love that play out of Lethal, leaving the flag, sneaking his way up aggressively, putting pressure on the boys on eUnited. 2 members fall for EU, make that 3 down, and the flag returns are here, and Sentinels win game number 1.
Oh boy, what a comeback, what a game. As close as you could get the whole way. No team led by more than just 1 cap. And it was always eUnited getting that first cap up until the game was tied 3-3. Sentinels not only tied the game at 3, but they took the lead with the 4th. And in the closing moments of that game phase, so let's talk about how much of a heads-up decision Lethal made to make sure to guarantee Sentinels close that one out.
To be honest, I'm really surprised at the end, that 4th flag cap for eUnited, when Snipe Down started running it towards Sentinels, why the flag didn't move faster than it did. It just...
Both players opted to return. And they opted to get the return before succeeding with that flag. They didn't think that leaving 1 player to try and get that return, they didn't think that that player was going to solely be able to get that return without contention. It was something that you probably look back on and say, you know what, we probably could have got that solo return. Nobody from Sentinels was in position, but eUnited maybe didn't have that information.
Game 1 was a nail-biter, but Sentinels closes it out. Now looking at the rest of the series, up next we got Slayer on Streets. Clutch, tell me about the keys to success to this game type on this map.
Well, it starts with map control. It starts with the Bulldog shotgun, obviously the Stalker rifle, the high DPS weapons you need in your favor. But more importantly, it's about getting a clean wipe. And when you get that clean wipe, what you're able to do, you're able to control the entire map and trap the enemy team in specific areas like the police department, a closed area where you got to walk through small doorways to get out. You get trapped like rats in there and you go down quickly. It's hard to fight out of positions on streets like the back of Tram, for example. All of these different spawn locations, when you can pressure a team like these guys on the main stage can, your advantages just start flowing, the numbers start working in your favor, the damage is too much to fight from. But we'll see if that's the case here. eUnited, a very strong Slayer team. Ryan did with a 1.75 so far throughout this tournament. Let's see if he can have a little bit of magic here to keep his team in this.
Ryan Noob trying to nerd his way out of that predicament with the Rockets, but does go down. So currently, Rockets out of his hands as we're on board with Lethal. Snakebite actually was able to pick those up. Let's see what he can do with them. Big double kill. Hail Mary getting a triple kill. Snakebite's looking for the overkill. Snipe Down left alone and ties it. Big time overkill for Snakebite.
Snakebite shows up on the biggest stages every time. 6-0 and 0 right now. Pressuring the respawners once again. Make it 7 before getting taken down. And you want to know how to play perfect at the start of a Slayer. Snakebite shows you how.
Golly, 7 kills and only 1 death in this pivotal game number 2. Going up 2-0 would be so big for the Sentinels roster. As 2 members fall though, eUnited trying to break this setup, break the control that's been all in the favor of Sentinels so far in game number 2.
Snakebite has 7 kills, Royal 2 has 6 assists. Maybe not a kill to his name, but Royal 2 picks up his 7th, the Snakebite picks up his 9th, make it an 8th. The 2 working tandem right now in the stats category, one with the other. The duo is showing out. They're 2-time champions for a reason right now, 14-8. eUnited need to find a way to find some map control here and get some momentum going.
Bulldog in the hands of Royal 2, stock the rifle in his back pocket. Antoine finds a double kill, not missing any bullets. Royal 2 and Snakebite, the dynamic duo, putting on a show.
2 of the best to ever do it. What's your response here if you're eUnited, FaZe? Because right now, with not a lot of space, not a lot of weapons to work around, it seems like you're being left to the slaughter on the side of Sentinels. And as they set up for rockets here, you can already see the lineup from Royal 2. I bet these rockets land right in his hand.
Royal 2 with the Combat Evolved medal. Now take some notes if you're watching at home, but whoa, he loses those rockets, does get an assist, does do damage, but not able to do much after a great play, grenading those rockets over to himself.
Yeah, you can tell he's practiced that once or twice. Lineups, everybody will know after seeing that gameplay. You saved him for an important series. Why I say eUnited at Worlds, that's an important series to break that one out. They get the rockets, unfortunately, no damage done, and a great job by eUnited to minimize what could have been a lot of damage from those rockets. Now just down 4 kills, still in this game, still in this series, but you want to tie this one up before you go down 2-0. You got to gain some momentum. They finally feel like they've stopped the pressure from Sentinels for now.
Bulldog in the hands of Suspector leads the way on his team and kills 8 to his name currently. He's been a fantastic addition to this eUnited roster, playing lights out ever since he's joined Ryan Newman Rain. Now trying to spot a few players. Good, big time double kill. Insane shots to hit with the Bulldog right there to secure those kills.
Keeping his team in this one, 10-1 and 3. Suspector doing it all, and I worried about him turning the corner with 2 players left and right, but he ends up picking up both, and eUnited needed that to happen. I love the slow play here. He gets the first kill under Royal 2, and now Sentinels are the one that are trapped in the back of Tram, and we'll see if eUnited can capitalize with numbers in that.
Suspector is playing fantastic Halo right now. Knows his map like the back of his hands. Unfortunately, though, Lethal slides in there and gets that kill, picks up the Bulldog for himself.
You thought that was going to be a massive opportunity. Frosty actually sticks Snakebite. We see it in the kill feed, and that should have been an opportunity for eUnited to really gain control of the map. But a great job by Lethal to be able to pick up these kills, and now Lethal with that Bulldog in hand starting to put it to work himself.
Big kill out of Lethal, spots a couple players, front PD, that's sniped down with rockets. Not a friendly sight if you're Lethal. Catching a rocket to the face, spots Rain Top Heaven. He's trying to stay alive. PD Gordon manages to do so. A couple members fall on the side of Sentinels, and look at that clutch, just a 2-kill game.
Yeah, as well as Snakebite's performing at 12-3 and 6. On the other side, Suspector 11-1 and 5, almost matching that level of production, keeping his team in this one. You have to have players step up, because you know on the side of Sentinels, players are going to step up. Suspector doing such a good job early in game 2.
Snipe down left alone after Suspector goes down. Rain picks up a kill on the Frosty. He gets a trade though. Snipe down trying to stay alive against Lethal. Does win the battle. Killing spree to his name, but goes down. Royal 2 shuts that down as a 3-kill lead in favor of Sentinels, who haven't been in the back seat yet this game.
Not yet, but you can almost feel it coming, right? eUnited feels like they've been on their back feet the entire game. Down 3, I love the position that they're in. Somehow, some way, they have made this scrappy enough to stay within striking distance. And we'll see if they have what it takes to land another blow, potentially gaining the lead, crossing the 30-kill mark.
Got Rain and Suspector trying to take this fight back tower. That member of Sentinels playing his life perfectly, not overextending, and that Snakebite takes down Suspector as these players in eUnited try pushing Cafe. Snakebite in a great position, and what a play out of Snakebite, staying alive and causing eUnited to fumble.
Everybody on Sentinel stays alive there. They go 3 for 0, and now this is a dangerous spot once again for eUnited to find themselves in. Stuck in the back of Tram. There's 2 players trash. They don't even touch Royal 2 in that situation. A perfect thrust to the side allows Royal 2 to apply pressure and buy time for his team. And here's the cavalry. Snakebite shows up, Bulldog in hand, dealing more damage now with 17. Make it 18 to his name. Almost gets the kill. he stays at 17 for now.
Snakebite is having himself a big game, a number 2 when his team needs him most. You know he's gonna step up. Ryan with the Bulldog takes down Lethal, and that's 3 members down for a moment for Sentinel. So this could be an opportunity for eUnited to potentially gain the lead here for the first time in this game. Ryan once again takes down Snakebite with that Bulldog, doing so much damage. Finally runs into this player and gets taken down.
Tries to stay alive, but just gets this wrong. Frosty gets him down and collects that Bulldog, doing so much damage throughout this game, no matter whose hands it's in. And now Frosty with the Stalker rifle does a great job to take those brute grenades out of the equation, deal some damage. He's got a ton of players around him. Unfortunately, just too much pressure for Frosty to deal with. And we'll see now how eUnited fight out of Tram. Perfect shots from Ryan with the Stalker are going to release a lot of the pressure, and eUnited now 4 kills away still, but with weapons in their hands can make all the difference.
Duke spot Snakebite bottom middle, backs him down with that stock rifle, makes 2 players one shot, but not able to pick up either of those kills, and that could be very crucial and a deciding moment in this game number 2 as we're getting close to the end of this. First to 50 wins the game. 2 members fall though for Sentinels. Big push out of Snipe Down and Rain getting a couple kills. A 3-kill separation right now between these 2 teams.
I thought there was no way that they get out of that one positive, but eUnited somehow both members stay alive. And now with a couple of weapons, they look to be aggressive. Too aggressive as the predictive nades come through. They punish Suspector as he tries to come up those mid stairs. Such an easy place to grenade, and unfortunately eUnited continuously giving away those couple of lives every time they push are still down 2.
Great shots out of Snipe Down. Take down Lethal. 2 members for Eastside fall, and you'll take the trades if your Sentinels. Only 4 kills left to go when you win this game. Suspector and Snipe Down. This is a big play coming up right here. Frosty takes down Snipe Down. Rain gets one of his own. 47 to 45. Make that 48 to 45 as Snakebite picks one up as well. Frosty in a great position to try to close this game out.
Rockets are up too, so everybody's eyes are focused on Rockets. Sentinels has a favorable position, and Frosty has a flank. They're not going to expect him to be here. He's got the Bulldog. This player, Suspector, playing his life so well, but eventually running out of space, running out of angles to cut off. Sentinels are here. 49-46. They need 1 more kill to go up 2-0.
Frosty with the Bulldog. Spots a couple players towards Neon, and there you have it. Game number 2. Also in the favor of Sentinels and a couple of nail biters. You gotta be hurting if you're eUnited. Both of those games were so winnable, and now you're looking at a 2-0 deficit against historically one of the best teams in Halo history.
They did it to you. Can you do it to them? Is the question now. Sentinels and Orlando was in the same position you are now, eUnited, and they responded like the champs they are. Do you have it in you on Friday to manifest this comeback 1 game at a time? You know these guys are all business here on eUnited, and you know they're capable of it, but that's a tall mountain to try and climb. It starts with step 1.
This is a scary Sentinels we're seeing early here at the Halo World Championship, and we know, Clutch, you know better than most the determination, the focus that this roster has, and what a time to be clicking at the biggest event, at the biggest stage of the year.
You know, I was thinking about it on the way here, and I was like, Sentinels, how close were they to 3 world champions? Right? How long have they had to sit on that Splice loss? How long has that eaten at them that they didn't get that 3-time world championship ring? They didn't sweep all of Halo 5. What that loss meant to them, the chip that put on their shoulder, how they're trying to right that ship. And they haven't had a world championship since that 2018 where they fell short. This event means more to these guys and their legacy than just about anybody. They're here to play this weekend. Snakebite in Game 2 shows you that he's here to play. An unbelievable performance from the individual, but here come the highlights, and it's all Snakebite.
The overkill to get things started really Sentinels created that cushion early, and even though eUnited was fighting back the whole game, they were never able to actually have the lead at any point in this game, and that's it. It's all we talk about it all the time. Clutch, the opening start, the snowball effect is so real, and now you're looking at a 2-0 deficit, and I don't count eUnited out just yet. Game 3 win is very feasible, but what a mountain to climb.
Strongholds live fire is the name of the game, and if you're eUnited, this is one of your strongest game types. I have to think. Whenever I think of Ryan Noob, I think of one of the best in-game decision makers in real time in chaotic situations. Do we hold? Do we push the trip cap? Seems like Ryan Noob's always making the right calls for his team. They should be very comfortable on this, and this is a good game type for them to see, knowing that this is their series life, that they want to advance first in their pool like they have all season long. This is a must win.
And there you said it, Clutch. Fun fact for everyone watching, all three of the majors so far this year, eUnited has won their pools. They've come out undefeated, but now going up against Sentinels, they may take their first pool loss. Of course, we still have such a long weekend ahead with bracket play. Right now, we're still in pools, but loading into game number 3. This is it for eUnited. You got to come back. You got to fight back.
It's been a quiet series for Ryan Noob. I want to hop on board with him as we kick this one off. What can he give us? What can he give eUnited to push his team just a little bit further? Keep them in this series. And things all of a sudden get interesting, because the longer Ryan Noob stays in series, the longer or the better chance you have of something absolutely ridiculous happening.
Here we go. Starting this one off. Unfortunately for you, Clutch, we're starting off with Snakebite, not Ryan Noob, but don't mind. As Ryan Noob goes down, Snakebite with the big double kill to get things started. 2 members for each side fall. Good repulsor to just get enough of an evasion to get out of there.
Snakebite's playing a different video game than I am when I play this game, I tell you that. His actions per minute is absolutely absurd. Right there, able to find 2, stay alive for as long as he did, but right now, Frosty's the man to watch as he makes his way towards the overshield. Heat wave, snipe in hand, let's see what he can do.
It's a tricky combo to have. You don't have that precision, you know, that battle rifle to clean up those one-shots, so looks like he paid for it because of that. And now we got Royal 2 able to pick up the weapon, so not a bad compromise as Sentinel still in control with the weapons, but Rain on the other side's got the overshield.
Yeah, you give up B and C, you get the overshield. Now can you break the setup with that overshield? Has been always the question of live fire. He's made his way on the B. There's pressure from bottom middle, pressure from elbow, pressure from the hill. Rain's surrounded by enemies. Can he make a play?
Takes a lot of damage there, but able to take that lethal. Great assist by Rain, able to stay alive. Suspector right there to back him up, and because of that, B gets converted in the favor of eUnited. Rain making big time plays.
Ryan's probably not sure how he stayed alive right there. I'm not sure how he stays alive right there, but a play gets made. And that's what you need here to stay in this series. Rain makes a play, opens up the door. A trip cap now momentarily in effect. They're not going to be able to hold it, but they have their eyes set on seeing that they can take down Frosty. They can get the reset and start to score themselves and build a lead.
Great start in this game number 3 for eUnited. That trip cap definitely helped create this cushion, and they still have control of B and C. You see Snipe Down dropping that ping on the player. That's Frosty trying to get this overshield spawning in a couple seconds. This could be a big opportunity for eUnited to extend their lead.
How much resources are they going to send this way? Ryan Noob jumps into A, forces Sentinels to turn around. Lethal's the last player alive. He gets rid of Ryan Noob, but in the meantime, we got OS as Suspector, so he grabs that overshield, makes his way over towards B, finds a player sneaking bottom middle, and all of a sudden, eUnited back-to-back overshields. A 50-point lead for now, but this one's going to grow here momentarily as 2 go down for Sentinels as well.
Repulsor heat wave in the hands of Snipe Down, takes down Royal 2, 2 members down for Sentinels, and things are looking great for eUnited to start things off in game number 3.
Great control of the weapons so far on the side of eUnited, negating any of the work that the slaves on the side of Sentinels have done. The trip cap being pushed right now. A, B, and C all momentarily going to be in eUnited's control. And Snipe Down has such an important responsibility here to stay alive. He knows that, so he gets out of dodge, and he finds himself a kill in the meantime.
Strongholds captured.
I love that play out of Snipe Down, forcing Sentinels to make a decision, forcing Sentinels to go back to cap A, but runs into Snakebite, who was one shot. Ryan, who picks him up with the AR, stays alive, though. He's gonna challenge Royal 2, but Lethal's there to back him up, so bold play out of Ryan. Gets taken down now. Rain on your screen, taking heavy damage, trying to stop the conversion, but B goes in the favor of Sen.
So they finally lose control and the damage. Let's look at it. It's a 100-point lead for eUnited. Unfortunately, Royal 2 with Snipe gonna allow Sentinels to start to chip away at that lead. He's got Heat Wave as well, so We saw how Frosty was able to fare with this combination. How will Royal 2 be able to impact this game?
The man is a shot hitter. Doesn't matter the gun, doesn't matter the situation. He's gonna hit his shots as Royal 2 takes down Rhino, but loses the heat wave and the sniper rifle. Frosty knows the goodies are back there, and he picked them up.
So far, so good for Sentinels right there. But in the meantime, as Frosty picks up those weapons, the map flips. B gets converted. A's in the middle of being converted, and Sentinels are going to have to break a setup of eUnited. So although you got the weapons, the positioning will favor eUnited for now.
Such a good job by Frosty, just doing so much damage. The body shots are, in a lot of instances, just as important as headshots. They just do damage. They stall the other team from pushing and kind of mess up spawn times in a lot of situations. Frosty doing everything right, getting out of harm's way with those power weapons and rotating at the perfect time.
He's got a difficult angle to try and take down Ryan Noob. He's going to be forced to try and land a heat wave or a no-scope. Can't do either. And Ryan Noob with a massive push on the bridge there. Overextends, leads the charge. The entry frag on Frosty now continues on the lethal. And Ryan Noob breaks the setup of Sentinels wide open.
Stronghold capture.
B gets converted in the favor of eUnited. C under some duress though, as that return does come in, but Snakebite is there. Rain takes him down, so this is a great opportunity to keep putting points on the board for eUnited. Now let's see if Rhino can do something with the blank stick.
Perfect flank, finds the easy kill, pulls out the snipe. I love this route by Ryan, just containing all of Sentinels. They're forced to fall back in the house. And right now, everybody on eUnited just strategically playing this map so well to keep their team in it. And a beautiful nade will help. Let's see if Ryan Noob can turn that into more.
Lethal takes down Ryan with a nice grenade. 2 members fall for Sentinels though. As Snipe down, not able to stay alive with those weapons. Back and forth, the fight for this tower is so important right now. But as we're talking about all this, eUnited is just continuing to stretch the gap.
The timings, they're all favoring eUnited in these scrappy fights, and that was beautifully done by them. They're waiting on Overshield as well. So although they give up B, we've seen this before, they will give up B for an opportunity in an Overshield to break the setup and potentially push a trip cap. Snipe down with that Overshield in hand. Chooses to push on the A. There's a player hiding right behind him. He checks his corners. Wow. He's rewarded with Royal 2 in front of him, unfortunately. Royal 2 removes the Overshield, but a great job by Snipe down to clear out that house area, to find Royal 2 and to capture A, because on the other side of the map, Sentinels are flipping C.
And this is really important moment in the game right now for eUnited, trying to convert B and get control back, and they do so. Now A and B both in favor of eUnited. Snipe down. Looks like he's gonna opt to move towards Nest to put more pressure on to C. Frosty with a nice bank grenade on this player in the small window. Playing some ring around the rosy, not able to spot him. Every time we see Frosty, seems like he's got the power weapons in his hands and he's putting up the use. Finds one, looking for the double onto Rain. But Rain making him earn it. Finally does go down. Momentary trip cap for eUnited, but A gets converted in the side of Sentinels, and this lead is just gigantic right now for EU.
It's got to be such a frustrating game from Frosty's point of view, right? He's had so many power weapons. He feels like he's hitting shots. He's on a killing spree. But if you look at the score, it's 208 to 65. Somehow, some way, eUnited's rotations, their knowledge of how they want to play live fire Strongholds, it's paying off so much because they're not having to outslay that much in order to gain such a significant lead here.
Efficiency is the name of the game for Ryan Noob teams. We've seen it year after year. You said it at the top of the show, Wes. You can never count him out. Ryan Noob looking to keep his team's hopes alive here with the Game 3 win.
Good damage with the nades, good information. They're going to contain Snakebite from his opportunity. He expects Snakebite to be here. That's exactly where he is. Ryan Noob's playing chess right now as he deletes Royal 2 with a little bit of help. They secure another Overshield. eUnited dominating the power-up story so far in this game. And with that, the scoreline 219 to 90, continuing to grow in their favor with the AC setup. And although Suspector goes down, there's so much work for Sentinels to do to even think about coming back in this Game 3.
Stronghold captured.
See Frosty there going for A. Gonna force Ryan to make a decision here. Ryan choosing to take this fight. Frosty does have a heat wave and Lethal has some support. So great play out of Frosty, forcing the players of eUnited to scatter a little bit. This could be an opportunity for them to close this gap, but only 22 seconds and eUnited will push this to a game 4.
You need a trip cap. Sentinels know they need a trip cap. That's what they're going to do. They're going to push the trip cap. And this is the moment, Sentinels fans. This is the moment where they could potentially come back in this game. They've got to make up a massive deficit here and now. They're going to give up A in order to hold C. Their numbers are split, and Frosty needs to find this player topped out.
Ryan Noob's going to do his best to stay alive as long as possible back tower, but Snakebite's there to clean him up. He goes down. Frosty picks up another sniper rifle as he's done so much this game. Gets fried, though, as Rain and Snipe Down are there. And A and B in the control of eUnited has only 10 more points. And they will push this to a game 4. Snipe Down rotating towards back green.
Here they come.
Playing his line perfectly right now, Clutch. And great job out of eUnited as they stay alive in this series and win game number 3 of textbook execution of Livefire Strongholds. And you can't play much better than that.
No, you can't. Strategically, you really can't. They made the most out of some of the spawns, some of the rotations. They just get information and they out-rotate you so well. It wasn't a massive overswing that gave them that game 3 win, but FaZe, Ryan who stays in the series a little bit longer. This all of a sudden becomes more interesting, and payback may be what's on the menu tonight because, like we said, Sentinels, they reverse sweep eUnited in the elimination bracket semifinals of Orlando. Even though Sentinels looked so strong in those first 2 games, eUnited had that same opportunity to create that same feeling they gave to Rain and those members on eUnited in Orlando that weekend.
And eUnited, although they went up 2-0, Clutch, game 1 was a 4-3 win. Game 2 was 50-46. They edged out those games, but the game that eUnited wins,
that was not close.
It was not close at all.
A phenomenal job, and it really wasn't even a ton of power weapon control, right? The overshields, they were dominated by eUnited, I'll give you that. But Snipe, Heatwave, it was in the hands. Frosty, Snakebite, everybody had an opportunity with it, but they continuously gave them up. They weren't able to continuously go on sprees like we saw Snakebite go on Street Slayer in game 2. eUnited shut them down before they get off, and although this scoreboard is red, it's a 2-1 lead for Sentinels. And Recharge King of the Hill is an eUnited game type every day of the week.
And we'll see if eUnited can repay the favor. Sentinels reverse swept them in Orlando. Can eUnited do the same here as we're loading into game number 4? Recharge King of the Hill. This is an opportunity. eUnited has never lost in their pools. Will they keep that streak alive?
It's first to 4 caps, but the way eUnited play this one, it never goes that far. It's more than likely going down to time. Let's get into the match. Let's see if we can find ourselves in a game 5 to end the night. Suspector's the point of view to watch, and making his way to control the battle for camo. Shock rifle, it's been lost. Sentinels get the slays.
3 down early for eUnited. Last members, Ryan, who we get spotted by Royal 2. So 4 fresh dead for eUnited, and Frosty, the shock rifle.
A perfect start for Sentinels. They want to get off to an early lead because when eUnited dictate King of the Hill, it typically only goes a couple of the hills. They typically strangle you with time, and the win conditions start to diminish. So it would be massive if Sentinels can capture this first hill. They've got a nice chunk. They've got control of the map. More importantly, that shock rifle is in Frosty's hands. Let's see if he can make a play.
Ryan Noob gets taken down and controlled. 2 members down for each side. Frosty gonna run into a couple on long haul. Hits a body and chooses to back down. He does have some support here in control, trying to bait the members of eUnited into a fight that he knows he can win.
Yeah, are they gonna push? eUnited too smart for that, but Frosty trying to relocate. He wants that C-Black control so bad. He's gonna take it back from Suspector right there. A beautiful corner shot on the Suspector's dome. The Plasminade's insta. Dave Walsh is proud, and right now Frosty making plays, keeping control for his team, but more importantly, Sentinels have about half of this first hill already achieved.
You got Snipe Down trying to track down Frosty. He wants that shock rifle for himself. Ryan is there to help, and Snipe Down says bye-bye. Repulsed him off the map. 2 members fall for Sentinels. This could be an opportunity for EU to get that meter moving.
Yeah, and eUnited, such a strong team when they get set up. Let's see how strong their bottom mid setup is right here. I love the idea that they get an opportunity to spawn Sentinels into pipes. The last place Sentinels want to find themselves, and they actually choose to apply pressure. A bit of an overextension from Snipe Down costs him his life. Too many targets to deal with. And now eUnited are going to lose that setup because of that overextension. They got a good chunk of time in their favor now as this bottom mid hill, but Sentinels are quickly going to change that story around.
Bunch of players of eUnited here, and Turbine trying to move towards pipes, and Snakebite, great job with that green gun and repulsor, does so much damage and barely takes any himself, and this is looking great for Sentinels.
An unbelievable repulsor. You get the 2-for-1 repulsor, you stay alive, tons of damage. Royal 2 picks up 2 kills. The first point now captured by Sentinels as it moves to long haul. Sentinels look like they're in the favorable position as well.
That shock rifle was just picked up by Snakebite. This new hill in the long haul. Frosty in a great position to just be annoying, be a hard kill. Gets one under range. Suspector takes down Lethal, but Frosty with the big time double kill, trying to find one more. There it is, 3 kills for Frosty. As Ryan Noob's the last member alive, top glass, takes down the Snakebite. So Ryan Noob's in a decent position to try to stop Sentinels from taking this meter too far, but they know he's there. They're throwing grenades. Ryan Noob's in a bit of trouble right now, and he gets taken down. Killing spree out of Frosty, and shock rifle in the hands of Sentinels.
But the respawners, they're staggered now for eUnited because Ryan Noob dies so late. eUnited are now going to have to break this setup in a 3v4 fashion. This setup is such a difficult one to do, but Rain picks up a double kill in the kill feed. And I'd say it's difficult. These guys are special talents on both sides of the stage. They make great plays all the time, and Rain makes one himself as he finds the 2 entries to break Sentinel's setup before this hill gets out of hand.
Great play out of Ryan Noob, grappling and then instantly challenging. I doubt that player on Sentinels expected him to do that, but Ryan Noob always making those type of plays. Expect the unexpected when you're playing Ryan Noob.
Easier said than done. Whew. What can Suspector do for us, though? Royal 2, he goes down. Shock rifle in hand, but you got to get out of the hill because you don't have glass control, and as Camo's coming up, Frosty tries to burn it. It's denied. And now that eUnited had the pick, can they figure out a way to get these players out of this long haul and tie this game up 1-1?
Great shots out of Snipe Down, taking down Royal 2. Has a camo to work with. Spots Frosty, bottom middle. Once again, great shots out of Snipe Down. Let's see if eUnited can tie this one up. 1 point apiece, as he's got the shock rifle as well.
Basil, I'm going to hop in board with the Astro listening from eUnited. See how they play the situation, see how their comms are going with such a tense moment in their World Championship run.
I'm dead. He's red BR, red glass right now.
He's going to try and fight. Watch out on the boxes. Dead.
Watch out, red BR.
Push up, yes. I'm here with you. Is he red BR?
Yeah, he's inside it.
I'll be back. I'm push you there. He's weak. He's weak. Look at blade. 3 on 3.
Watch out.
He's boost steps weak, going up.
Pipes.
Top cat weak. You're alone. I'll try to look at.
One shot pipes. Going ledge. He's out ledge. Go back to red BR. Going red BR. You're not gonna kill him.
Yeah,
down red stairs.
He's weak red stairs.
He's half shield red stairs. He's going up.
Top 8 killing me. Might be dead. Still top red weak. In top 8 cat weak.
He's one shot, top 8. England. One shot.
Two low A. Red BR weak. I'm walking A. I'm watching top A.
Okay, have him.
Bring it down.
We kill him.
Then we got top 8 weak.
Mid-ledge kill. Shock kill with me. Shock. Going red BR. He's got snipe. He's got shock. I like the play. We're just giving up this hill, probably.
One tell. Hell, shooting me on spawn. Hell, really weak.
What's that hell?
Two shots out.
I'm pushing.
They went back, looks like. They're going back, it looks like.
Nice. Weak, to your right, Tim. I'm dead. He's 2 shot. I'm gonna blue Tim.
All dead.
Yeah, Tim's hill.
Big time triple kill out of Snipe Down, as we heard the comms out of eUnited. Great small talk, great communication, but Snipe Down putting on a show.
I like the play. Ryan had said it before it even happened. Snipedown gives his team a triple kill that allows them to set up for this bottom tunnel hill. Unfortunately, that setup has been broken. In the meantime, the kills have gone in Sentinels' favor. Royal 2 going to give his team favorable spawns here and an opportunity to gain a 3-1 lead and close the door on this series.
And you heard Ryan saying we're going to have to give up this hill, and you would think they would have got set up for more success on that bottom tunnel hill, but Sentinels is right there. Royal 2 repulses 2 players off the map.
When it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours, and Royal 2 making it rain. eUnited Spartans into that, I guess it's water, that pool back there. It kills you immediately.
There's a pun in there somewhere. Said when it rains.
You know where I was going.
Royal 2 now continuing the pressure, but he gets taken down as Suspector makes quick work of him. Look at the scoreboard though. We got Frosty with 17 kills. Trying to find the 18th on Rhino, but he shuts that down. Frosty playing like the MVP we know he is. A big part of the Sentinels dynasty. Rhino trying to keep Sentinels out of this tunnel hill. Get really ugly for eUnited if they don't stop the bleeding and stop it fast.
Yeah, I don't know if you can go down 3-1 and still win this game if you're eUnited. You gotta figure out a way to break this setup. These kills are what are going to keep you in this series. Can they find a way to get them? Lethal got players around him. Unfortunately, Lethal's bought enough time. 4 go down for Sentinels, and it's all because Lethal is not an easy kill. He plays his life for so long back there that the rest of Sentinels get in a position and wipe the floor with eUnited.
1 more point, and Sentinels will win this pool and take down eUnited. This hill is in Turbine, and Frosty's in a great position right now. Calls out Suspector, and Snakebites got the camo.
Oh, perfect positioning to close the door on this one. Frosty has 21 kills, Royal 2 with 16. Snakebites found this camo, and it's Snakebites' job to make sure this hill stays neutralized as long as possible because they're playing clock from here on out.
3 members of eUnited and Pipes make that all 4 members of eUnited in this top glass, Pipes, batteries area. Let's see how they choose to play. Ryan grapples his way all the way to top control, so giving some real estate to his team. So Rhino's going to be a big part of this equation. Actually, he gets taken down because the Snakebite. Make that 3 down for eUnited. Snipe down the last one alive and not going to be able to do much.
Yeah, Snipedown's coming off spawn, actually, so it was all 4 for eUnited. They go down. That was a slow push. They tried to break the setup, but without knowing where Snakebite was, he had that camo. He positions himself perfectly. He says, you got to come to the hill eventually because the clock's a factor now. The win conditions for eUnited in this series are ticking away.
Chain reaction for Royal 2 with the double kill, putting on a show.
You already know he's hitting the shot. Royal 2, there's just something about that reticle when it starts moving like that. No!
Killing frenzy for Royal 2! And the stick! Royal 2! Stop this man!
They took him down, but at what cost? He kills 3. 14 seconds remaining for eUnited's pool play. Dreams of coming in first, and they're not going to get there. FaZe Sentinels are playing this one so perfectly.
46 kills for Royal 2 and Frosty. God, they've got a stacked roster. Sentinels is playing fantastic right now in this King of the Hill recharge. Rain gets the kill. And there you go. There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Sentinels with the victory, 3-1 against eUnited.
And the 2-time champs are here to play. If there was any question if Optic Gaming was going to have some competition this weekend, I think Sentinels won an opportunity at that 3rd ring of theirs.
What a series out of Sentinels. What a game. An exclamation point. And potentially a foreshadow of how this weekend is going to be for Sentinels. Usually they come out of the gates a little bit slower, but right now, in the biggest event, at the biggest stage, they're playing hot.
A phenomenal series to kick this World Championship off, but the job not done yet. They will advance first in their pool. They'll look forward to Saturday as bracket play starts. And more importantly, they know Optic Gaming, FaZe, Cloud9, all stand in their way of a 3rd championship ring.
And we talked about game 1 and 2 being so close, but Sentinels able to edge out the wins. But game 3 was a massive win by eUnited, and game 4 was a massive win by Sentinels. And you can hear the crowd getting hyped up behind us, and Sentinels is playing fantastic. A great win and an end to the eUnited pool play run.
Yeah, eUnited back to the drawing boards in a series that was an opportunity at revenge, at being reverse swept at Orlando, not necessarily going the way you wanted. But FaZe, let's take a look at this series layout. These scores show you that eUnited were in this series. Yet again, they had a chance to create this upset. Now 4-3 Catalyst CTF, you lose. A 50-46 Slayer, you lose. Winnable series on the side of eUnited, but not a lot of room for mistakes for the rest of your season here. It's the World Championships. You cannot afford to lose those close games. We'll see if they can rewrite the ship come Saturday.
Well, we've got a power player on the main stage. He got a killing frenzy. He had some crazy snipes. He got a stick to end it off. We got Blaze with an interview with Frosty on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Goofy and Wes. Give it up for Sentinels as we're here at the World Championship, and they are playing in championship form. All the love out there. 3-0 in the pools, man. How you guys feeling after wrapping up day 1?
Yeah, I mean, feeling good. Obviously, it's just pool play, but I mean, I think we're playing really well. So.
Yeah, you guys are definitely playing well. Now, the first 3 maps of this series were really close here, okay? Going up against this tough team of eUnited. Now, the Strongholds, you were frying right there, but nothing was able to kind of work out for you guys. What kind of adjustments did y'all make leaving from that map going into map 4?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, eUnited is such a unique playstyle. You just never know what you're going to get with them. So they kind of caught us off guard. So, I mean, props to them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, we're confident going into the next map regardless.
Yeah, and that next map, you and Royal, absolutely on fire. I think frenzies for the both of y'all. How do y'all synergize so well?
Honestly, yeah, I feel like it's like a competition between us. We kind of just like motivate each other to do as the best that we possibly can. So I mean, that's what it feels like when we're playing. At least
paying attention to the kill feed the whole time.
Yeah, literally.
All right, man. Now, any shout outs you want to give to this crowd here? I know you want to get back to the team, get ready for that championship bracket tomorrow. And these guys have been absolutely cheering you on all day long.
Yes, sir. I mean, yeah, shout out to you guys.
The man with the plan, Frosty, on the stage. That's going to do it for us. Lottie, break it all down.
Thank you so much, Blaze and GG Sentinels. Incredible stuff on the main stage to close out the night. And we finally do have an answer to the revenge match, to the grudge match. Was a little bit different this time around. The opening from Sentinels, the strong starts, although a little bit close to eUnited kept up with them, but it had to be done. Sentinels did manage to take eUnited down 3-1 fashion. What are your overall thoughts here, Brav?
I think overall, I think people are expecting Sentinels right here at the World Championship is going to be Sentinels level caliber, right? They're going to be playing here all business. I think eUnited, a lot to be proud of, still a lot of work to do, though, if they want to get deep in the bracket.
Yeah, I think what today has shown us is that just because a team looks strong or people are afraid of them and the scrim results and stuff like that. Look, I said it once when Optic lost against Native Red. If it bleeds, you can kill it. And I think that every team here has bled a little bit today. You know, we've seen weaknesses across the board, but what it really is about how you tighten it up at the end there. And I think Sentinels most definitely did off of some heroics from, you know, players like World 2.
I mean, game changers, right? I mean, I won't repeat what you said towards the end of that match. There was, I will. He was going, violate them, as everyone was being taken down.
Bro, when I see a chain reaction kill,
it was nuts. I want violation. There's not many players that can do that, right? And Sentinels have some of those players, and to see them doing that after the performance that we saw in Orlando, which was lackluster, they know that, we know that. It's great to see them back on form, because what we want going into Saturday and Sunday is all of the big boys playing at their best. They looked incredible in that series. Even though eUnited took that one game, you never felt the Sentinels were going to lose that series.
100%. And talking about looking great right now as well, I got to say that Slayer on street, Sentinels, I mean, insane. And what a start from Snakebite. The overkill with the Rockets, bravo. We were screaming up here because rightfully so, this guy was absolutely popping off when it matters most, and that's what you love to see.
Yeah, GB's right. Snipe Down knew what had happened. You hear in the comms, they were saying, don't give it, don't give it. Don't go. Snipe Down's trapped in the tires, and I think we were all thinking like, ooh, he might not have the angle, he might not have the time, but this place went nuts. on that overkill. Everyone just started sprinting around. Like Mark said, GB started yelling on profane stuff. It was
the craziest thing about it is as well is that's a Street Slayer win, and that's been a map and mode that Sentinels have struggled on as well. So little things like that, you input, even though it's pool play, you win a game like that on LAN where you've been weak historically, all of a sudden it's another tick in the box, right? Heading towards that championship bracket. Great stuff, again, from Sentinels.
And another map they struggled on, Recharge as well. My goodness me, you talked about it, the chain reaction. Let's take a look at it right now. Royal 2 with the shock rifle. He's just getting it done. And my goodness me, the crowd erupting as well. What more could you want than a play like this?
This play right here, and just to give you guys context, right, what's important here is, well, for one, he hits the nasty shot with the repulse, gets the killing frenzy, shoots the body. That is just disrespectful, but then gets the stick también. Like, how do you even do that?
The worst bit about that, if you're on eUnited, right, is somehow you see him do something nutty, and you're like, oh, he's finally going down his one shot. You see him fall, he's dead.
With that plasma grenade.
And then you know you're attached, like you got plasma grenade. And it's like, God, like at least let me get to the kill and survive. And I don't know, Royal 2 looking
looks good. Yeah, he's looking Sunday form already. I got to say, a lot of players on Sentinels.
If they play like that, so I know it was joking before because it was like, oh yeah, has this map been a struggle for Sentinels? Oh yeah, it has. Has this map been a struggle for Sentinels? That cannot be a point of conversation here, Lottie, for Sen. At this point, they have to start building upon these strengths, and the strengths are in those 4 players and the trust that they have with one another, because they have been here before. They have hosted hoisted a trophy over their head 2 times. They have the capability to do this. No time for weakness. You got to keep playing like that every single match you get into.
You're completely right. And I'll tell you what, there does seem to be a lot of weaknesses when you do reminisce this season. And it's because you're damn straight. There has been tons of weaknesses for Sentinels. They barely finished in the 2nd place. They were top 4 majority of this season. Then KC came along and suddenly they had awoken. They rose from the dead and they managed to win the entire major. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that type of form coming through early on Friday. That was one of the key points we wanted to know. Are they the Sleepy Giants? No, they're certainly not. The alarms have been set, and my goodness me, the stats are on the board. And Bravo, we're seeing a pretty good Sentinels roster right about now. In terms of the stats, the kills, the deaths, the damages here, what's really standing out to you from both of these rosters?
I think just how neck and neck the entire Sentinels roster is, right? These stats, I mean, are like a spitting image of KC stats, right? This is exactly what Sentinels was doing when they won Kansas City. They're really just in lockstep with one another. As you take a look at everything that they've been able to do over the course of Friday, I think a lot to be proud of, as we said.
I mean, one thing I should say as well, Snipedown, look at the damage he did in that series. He was actually leading the way. So Snipedown doing everything he could to drag eUnited through. But you're looking at Royal 2 stats. I mean, 1.26 KD. I mean, can't ask for much more.
And that is what we expect out of Royal 2, but Snakebite, I got to give this dude his flowers, because I feel like of all the players on Sentinels, you can always rely on the captain to pull through, and it's not always like that. The captain's usually the person that
comes up with the plan, and you know, maybe they're not the best slayer like Walshy, but in most cases,
wow. I was wondering if it was going there.
we almost got through an entire day.
It went almost. There. It was at 8 o'clock where we could report a murder.
I'm enjoying this.
But and look, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I can't even do that. But the point is that Snakebite has been so good all year long, and if he keeps playing like this alongside World 2, like Frosty, Lethal, when he steps up, I mean, this team could be dangerous, but they need to continue to have this output.
Yeah, I've got to agree. If they're firing on all cylinders like we saw right then, and I think the big thing for them is intensity level, right? We saw a very low intensity happening in Orlando, which was a bit of a shocker for us because, you know, going into the EU Grunt Classic, we did get listen-ins. We were able to hear their comms, and they seemed like they were firing. So it is small moments like that for Sentinels, and it makes a huge difference in terms of their mentality and how they are acting and performing on that main stage as well. So excited about this Sen roster and to see what they can do heading into tomorrow. Let's take a look at the pools though. Coming in, we do have that wonderful score on the board. Sentinels 3-0 in their pool. eUnited will drop 2 Sentinels, making them second. Hold on, what is it?
I think we got a Pooldy correction.
Yeah,
right?
Pooldy correction. Ascend won the series against Navi. Pretty sure about that one. So it's Ascend who are above Navi there.
I was tripping.
Okay,
but
I'm glad you're on
also,
it.
can we give a moment to give some love to J-Lings.
Let's go, J-Lings!
J-Lings, baby. They have made it to Saturday. That is so awesome. I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, game 5 against Team War. Not easy to do. I think it was 50-35-ish as well. Flux went 18-4 in that game.
He walks over to the desk. He's like, did you see my game 5?
Yeah.
We were like, no. We were 18. I'm like,
18-4.
I'll watch it back.
Oh, is it Morgan?
I know. And talking about kills, we do have our KD leaderboard here as well for you. And Trippy having an absolute stonker on day 1 here at the World Championships, 1.40.
1.40. You know what? He also had a 1.40 KD in Orlando and Slayers, and you could argue that Slayers won them that tournament. Trippy kind of picking up where he left off.
Well, tell you what, folks, we're red zoning right now because we're getting into an Optic game. Let's see what Trippy's got this time around against Oxygen Esports as we round up the way.
Yeah, and I like what we got over here, right? Because Oxygen Esports is the type of team that if you're not careful, they will sneak up on you. They're a lot like Native in that regard, and that's one of the reasons why there's such a threat in this pool. But Optic, I mean, what more can you say about them?
Yeah, and interesting also, some people might remember from Orlando, Oxygen and Optic actually met round 1 in bracket play as well. That was a 3-0 for Optic. However, there was one game that was pretty close here. So we know that Oxygen can give Optic a run for their money. However, we join in progress. Optic already leading 2-0 and also leading in the game as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't look particularly close as we jump back into it now. Optic obviously maybe coming out of the gates as you would expect them here on the Saturday as well. Maybe just feeding off the back of some of the performances of the likes of Cloud9, of the likes of Sentinels, and recognizing that they're going to have to play just as well as they head into Saturday. But just for a moment here, Oxygen Esports got a moment of control.
Yeah, and it looks pretty solid for them right now. One player that I always like to keep my eye on in this team is this guy. It's Collect. He has been such an instrumental part of this roster, bringing him up to this point, and he has great decision-making. He knows what the task needs to be. Oh, that is a beautiful shot from Collect as he's looking for a one-shot, and Lucid down low manages to pick him up, and we could potentially see a trip cap here for Oxygen if they decide to go for it, but B is currently being contested.
Should be able to flip C, though, if they're quick about it, but Collect is just going to say, B is mine. Optic still trapped in the back. They managed to get the conversion. Lucid going to be challenging. There's a little bit of damage for him as well. And I tell you what, I watched, unfortunately, as a European, Collect dismantle Navi in a game 5 with a shock rifle to put them into that top 8 and knock Navi out in Orlando. The power weapon's in his hands. He is a game changer, and you're seeing it on your screens now.
Yeah, certainly making things interesting in this game. Oxygen going to be scoring once again. They do find themselves down by about 62 points, but maybe keeping the game under control, maybe able to rally back here.
That is the beauty of Strongholds, but you got 2 players down now for Oxygen as Collect cannot stay alive. The heat wave is going to land on its target, and that's going to be Formal who picks it up. 4 players down now as Triton and Bohm are going to be off of the respawn, but they do capture C. But you got to give them credit. They were able to gain a significant amount of points there considering where we were when we came into this matchup.
Yeah, just managed to close that gap a little bit, but one thing that's so good about Optic, you never feel that they're going to get into a position in the game where they're going to lose 150, 170 points. It's always going to be kind of an immediate stemming of that flow. It's never going to become a triple cap. It's just a slow kind of bleed, and then they're always going to be within striking distance. And just like that, Optic have flipped it on their head. Now pressure coming in on A. They're trying to collapse on this triple cap. They decide not to push immediately. Now they have the positioning, though. They know where Oxygen Esports are spawning because of that capture, and now the pressure comes in from APG.
Yeah, APG, just look at this, just dismantling great shots earlier from the concrete onto the pillars, stays alive, sandbags the entire time, then just times that attack around to the scoreboard as well. They had 3 dead back-to-back just about, and almost a triple cap. C will get flipped, but Optic will continue scoring.
All right, but what is going to be Oxygen's response here? You get C, now you got to find those openings wherever they may be presented, but you can't let Formal get away with murder over here by the nest, and that kill is going to be really detrimental to Oxygen Esports because they're just flooding them now and giving them no room to breathe. That's going to be a few members of that team down.
Yeah, Formal just pulls out a Gatling gun. Just starts to rip apart.
Batista, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it was a little bit Dave Batista. And now you can see this is the difficulty, right? You're in that situation like one of Oxygen got to do. You can't get first picks because that's what happens. Optic are so good at collapsing and just swarming onto those last few players. I mean, if you watch the process, you know that they call Formal the Cuban UAV. It's because he calls out exactly where those last 2 players are immediately, and Optic just pounce.
Yeah, I think anyone would pay very good money, well, Optic did, to have those comms on their team. That's part of the reason why it's led to this success, right? But they're going to continue to add on here. Now we're going to see Oxygen be able to take A control, but a good response. Go after B. You're losing at A, go after B, put the onus on Optic to have to make those moves, but you got to get those kills. And look at that cheeky little number there that Collect ended up doing. Does pop the OS, but it's going to get drained instantly.
I think Lucid was trying to Repulsor send him over the OS. It kind of felt like that's the position he was looking for. I think I heard the audio cue as well. I don't think it worked out in the end for them. Oxygen will continue scoring off the back of that BC.
BC in their hands, but it's kind of in a situation now for Oxygen where they only have 1 or 2 mistakes left, and getting picked first again in the team fight is not the kind of mistake you can afford. Formo's going to hit that jump. He's one of the only people I see hit it every single time, but there's a little bit of team help coming in. Optic on the back foot, 2 players in the death screen for now, but as you can see at the moment, Oxygen Esports spawning by C means they don't have easy access to turnover over B or A, so this is going to be a case of not just 1 round of slaves to get in one of those strongholds, you got to kill them twice.
Yeah, and it seems like they're going to struggle to do that with APG being able to get a double kill out of that one. Lucid has his eyes set on Nemesis here, who's going to have to back away from that, but good nades to just try and thwart him for being able to push. So Oxygen are right back on it, but because of the way that things have played out, Optic are able to come around the grass, get that C control, but that is going to have to prompt Oxygen to make those moves. So really what you're seeing is scrappy gameplay from Oxygen to keep themselves in this one.
Trippy using that repulsor effectively as well. Such a good tool to have in and around B. Almost an obnoxious tool. I always feel like it shouldn't spawn there sometimes, because you can repulse people off the back, you can stop the nades coming in, you can just buy so much time for yourself to milk your life and wait for a little bit of help to come in. He's using it there to get those grenades away, but Collect, again, with a power weapon in his hand, it is time now for them to step in, but there is the stop onto C. Finally, Optic get it done. Oxygen fall 3-0, but Optic continue the form that the big teams have been showing. I can't wait for tomorrow, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm just watching that game, I'm like,
Optic are playing stupendous Halo. We have seen the weaknesses, though. They know that they have been slightly exposed by Native Red, which, you know, again, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's okay to see, like, hey, maybe we, you know, we're a bit too overconfident in this situation. Maybe we overcalculated this moment and it kind of bit us in the butt there. That's good for Optic, because the problem is it's only going to make them stronger, as we saw in that game against Oxygen. That is a good team that they played where they just look comfortable. That's scary.
Yeah. I got to agree there. And I'll tell you what, though, I think the beautiful thing about what you're saying is every single team here has weaknesses, and we have seen those being exposed today. Day 1, pool play, which is absolutely insane. So for us as viewers, commentators, anyone who loves the game of Halo Infinite, this is a very good thing, because it means that the competition is at the highest level possible. We're back in Pool A, Complexity versus Native Red, Streets, Slayer.
Well, as you can see, we're kind of in the back end of this one as well. It's 1-0 to Native Red at the moment. The highest seeded team coming to this, of course. Complexity qualified through the play-ins yesterday at the last attempt. They managed to just about scrape into the pools, but here they are, making it to the Halo World Championship Finals, which is, of course, what was their first point of contention to get done. But Native Red, you mentioned them, Golden Boy, played against Optic a little bit earlier, looked pretty strong in that series, weren't able to turn over the green wall, but now they find themselves 1-up and looking to put a win on the board.
Yeah, this is looking like a pretty solid game for Native. One thing I do want to make note of is that this game here is to determine, you know, if Native Red gets that second spot in the pool. If they were to lose this, which, you know, I don't know if that's necessarily going to happen here, it would be 1-2s across the board in this in Pool A.
It would go to 3-way tiebreak.
Yeah, which would be quite scary there, and it depends on how
sweating,
perspirating in the back, hoping, wanting, not having to do mathematics. But that being said, I mean, the math is pretty easy to tell here. 47 points, 47 kills for Manny and the rest of this Native Red team. Manny's been having one heck of an event so far, though. The Bulldog's going to bark its way to a kill there on the Vetra. 2 frags remaining. Neuronical, 1 shot. Monster tucked away in the corner. If he peeks up, he's going to die instantly. But you're going to see Manny go right for the kill, but the kill's going to come from the other side of the map. And that is going to be 50-36. Native Red go up by 2.
I mean, that was an illustrious team effort. If you looked at the stats there right at the end of the game, I mean, the fact that they were so ever so even, I was going to say, in terms of the kills,
ever so even
there. And deaths. I mean, what an incredible team effort that was. And I think if you're going to play a Slayer, why not do it together as a team? We've seen all sorts of different balances from Slayers today, and it seems to have been kind of the little bit of a dig in the side for some of our top teams as well. Slayers seem to be the one that they slip up on sometimes, and you can expose teams like that. If you do have a superstar popping off, it's really easy to follow suit and to pick up kills and get damage done and just help them with assists. But that is something different. That teamwork that I saw from Native Red is very impressive in itself.
Yeah, it feels good. Even when you're just running games with the squad, if everyone kind of has the same stats, it just feels good. Everyone's kind of right there around, say, 12 kills, 8 deaths, etc. You end up with a score line like that. I think it always feels good, and everyone feels like they're firing on the same page and just working together as a unit, as you say.
Working together as a unit. And tell you what, we are a unit up here and back in production as well, because they have an updated pool graphic for us.
Yay!
Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at the scores, everybody. We do have Pool D coming in, and as you can see, Ascend, they are through to the championship bracket. 1-2 in pools. Not the best, I think, pool play day from them, but given the circumstances being with Sentinels, eUnited, and their rivals in Europe, Navi, not so bad on set.
They got the job done, just about. I would like to see an eUnited Ascend rematch, maybe later in the bracket. I think that might be quite fiery if those two teams match up again. We'll leave it at that for now, but looking across the top of each of the pools is the big teams, right? They've all come out swinging 3-0s for Optic, C9, FaZe, and Sentinels. And if you're a fan of Great Halo, that just sets us up beautifully for what we've got to come in the next couple of days.
I love that you said that. You're looking across the board, all the big teams have got to the top of their pools. I'm looking at Pool B right now, and I'm a little bit sad about G1. I'll tell you why, because I do feel like the fact that we have had the conversation about G1 being one of the top teams, being one of the top 4, I feel like they would have wanted to cement that at the end of pool play.
Oh, they definitely did. They would have loved to.
Yeah, and been like, look, hey, we are here to contend here for this World Championship. Look what we can do day one.
But they would have.
I mean, we were talking about this before the event, right? We always think there's one series for a team, a defining series, and we haven't seen G1 beat one of those big teams yet on land. It could have been today. If it would have been today, what would tomorrow have looked like for G1? The belief would have been crazy.
30 seconds and a mission for Cloud9, and they managed to get that win. That was a heartbreaker, man, and I know G1 were kicking themselves after that.
Absolutely. Jumping back in here to Complexity against Native Red, as we said. See exactly how this one will end up. A potential 3-way tie if we do see a Complexity win here. However, they will need to bounce back in the series. But I couldn't agree more. That you could say that C9 G1 was arguably maybe the most important match of pools, right? That was really going to determine the road for both those teams. But we'll jump now into the gameplay. Momentary trip cap here for Complexity.
Wild to think too that seems to be happening to Cloud9 quite a bit, right? It happened to them in Orlando. They were able to win it this time around, but it gets down to that point. But G1, as I had mentioned before, they're a team that's going to be contending for a title. So is Native Red, in my opinion. They're also going to be contending for a title if they keep playing like this. Credit, though, to Complexity for starting this one off strong, though, at 71 points.
Just one very quick moment on Cloud9 as well before we give full focus to the series that's in front of us, as we should. Cloud9, historically, very bad in pools, if you say, in the big teams. They always lose games. They might even lose a series or two we've seen throughout the year. But been in every single final. So the fact that they've come out and they're 3-0 in pools, that says they're playing scary.
It does, and I think we were expecting them, like other squads as well, to be on championship form starting right away on Friday. 2 dead for both sides in this game as we take a look at the score. Complexity is still leading, 83-10 here. Native Red, though, will fit bleed, and they will begin scoring.
Cycle does manage to pick up that overshield. Watch out for Cycle. Throughout the play-in, man, this guy was so key for Complexity, and so many of the plays and the opportunities that he opens up for his squad. One of the comparisons that was given to him, or that we had given to him based on his playstyle, reminded me a lot of players like Pistola, guys who value their life and are able to cause a lot of problems and pull attention away from them.
Absolutely, and just as we take a look at the scoreboard here, a moment ago, SoulSnipe and Druck were still goosed at this stage of the game, which is a pretty late point to have 2 players on your team with 0 kills. Right now, Talik and Manny really holding down the kills department. Of course, worth noting, SoulSnipe with 4 assists on the board as well.
Ooh, big reset comes in on A, though. You can see one player just the 2-footed slide tackle coming in to make sure that reset did occur, and yes, indeed it did. And now, once again, you can see an attempt on a triple cap. It's going to be Native Red who are trying to put some pressure on, and one player that I actually want to take a second to talk about is the man that we're watching on our screen right now, Talik. I mean, we had some great help in the build-up to this event, looking at statistics, Andy, and the man who had the most positive contributions every single life that, I won't tell you the math behind it, because quite simply I don't remember it, but it was Talik. Out of all players in the tournament, every single life, this this man produced goods, whether it was a kill, whether it was assist. He did better than everyone.
He absolutely did. I mean, topping that leaderboard, I believe it was total engagement right there that he was able to get into and do the most damage. Nautical, though, answering back on the other side. Talik will be your last player alive for just a moment. He's 10-3 in the game right now.
Yeah, you know, and I'm glad you noted that because Nautical is another one of those players. Gets hot is a problem, and you have to quell him as soon as you possibly can. And I'm going to be looking to a guy like Druk to be doing that because Druk has been amazing today. So when we had talked about him laying a goose egg at the beginning of this, I was a little concerned. I thought maybe this could be a potential win condition here for Complexity. But hey, if Druk can output what he's been able to do today, especially against the likes of Optic, this is a scary slayer for this squad.
Straight up, watching Druk makes me dizzy sometimes. It's just the way that he moves from point A to point B. He's just everywhere on the map. It's almost as if you can't call him out sometimes because he'll pick up a kill, and by the time you finish your call out, he's hit a G-slide and he's somewhere else on the map looking to get inside and then another engagement. He's just so fun to watch and one of the best players to watch if you like that aggressive playstyle. He's kind of the guy who is always leading the front here, but Native Red, and he can do stuff like that as well. That's it!
Oh my god.
Oh, Druk.
Through the drop shield too.
We were trying to just slow things down today, close the day out. He's having none of it.
They call it the Druk shield as he drops that, pops that. It's Friday night.
I don't think I've ever seen it there, though, actually. So that was pretty cool. That was clever.
Crafty angle for sure. And guess what? Off the back of all that, Native Red now leading 145 to 110 and shut down that Complexity lead. And we're not talking about Native Red having 0 kills on the board anymore, let me tell you.
No, we are not. They currently have this lead and they are swimming. But watch out for Complexity, though. At the drop of a hat, they will come back into this game. You cannot take any team lightly in this competition. You know, most of all, guys like Monster, we've been wanting to see what is his potential? What can he do? He's been great across a variety of games, but he hasn't quite been able to hit that elite status, and I think we're seeing that here today with Complexity as they've been struggling to be able to find that first win in the pool.
I think what I'm loving what I'm seeing in terms of the teams here is the fact that they demand respect. Every single team in the pools demands a certain level of respect from each other. You can't take a team like you said, GP, and if you do, you're gonna get punished for it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm not saying that this is what War did, but case in point, look at J-Lings, right? I think a lot of people saw J-Lings, and we've labeled them in the past as the other EU team, and even though Mark was actually going to physically fight me just now for the good name of J-Lings, I do want to point out that it's like, yeah, you just can't sleep on any of these guys. They've been through just the gauntlet at this point.
The ringer.
Yeah, the ringer, right?
Morgan stood behind you, by the way.
Morgan's behind me?
I
love Morga. I'm a big Morga fan. We stand Morga in my house.
Late night casting. This is what you get.
This is what we live for.
Yeah, I'm having a great time.
This is a great time. I want to thank everyone for joining us here, both in the room and also online. Of course, joining us for the final matches of pool play here, day one of the Halo World Championship. It's been a fantastic day. And speaking of fantastic, a nice job there from Cycle to pick up that kill on Druk. Now 162 to 158, essentially tied game here in game number 3.
Yeah, really good comeback from Complexity here. As you say, Andy, it's almost a tied game here, and they will just about sneak into a lead as well. So Native Red, even though they're 2 up in the series, these can be big momentum swing games. If you can pick this one up, all of a sudden you start to believe if you're Complexity. Thinking about that game fight, thinking about that Slayer, if you can send it the distance, then all of a sudden Native Red are under pressure. But Complexity at the moment are doing a really good job of just slowing the game down a little bit, letting Native Red make the mistake and allowing them to get that first pick.
Yeah, and I noticed earlier, right when that play had happened and that lead started to mount up for Complexity, they had 3 down on Native Red. They really playing those advantages, Cole, incredibly well. And as so long as they keep doing that, they can walk away with this win, Andy.
Absolutely, 2 dead for both sides there momentarily. It's a nice team shot coming in from the dummies. On the side of Native Red, that will take down Monster. Now Soul Snipe going to rotate to top mid here. It's going to be Complexity scoring once again here on the AB hold.
And just to note as well, if you're looking at the slays across the board, Complexity outslaying Native Red, so a massive turn of the tables here. And if that continues, I'm afraid that the objective efficiency also might weigh heavy for Native Red too.
Well, now you are going to see a little bit of a flip here from Native Red, so they're answering back. They've picked up the kills they needed to. 2 dead for Complexity. This could be an opportunity to make it 3, and not only that, there might be an overshield grab to come as well. There is that kill. It's going to be Soul Snipe who picks it up. Monster last alive inside of A. There's the snag on the overshield though, and as they flip C, with this overshield, they can pressurize Complexity inside of A now.
Yeah. They're going to jump on this overshield though. It's a killing spree, sure, but they 4-on-1 that overshield. You thought it might be able to an opportunity to convert, but instead they shut down the OS push here. 2 dead for both sides.
Yeah, that's actually going to be 3 dead now for Native Red, and that is going to have to leave Druck to just run with his tail tucked between his legs, and Cycle's going to be on the hunt. So that is going to remove that entire push from Native Red. That was massive for Complexity to be able to react from that effectively the way that they did.
Great job from Monster there. He was on sandbags. He could have challenged Overshield. Instead, he lets his teammates all spawn in back house and window and scoreboard. They collapse. They just totally dominate that Overshield, and that will lead to more points on the board.
199 to 198. It is as close as you could possibly imagine between these two teams. It will be Complexity who turn over B, but immediately you can see the Native Red now make their move onto B. So it's an attempt not only of flipping B, but a triple cap to be pushed here by Native Red. If they can control all 3 strongholds at this point in the game, it could be the moment they need to close out this game.
Well, in the iconic words of Scooby-Doo, ruh-roh, it's going to be very, very problematic if Native Red can hold this the entire time. And I'm going to keep casting like we're serious.
I didn't know that the full quote from Scooby-Doo is ruh-roh. This is very problematic.
It is. Watch the scripts. Watch the scripts.
243, the trip cap does all the damage it needs to. 247 on the clock. This is going to be it.
And there you have it. Native Red get the 3-0 victory. Scoobs and the gang are quite happy about that one.
Ruh-roh.
Well, we do not need a full episode to find out what happened in that series. We know exactly how it went, and it's going to be a 3-0.
It was not the janitor.
Complexity sitting there going, if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh my God.
True. Oh man!
You know, you guys, you're doing it. It's so bad. I'm crying with laughter now.
Yeah. We finally got. Like, we make Lottie laugh and cry, but she pulls so professional. Yeah. She managed to pull it back for life. We finally got her on camera.
I thought we were going to get her to crack in that trolley segment. I was convinced, but ever the professional. Vote for her for Esports Award for the year, host of the year, chat. Okay?
100%.
Oh no. Yeah, great one. Now they're all tuning in going, she's so good. Yeah. Oh dear. Well, I gotta say, a fantastic analogy to end that series. Incredible stuff. But I gotta say, Native Red holding the fort down there at the end of that one, I think says a lot about kind of what they have to bring to the table here as well, because it can get a little bit dicey, right? You're getting pushed, Complexity, you think to yourself, hold on a second, we're 2-0 up in this series. What is happening? But the fact Native Red were able to pull that back into their favor, 3-0 to finish off the day, not bad.
Yeah, you see why that was so big, right? Take a look at that. They finished 2-1. Oxygen was 1-2. Complexity, had they won, would have been 1-2. That would have gone down to individual team versus team and actual game types. You don't want to go there. Native Red's very happy to instead end that 3-0. They end this pool comfortably in second, and they can look ahead to the winner's bracket.
I think that would have affected the differential for Oxygen and Complexity, but I can't imagine it affecting it for Native Red. True. Because they took a game off of Optic, which I'm almost certain Oxygen as well as Complexity, or Oxygen didn't, neither did Cole.
Sure.
So
more about the third, fourth. Yeah.
Exactly, right? Which, you know, you're able to sneak in. Speaking of the third, fourth, you know what's a team that I'm really focused on? It's in Pool C. It's Fnatic. I actually think that Fnatic could make a diabolical run in the lower bracket, and you know, them getting past that next hump, right? Getting past this pool play could be big for them. Clutch said it best. Sometimes there are teams that really thrive when their backs are against the wall. Maybe Fnatic's one of them.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic also know what it's like to be there. It's not kind of uncharted territory for them. They know what it's like to be in that elimination bracket. If they want to be that upset team, now is the time to do it. What a time to show up, right, at Worlds and being that team. That's the Cinderella story going forward. You drop your shoe in the winner's bracket. You didn't make it, but don't worry. You can pick it up later on, folks. But absolutely incredible stuff. Let's actually take a peek at the bracket.
I know.
Why not?
I got the clock.
I know. Let's see it. Let's see it. I'm very excited. Day 2 bracket. Let's take a look at the winner's side of things here first and see how it lines up. We got a quarterfinals here. Optic Gaming G1, that's massive. Sentinels G2, FaZe Clan eUnited, Cloud9 Native Red. So it looks like we could see a couple of different opportunities here.
We got a repeat of the NA Super Finals there in the first round. I mean, if you didn't need to build it up anymore, G1 probably want revenge on Optic Gaming for what happened back in the NA Super. What a way to kick off the day as well. That's going to be our first game. 12 p.m. tomorrow. Clear the calendar. Make sure you're here. And it's the perfect way to start the day.
I mean, clear the calendar entirely for the entire weekend. If you want a sick note, I got you, bro. Like, no worries. I'll write it right now because you need to be here watching what happens, what goes down on day 2 and day 3, of course. Here's our schedule, though. We do have obviously our 2 first matches, and we do get into bracket play as well, which is going to be absolutely incredible. So just insane. Well, gents, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of ready to sleep so that I can wake up for day 2.
Let's do it.
Well, I've had far too much sugar to sleep today.
I know.
I've trained entire
Actually,
bag of Trellies, but yeah, I'm good to go. Let's wrap.
Let's send it on.
I send it home. Okay, well, I'll tell you what an incredible day 1 we have had here at the World Championships. Huge GGs and commiserations to the teams eliminated and ending their season here. But tomorrow, we start the race to the World Championship trophy. We will see you guys at 12 p.m. Eastern, and get plenty of rest, please, because you're going to need it.